I thought I was the chosen one. But who knew my sister suddenly said she wanted to call off the engagement, scaring me so much that I wet my pants. I looked at my sister in astonishment, only to see her shaking my arm and saying, "Come on, brother, just accompany me. That loser is not worthy of me at all." I rubbed my forehead, feeling frustrated, thinking to myself, is my Chin family actually a villainous family? I used to think I was the protagonist of this world, as I am the young patriarch of a top family, with a noble status and exceptional talent. But now, my sister wanting to call off the engagement has made me suddenly realize, your fiancé is called Xiao Fan, right? My sister Qin Yanran looked disgusted, saying, fiancé? It's all because of Grandpa. He said the Xiao family saved his life and insisted on arranging a marriage for me, and that Xiao Fan is already 15 years old, still at the Qi and blood realm. I refuse to marry a loser like him. Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brows slightly. Xiao Fan was the protagonist, and there was no escaping that fact. My sister and I were just the pitiful antagonists. Even if we didn't back out of the marriage, we would likely end up in conflict for various reasons. Thinking about this, I snorted coldly. Humph. So what if he's the protagonist? I will also fight for my destiny. Later, I brought my sister to the Xiao family. We were standing on a small hill overlooking the city. This area still belonged to our Qin family's territory, with the Xiao family being just a small clan within the vast Qin family territory. I shook my head and chuckled softly. The old man is really confused. Exactly. Qin Yanran nodded in agreement. Looking at my sulking sister, I smiled faintly and then turned to a burly man behind me. Black Dragon, call out the people from the Xiao family. No need to be polite. Yes. Black Dragon instantly released his aura. Xiao family brats, get out here. Your ancestors have arrived. The rumbling sound was like thunder, and in an instant, the entire Xiao family was filled with fear and unease. The clan leader Xiaoan hurriedly led a group of elders forward. When he saw the word Qin on the palace, he felt uneasy. Although his son had an engagement with the Qin family, the difference in status between the two sides was too great. Moreover, the engagement was arranged by the old master of the Xiao family, so he was not sure if the engagement was still valid. Without further ado, I directly called out, "Where is Xiao Fan?" Soon, Xiao Fan walked out from the crowd. Qin Yanran glanced at him and said disdainfully, "So ugly." I narrowed my eyes and asked, "You are Xiao Fan, right? I don't think you are worthy of my sister. Therefore, I now declare that your engagement is null and void." As my words fell, the Xiao family members were stunned, and many eyes fell on Xiao Fan and his father. Xiao Fan's face turned ugly. He looked up at me with a fierce expression and said, "The engagement was arranged by our elders. It's not something you can just cancel." I smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to cancel it. But are you willing to exchange the lives of all the Xiao family members for a marriage contract?" In the next moment, the Black Dragon smirked, and a terrifying pressure oppressed the Xiao family members, knocking them to the ground. Only Xiao Fan remained standing because the Black Dragon intentionally passed over him, allowing him to see the current situation of the Xiao family. Stop. Xiao Fan at this moment has an extreme desire for strength. He then struggled to speak. I am willing to annul this engagement. In just a few words, he almost exhausted all his strength. I chuckled lightly, waved my arm, and the Black Dragon retracted its pressure. The Xiao family members then stood up shakily. However, I quickly changed my tone. However, this engagement has a significant impact on my sister's reputation, so the Xiao family needs to compensate for the damage to my sister's reputation. The Xiao family members heard my words, all with ugly faces. You want compensation for breaking off the engagement yourself? What about justice? What about the law? Family head Xiaoan sighed helplessly and respectfully asked, "I wonder what kind of compensation the adult wants." I pointed my finger at Xiao Fan and said, "I only want two things. The ring on his hand belongs to me." Impossible. Xiao Fan immediately shouted angrily, "This ring is the only keepsake left by my mother. I will never give it to you." I sneered, "In that case, I will kill your father and let him leave you a keepsake in exchange for this ring. How about that? Or you have two choices. You choose." Xiao Fan kept cursing in his heart. Is this a choice? Disagree and they will kill my father. Xiaoan couldn't help but look at Xiao Fan. Although the ring was left by his wife, it was not as valuable as his son's life after all. Xiao Fan glanced at his father and slowly took off the ring, feeling reluctant in his heart. Moreover, he always felt that this ring was extremely important to him. However, just at this moment, a sweet voice rang out, "Wait a minute," and a beautiful girl appeared next to Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, are you okay?" The girl's beautiful eyes were filled with deep concern. Xiao Fan grinned and said, "Linger, I'm fine." Xiao Linger was Xiao Fan's childhood sweetheart, and their relationship had long surpassed that of siblings. Xiao Linger looked up at me angrily and said, "The Qin family, you've gone too far." However, I ignored her anger and said directly, "The second item I want is you." Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger's eyes widened at my words, her pretty face full of anger at being treated as an item. Xiao Fan was furious, as Xiao Linger was irreplaceable in his heart. No way. Don't even think about it, he said, but I just smirked and said, you have no choice. Xiao Linger took a deep breath and a smile unexpectedly appeared on her pretty face. And no choice? Do you know what kind of person I am? As she spoke, Xiao Linger's voice was filled with condescension, but in her heart, she sighed slightly. After this time, I'm afraid that she would not be able to stay in the Xiao family. Of course I know. Qin Jiang nodded and said blandly, Xiao Linger, or, you can be addressed as Yi Linger. When these words came out, Xiao Linger's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment that Qin Jiang really knew her identity. Even she herself had only just learned about it a short time ago. Qin Jiang continued. 13 years ago, the Yi family's new and old family masters were replaced, and the previous old family master chose the Yi family's second. Only, as a result, the Yi family's oldest was enraged, so that the two brothers fought internally, stirring up the Yi family's peace and quiet, and you, Yi Linger, were born at that time. Because of the fight, your parents encountered a crisis, and had no choice but to abandon you and lure away the enemy themselves, hoping that you would survive. In the end, after a fight, your father succeeded in succeeding the head of the family, while you, but was picked up by Shaoan, the princess of the great clan, fell into trouble and became an ugly duckling. Qin Jiang looked at Yi Linger and laughed. If I'm not mistaken, you should know all about this. Yi Linger looked at Qin Jiang in shock. The Xiao family's group of people were equally shocked. None of them had expected that Yi Linger would have such an identity. Yi family? Is it that ancient clan Yi family? Shaoan muttered. You? Yi Linger stared at Qin Jiang closely, her face a little tense. How do you know all this? Do you think that my Qin family are all eaters? Qin Jiang let out a cold smile, and then, he looked in a direction in the void. Yi family, don't hide. As the words fell, the void was slightly trembling, and a short while later, a silhouette was revealed. Yi Quan of the Yi family, meet young Lord Qin Jiang. This was an old man, and after appearing, he was slightly arching his hand at Qin Jiang. At the same time, the black dragon took a step forward and looked at the old man warily. This old man's strength was a shade stronger than him. Yi Quan, the die-hard loyalist of the Yi family head, with the strength of a perfect yin-yang realm, his reputation is as good as thunder. Qin Jiang laughed. Yi Quan also let out a faint smile. How he said, he was also a powerful person on one side. Being able to take the initiative to salute Qin Jiang was already very much giving face to the Qin family. After saying that, Qin Jiang looked at the black dragon. Sure you can fuck him up? Yi Quan. His face stiffened, and then, his eyes narrowed slightly. Young Lord Qin, my Yi family and the Qin family, there's no grudge. Today, Qin Jiang's gaze was still fixed on the black dragon. The black dragon's face was grave, carefully sizing up Yi Quan, taking a deep breath and nodding heavily. Young Lord, in a fight to the death, my subordinate is certain to kill him. His realm, the peak of the yin-yang realm, was slightly weaker than Yi Quan by a small realm. However, he had absolute confidence in his battle power. In that case, young Master Qin, wait. Before Qin Jiang's words fell, Yi Quan directly interrupted. In the black dragon, he vaguely detected the aura of danger. In addition to this, he really did not want to cross swords with the Qin family. 13 years ago, the Yi family's infighting had caused them to lose a lot of strength. In terms of strength, the Qin family, however, was one of the most powerful ancient clans, much stronger than the Yi family. It was not a wise choice to provoke the Qin family. Young Master Qin is trying to take my lady back, right? Yi Quan opened his mouth and asked. He had been hidden in the void and knew everything that had just happened by heart. Qin Jiang nodded simply. Yi Quan's heart moved. The old man can follow young Master Qin back together with the young lady. I only hope that my Yi family and the Qin family will not cross paths because of this. When he found Yi Linger, he wanted to bring her back to the Yi family. Only, Yi Linger was worried about Xiao Fan and was unwilling to go back. Moreover, through this period of observation, he was vaguely able to feel that Yi Linger seemed to have some special emotions towards Xiao Fan, who was nothing but a waste. How can you be worthy of Miss? He was having a headache over this, but to his surprise, Qin Jiang brought his sister to withdraw from the marriage. Most importantly, Qin Jiang seems to have his eye on Mississippi. Maybe. Yi Quan looked at Qin Jiang. Compared to Xiao Fan, Qin Jiang had a great instrumentation and was considered a top heavenly pride even among the younger generation of the ancient clan. No matter how one looked at it, it threw off Xiao Fan by countless streets. So, Yi Quan moved a little. No matter if it was talent or family history, it could be worthy of his own young lady. What does young Master Qin think? In Yi Quan's tone, there was a hint of anticipation. Qin Jiang raised his eyebrows. This old man, why did he seem to be in a hurry to give Yi Linger to himself? This girl, she's not a traitor to the Yi family, is she? Yi Linger was even more dumbfounded. She looked at Yi Quan in shock. During this time, Yi Quan kept instilling in her how men were bad. She was still young. She was not in a hurry to fall in love and so on, but now. Uncle Quan, what are you doing? She scolded in annoyance. Qin Jiang looked down at Yi Linger and laughed lightly. He wants to hitch a ride with the Qin family and use it to break the Yi family's predicament. Hitching a ride with the Qin family? Yi Linger snorted coldly. My Yi family belongs to the same ancient clan and is no less powerful than the Qin family. So why bother hitching a ride on the Qin family and utilizing its power? It seems that you don't know much about the Yi family. Ah, Qin Jiang snorted, and not to mention now, even 13 years ago, when your Yi family hadn't experienced internal strife, you weren't qualified to compete with the Qin family, and now, after the infighting, the Yi family's loss is not small. Plus, the infighting back then, although your father succeeded in getting to the top, but the Yi family boss, he didn't die. Even in the Yi family, there are diehard loyalists of the Yi family boss. At this time, if someone, slightly support the Yi family boss. With that, he looked at Yi Quan. If I'm right, there should be an ancient clan power that secretly gives support to the Yi family boss, right? Yi Quan was slightly silent, and then he let out a bitter smile. Young Lord Qin anticipates things like a god. You want Yi Linger to go back with me because you want to use the Qin family's power, and because, worried that Yi Linger will be in danger. Am I right? Yi Quan nodded again. The current Yi family was not at peace. Otherwise, he would have long ago directly brought back Yi Linger by force. It's just a pity that your lady doesn't seem to be happy about it. Qin Jiang let out a faint smile. I can't help but say that my Qin family will have to contact the boss of the Yi family as well. Yi Quan. What a naked threat. He looked towards Yi Linger, hesitated for a moment, and opened his mouth. Miss. Look at. It wasn't said out loud, but everyone understood what he meant. For a while, Yi Linger was somewhat bewildered and helpless. She had thought that she would be able to use the reputation of the Yi family to help Xiao Fan. But now, instead of being able to help Xiao Fan, she herself would have to take a ride. The Yi family is threatened. She was incomparably aggrieved in her heart. When Yi Quan had found her, he had clearly said that the Yi family was very powerful, and in the entire Tianxian continent, it was the topmost existence. But now, a random ancient race came out and was able to threaten the Yi family. Her imagination of the Yi family was completely turned upside down. Miss, if you are capricious now, the ones who will be implicated are not only our Yi family, but also the Xiao family. Yi Quan said softly. Having been living in exile for more than 10 years, Yi Linger might not have much of a sense of belonging to the Yi family, but she still cared a lot about the Xiao family. Therefore, when she heard Yi Quan mention the Xiao family, her petite body trembled slightly. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Fan, but she also understood that Xiao Fan couldn't save her, or even herself. Yi Linger's beautiful eyes were slightly closed as she nodded. Okay, I'll go with you, spirit. Xiao Fan couldn't believe that Yi Linger had actually agreed. Yi Linger smiled ruefully, but didn't say anything else. With a wave of Yi Quan's hand, a force directly wrapped around Yi Linger, and the two of them stepped onto Qin Jiang's palace together. After nodding slightly to Qin Jiang, he stepped aside. Qin Jiang, on the other hand, was looking at Xiao Fan. The ring hadn't arrived yet. Your turn. Hand over the ring. Qin Jiang opened his mouth. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, his eyes staring at Yi Linger on the traveling palace, his chest rising and falling as the anger in his heart almost drowned him. Xiao and Xian sighed softly in his heart. Vanir, give him the ring. A glimmer of hope did appear in his heart when he learned of Yi Linger's identity, but he also didn't expect that the hallowed ancient clan's Yi family would soften so easily. This could also show how strong the Qin family was. The Xiao family was merely a subsidiary of the Qin family and could not resist. Xiao Fan was unwilling in his heart, but at his father's voice, he also regained some sanity, and he glanced at the ring with a look of reluctance in his eyes. In the end, with his eyes closed, he threw himself directly at Qin Jiang. Black Dragon took a step forward, and with a move of his palm, he took the ring in his hand and inspected it before handing it over to Qin Jiang. Surveying the ring, in Qin Jiang's mind, the system's voice rang out. Host changes major plot points. Reward, 50. 000 villain points, hidden god body awakening, ancestral dragon essence blood, 1 bottle of marrow cleansing pill. The system mall is open, and villain points can be used to purchase items in the system mall. Qin Jiang's eyes flashed, consciousness entered a side of space. It was system space. The scope was extremely vast. In front of Qin Jiang's face, there was a golden bead floating, and a jade bottle. It was the ancestral dragon essence blood and the marrow cleansing pill. Beyond that, hidden god body? System, I still have a hidden god body? Qin Jiang asked in surprise. He was, right now, the one who possessed a divine body, born with an immaculate divine body, which allowed him to cultivate at a speed that was different from normal, and at the same time, without any bottlenecks. As long as there was enough spiritual energy, he would be able to keep breaking through. With this kind of divine body could not be said to be strong. It was also for this reason that after he was born, he was established as the young master of the Qin family, the future heir of the Qin family. Without any opposition from anyone, everyone was well aware of the dreadfulness of the unsullied god body. He even has a hidden god body? There's no need to be skeptical. The system doesn't make mistakes. The system replied in the affirmative. Qin Zhang's heart is also a joy. The immaculate god body alone is already powerful enough. If there is one more, it is not invincible. What is my hidden divine body? Qin Jiang asked. However, the system didn't answer again. And Qin Jiang also stopped asking more questions. He would know after awakening anyway. As his consciousness returned, Qin Jiang looked down after a slight pause. He muttered, "It still feels like my sister is losing out." On the side, Yi Linger heard his muttering. Her pink fists clenched slightly. Her heart tensed up. The Xiao family would have lost face by now. If Qin Jiang made another move, I'm afraid that the Xiao family would have to lose more than just their face. With a pleading gaze, she looked at Yi Quan, hoping that he would plead for the Xiao family. However, to her gaze, Yi Quan was as if he hadn't heard it. He really didn't dare to say much. Since he stepped onto the palace, he was aware that several auras that were not weaker than his were firmly locking him in place. Once he made a move, these auras could instantly tear him apart. Moreover, he didn't believe that there wasn't someone stronger in the shadows. That's just it. Qin Jiang shook his head. Or Black Dragon, take a slap out of the air. Don't hurt anyone, just smash the Xiao family. When he finished speaking, he returned to the palace. A quarter of an hour later, the people of the Xiao family stood in the ruins, looking at the faraway palace. Their eyes filled with tears and their bodies trembled with anger. Bastard! Bastard! My home! Ooh, it's still got the tiger penis wine I made in it. It's gone. It's all gone. Many people in the Xiao family were paralyzed, looking at the Xiao family in ruins, their hearts aching. Xiaowen's face was full of bitterness. Who would have thought that Qin Jiang would end up ordering people to smash the Xiao family? Fortunately, no one was hurt. He let out a weary sigh. All stop howling. Dig out all the useful things in the ruins and prepare to rebuild the Xiao family. As the head of the family, there is still a bit of prestige. A crowd of people sigh and begin to clean up the mess. Xiao Fan had been looking at the direction Qin Jiang had left. His eyes had lost focus. The whole person seemed to be demented. He was slightly pained inwardly. He always felt that in his life, the most important thing was moving away from him. In the palace, Qin Lianer jumped into Qin Zhang's arms. Brother, you're too good. Qin Zhang smiled, rubbing her little head and doting on her. All right. From now on there is no marriage contract to bind me. My little Lianer is free. Qin Lianer smiled cheekily. A leap of joy filled her pretty face. She hadn't been very happy since the engagement. And now, finally, she was released from this bullshit engagement. The siblings laughed and talked. Soon, it was back to the Qin family. After instructing the Black Dragon to settle Yi Quan and Yi Linger, he then walked towards his mansion, with Qin Lianer following behind him like a little follower all the way. Not yet at the mansion, Qin Zhang then saw that an old man, with a big knife, was sitting at the door. Brother, it's Grandpa, Qin Lianer whispered. She hid behind Qin Zhang, slightly vain, the two of them withdrawing from the marriage without informing the old man at all. But now, the other side should have gotten the message. Qin Zhang took a deep breath and glanced at the vain Qin Lianer. Don't worry, I've got my brother. Saying that, he had a bright smile on his face and walked quickly to the old man. Hey, where's Grandpa's tan? At those words, the old man's beard twitched and he grunted angrily. Sunbathing? Humph. If you don't explain what you did today, I'll make you sunbathe for a year. Qin Jiang scratched his head and had a bit of a headache. Sure enough, the old man was here to raise an offense. His eyes rolled. But before he could say anything, the old man said, don't try to fool me. I know exactly what you did today. Seeing this, Qin Jiang helplessly spread his hands as he looked at Qin Lianer and said, Lianer, go wait for me in my mansion first. I'll accompany Grandpa for a couple of moves. Qin Lianer nodded, behaving herself. She walked around the two men and made a face towards the old man's back. The old master's eyes narrowed as he looked at Qin Jiang, a dangerous glint in his eyes, watching Qin Lianer enter the mansion. Qin Jiang straightened his back and faced the old man directly. In this case, I did nothing wrong. Ha! The old man sneered and slowly drew out his belt. You're right? Qin Jiang's eyelids jumped as he hurriedly took 2 steps back. What are you doing? Old man? Bunny, what did you call me? It's against you. The old man's eyes glared as he waved his belt and swiped at Qin Jiang, actually bringing up a sound of breaking wind. Qin Jiang managed to dodge it and couldn't help but shout, Old man, you're trying to murder your own grandson. I'm really going to beat you to death today. You unfilial grandson. Crikey crikey. The old man moved to the real fire. Qin Jiang's eyelids jumped, and he ran towards the back of the mountain without hesitation. Grandpa, great-grandpa, the old ancestors, help! Qin Jiang fled all the way. The old man chased wildly all the way, stirring up the whole Qin family. Adverse grandson, stop for me. The old man cursed. How could Qin Jiang dare to stop, dodging the old man's belt while running towards the back of the mountain, while, at the same time, continuously asking for help. Grandfather, great-grandfather, Old ancestors, if you don't come out, I'm going to be killed. Qin Jiang shouted. The old man blew his beard and raised his belt to whip adverse grandson. How dare you look for help? See if I won't beat you to death. Adverse son. Stop it. Just then, a figure blocked in front of Qin Jiang and grabbed the old man's belt. Wow, Grandpa Zhu, you're finally here. This old man wants to beat me to death. Qin Jiang's eyes lit up, and he hastened to complain in a condescending manner. The old man's face shook. A father. Shut up. Grandfather ancestor glared at him, and then, turning his head to look at Qin Jiang, his expression softened. Good grandson. It didn't hurt, did it? Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang rolled up his sleeve, revealing a red mark from being drawn by his belt, and although he didn't say anything, his aggrieved appearance immediately made Grandpa Zhu's heart ache. He looked at the old man with a furious expression. Asshole, rebellious son, how dare you hit old man's good grandson? Let's see if I won't beat you to death. With that, he raised his belt and jerked it toward the old man. The old man's face changed and he kept dodging. How dare you hide? Ancestral grandfather's eyes glared, his majestic might revealed, directly locking the old man in place, his belt unceremoniously pumping on the old man's body. Qin Jiang watched from the sidelines, making the old man's face a burst of green and white. All a big age. His father is not a bit of face to himself. And, still, in front of his own grandchildren. After drawing his breath, Grandpa Zhu grunted coldly and untied the old man, feeling the fiery pain on his body. The old man bared his teeth for a while and even glared at Qin Jiang. Grandpa Zhu, he's still glaring at me, Qin Jiang directly sued. And then, glaring at the old man, he arrogantly said, oh, believe it or not, I'll call out the old ancestors. Gramps. Qin Jiang could really shout out all the old ancestors. After all, when Qin Jiang was born, he attracted the attention of the old ancestors, and the identity of Qin Jiang's young master was also set by the old ancestors. Okay, Grandfather Zhu waved his hand and looked to the old man. Adverse son, tell me why you hit my good grandson. The old man was also a bit aggravated. A father, as you know, more than 10 years ago, I went out and encountered danger, and it was one of our Qin family's affiliated clans that paid a great price to save my life. At that time, I was the one who contracted the marriage with him in return, and it turned out. The old man looked at Qin Jiang and said angrily, as a result, this little bastard even privately brought people to break the marriage contract, but smashed the other family to pieces. Can I not be angry? This is damaging my Qin family's reputation. Listening to the old man's narration, Qin Jiang skimmed his mouth in disdain. There are many ways to repay. Why should Lianer be allowed to marry? You repay the favor yourself, and don't try to hitch a ride with Lian. Asshole, rebellious grandson. The old man was furious, but Grandpa Zhu glared at him, and the old man simply deflated. Grandpa said faintly, Jianger is right. There's no need to hitch a ride on little Lianer's happiness if you want to repay the favor yourself. That's just it. Qin Jiang nodded in agreement, followed by a reassuring remark. However, Grandpa, don't be angry. Although Lianer's marriage contract is voided, for your old man's repayment, I brought back a girl from the Shao family, which is considered a marriage contract. Gramps, Grandpa Zhu? The two of them looked at Qin Jiang. Is this your reason for forcibly robbing a woman? Being watched by the two. Qin Jiang smiled sarcastically. I really did bring back that girl as a favor to my grandfather. The old man exhaled a cloudy breath. Then the old man really thanks you. Harm. Who made you my grandfather? Qin Jiang waved his hand. The old man gritted his teeth. Such a shameless thing to be his own offspring. Grandpa Zhu blushed strangely and coughed dryly. Jiangera, as the young master of the Qin family, your future Dao partner can't be a child's play. Can there only be one Dawnguard? Qin Jiang said strangely. Ancestor Grandpa and the old man looked at each other. Then, with a fierce slap on the head, yes, it's normal for a large clan like theirs to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, only, both were wifely and had only one Dawnguard in their lives. So thinking about this, the two couldn't help but feel a little sad. They looked at Qin Jiang and couldn't help but sigh. Oh Jianger, you're better off than us. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed, and before he could speak, the old man suddenly frowned. Nope, the news I got is that the girl you brought back is the little princess of the Yi family. At those words, Grandpa Zhu was also stunned. The little princess of the Yi family is barely worthy of Jianger. Qin Jiang nodded. Yeah, the little princess of the Yi family, who had been living in exile since childhood, was picked up by the Shao family, and was brought back by me before she could recognize her ancestor. Besides, people don't seem to like you, right? I threatened her and she came back with me. Gramps, Grandpa Zhu, why do you look so proud of yourself? The old man's mouth twitched. Qin Jiang blinked. Shouldn't I, the young master of the Qin family, be proud of grabbing a random woman? The young princess of the Yi family? Hearing his words, the two old men froze for a while. They actually didn't know whether Qin Jiang was right or wrong. However, it was certain that the Qin family's education of Qin Jiang seemed to have gone a bit off course. Seeing the two freeze, Qin Jiang waved his hand. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Hey, Wait. The old man called him to a halt, and after a slight pause, he spoke. Then what are you going to arrange for the little princess of the Yi family? Submit, or die. Qin Jiang said indifferently after saying that. He was directly leaving, looking at Qin Jiang's back. The two old masters exchanged glances, and Grandpa Zhu sighed. The little guy's growing up. Wouldn't that be a little too harsh? Ha ha ha, it's only good to be ruthless. If you're not, how can you take control of our huge Qin family? Grandpa Zhu laughed immediately. He looked at the old man with a flash of dislike on his face. How many years has it been? Still no breakthrough to sainthood. Now go to the thoughtful cliff. No one is allowed to come out until sainthood. Gramps, straight to confinement? Now, Howard has already caught up with you. And if you don't make a breakthrough, Jianger is going to catch up with you. So let's see where you put your face at that time. When Grandpa Zhu finished speaking, he drifted away. The old master trembled. He really had to break through as soon as possible. His son had already been humiliated by catching up with himself, and his rebellious grandson's talent, which was even more considerable, could not help but really catch up with himself. After returning to her mansion, Qin Lianer was waiting in boredom. When she saw Qin Jiang return, she immediately trotted to welcome him and even looked behind him. Solved? That's for sure. How could an old man possibly fight your brother and me? Qin Jiang stunk. Qin Lianer smiled cheekily, naturally praising without mincing words. I knew brother was the best. Qin Jiang smiled and pinched Qin Lianer's face. And after the brother and sister spoke for a while, Qin Lianer left the mansion. Watching her leave, Qin Jiang flipped his palm and a jade bottle and golden beads appeared in his palm. The very rewards from the system. Marrow cleansing pill. It's not much use. He was an immaculate divine body without any impurities in his body. The marrow cleansing pill had no effect on him. And, with the Qin family's heritage, the marrow cleansing pill wasn't that precious. At the very least, the core disciples of the Qin clan have a chance to get it. Shaking his head, he then put away the marrow cleansing pills and looked at the golden bead, which was the ancestral dragon's essence blood, which was also of little use to him, but others could use it. Young lord. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the hall. Qin Jiang weighed the golden beads and spoke. Come in. A silhouette walked into the hall. It was none other than the Black Dragon. And just after entering the hall, his gaze, he couldn't help but look at the ancestral dragon essence blood in Qin Jiang's hand. The throbbing in his blood caused him to gulp. Still, he immediately averted his eyes and respectfully said, Young lord, the Yi family has been arranged. What should we do next? Don't worry about it. Let's hang them out for a few days. Yes, the Black Dragon agreed, his eyes looking from time to time at the ancestral dragon essence blood in Qin Jiang's hand. Seeing him in such a state, Qin Jiang couldn't help but smile. Black Dragon, you've been with me for over 10 years now. When young lord was 3 years old, the Black Dragon was ordered to protect young lord, and to date, it has been 15 years. Black Dragon Road. 15 years. Qin Jiang sighed. These 15 years. Your cultivation, it hasn't improved much. At these words, the Black Dragon immediately knelt down on one knee. It's the Black Dragon who has been slacking off. Please chastise young lord. Qin Jiang's arm lifted with a surge of power, lifting the Black Dragon up as he rolled his eyes. Don't move to kneel. These 15 years, you have been slacking in your cultivation, but it was also to protect me. With that, he threw the ancestral dragon essence blood directly to the Black Dragon. This is the ancestral dragon essence blood. Just right for you. Take it and refine it. Ancestral dragon essence blood. The Black Dragon's eyes glazed over. His body was a dragon, and he had long sensed that the golden beads were of great use to him, but he still didn't expect that it was the ancestral dragon's essence blood. Young lord, this is too expensive. The Black Dragon held the ancestral dragon essence blood with a bemused expression. Although the dragon race was able to maximize its effectiveness by using the ancestral dragon essence blood, to the human race, the ancestral dragon essence blood was likewise a rare treasure. Here, you take it. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Refine it as soon as possible and improve your strength. Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to follow this young man. Hearing these words, the arm that the Black Dragon was just about to send back froze slightly. Qin Jiang's strength was improving rapidly. As the first batch of Qin Jiang's guards, his strength was already somewhat unable to keep up with him, and as Qin Jiang had said, he was afraid that he would have to be replaced if he couldn't improve his strength. The Qin family did not lack strong men, but having protected Qin Jiang for 15 years, watching him grow from a 3-year-old toddler to a flamboyant young man, he had long had feelings in his heart. The Black Dragon silently retrieved the ancestral dragon essence blood. Black Dragon thanks young lord for the reward. Qin Jiang smiled, and with a wave of his arm, the Black Dragon exited the hall. It's time for me to get some closure, Qin Jiang said to himself. In addition to the marrow cleansing pill and ancestral dragon essence blood, the system's rewards also included the hidden god body awakening. Qin Jiang was looking forward to what the other divine body he possessed was. He stood up and walked towards the wall behind the seat. On the wall, there was a mechanism. Qin Jiang gently pressed it. The wall boomed and a passageway unexpectedly appeared. Inside is a secret room. Whenever there was a breakthrough, Qin Jiang would enter the secret room to cultivate. The other side. A quiet courtyard where Yi Linger and Yi Quan were arranged. At this moment, Yi Quan looked at Yi Linger with a bitter face and blearily. Ever since he came to the Qin family, Yi Linger hadn't paid any attention to him, and Yi Quan knew that Yi Linger was complaining about herself, but there was no way around it. She was also looking out for the Yi family. What's more, in his eyes, Qin Jiang was much stronger than Xiao Fan. He hoped, more than anything, that Yi Linger would be with Qin Jiang. Miss, our Yi family, we can't afford to offend any of the ancient clans right now. I hope you can understand my choice. Yi Quan explained. However, Yi Linger did not react in any way and stood under the tree, her face filled with sadness as her beautiful eyes looked in the direction of the Xiao family. Seeing this, Yi Quan let out a sigh. He knew that after coming to the Qin family, Yi Linger's fate would not be something she could decide for herself. Or rather, as the youngest princess of the Yi family, her fate was beyond her control. Qin Jiang, the best choice for Yi Linger. Whether Yi Linger liked it or not, even if the Yi family learned of this, they wouldn't come to Yi Linger's rescue, and even, say, were secretly happy to be able to hitch a ride on the Qin family's line as a result. Therefore, if Yi Linger wanted to be with Xiao Fan, unless Xiao Fan was able to overthrow the Qin family and defeat the Yi family, it would never be possible. But this, still an unfinishable choice. Miss, I hope you can think for yourself. After Yi Quan finished speaking, he stopped persuading him and returned to the house arranged for him. While Yi Linger was silent and withdrew her gaze, she likewise understood that after entering this Qin family, nothing was left to her. While Yi Linger bit her red lips tightly, her beautiful eyes were hazy, and a deep sense of powerlessness welled up within her. Brother Xiao Fan, Linger can't go back. The secret room. Qin Jiang sat cross-legged on a futon with a ring in his palm. Take care of it before the retreat. Murmuring, Qin Jiang tapped on the ring, and there was no response. He laughed and threw it right on the ground. Stop hiding. I know you're awake. Come out. There was a flash of light on the ring, but it immediately returned to its ancient appearance. Seeing this, Qin Jiang faintly spat out two words, Fire Nation. As the words fell, the ring trembled violently, and immediately afterward, a silhouette flashed out. Qin Jiang looked away, a flash of color in his eyes. I in the ring, instead of the so-called old grandpa, there was a stunningly beautiful woman. The woman was wearing a red dress, outlining a perfect delicate body, white tender little feet, bare, looking upwards, a small section of white jade-like calves, hidden. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful, with a head of long fiery red hair that added a bit more charm. Her phoenix eyes were stern, staring at Qin Jiang, and she said in a cold voice, how did you know the identity of this seat? Her stern gaze was not taken to heart by Qin Jiang. Instead, what attracted Qin Jiang the most was her delicate jade feet. Following Qin Jiang's gaze, the woman bowed her head slightly, her eyes growing colder and colder. Denizen, you're looking for death. The woman's voice was filled with murderous intent. Qin Jiang raised his head and looked at the woman's stunningly beautiful face, smiling slightly. Don't pretend. If you dared to make a move, would you still be talking so much nonsense? At those words, the woman snorted coldly. Her heart was irritated beyond measure. She was only a soul body now. Moreover, she was also weak beyond measure. She had secretly absorbed Xiao Fan's power for more than 10 years, and only then had she barely awakened. She had wanted to find an opportunity to confess everything to Xiao Fan. With her help, Xiao Fan's future path could definitely be easier. And she, too, wanted to use Xiao Fan's power to remodel her body. Only, she didn't expect that before she could confess, Qin Jiang had snatched her away. You already knew that this seat was hiding in the ring? The woman asked. Qin Jiang nodded. Disdainfully, anyone with a little bit of eyesight can pull you out. You're also lucky that the Xiao family doesn't have many strong people. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you'd have been destroyed long ago if you secretly absorbed Xiao Fan's power. Humph. The woman grunted coldly, stealing and absorbing Xiao Fan's power. What she had done was indeed unorthodox, but there was no way around it. If not, she was afraid that she would have to dissipate. Moreover, she was confident that she could help Xiao Fan. Since you already knew of my existence and snatched me up, you should have a use for me, right? The woman's eyes flashed as she spoke. Qin Jiang nodded. There's really a use for you. At those words, the woman's heart breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't dare to move Qin Jiang, not to mention whether she could move him or not. Qin Jiang's identity alone was enough to make her afraid, but Qin Jiang had a use for her. That was fine. My family's old ancestor has been urging me to pass on the family name, so I need you to do me a favor. Qin Jiang laughed. Hearing this, the woman's face, which had just eased, instantly turned cold, and her aura surged. Even though it was only a soul body, this aura, it really wasn't weak. Unfortunately, with a year's worth of drama, Qin Jiang hadn't learned that she was originally strong. All that is known is that she is from the Fire Nation. Nothing else is known, but as long as he was in the Qin family, there was no way a woman could threaten him. If you release your aura again, if you attract my family's old ancestors, I'm afraid you'll have to be forcibly tied up by them to give me babies, Qin Jiang teased. The woman's delicate body stiffened. She also understood the Qin family's power. She took a deep breath and slowly collected her breath. You give up that idea? I'm not going to fall in love with anyone, the woman said in a cold voice. Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow. Who says that you have to love each other in order to pass on the family name? Oh, the strong twisted melon is not sweet, but she quenches her thirst, and, moreover, is more fulfilling. Listening to Qin Jiang's speech, it was undeniable that she was a bit flustered inside. In case Qin Jiang really used force, it would be really difficult for her to resist. The woman's face was cloudy, and suddenly, she thought of something and let out a cold laugh. Hee. You're still thinking about passing on the family name now, so it won't be long before your Qin family is in great trouble. In the face of a supreme celestial pride, one can either befriend or obliterate. But you, the woman let out a light hum, and she said no more. But upon hearing this, Qin Jiang understood, and he looked at the woman with a smirk. The absolute heavenly pride you're talking about, it can't be Xiao Fan, can it? The woman blushed. She looked at Qin Jiang with a look of shock and uncertainty in her eyes. She had only said these words because she wanted to arouse Qin Jiang's scorn, following which she could exchange some benefits when she pursued herself. But Qin Jiang, surprisingly, guessed it straight away. How is that possible? One must know that in everyone's eyes, Xiao Fan was a waste. In her opinion, Qin Jiang must have thought so as well. Otherwise, she did not understand why Qin Jiang would withdraw from the marriage. After all, Xiao Fan was a supreme heavenly pride. The fire god body is indeed considered an absolute heavenly pride. Qin Jiang nodded. Woman. She looked at Qin Jiang incredulously. How did you know? Xiao Fan's fire god body, in fact, hadn't been awakened yet, and she had been absorbing Xiao Fan's power, which was only occasionally discovered, while Qin Jiang, who had only been in contact with Xiao Fan for a short while, had actually discovered it? Then why did you withdraw from the marriage? Doesn't it smell good to pull in the Qin family, a supreme talent with a divine body? The woman didn't understand. Moreover, Qin Jiang seemed to know everything, and in her eyes, Qin Jiang gradually became mysterious. A divine body possessor. You befriended him and still let him grow. Are you not afraid that he will retaliate against the Qin clan? The woman wondered. Qin Jiang said disdainfully, it's just a divine body, talking like who doesn't have it. You? The woman's beautiful eyes glared. You also possess a divine body? Qin Jiang smiled slightly. I am untalented and happen to possess a divine body. And there's a second one coming soon. The latter sentence he just muttered in his mind. The woman was a bit dumbfounded. These days, were god bodies so common? She remembered that in her time, even the major ancient clans didn't have god body possessors, right? Now, she had only been awakened for a few days, and she had met 2 god body possessors. What kind of divine body? The woman couldn't help but ask. Qin Jiang blinked and said seriously, I'll tell you if you give me babies. The woman's face darkened. There was really no sense of security around Qin Jiang. Seeing that the woman fell silent, Qin Jiang also stopped talking. He pointed to the ring. You can go back if you want. I called you out just to see how you're growing. The woman clenched her silver teeth and glared angrily at Qin Jiang. She hadn't been this angry in a long time. This asshole, in 3 or 2 words, is going to piss himself off. Also, I'm going to be in seclusion next, so don't come out and disturb me. If anything happens to me, I'll make sure that the old ancestor catches you, helps you recover your body, and then gives me 10 babies. 10 babies? The woman's delicate body stumbled and glared hatefully at Qin Jiang. This asshole, treating herself like a pig? With a cold snort, she went straight back to the ring, out of sight, out of mind. With a wave of his beckoning hand, Qin Jiang put the ring back on his finger, and even tapped it gently. Don't knock on my door. At the same time, the woman's voice rang out. Qin Jiang smiled sarcastically and withdrew his palm. The ring, which was really equivalent to a woman's home. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jiang calmed down and adjusted his state. After a while, adjusting his state, he muttered to himself in his mind, a system. Use hidden god body awakening. As the words fell, within Qin Jiang's body, a dormant power slowly emerged. The spiritual energy in the surroundings also coalesced towards Qin Jiang as if it was being pulled by a tugging force. Day by day. In Qin Jiang's mansion, the spiritual energy was getting thicker and thicker, and even gradually condensed into a mist. This kind of abnormality naturally attracted the attention of the Qin family. Qin Jiang's ancestor grandfather appeared, and after a little probing, he knew that Qin Jiang was in seclusion and immediately ordered the mansion to be sealed off. He looked toward the chamber and muttered, this retreat is not like breaking through the realm. Instead, it seems to be awakening a special physique. Grandfather ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. Qin Jiang possessing a divine body. He had naturally known about it for a long time. And now, could it be that he was about to awaken another special physique? It's not going to be the god body again. Dual god body heavenly pride. It seems that it hasn't appeared since the beginning of time. If I really awaken my god body, my Qin family will surely prosper greatly. Grandpa Zhu muttered. The secret room. Qin Jiang hadn't purposely absorbed spiritual energy, but the nearby spiritual energy was still constantly being pulled over by him, and his body operated autonomously, constantly absorbing the power. His realm was able to break through in these few days. The eye in the ring. The woman also sensed Qin Jiang's situation, and she wanted to probe very much, but just as soon as her soul power left the ring, it was immediately forcefully absorbed by Qin Jiang. If she hadn't withdrawn in time, I'm afraid she would have been sucked out of her soul by Qin Jiang. How is it possible? Unconsciously, I'm having trouble resisting it, the woman said incredulously. Moreover, beside Qin Jiang, she clearly felt that this was definitely a divine body, an extremely terrifying divine body. It was even more terrifying than Xiao Fan's fire god body. This guy, what kind of monster is he? The woman muttered. Previously, she still felt that there was a possibility that Xiao Fan could retaliate against Qin Jiang, but now it seemed that if Xiao Fan insisted on wanting to retaliate, the one who would be unlucky would most likely be herself. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. In Qin Jiang's mansion, the spiritual energy is also getting more and more dense. This day, in the secret room, Qin Jiang, who had been in seclusion for a month, his eyes snapped open. Divine body awakening. In an instant, a strong devouring force blossomed from within Qin Jiang's body. The spiritual energy in the mansion all surged towards the secret room as if it was being tugged. The ancestral grandfather who was guarding this place also opened his eyes and couldn't help but frown. Such a huge amount of spiritual power. Even a yin-yang realm powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to carry it, right? And Qin Jiang, he actually swallowed it in one breath? This asshole kid, isn't he afraid of bursting himself? Grandpa Zhu was a little worried, and in the secret room, Qin Jiang, who had devoured all the spiritual energy, had his breath climbing up. After such a huge amount of spiritual power surged into his body, it didn't even cause a single disturbance to him, and was instantly refined by Qin Jiang, turning it into pure power. Break! Qin Jiang let out a low gulp. His aura surged, and his cultivation level directly reached the early stage of the divine profound realm. He took a deep breath and slowly gathered his breath. Avatar now, because of being burdened with the immaculate god body, there was no bottleneck that existed between the major realms. So Qin Jiang wasn't really pursuing the speed of realm advancement. Instead, each realm is polished with care. The limits of the realm, however. Despite this, his cultivation speed was still amongst the heavens' pride among the ancient clans. Ranking in the top 3 would definitely not be a problem. But now, the Taotai divine body, the main devourer, can swallow the heavens and devour the earth. This time, the divine body he had awakened was the Taotai divine body, may devour all things, combined with the immaculate divine body that had no realm bottlenecks. As long as there was enough energy, Qin Jiang's cultivation would be able to climb indefinitely, and within a short period of time, catching up with all the old ancestors would not be a problem. It's not invincible. Qin Jiang grinned. Dual god body, and it's a perfect match. In the mansion, grandfather ancestor was waiting for Qin Jiang. Not long after, the chamber opened and Qin Jiang walked out from it with a flash of his body. Grandfather ancestor appeared in front of Qin Jiang. Avatar now? Grandpa Zhu was surprised. Qin Jiang nodded. He naturally couldn't hide this bit of cultivation from his grandpa. Not to mention, there was no need to hide it. Grandfather Zhu blinked and looked Qin Jiang up and down. I remember. A few months ago, you just broke through the heavenly soul realm, right? Right. It's been 3 months. 3 months to break through a large realm. Is there a problem? Qin Jiang spread his hands at Grandpa Zhu. Is there a problem? The corners of Grandpa Zhu's mouth twitched. For ordinary people, they would not necessarily be able to reach the heavenly soul realm in their lifetime. Even for some geniuses who started cultivating from a young age, they usually managed to step into the martial way and reach the chi and blood realm when they were 6 or 7 years old. And this realm was the foundation for the future. Most geniuses would be in the chi and blood realm, polishing for several years, or even decades. It was like Qin Jiang, who only chose to break through and enter the next realm, the pulse condensation realm, when he was 12 years old and had reached 100,000 chi blood. This has been a record-breaking breakthrough. The next pulse condensation realm and golden body realm were also polished to the extreme by Qin Jiang. It doesn't take long. The other ancient clans' prides, likewise, are constantly polishing themselves, and what they are pursuing is not only the current realm, but also the future. And now, at the heavenly soul realm, Qin Jiang had actually used only 3 months. Grandfather ancestor frowned slightly. Qin Jiang's physique, wanting to break through was too simple. It was just that, if he didn't polish it by heart, his battle power would be greatly affected. Jiang, you're at the heavenly soul realm, and the time you've spent polishing is too short. Grandpa Zhu was a little worried that breaking through too quickly would affect Qin Jiang's future. Those words, Qin Jiang's face revealed a touch of helplessness. I can't help it. The realm is just too overwhelming. Previously, the power he had devoured was enough to sustain a yin-yang realm powerhouse, while Qin Jiang, with the help of his Taotai divine body, was only able to forcefully refine it, constantly compressing and purifying. In the end, it still allowed his realm to increase substantially, and also because of the existence of the Taotai divine body. The overly rapid increase in cultivation didn't have any side effects on Qin Zhang. Instead, it made his power a little more refined. The Taotai divine body was just so overbearing, especially when combined with Qin Zhang's unsullied divine body. The utility of the Taotai divine body was utilized to its fullest extent, and if it were anyone else, with only the Taotai divine body, it would be difficult to break through so easily. After all, between the great realms, there is the existence of bottlenecks, not just the power to reach, will be able to break through, but also need to sense. And Qin Zhang, because of the unsullied divine body, there is no bottlenecks at all. Naturally do not need to sense. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Zhang had uttered the words of invincibility. When grandfather ancestor heard Qin Zhang's words, he also remembered that the spiritual energy Qin Zhang had just devoured was extremely huge, and by all rights, it was capable of blowing Qin Zhang into a mist of blood immediately. He was thinking of his own speculation when Qin Zhang was in seclusion. Grandfather ancestor's eyes lit up as he stared closely at Qin Zhang, his palm resting on Qin Zhang's shoulder as he probed a little. Zhang'er, you really awakened another divine body? Backcountry, all the old ancestors lifted the coffin board and surrounded Qin Zhang, touching here and pinching there. It's really a double god body. It shouldn't be. I've long ago given Zhang'er a comprehensive test. It's just an unsullied divine body. How come there's an extra one now? Hey, it's a good thing. Anyway, dual god body. The first time it's ever been done in the heavens and the earth. The crowd's eyes glowed. Qin Zhang was all a bit numb. Zhang'er, what is the purpose of the new divine body you awakened? Grandpa Zhu asked curiously. The other old ancestors also looked at Qin Zhang. After understanding the effects and observing for a while, they would be able to know exactly which type of Qin Zhang's divine body it was, and thus they would also be able to formulate the best cultivation plan. Qin Zhang smiled faintly and said, the new divine body I've awakened is a perfect match for the unsullied divine body. Oh, you already know what kind of god body it is? The crowd asked. Qin Zhang nodded. He didn't hide anything and spoke directly of the Taotai divine body. The main devourer can swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Taotai divine body. A group of old ancestors muttered to themselves, and the effects of the Taotai divine body appeared in their minds. The crowd glanced at each other, all of them seeing the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Devouring with unsullied. Ha 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 ha, it really is a perfect match. Surprisingly, it's the Taotai divine body. The Taotai divine body and the unsullied divine body, complementing each other, both stacked on top of each other, both making up for each other's flaws. Ha ha ha. Our Zhang'er has the appearance of a great emperor. The crowd of old ancestors were excited, but the last sentence made Qin Zhang wipe a cold sweat. This is not. Xing set off after the excitement. The faces of the group of old ancestors were, once again, grave. Zhang'er, the matter of you awakening the Taotai divine body must never be exposed. An old ancestor spoke. As he said that, he looked at Qin Zhang's ring and his eyes glazed over. Some of the ancient clans still knew the news about Qin Zhang's unsullied divine body. And since a kind of divine body could increase the Qin family's influence in the world, the Qin family didn't deliberately conceal it. However, if one person was burdened with two divine bodies, and, moreover, the two divine bodies complemented each other, the other ancient clans were afraid that they would not be able to sit still for the sake of Qin Zhang's safety. The Taotai divine body should never be exposed. As the words fell, that old ancestor's finger pointed, and the ring on Qin Zhang's hand directly shattered, and that fire race woman fell out of the ring. Seeing the woman, the group of old ancestors were not surprised, and their eyes were incomparably cold. Obviously, her presence had been detected long ago. The Fire Nation woman's face was ugly. She had thought that the god body that Qin Zhang had just awakened was the god body that Qin Zhang had told her about in the secret room, but she didn't expect that he had another kind of god body. A double god body. This secret, it's horrible. If it were to be spread out, I'm afraid that the entire Tianqian continent would be shaken as a result. She looked around, her face slightly bitter, facing these old ancestors, not to mention her soul state. Even if she was in her prime, she could only wait for death. The Fire Nation? At the sight of the woman, the old ancestors' eyes narrowed. They looked at Qin Zhang and inquired about the woman's origin. Qin Zhang shrugged. I snatched it before the retreat. I went out and snatched two people back. One was her and the other was the Yi family's little princess. Old Zhou, you already knew she existed? The old ancestor asked. They thought that Qin Zhang didn't know that someone was hiding in the ring. Hearing the old ancestor's inquiry, Qin Zhang nodded. To know this, I'm still planning to have her give me babies, to help our Qin family pass on the family name. He. At those words, the corners of the mouths of a group of old ancestors twitched. Giving birth to a baby? Passing on the family name? For a while, the crowd didn't know if they should do it or not. According to them, it's about wiping out all instability, but if you can pass it on, It's not like it's unworkable. The bloodline of Qin Zhang's double god body is naturally not to be wasted, and it is best to have a bunch of babies even if he couldn't inherit the divine body. His talent wouldn't be too bad. Jiang are you okay? Just then, Grandpa Zhu spoke. Qin Zhang? He glared at Grandpa Zhu. No, what do you mean olden? Ahem. What grandfather ancestor means is that this woman has good strength. After restoring her flesh, she should be in the saint realm. Can you grasp it? Grandpa Zhou coughed dryly, also noticing the ambiguity in the words. At those words, Qin Zhang skimmed his lips, looked at the fire race woman, and nodded. From the looks of it, I should be able to grasp it, but as for the rest, I need to go deeper. Grandpa Zhu? Why did he feel that there was something off about that? The group of old ancestors pondered slightly, then opened their mouths. That's just it. A saint is just a saint. He can't make any waves. Saying that, one of the old ancestors took out a piece of white jade, and the power in his palm surged, and in a short while, the stone transformed into a ring. He tossed the ring to Qin Zhang and looked at the woman again. This is the soul nurturing stone. You can stay there from now on. It's better than that ring of yours. The woman hesitated slightly and nodded. Thanks a lot. After saying that, she swept into the ring. With the small episode resolved, the gazes of the group of old ancestors were redirected to Qin Zhang. The guards around Zhang it's time for a new batch. It doesn't matter if the guards are changed or not. Among us, divide one of us to protect Zhang. This time, the one who opened his mouth was the oldest ancestor of the Qin family in terms of generation. The Qin family's first ancestor nowadays. In the Qin family, there were only 3 people left in the same generation as him. It was only when Qin Zhang was born that they were startled. And Qin Zhang didn't even expect that this time they would show up again. Big brother, I'll go. Beside him was a withered old man, the second ancestor of the Qin clan. The first ancestor gave him a look and shook his head. It's not safe. The oldest goes. Second ancestor. Qin Zhang looked at the fourth ancestor. Compared to the other 3, the fourth ancestor was only middle-aged looking, holding a folding fan in his hand all the time with a smile on his face, just like an ordinary scholar. Hearing the words of the first ancestor, the fourth ancestor smiled and nodded. Good. This little one, quite right for my temper. Qin Zhang blinked. He didn't care. He didn't have much of a choice anyway. Moreover, the strength of the 4 old ancestors were all peak existences, and in the entire Tianxian continent, there were not many who were qualified to be their opponents. Little one, go with old ancestor. The fourth ancestor beckoned and directly led Qin Zhang out of the back mountain. As for the other old ancestors, they were still deliberating in the back of the mountain, and besides ensuring Qin Zhang's safety, they also had to discuss how they were going to cultivate him. In their hearts, the current Qin Zhang was absolutely qualified to impact a great emperor, and now, in the entire Tianxian continent, there were no great emperor powerhouses in existence. So if Qin Zhang was able to succeed, then the Qin family would become the #1 ancient clan that deservedly deserved to be there. Excitement flickered in the eyes of all the old ancestors. At this moment, Qin Zhang became the most important existence of the Qin family. In the next few days, Qin Zhang stabilized his cultivation and, at the same time, familiarized himself with the Taotai divine body. With a flip of his palm, a devouring force appeared in Qin Zhang's palm, so dark and deep that just by looking at it, it felt as if his soul was going to be sucked through. A strand of spiritual energy, continuously surging into Qin Zhang's palm. Only, Qin Zhang did not inhale it into his body. Instead, he was continuously condensing it, and as the energy grew more and more, the space around him, all of them, trembled slightly. The corner of Qin Zhang's mouth hooked, and he violently blasted the energy in his palm toward a corner. With an explosion, a furious force churned up. However, another force appeared immediately afterward, wiping out Qin Zhang's attack. Little shit, you did that on purpose, didn't you? For Zhou steps out of the corner, cursing. Qin Zhang hemmed and hawed. Fourth ancestor, how is this attack of mine? What realm can it reach? Upon hearing this, the fourth ancestor pondered slightly. That attack just now, although it was nothing to him, it was indeed good given Qin Zhang's realm. Barely touching the threshold of the Yin Yang realm is not something to be proud of with your talent. Exerting an attack that is beyond the first rank. The fourth ancestor bristled. However, Qin Zhang was satisfied that the strike just now was just a simple use of the Taotai divine body, and it didn't consume any of his own power at all, much less reach the limits of the Taotai divine body. He estimated that if he exerted it at full strength, killing a Yin-Yang realm powerhouse in seconds should not be a problem. Only, the pre-shake is a bit slow, but it's not like there's no way to make up for it. Taking back the devouring power, Qin Zhang looked at the 4 ancestors and spoke. A fourth ancestor, I'm going to take a trip out. As you wish. We've discussed this. We won't interfere with any of your decisions. You can do whatever you want without questioning us, and if there's anything you need, you can always mention it. This was the decision of a group of old ancestors. The best way to cultivate an ancient wizard like Qin Jian was to not interfere with everything he did. Of course, Qin Jian's safety should still be guaranteed therefore. In addition to the 4 ancestors, the guards around Qin Jiang had all changed a lot, and all of them were at least at the Yin-Yang realm. And the return to the first realm was not a few, there were also 2 saints, and a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, this was only on the surface. There were also some strong people in the dark, protecting Qin Jiang at all times. This kind of power, coupled with the 4 ancestors, was even able to overthrow some weak ancient clans. Leave the mansion. Qin Jiang was followed by the Black Dragon. During this period of time, the Black Dragon had refined the ancestral dragon's essence blood. Its bloodline had evolved, and its cultivation had even reached the returning to one realm in one fell swoop. It was for this reason that he was not replaced and remained at Qin Jiang's side. The 2 of them went forward and backward to a small, isolated courtyard. Qin Jiang pushed the door directly with a sweep of his eyes. He saw a playful figure under the tree, and a smile appeared on Qin Jiang's face. Young Master Qin, you're here. On the other side, Yi Quan hurriedly saluted. Yi Linger appeared to be. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a fluctuation and her pretty face was cold, but after all, she was a parasite, so she still slightly curtsied and saluted. Young Master Qin, no need to be polite. Qin Jiang smiled, reached out to help her up, and even grabbed her small hand in passing, asking with concern. Linger is still adapting well in the Qin family, right? Yi Linger's eyebrows knit tightly, wanting to pull out her palm, but Qin Jiang's strength was not something she could match. No matter how hard she tried, Qin Jiang loomed large. Moreover, Qin Jiang's address was even more disgusting to her heart. Young Master Qin, please respect yourself. Her voice was a little cold, but Qin Jiang's face color unchanged. Palms needed. Aside Yi Quan, look at the sky and look at the ground. In short, do not look at their own mist. Yi Linger's face was unsightly. This kind of intimate action was something that Xiao Fan had never even done. You want to see Xiao Fan, don't you? Qin Jiang laughed lightly. Yi Linger's pretty face stiffened, instantly tensing up. What are you going to do? He. I just want to take you to meet Xiao Fan. I'm heartbroken that you're pining for it every day like this. Saying that, Qin Jiang pinched Yi Linger's chin. Although the voice was gentle, Yi Linger felt chills all over her body as she listened. No, don't go to him. There was a hint of pleading in her voice. In her opinion, Qin Jiang was planning to use Xiao Fan to threaten himself, which was exactly what happened. But at the same time, it was also going to change the plot a bit. The current Xiao Fan was walking out of the Xiao family. It was much faster than even in the original plot. And leaving the Xiao family was also the period of Xiao Fan's rapid development, and some of the opportunities Qin Jiang had to take away in advance. 1 hour later, Qin Jiang then left the Qin family. This time, without fanfare. Not many people around. Only Yi Linger, Black Dragon and Yi Quan. Others are hidden in the dark. Yi Linger's beautiful eyes were slightly red. She begged for a long time, but she still couldn't change Qin Jiang's decision, so she could only follow Qin Jiang. If Qin Jiang was unfavorable to Xiao Fan, she might still be able to persuade him. If she had to, she would have to. I can only commit myself to Qin Jiang. When she thought of this, there were tears in her beautiful eyes. Touring the mountains in general, the journey was pleasant, and 3 days later, Qin Jiang held Yi Linger's hand and arrived at a small town. The current Yi Linger, who was being held by Qin Jiang's hand, no longer had any feelings. I have to say, habits can be very scary. Yi Linger looked at the town, which was not where the Xiao family was. Could it be that Qin Jiang wasn't looking for Xiao Fan? She looked at Qin Jiang suspiciously. Want to see a good show? Qin Jiang looked towards Yi Linger with a smile on his face. Yi Linger averted her gaze and didn't answer. She definitely didn't have a choice anyway. Seeing this, Qin Jiang let out a light laugh and pulled Yi Linger, walking towards the center of the town. About half an hour later, Qin Jiang came to the upper floors of a restaurant and opened the window. A ring was set up outside and there were quite a few people around. In the ring, a large banner, matchmaking. Yi Linger looked towards the ring without any interest. Qin Jiang stood in front of the window and wrapped his arm around Yi Linger's waist, and after she squirmed a bit uneasily, she gave up resisting and silently endured Qin Jiang's harassment. Perhaps, only in this way would one's plea for Xiao Fan be more effective, she reassured herself. Qin Jiang pointed at the ring and said softly, the one who is recruiting here is the daughter of the city lord. It is said that this woman is the #1 beauty for 10,000 miles around. Many people are attracted here, hoping to gain the heart of the city lord's daughter. You too? Yi Linger was surprised. Qin Jiang nodded seriously. It's an idea, but there should be other surprises when the time comes. I can't wait for you to ask me to come on stage and steal the marriage. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger's eyebrows knitted tightly. Looking at Qin Jiang's mysterious smile, she always felt a little uneasy, and at that moment, a gong sounded, announcing the start of the tournament, only to see a stunningly beautiful figure floating down from the other side of the restaurant, landing on the ring. For a time, countless gazes, tightly staring at that figure, their eyes filled with fire. The woman's complexion was cold and expressionless as she looked at the crowd indifferently. Defeat me and get my approval. Then you can become my husband. She is the protagonist of the martial arts competition. Chen Ningbing. As the words fell, everyone was abuzz, worthy of being the #1 beauty of Qing Town. If I could have a kiss, it would be worth dying for. Miss Chen is more than just the #1 beauty of Qing Town. Her looks are ranked in the top 10 in the entire Qing domain. And I don't know how many goddesses are in the hearts of the heavenly prides. Just us. Let's forget it. Hey, not necessarily. I have heard, however, that this martial arts competition was not the decision of Lord City Lord, but was organized by Miss Chen herself. I've heard that the City Lord wants to marry Miss Chen to a dude from a big family. So Miss Chen is dissatisfied. So she organizes a martial arts competition as a way to rebel. It is also for this reason that it was organized in a hurry. And the news of the tournament, which was not spread at all, did not have many heavenly prides that could make it over. So we have a chance. You're looking for death. This is a martial arts competition organized by Miss Chen in order to fight back. This is against Lord City Lord. I'm sure that after becoming Miss Chen's husband, you'll have to mysteriously disappear the next day. A crowd of people were dumbfounded, but as they continued to communicate, most of them learned the beginning and end of the martial arts competition, and their excitement instantly chilled. Even though, if you die under the peony flower, you can be a ghost, but if you really have to choose, most people still cherish their lives. Especially, the probability is that you still can't get the peony. Still, there are those who don't want to die. A young man jumped onto the ring with a fiery gaze, his eyes filled with obscenity. Miss Chen, is it true that if I beat you, I can go straight to the bridal chamber? The youth licked his lips and hammed and hawed. In Chen Ningbing's eyes, a flash of disgust flashed, but she still nodded. Defeat me and everything is yours. Saying that, she pointed her long sword at the youth, and her body's chi erupted with an overwhelming sharpness, causing the youth's face to change slightly. Golden Body Realm. The youth's obscene expression slightly tightened. Chen Ningbing also did not talk nonsense, and directly chopped out with a sword. Without the slightest bit of retention, she held a martial arts competition to fight back, but she wouldn't just find a random husband. She had to be able to at least defeat her and gain her approval. This youth, on the other hand, obviously couldn't. Under the sword, the youth retreated back and forth. His face was pale, and there was more than a touch of shock in his eyes. Chen Ningbing's figure did not move, and he made 3 consecutive swords. One sword is stronger than the other. The youth immediately shouted, I concede. Boom! The ring trembled with a roar as the ferocious attack slammed into the youth's feet. The youth's body trembled and his face was covered in cold sweat. He glanced at Chen Ningbing in fear and hurriedly jumped down from the ring, and in just a few short breaths, he had unexpectedly lost directly. The other officers were frozen. All they had heard of was Chen Ningbing's ravishing reputation, and to their surprise, the strength was also so strong. The Golden Body Realm. Miss Chen is only 18, right? 18 years old at the Golden Body Realm. I didn't expect it. Miss Chen's martial arts talent is also so strong. Alas, I don't stand a chance. I'm 28 years old and I'm still at the Pulse Condensation Realm. Your age doesn't fit the bill. Miss Chen wants 18 to 20-year-olds. You old uncle. The crowd sighed. Chen Ningbing collected her sword and stood, rather valiantly, but instead, she became even more attractive. As the crowd watched, they couldn't help but be mesmerized. On the other side, Qin Jiang smiled faintly and sighed as well. Pretty indeed. In Yi Linger's beautiful eyes, there was also a flash of amazement, but when she heard Qin Jiang's praise, she couldn't help but secretly compare it in her heart, and at the same time, she was a bit ashamed. This asshole, with himself in his arms, compliments other women, although she didn't like, or even loathe, Qin Jiang. There was always some discomfort. Perhaps it is the nature of women. Next, a few more people came onto the stage, but they were all defeated by Chen Ningbing. After all, until now, the news of the martial arts competition had only been spread out for a few hours, and most of those who rushed over were people from Greentown. There aren't a lot of heavenly jewels. Chen Ningbing was a little disappointed, but her heart was also slightly relieved. She had organized the competition just to rebel against her father. Of course, if she really met a good man, she would consider really marrying out. If not, this time, the martial arts competition was taken as her own attitude, so that her father would not give her a marriage so easily. Otherwise, she would really find someone random to marry. Anyone else want to challenge? Chen Ningbing opened her mouth. Although many people were interested, Chen Ningbing's strength, as well as the dangers she would face if she succeeded, dissuaded most of them, and for a while, many of them sighed with regret, but no one made a move. Yi Linger of the restaurant looked at Qin Jiang. You're not going to make a move? With Qin Jiang's strength and background, as long as he made a move, there would be absolutely no surprises. Qin Jiang shook his head and laughed. There's no rush. The surprise will be here soon. About a quarter of an hour later, Qin Jiang raised his eyebrows as he saw a familiar figure. His arm holding Yilinger tightened slightly and he said softly, "The surprise has arrived." "What?" Yilinger was a bit puzzled. Qin Jiang didn't say much and just looked towards the ring. Chen Ningbing sat on the ring. The competition would go on for a day, and there would be a portion of the heavenly pride, who had gotten the news to come finally. A figure that swept towards the ring. "Miss Chen, please enlighten me." At the restaurant, the corner of Qin Jiang's mouth lifted as he looked toward Yilinger, whose face was stiff. "Well, surprised?" Yilinger's pretty face was slightly white, her jade hands clenched tightly, her delicate body trembling slightly as she looked at the figure in the ring. A flash of bewilderment swept through her heart. "See, this is your brother Xiao Fan. You were taken by me and instead of trying to save you, he turned around and went to find another woman. Oh, it's not pleasant." In the ring, it was none other than Xiao Fan without the fire race woman. Xiao Fan's talent recovered, and in just 20 days or so, his strength was turned upside down, leaving the Xiao family and arriving at Qingtown originally. According to the original plot, it would take at least half a year or more before Xiao Fan would come over and the martial arts competition would begin. But it was probably because of the butterfly effect created by the changed plot, the martial arts competition was advanced, and Xiao Fan, likewise, came to Qingtown ahead of schedule. The purpose of his participation in the martial arts competition was not Chen Ningbing, but a strange fire for the Chen family. And of course, if it developed like this, Chen Ningbing would definitely be Xiao Fan's harem. Only, with Qin Jiang around, all this would naturally change. Looking at Yilinger in his arms, with tightly pursed red lips, Qin Jiang smiled and said softly, "Linger, do you want to go meet Xiao Fan?" Yilinger came back to her senses. Her beautiful eyes had a blank look in them as she looked at Xiao Fan in the ring. Her pretty face had a disappointed look. Of the ring, Chen Ningbing looked at Xiao Fan and saw with a glance that Xiao Fan was only at the pulse condensation realm. She shook her head. "No need to waste time. You're no match for me." "Oh, how will you know if you try?" Xiao Fan let out a faint smile. His eyes were filled with confidence. Upon hearing this, Chen Ningbing furrowed her brows, but she still stood up and pointed her sword at Xiao Fan. "Since you insist on challenging, then I'll give you a chance." Sword awnings surged as Chen Ningbing slashed down with a sword, and opposite Xiao Fan, a flash of wariness flashed across his eyes. He clenched his fist, and it was surprisingly covered in flames. Xiao Fan let out a low gulp and slammed his fist out, actually using his physical body to counteract the overpowering sword awnings. "Boo!" With a muffled sound, Xiao Fan took 2 steps backward, while the sword aura was directly dispersed by his punch. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked at Chen Ningbing. "Miss Chen, this kind of small trick can't defeat me yet." Chen Ningbing's beautiful eyes stared. She had underestimated Xiao Fan. That strike just now was enough to defeat an ordinary golden body realm, while Xiao Fan, a pulse condensation realm, was easily blocked. It's a genius. She got serious, and the might on her body, too, was gradually overpowering. "I was the one who underestimated you. Now, start over." TSK, it looks like Xiao Fan might still be able to defeat Chen Ningbing. Qin Jiang sighed. I in his arms. Yilinger's delicate body trembled as she slightly lowered her head, unwilling to look at the battle in the ring. However, she is also clear that since Qin Jiang is here, it is impossible for Xiao Fan to hold the beauty even if he defeats Chen Ningbing. But, Xiao Fan being so quick and wanting to find her next home did disappoint her a bit. Only, when she thought about it carefully, her relationship with Xiao Fan was nothing more than a brother and sister, and although they had mutual feelings for each other, no one said anything about it. And now that Xiao Fan was looking for other women, it seemed to have nothing to do with her. Thinking about this, Yilinger became more and more lost. Of course, more importantly, with Qin Jiang's presence, there was no longer any possibility between her and Xiao Fan. It's like now, Xiao Fan is fighting with someone, while she, on the other hand, is snuggled in Qin Jiang's arms, and, for some reason, deep inside her, there is a kind of inexplicable emotion that seems to be excitement. Yes, she was surprisingly aroused. This made her ashamed, but at the same time, she felt even more irritated, and her pretty face could not help but blush slightly. Qin Jiang's face was odd. Why is Yilinger still blushing? In the beginning, because of her shyness and resistance, Yilinger would blush a little when she held her in her arms herself, but now, Yilinger was used to it. This time, Qin Jiang suddenly looked toward the ring. Could it be because of Xiao Fan? He licked his lips, and a dark color appeared in his eyes as he moved to Yilinger's ear and whispered, "I'll make my move later, and you'll follow me then." "No." Yilinger awoke with a jolt. She hurriedly shook her head, although she was a little excited inside. But if she really had to face Xiao Fan and let her snuggle in Qin Jiang's arms like this, she didn't dare to imagine it. Qin Jiang, however, sneered and pinched Yilinger's chin. "You're in no position to refuse." Well, in Yilinger's eyes, there was a flicker of pleading, and her delicate red lips trembled slightly. A look of pity. Qin Jiang picked up Yilinger and placed her on the windowsill as he glanced at Xiao Fan in the ring. This position, Xiao Fan can see it when he looks up. Qin Jiang bent down slightly, an evil smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yi Linger's delicate body trembled lightly as she glanced at the ring, and then she hurriedly twisted her head away, fearing that she would be seen by Xiao Fan, and at the same time, Qin Zhang's slightly ragged breathing made her heart jump slightly. You, what are you doing? Yi Linger's voice trembled. As the words fell, Qin Zhang's body was tightly affixed, her cheeks, roughly broken upright, faced Qin Zhang. Breaths from both sides, puffing on each other's faces. As Qin Zhang's cheeks continued to enlarge in Yi Linger's beautiful eyes, her pupils tightened and Yi Linger's delicate body stiffened, and the teardrops flowing in her beautiful eyes finally could not be stopped from flowing down. I don't know how long it took Yi Linger to almost suffocate before Qin Zhang raised his head. At this moment, Yi Linger's delicate body had gone limp. If not held by Qin Zhang, it would be difficult to stand still. Her breathing was slightly rapid, her pretty face scarlet, tightly closed beautiful eyes, eyelashes fluttering uneasily. Qin Zhang looked towards the ring. Shen Ningbing had already fallen into a disadvantage. After all, Xiao Fan was burdened with the fire god body. Although he was behind by a large realm, the god body was completely able to make up for the gap. He looked down at Yi Linger. Perhaps it was the first time he kissed. His consciousness was all disoriented. Of course, it was also perhaps shyness and unwillingness to open his eyes. Qin Zhang didn't bother to ask her opinion. Directly holding Yi Linger, he leapt down from the window, and with a few flashes, he stepped onto the ring. A wave of the arm directly interrupts the fight. Xiao Fan, long time no see. Qin Zhang looked toward Xiao Fan, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The familiar voice caused Xiao Fan's body to stiffen as he looked up and his eyes suddenly shrunk. Spirit. Xiao Fan's face was full of incredulity, staring tightly at Yi Linger in Qin Zhang's arms. Especially, Yi Linger's pretty face was scarlet, a delicate look. He could completely imagine what Qin Zhang had done to Yi Linger during this period of time. In an instant, his eyes were red and his heart was dripping blood as he gritted his teeth and roared, "What have you done to Spirit?" The corner of Qin Zhang's mouth hooked. He could feel that Yi Linger's taut petite body was definitely awake, only that she was unwilling to wake up, and could only tightly close her beautiful eyes and continue to snuggle in her arms. Looking toward Xiao Fan, who looked like he wanted to eat himself, but did not dare to make a move, Qin Zhang lightly laughed and pointed to the restaurant behind Xiao Fan. "Just now, Linger and I, right there at the window, happened to be watching you." "Shut up." Before he could finish, Xiao Fan could not listen any longer. Yi Linger's cheeks, even more flushed and moving, her delicate body slightly trembling, her shell teeth biting her red lips. Suddenly, a faintly imperceptible soft murmur entered Qin Zhang's ears. He froze slightly and looked down at Yi Linger. His expression couldn't help but be odd. No way. Yi Linger surprisingly. He shrugged his nose, and sure enough, a fresh scent wafted into his nostrils. "Qin Zhang, you, get out." Qin Zhang raised his head and shouted angrily as a wave of sound struck out, directly lifting Xiao Fan out right now. He didn't want to be lie with Xiao Fan. Yi Linger's situation made him a little speechless in his heart. The effect was too good. Direct stimulation as big seems a little inappropriate not to take advantage of the situation. After thinking for a moment, Qin Zhang glanced at Chen Ningbing, and immediately, shouted of Black Dragon, "Come out to work and tear down the ring." There's no need to continue with the tournament. This woman this young man will take. Get rid of everyone else. Restaurant. Yi Linger was softly paralyzed on the bed. Qin Zhang leaned down. Yi Linger nervously clenched her fists. Her bone knots were slightly white. Her pair of beautiful eyes were wide open, staring intently at Qin Zhang. "You, don't you mess around." At those words, Qin Zhang shifted his gaze downward and let out a light laugh. "Messing around? You're even more of a mess than I am." Noticing Qin Zhang's gaze, Yi Linger's pretty face instantly flushed. A pair of slender jade legs, tightly tensed. Sure enough, it was still discovered by Qin Zhang. "It's so humiliating." She closed her beautiful eyes, and her delicate body was trembling gently. Qin Zhang leaned down slightly and said softly, "I didn't even think that in front of Xiao Fan. You would be so stressed out. That's your nature, isn't it?" "No, it's not. I'm not." Yi Linger shook her head in panic, but deep inside, but cannot help trembling. She is also shocked. Just now she even, could it be, as Qin Zhang said, that this was his nature? "No, it isn't. What's going on?" She mourned in her heart. Ever since she came out with Qin Zhang, she was getting more and more out of sorts. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes snapped open, her pretty face flushed red, and her small hand immediately grabbed Qin Zhang's arm, her voice trembling slightly. "You don't. But Qin Zhang was as if he hadn't heard it, and continued to do what he was doing, faintly saying, "Actually, I haven't touched you because I wanted to impress you, but now it doesn't seem like that's necessary." "No, please." Yi Linger was still pleading. The voice, however, was getting softer and softer, and she herself didn't realize how seductive her tone now was. Qin Zhang let out a faint smile, the palms of the hands slammed together, tear up the eye and the tearing sound. Yi Linger's pleading voice, more and more feeble. Finally, the fixes Yi Linger completely lost her strength, and her pleading voice dissipated, gradually transforming into a soft chant, charming and moving, until evening when Qin Jiang left the room. Yi Linger, who was on the bed, opened her beautiful eyes looking at Qin Jiang's back. Yi Linger's beautiful eyes were complicated. She withdrew her gaze and looked at the tucked-away gauze quilt. Her heart actually couldn't help but rise with a warm feeling, but Ming Ming, it was that asshole that forced himself. She moved, exhaustion and a touch of pain, causing her willow brows to furrow slightly, her eyes staring blankly at the door. From now on it was clear to her that nothing was going to go back before her. There was only one choice left. Ugh, with a sigh, a strong sense of exhaustion surged to her heart. Yi Linger closed her beautiful eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Black Dragon, take me to see Chen Ningbing. Seeing the Black Dragon, Qin Jiang opened his mouth. Black Dragon promised and brought Qin Jiang to the Chen family. The Chen family was the #1 family in Qing Town, and the Chen family had even served as the city lord of Qing Town. But now, the entire Chen family was surrounded. Everyone in the Chen clan was in a daze. They were completely unaware of what they had provoked. Chen Lai, who was the head of the Chen family and Chen Ningbing's father, was at the entrance of the Chen mansion, pacing continuously, looking at the people surrounding the Chen family from time to time. His eyes filled with sorrow. Any one of these people, pulled out at random, would be able to overthrow the Chen family, and here, it's just ordinary guards. He had carefully inquired about their origins, but no one took any notice of him, and Chen Lai didn't dare to ask more, so he could only make secret guesses and, at the same time, secretly contact some friends. I hope I can get help. And just then, his eyes lit up as he saw a young figure, walking towards the Chen family, next to the young man, who seemed to be the leader of the group. It seems that, all subordinate to this young man, Chen Lai swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and when he saw Qin Jiang arrive at the door, he hurriedly greeted him. Your Excellency, the old Chen family head. I don't know. Cut the crap. I just have my eye on your daughter. Nothing for you. Qin Jiang waved his hand. It was like being in your own home. And you walked in on yourself, Chen Lai? He looked at Qin Jiang with a dull expression and muttered, got a crush on my daughter? Without me? The corners of Chen Lai's mouth twitched. You're looking at my daughters. How dare you treat your future old husband like this? His eyes glazed over. But soon, they deflated right back to it can't be helped. Qin Jiang is too strong. Moreover, Qin Jiang's identity, which was obviously not ordinary, could look at his own daughter, which was a good thing. He had, originally, wanted to marry his daughter to a rich family. Thinking about all of this, Chen Lai followed up with his ass. My lord, let me take you there. Gongzi, my daughter, she has a strong character. Your attitude, perhaps. My lord, that, is there a bride price? Chen Lai lived like a chatterbox, constantly chattering in Qin Jiang's ear. You shut up. Qin Jiang glared at him. Chen Lai was a bit aggravated inside to the sky. He was the old man. Is that how a son-in-law treats his father-in-law? Though aggrieved, he kept his mouth shut. Forget it. It's only right for the old man to give in to his son-in-law. Not to mention, this son-in-law of his has an unusual status. The most important thing is that he is also now trying to find out that this son-in-law of his, although relatively strong, but is by no means any dude. Otherwise, I am afraid that his own words just now, I am afraid that his legs will be broken. And now, he was relieved. The daughter can be given to him, with his son-in-law's character. His daughter will never be wronged as long as she can be favored. The three came to a small secluded courtyard. The Black Dragon stopped. Young lord, Miss Chen is inside. Qin Jiang nodded and was walking towards the small courtyard. Chen Lai wanted to follow but was stopped by Black Dragon. He could only wait outside resentfully, muttering in his mind, daughter, this opportunity, must grasp, this son-in-law, although to me is not good, but if you can grasp, absolutely can fly on the branch as a phoenix. Squeak. The courtyard door was pushed open and Qin Jiang walked into the small courtyard, scanning around and seeing Chen Ningbing standing under a vine. She was dressed in a long white dress, with a long sword slung around her waist, her soft hair falling down her back, and her serene face. She was looking at Qin Jiang faintly. There didn't seem to be any surprise at Qin Jiang's arrival. Oh, Ice, we meet again. Qin Jiang let out a light laugh. Chen Ningbing's willow eyebrows wrinkled. Binger? This was only the second time they had met, right? And that seems to be the first sentence. Why is this guy so shameless? However, she didn't resent it. She had already seen Qin Jiang's strength. Xiao Fan, who was able to suppress himself, couldn't even carry a sound wave from him. With this kind of strength, he was qualified to be her husband. And moreover, Qin Jiang's domineering personality was something she liked. At the drop of a hat, he dismantled the ring, sealed the Chen family, and even threatened in public that he would take himself in. This kind of dominance, making her heart slightly touched. So, this day, she had been waiting for Qin Jiang. Looking at Qin Jiang, Chen Ningbing's sandalwood mouth opened slightly. You're going to be my husband. Do you like me? Or do you want to sleep with me? At those words, Qin Jiang was slightly stunned. Good man. That's so direct? He pondered slightly and looked at Chen Ningbing's stunningly beautiful cheeks and let out a light smile. Is there a difference? Chen Ningbing's eyes slightly narrowed. She was silent for a while and seemed to decide something. Looking at Qin Jiang, doubt. In that case, come inside with me. Qin Jiang? Into the house? Yeah. Aren't you going to sleep with me? Hiss. Looking at Chen Ningbing, Qin Jiang was really a bit confused. This plot. It wasn't the same as what he had imagined. He had dismantled her ring and destroyed her resistance. Shouldn't Chen Ningbing loathe himself? Unable to help it, Qin Jiang was slightly wary, but he still followed Chen Ningbing and entered her boudoir. A girl's room. Are all pink and tender? Even if Chen Ningbing's surface is high and cold, she is still a little girl in her heart, and her room is extremely warmly decorated. Want to take a shower? Or just come? Chen Ningbing asked, only, before Qin Jiang could reply, she went on, better take a shower first. You smell like another woman. Qin Jiang. Just like that, with Chen Ningbing's arrangement, the two of them were actually soaking in a wooden barrel. A mandarin duck bath? Qin Jiang looked at Chen Ningbing. He really didn't get it. At least it was the Chi-Luck heroine. How could she be so proactive? According to the episodes he had read, even if he faced Xiao Fan, at the beginning, he didn't have much of a good face. Even treating Xiao Fan like a licking dog. Was it good? Noticing Qin Jiang's gaze, Chen Ningbing opened her mouth to ask. The delicate skin was deliberately displayed in front of Qin Jiang's face. Her little feet underwater were still teasing Qin Jiang, if anything, since she was so proactive. Qin Jiang naturally couldn't let go. His arm directly swept over her waist and wrapped Chen Ningbing in his arms, teasingly lifting her chin. Tell me, what is your purpose? Qin Jiang didn't bother to use his brain, and directly made a quick cut. Chen Ningbing's delicate body slightly twisted, changed into a comfortable position, and took the initiative to snuggle in Qin Jiang's arms. She slightly raised her head, and on her cool cheeks, there was actually some flirtation. My purpose? It's you. Qin Jiang frowned. Chen Ningbing also saw Qin Jiang's suspicion. She pursed her red lips and opened her mouth. Ever since I understood, my father taught me that strength is honored in this world, and that if you want to have something, you have to have the corresponding strength, and strength. There's your own strength, the strength of your family, and the strength of your connections. Anything you can draw on counts as your own strength. Among them, their own strength is the most important. Of course, it is also the most difficult to get. At least, in a short period of time, it is difficult to have a big increase in their own strength. So, the power that one can draw on is also an important part of strength. Today, I'm competing in a tournament to use the power to rebel against my father. It seems to be working well now. Hearing Chen Ningbing's words, Qin Jiang frowned slightly. You want to use my power to rebel against your father? No. Chen Ningbing shook her head, her beautiful eyes bright. I just want to get what I want. What do you want? At those words, Chen Ningbing cocked her head and actually shook her head. I don't know. Qin Jiang? Looking at Qin Jiang's stunned face, Chen Ningbing smiled sweetly. Right now, you're what I want. You don't even seem to know who I am. Yeah, oh, what's your name? Chen Ningbing asked. Qin Jiang was a bit speechless. He felt that Chen Ningbing was more or less at fault. You don't even know me. Sure you won't regret it later? Well, as long as you're strong enough, I'll never regret it. Chen Ningbing suddenly straightened up and locked eyes with Qin Jiang. I'm a woman who admires strength. I like strong people. Your background, talent, and strength are all strong enough, so I like you now. But I know, you probably think I'm too casual, but as long as you can hold me down, I'll never betray you. Even, I can give up everything for you, if you're strong enough. As Qin Jiang watched, on Chen Ningbing's face, there was a strand of morbid flirtation. With that, she came closer to Qin Jiang. Her petite body sank into the water once again. A flash of pain appeared on her face, her shell teeth biting her red lips. Her beautiful eyes looking straight at Qin Jiang. The clear water gradually dyed red. Now, will you tell me what you are? Chen Ningbing asked. Qin Jiang took a deep breath. This woman, indeed, was a bit crazy. Mukung? Oh, it's rather a nice attribute. Qin Jiang, ever heard of him? Qin Jiang laughed, hearing this name. Chen Ningbing's pretty face was stunned. Qin Jiang, the young master of the Qin family? You know? Qin Jiang was a bit surprised that someone really knew about him in such a small remote town. On Chen Ningbing's pretty face, the sickly smile grew thicker and thicker, and her fragrant tongue licked her red lips. In the entire Tianxian continent, any man of sufficient weight, I have investigated. It's just a pity that my power is too weak. And for you top-tier existences, I only know one name. I didn't expect to actually meet one. At those words, Qin Jiang's face looked odd. This woman, she seems to have a lot of ambition. As if sensing Qin Jiang's thoughts, Chen Ningbing let out a delicate laugh. Don't worry, I'm not ambitious. I just want to take control of my life and get everything I want. Ambition that grows with power in your hands. Qin Jiang said meaningfully. Chen Ningbing pondered for a moment and also nodded seriously. Will you give me enough power? That's up to you. Chen Ningbing delicately bent down in Qin Jiang's arms and delicately said, Master, aren't people doing well? Hiss. Qin Jiang winced and looked at Chen Ningbing's bright and large eyes, which were very moving. What a redhead! Qin Jiang exclaimed. Chen Ningbing slapped his chest with some dissatisfaction. It should be clear to you that I will not betray you. That's if I'm better than you. Don't you have confidence in yourself? Oh, I have no faith in you. You. Chen Ningbing's red lips skinned. And then she said in a somewhat disheveled manner, should I not be so forthcoming? Seeing that she was really a bit lost, Qin Jiang let out a light laugh and held her in his arms. You, who could never betray me? Qin Jiang had absolute confidence that with the dual god body and a hang, he was destined to reach the top in this life. With Chen Ningbing's character, as long as Qin Jiang is strong enough, she is willing to do anything for him, just like now. She has seen Qin Jiang's strength, talent, and background, just volunteered to give it to Qin Jiang. Mu Chang, reassuring and unsettling, but for Qin Jiang, it was naturally full of security, which was his confidence. Looking at Qin Jiang's confident appearance, Chen Ningbing's beautiful eyes were mesmerized. This kind of confidence and dominance fascinated her, and the addiction was generally uncontrollable. Day 2. Qin Jiang walked out of the room, slightly sighing in his heart. He did not expect that this time would be so smooth. Ding. The host changes the major plot. Reward Skyless Sword, Great Emperor's Remnant Weapon. Reward Sword Intent, enables the host to comprehend sword intent. Reward 7 Beauties Figure, empty, can take in 7 women and quickly catapult them to supremacy. Host Strength increases. 7 Beauties Strength increases. Host Lives. 7 Beauties Live. Host Dies. 7 Beauties Die. Reward a bottle of Sainthood Elixir, 20 pills, which can help the Great Circle of returning to the First Realm to break through to sainthood. Bonus villain points, 80. 000, in his head. The system's voice rang out. A reward that caused Qin Jiang to suck in a breath of cool air. The Great Emperor's Remnants. In this era, as long as it is related to Emperor, it is basically an extraordinary existence. As far as Qin Jiang knew, in the Qin family, there was a complete imperial artifact. Only that unless it was a matter of life and death, the Qin family would not invite that imperial artifact. As for most of the ancient clans, they were already lucky to have a Great Emperor's Remnant weapon. Like Yi Linger's Yi clan, I'm afraid they didn't even have a Great Emperor's Remnant weapon among the ancient clans. It was also in existence at the bottom now. The system directly rewarded a piece. Other than that, comprehending the sword intent, as well as the 7 beauties diagram, all satisfied Qin Jiang. The entry sacred pill was slightly worse, but it also belonged to the category of extremely precious pills. There weren't many Qin families that could make people break through to sainthood. Moreover, for those who were able to break through on their own, the Qin family did not recommend the use of elixirs, which would affect their heritage and hinder their future growth. There are also 80,000 villain points in the system mall, which may buy quite a few treasures. Nice. Qin Jiang nodded in satisfaction. He estimated that this time, the rewards were not only because of Chen Ningbing, but also because of Yi Linger's influence, and the two of them stacked on top of each other to explode such precious rewards. The entrance to the small courtyard. As the Black Dragon stood guard, Chen Lai watched with bated breath, a little worried inside. Finally, Qin Jiang was seen coming out. Chen Lai hurriedly came up. My lord, my daughter, don't worry, Ice is fine, resting in her room. Qin Jiang laughed, hearing Qin Jiang's address. Chen Lai's heart was delighted, but immediately, he sighed a little, always feeling a little bad. However, it's also good. As long as this gentleman can favor his own daughter, the daughter will never suffer. The old father is still confident about his daughter's face, definitely could be favored all the way out of the Chen family. Qin Jiang looked around at the guards and opened his mouth. Remove these people. Yes. The Black Dragon agreed and immediately gave the order, and the group of guards soon left. Chen Lai was still following Qin Jiang, watching the people who sealed off the Chen family retreat. His heart was also relieved. The hall of the city lord's mansion, directly blocked, is not a thing. Go and transfer a team of women who will be responsible for keeping Ice safe. Qin Jiang commanded again. Not long after arranging everything, Qin Jiang left the Chen family back to the tavern. Yi Linger sat by the window, resting her chin, not knowing what she was thinking. Qin Jiang walked to her side, and from behind her, he gently held Yi Linger in his arms. He clearly felt that Yi Linger's delicate body stiffened. The pretty face immediately turned scarlet. Yi Linger didn't turn around. Qin Jiang's aura was familiar to her. Qin Jiang didn't say anything either, but his movements were becoming more and more reckless. Yi Linger's delicate body trembled slightly, her head was slightly lowered, and she pursed her red lips tightly until, "Don't!" Yi Linger let out a soft cry and grabbed Qin Jiang's palm as she twisted her head and whispered with a red face, "It hasn't recovered yet." Qin Jiang retracted his palm. Yi Linger saw the sweat on it and hastily averted her gaze. secretly blaming herself for not competing. In her heart, her beautiful eyes, there were even tears flashing. Compared to Chen Ningbing, Yi Linger was like a little white rabbit. The pitiful look was a little heartbreaking, and at the same time, there was an even greater urge to make her cry. Qin Jiang held her in his arms and whispered her Xiaofan should be leaving. I'll take you to see him? Don't. Yi Linger shook her head. The last thing she wanted to see, right now, was Xiaofan. On the one hand, she was, indeed, somewhat disappointed in Xiaofan, and on the other hand, she didn't know how to face Xiaofan. Moreover, in her heart, she gradually had Qin Jiang's position. After all, Qin Jiang took possession of her. It's indisputable. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before Qin Jiang's figure, in her mind, would become more and more important. She didn't know why a reason told her that she should hate Qin Jiang, but deep down, she was gradually accepting him. It had her stumped. Go check it out. You need to make a break with the past too, Qin Jiang said. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger's face was complicated, and she knew that this was Qin Jiang's way of getting her to clear her relationship with Xiaofan. She was silent for a moment before nodding. Good. In a remote corner, in a dilapidated small courtyard, Xiaofan was gnawing on a piece of raw and cold steamed bread. He ate through his teeth. Qin Jiang, hateful voices that echoed over and over. Yesterday, a sound wave from Qin Jiang knocked him out, and when he woke up, he didn't know who threw him into the garbage, making his body stink. Most importantly, because Qin Jiang was in the city, he was afraid of being targeted and could only be careful. Finding a dilapidated courtyard and sneaking in, the bun in his hand, still rummaged through the trash. Life can be miserable. And just then, he's right here? A familiar voice caused Xiaofan's body to stiffen, and then he was ecstatic. It's Spirit. He got up in a hurry, ran to the door, and opened it, the smile on his face instantly freezing. Qin Jiang naturally accompanied Yi Linger. Well, it stinks. Yi Linger's agitated nose wrinkled, and she hurriedly pinched her nose, fanning herself with her small hands, and stepped back several steps. Only then did he see that it was Xiaofan who opened the door, but she didn't know how much the few steps backward just now had hurt Xiaofan. What was left of his pride was instantly shattered. Brother Xiaofan, you. Seeing Xiaofan's appearance, Yi Linger was a bit shocked. How did he get into this state? You're worse than a beggar, aren't you? A dirty robe, hair full of grease stains, and a dirty face, with a dry, hard, black bun in his hand. At this moment, there was actually some disgust in her heart. While Yi Linger looked towards Qin Jiang, Qin Jiang spread his hands. I didn't make this. We were in bed all day yesterday. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed. Yi Linger's cheeks instantly reddened, and her small hand hurriedly blocked Qin Jiang's mouth. She knows very well that this guy will say anything. Don't say it, Yi Linger pleaded. Still somewhat pampered, Qin Jiang smiled and nodded in agreement. While Yi Linger let out a sigh of relief as her gaze reverted to Xiaofan, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, meeting again. For a moment, Yi Linger actually didn't know what to say, especially in the face of Xiaofan being so embarrassed. At the same time, Xiaofan's face, too, gradually turned cold, and Yi Linger's retreat, as well as the wisp of loathing in her eyes, he saw in his eyes a plus. Qin Jiang and Yi Linger were intimate. It even made Xiaofan's heart ache. Even his hatred for Qin Jiang gradually shifted towards Yi Linger. What are you guys doing here? Looking at me funny? Xiaofan coldly grimaced. Qin Jiang shrugged and didn't say anything more. But Yi Linger was explaining. No, wait, you shut up. Xiaofan roared angrily. He didn't dare to yell at Qin Jiang, but he was condescending in the face of Yi Linger. Yi Linger was taken aback. Xiaofan, have they all started calling me Xiaofan now? Xiaofan sneered, his face full of sarcasm. While Yi Linger was a little flustered. Xiaofan's behavior was completely unlike his previous gentle and elegant behavior. It's like being a different person. Xiaofan, don't give your face away. Qin Jiang gave a warning. Xiaofan's chi stagnated, and there was some resentment in his heart, but he did not dare to refute Qin Jiang. He could only glare at Yi Linger, snort coldly, and say no more. His bullying like this made Yi Linger look confused. So it turned out that Xiaofan was such a person? She looked at Qin Jiang helplessly. Qin Jiang sighed and stopped him in his arms, looking at Xiaofan in anger. Xiaofan, Linger and I came over today to tell you that from now on, Linger and your Xiao family no longer have any relationship. In the future, if you ever provoke this young man again, don't blame me for being unforgiving. After saying that, Qin Jiang left with Yi Linger. Xiaofan stood in place, panting like a cow, his fists clenched tightly as he looked at the two men's backs. Qin Jiang, Yi Linger, damn you all, he growled lowly, his eyes full of hate. The hatred towards Qin Jiang was ultimately the one that implicated Yi Linger, and, in Xiaofan's opinion, Qin Jiang's target from the beginning was Yi Linger. If it wasn't for Yi Linger, the Qin family wouldn't have withdrawn from the marriage, and he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Xiaofan deceived himself and put all the fault on Yi Linger. Just wait, adulterers and adulteresses, you'll pay. What? Still not happy? Qin Jiang looked at Yi Linger and pinched her cheeks. Yi Linger had a lost look on her face as she glanced back and said with some doubt, "Why? In a short period of time, does a person change so much?" What she was talking about was naturally Xiaofan. Qin Jiang let out a light laugh. "Perhaps you never saw the real him until now. A person's true colors are only revealed in some extreme situations, and you used to live too comfortably." "Well," Yi Linger nodded, slightly bowing his head. He wondered what he was thinking. Qin Jiang also did not say anything else. Point to point, say too much, but rather is a bit deliberate. Better to let Yi Linger own brain. The Chan family. Chenlai couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw the guards behind his daughter. Any one of them was stronger than him. "I saw that. What exactly is the status?" Chenlai asked curiously. Chen Ningbing's gaze, too, was withdrawn from the group of guards as she sighed and pointed to the sky. "The sky of our great domain." At those words, Chenlai was first stunned, and then, he immediately reacted. Qingcheng town belongs to the Qin domain. Where the sky? Naturally, it's the Qin family. The Qin family. He sucked in a breath of cool air. To the cultivators of the Qin domain, the Qin family was the true sky. Even if it was an ordinary disciple of the Qin clan, they had to treat him as a superior envoy. Moreover, looking at Qin Zhang's aura and the guards around him, he was by no means an ordinary disciple. Chenlai got excited. Hitching a ride with the Qin family? Their Chen family is really going to take off. "Binger, our Chen family. We'll leave it to you from now on." Chenlai was overjoyed and kept rubbing his hands together. "Yes, I'll leave it to you. I'll find the family elders and pass on the family head to you, as well as this city lord." "Wait." Chen Ningbing's willow brows knitted as she looked at her old father, who was as dumb as a fool, and said breathlessly, "What are you giving me all this tiredness for?" "Tired?" Chenlai's face stagnated and his eyes widened. But when he thought about it carefully, this Chen family in Qingtown were really burdensome. The Qin family. This bit of his family belongings was probably not worth looking at. Unable to help it, Chenlai was a bit heartbroken that he couldn't even afford his daughter's dowry. Chenlai was a bit embarrassed. Chen Ningbing thought for a moment and said, "There's nothing at home that can help me unless—" "What? You and mother give me a sister, Chenlai?" He had a questioning look on his face, but soon, he realized what Chen Ningbing meant and glared at her angrily, his old face reddening. "What are you babbling about?" Seeing her old father's reluctance, Chen Ningbing rolled her eyes. "Other than that, there's nothing that can help me, Chenlai." He looked at Chen Ningbing, and really hesitated to. "Another one?" However, he was not sure that it must be a daughter. Not to mention, he was a big old man. Slightly more intentional, her ladyship has always disliked him. "I'll try as much as I can," Chenlai said with difficulty. "This help, however, is at least a decade away." Chen Ningbing just casually said it and didn't care. Except that the old father was really on the ball. As for whether it will work, it all depends on Chenlai's body. "Oh yeah. And this." Chen Ningbing took out a jade bottle and carefully poured out an elixir. He said it's a marrow cleansing elixir, capable of cleansing the marrow and bones, and can enhance talent. "I'll keep one, and you can give the rest to the clan disciples." To the Qin family, the marrow cleansing pill could not be counted as anything good, but to the Chen family, it was an unrivaled treasure. Chenlai's eyes blazed, but immediately, he said with some concern, "He gave this to you? It's not a good idea to give it to us now, is it?" He said it was given to me to dispose of as I pleased. And what's more, to him it was no different from garbage. And when he gave it to me, I got the feeling he was disposing of it. Thinking of Qin Zhang's expression, Chen Ningbing said somewhat helplessly, "Chenlai." For a while, he was a bit heartbroken and self-absorbed. The treasures in his own eyes were just a pile of garbage in the eyes of others. With a sigh, he took the marrow cleansing pill, becoming joyful again. With this thing, the clan can produce several geniuses. Trash is trash for the Chen family. This is good stuff anyway. Afterward, Chenlai looked at Chen Ningbing again and said with a face full of anticipation, "Is there any other garbage?" Looking at her old father with a look of greed for money, Chen Ningbing had no choice but to take out a few more treasures, all of which were given to her by Qin Jiang. But of course, it was similar to disposing of garbage. For several days in a row, Qin Jiang stayed in Qing town, cultivating his feelings with Yi Linger and Chen Ningbing. "It's coming along nicely." On this day, Black Dragon found Qin Jiang. "Young lord, the place you asked to be investigated a few days ago has been found." "Oh?" Qin Jiang stood up and came to attention. Yi Linger, who was on the side, was also a bit curious. "What place?" Now, she was gradually accepting Qin Jiang, but she was just shy as always, and was often bullied by Qin Jiang with red eyes. Qin Jiang smiled slightly. "It's a treasure trove. I learned of it by chance and have been sending people to investigate for some time now." Hearing this, Yi Linger became even more curious. To be able to make Qin Jiang so attached, this treasure hiding place, "I'm afraid it's not ordinary. Young lord, should we go over there now?" At that moment, the Black Dragon spoke, and even winked at Qin Jiang, while, at the same time, transmitting his voice. "Young lord, That little brat from the Xiao family has been wandering around that area. Qin Zhang's eyes flashed. It really was the son of heaven's destiny, having lost one chance. Another was on the way. If he hadn't known the plot ahead of time and just let Xiao Fan grow up, it might have been possible to surpass himself. However, because of his presence, most of the episodes have been brought forward so much that the 1 year of episodes he has known in just 1 month is almost complete. To find out what happens in the later episodes, you'll need to spend villain points. System: how many villain points does it take to dramatize a year? In Qin Zhang's mind, he asked the system. Soon, the system was replying, frowny face. Sons of Heaven's Destiny have different levels and consume different villain points. Dramatizing Xiao Fan's 1 year plot requires 10,000 villain points. 10,000? So little? Qin Zhang was relieved to have a few tens of thousands of villain points for a random minor plot change. It's just $10,000. It's just a sprinkle. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Zhang didn't carry on with the drama for the time being. Maybe, one day when Xiao Fan angered himself, he would just destroy him and save wasting villain points. Of course, in the drama, should be able to find a lot of chance, just Qin Zhang do not lack of anything. Also lazy to find chance. Want what you want to find the family to ask. Really cannot use the villain point exchange. This is how easy. He raised his head, looked at Yi Linger, and opened his mouth. Linger, go look at it piece by piece. Good. Many demonic beasts were hidden in the lush mountains and forests. This time, the place Qin Zhang came to was called the Forest of 10,000 Demons, and it was filled with some scattered demonic beasts. The bloodlines of the demonic beasts, too, were all average, and although there were quite a few strong ones, they weren't much of a threat. The Black Dragon followed behind Qin Zhang. If anything, the pressure of his bloodline deterred countless demonic beasts. He was originally a dragon, with a noble bloodline, not to mention having refined the ancestral dragon's essence blood dye in the Forest of 10,000 Demons. Among those with a more noble bloodline than him, it was estimated that there was only the king of the demonic beasts in the depths. Soon after entering the Forest of 10,000 Demons, the Black Dragon stopped, and this location was still the periphery of the Forest of 10,000 Demons. Young lord, the place you were looking for is in this mountain peak. The Black Dragon pointed, and could vaguely see that halfway up the mountain, there was actually a cave entrance. That obvious? Qin Zhang was surprised, flying through the air. How could such a cave, visible at a glance, be preserved to this day? Ahem. There was a boulder that was flattened by my subordinates. The Black Dragon scratched his head. At the same time, the voice was transmitted. That brat of the Xiao family is in the cave. Qin Zhang glanced at the Black Dragon. Why don't you level the whole mountain? It's so bright and obvious, exposing the hidden treasure site. Are you afraid that people won't see it? The Black Dragon seemed to be a little embarrassed and smiled sarcastically. My subordinate will level the mountain. With that, he roared and transformed into a massive black dragon that coiled directly on the mountain peak. His body was like steel, and his scale armor flashed with a cold light. He exerted a fierce force, and the top of the mountain, which was coiled by him, exploded into pieces. And then, he rose up in the air, and his tail was pumped, boom, above the hidden treasure. It was leveled right off. Yi Linger's small mouth opened slightly as she looked towards Qin Zhang with a smile on her face. Qin Zhang, brother Black Dragon really listens to you. Anyone with a discerning eye could hear that Qin Zhang was joking when he said that he had flattened the mountain. But the Black Dragon had really flattened the mountain. This kind of naivety caused Yi Linger to be unable to hold back a smile. Of course, she didn't know that this master and servant duo, inwardly, could both be calculating. When Qin Zhang said that he was going to level the mountain, he was really going to level it. With a flash, the Black Dragon essence transformed into human form and appeared beside Qin Zhang, smiling nervously. Young lord, it's flat. Qin Zhang blankly glanced at him with a speechless expression, causing Yi Linger to laugh again. Meanwhile, in the cave, Xiao Fan, who had just entered not long ago, was dumbfounded. It is a hidden treasure, but the treasure here is not good to take. He struggled to break through several barriers, just saw the treasure inside. Suddenly, the entire mountain peak shook violently. Immediately after that, a deafening sound boomed, but a few breaths, he suddenly realized that the stone wall above his head unexpectedly disappeared. A glance at the sky, Xiao Fan was confused. There's a man in the hidden treasure? At that moment, a voice rang out. He followed the voice and shuddered. Someone he never dreamed of seeing. Surprisingly, it appeared in front of them again. Qin Zhang? Xiao Fan rubbed his eyes with an unbelievable face. This could be encountered? Xiao Fan? Qin Zhang looked surprised. Yi Linger was also a bit confused as to how Xiao Fan was in the hidden treasure land. Qin Zhang's expression was cold as he looked at the Black Dragon. Black Dragon, what's going on? Young lord, the Black Dragon also looked confused and a bit flustered, as if he had been caught off guard. In Qin Zhang's heart, he secretly praised him for his acting skills, which can get a small gold medal. In the end, The black dragon clenched his teeth and knelt down on one knee. Young lord, the black dragon is guilty. The black dragon will take care of the intruder this time. As the words fell, he stood up and looked at Xiao Fan with a cold expression, and his majestic might, smashing into Xiao Fan, directly overwhelmed him to the ground. Xiao Fan's face was ugly as he yelled, Qin Jiang. What do you mean? The young master of the Hall Qin clan wants to forcefully rob others of their chances? This hidden treasure land was discovered by this young man first. What is there to say about robbing it by force? Qin Jiang let out a faint smile. You're bullshitting me. Robbing opportunities by force and crowning them. Ha, is this the young master of the Qin family? Xiao Fan drank coldly. Yi Linger, who was on the side, looked at Xiao Fan, who was kneeling on the ground, and had some intolerance in her heart. But when she heard that Xiao Fan had slandered Qin Jiang, she was a bit angry, and she couldn't help but say, Qin Jiang has been searching for days for this hidden treasure. Moreover, it was Brother Black Dragon who swept the surrounding area before you found it, so by all rights, it should be Qin Jiang's. Hearing Yi Linger's words, Xiao Fan's eyes glared at you. How dare you look toward Qin Jiang? Don't you forget that it was the Xiao family that raised you? Yi Linger was momentarily speechless, and at that moment, Qin Jiang hugged Yi Linger. Linger is this young master's wife. Isn't it normal to look toward him? Is it hard to look toward you, a robber? Because of Linger, I've spared you several times, and the Xiao family has already paid you back for your upbringing. This time, this young man won't kill you, but from now on, Linger no longer owes you the Xiao family. Black Dragon, throw him out. After saying that, Qin Jiang swung his arm with a huge force that directly lifted Xiao Fan out. The black dragon sneered and grabbed Xiao Fan with a light throw. He was directly throwing Xiao Fan off the mountain peak. When Yi Linger saw this scene, her heart was a bit intolerant. However, she didn't say anything more. In her heart, she had already begun to gradually favor Qin Jiang. At this moment, Qin Jiang grabbed her small hand and gently squeezed it, and only then did Yi Linger come back to her senses. Looking at Qin Jiang's gentle smile, her lost mood couldn't help but feel much better. Look at the harvest. Qin Jiang laughed. Yi Linger nodded. She was also curious as to what treasures would be inside the hidden treasure land that Qin Jiang had his heart set on. All the levels Xiao Fan had already broken through, and, also, had been completely destroyed by the black dragon, and in front of them, there was still a stone house that was not opened. Inside was Qin Jiang's gaze, looking toward the stone house. Qin Jiang shouted a black dragon. The black dragon understood and walked to the stone house, estimating the thickness of the stone house, and then, fiercely threw out a punch, directly piercing through the stone house. Immediately, a majestic force crushed the rubble into powder, and a simple portal appeared. Young lord, it's ready. Qin Jiang nodded and pulled Yi Linger's small hand towards the stone house. Before he even went in, Qin Jiang felt a heat wave coming over him. Upon entering the stone house, a brightly colored spirit medicine, swaying and swaying. At a glance, it was surprisingly all fire attribute spirit medicine. Fire properties? Qin Jiang muttered. These fire attribute spirit medicines were definitely heavenly treasures to Xiao Fan. After all, he was the fire god body. So many elixirs. Yi Linger's beautiful eyes lit up the space inside the stone house, but it is quite not small. Most of the space are growing spiritual medicine, and in addition, in the center of the stone house, then it's a pool of clear water. Qin Jiang walked to the pool of water and squatted down. The clear water was warm and hot, just like a hot spring. Unfortunately, the pool was so small that it barely accommodated one person. Otherwise, a mandarin duck bath would have been nice. Black Dragon, go down and take a look. The pool was not large, but it was so deep that you couldn't see the bottom at a glance. The Black Dragon looked inward, took a deep breath, and plopped down. There's something in there? Yi Linger asked curiously. Qin Jiang nodded and analyzed. In a place like this, where so many fire attribute medicinal herbs can grow, I'm afraid that it has a great deal to do with this pool of water. However, the pool of water is just an ordinary pool of water, so there should be a fire attribute treasure in the pool of water. Hearing that, Yi Linger also felt that it made sense. She looked at Qin Jiang, her beautiful eyes glittering. Not only was she powerful, she was also very wise. It seems that, much better than Xiao Fan. Only, when she thought of Xiao Fan, her mood was a bit low. Every time they met, Xiao Fan's malice towards her seemed to increase. She didn't understand why Xiao Fan was like this. It was clear that he had protected him several times, and he, in turn, had berated himself over and over again. He's changed, luckily, though, by his own side. An even more dazzling man had appeared about a quarter of an hour with a wave of water. The black dragon swept out of the pool. Young lord, found it. Appearing beside Qin Jiang, the black dragon held a fiery red bead in his hand. Qin Jiang and Yi Linger looked over. On the beads, white flames flickered, and the space around them seemed to be somewhat distorted. Qin Jiang received the beads, the blazing heat, making him slightly startled, and hastily operated the spiritual energy, wrapping the beads, isolating the high temperature this bead, which was originally nameless, but in the plot, Xiao Fan named it the fire god bead, and a flame was sealed inside. Only, with the plot he knew now, he didn't understand the origin of the flame. It was only known that the flame was so powerful that in the case of a complete outbreak, yin-yang realm powerhouses could be burned to ashes, and at the same time, for alchemy, it had a certain amount of assistance. Other than that, there should be other effects. Is this the treasure under the water? Yi Linger looked at the beads. Qin Jiang smiled and nodded. The spiritual herbs here, including this pool of hot springs, all exist because of this bead. However, this bead, with only a pure fire attribute, is too restricted and not as precious as one might think. But of course, for pure fire attribute cultivators, it should be considered a supreme treasure. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger was a bit regretful that among them, there were no pure fire attribute cultivators. She does not know now that Xiao Fan is a pure fire attribute cultivator. This bead is one of the most important chances of Xiao Fan. It is a pity that, ding, the host changes the major plot. Reward the laws of the Emperor's way, refining them can lead to promotion to Great Emperor. Reward supreme alchemy, up to supreme level elixir. Reward the Emperor's law of the Vault of Heaven to move, bonus 360 songstress, a special team that the host will love. Reward villain points 100,000, in his head. The system's voice, once again, sounded. This time, the reward was even more generous, and at the same time, it also confirmed even more the importance of the Fire God Pearl to Xiao Fan, more important than even the chirography heroine. Moreover, I'm afraid that its degree of preciousness was even greater than Qin Jiang had imagined. Nice haul. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and put away the Fire God bead. Afterward, he looked at the fire attribute elixirs around him and slightly pondered, saying, Linger, these spirit medicines, how about leaving them to Xiao Fan? Ha! Yi Linger was slightly stunned. At the same time, his heart was even more touched that Xiao Fan had provoked Qin Jiang several times, and up to now, Qin Jiang was still sparing Xiao Fan for his own sake, and even deliberately left Xiao Fan with some opportunities. Yi Linger huffed and took the initiative to pull Qin Jiang's palm. Qin Jiang, thank you, but I don't want you to give up what's yours because of me. This was the first time that Yi Linger looked out for Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang smiled, holding Yi Linger's small hand back, and said softly, I'll take a portion and leave a portion as compensation for Xiao Fan. After all, it was the Xiao family that raised you, and I don't want you to be burdened. The concerned voice caused Yi Linger's pretty face to blush slightly. She dropped her head slightly and nodded. Listen to you. After that, Qin Jiang then collected a part of the elixir, and there was still a part left, which was left to Xiao Fan. No one knew that in the elixir left behind. Qin Jiang had silently added a little something. Okay, let's go back. Qin Jiang clapped his hands in satisfaction, nor did he stay behind. Taking Yi Linger with him, he returned to Qing Town. Originally, Qin Jiang intended to go to Chenningbing, but, Qin Jiang, tonight, can you accompany me? Yi Linger's delicate and shy voice made Qin Jiang change his plans. The big bad wolf and the little white rabbit, destined to set off a bloody storm on this night, the forest of 10,000 demons. Not long after Qin Jiang left, a hobbling figure appeared in the stone house. Qin Jiang, Yi Linger, you guys wait. The voice was full of hate. Naturally, it was Xiao Fan. He was thrown off the mountain peak by the black dragon, but fortunately, he was hung by a tree, which prevented him from falling to his death, but it was also bruised and injured. After resting for a while, he saw that Qin Jiang and the others swept away, and in a spirit of unwillingness, he climbed back up the mountain peak and returned to the cave. Just as he entered the stone house, a wave of fire hit him, and Xiao Fan took a deep breath, his face full of pleasure. This was the Vulcan body's favorite environment, and what surprised him even more was that in the stone house, there were many spirit medicines, all of which were of the fire attribute. Qin Jiang surprisingly didn't take them all. Xiao Fan was a bit surprised. He trotted over, carefully identifying a strain of spirit medicine, his expression growing more and more delighted. But of course, he naturally saw some potholes, and his face instantly grimaced. It seems that these spirit medicines are the ones he didn't look at. Damn it, the ones that were dug up must be even more precious. He clenched his fists, his face full of resentment. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down and sneered, Qin Jiang must have never imagined that I would come back, and that these spirit medicines, in my hands, can be utilized beyond its value. Oh, Qin Jiang, just wait, I will definitely take revenge. And Yi Linger, how dare you betray me? Sooner or later, one day, I will make you regret it. At that time, I want you to kneel in front of me and beg me. Xiao Fan growled lowly and vented for a while. After calming down, he looked at the surrounding elixirs and muttered, it should be taken away as soon as possible. Maybe Qin Jiang will come back. When he thought of Qin Jiang, Xiao Fan's heart trembled, and without realizing it, he felt a trace of fear towards Qin Jiang. Not daring to delay, he immediately began digging. After being busy for most of the night, finally putting away all the elixirs, He walked to the water pool in the center of the stone house, his brows slightly frowning. He didn't know why. He always felt that something had already left him. Xiaofan squatted down and touched the water of the pool. It was already cold and there was nothing abnormal that he shook his head. And without further delay, he left the stone house silently. Greentown, Xinjiang, who was bending his bow and drawing it to full capacity, had a smile spreading at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Yi Linger and said in a low voice, "Linger, this arrow, let's see how this young man hits the bullseye." The words fell. The long arrow shot out. The power of the arrow off the string. Yi Linger pursed her red lips, her beautiful eyes to see. Really, right in the center of the bullseye. But she wasn't willing to show weakness either. Her palm grabbed Xinjiang, and her water attribute's spiritual power erupted as a water arrow coalesced. No less powerful. Seeing this scene, Xinjiang sighed, "Linger, this strength of yours is no weaker than mine." At those words, Yi Linger was a bit shy, her pretty face slightly red. Timidly not knowing what to say, Xinjiang let out a faint smile and gathered Yi Linger in his arms. That water arrow just now seemed to be Yi Linger's full strength, and at this moment, she was a bit tired, and her eyes were all misty. "Rest." Xinjiang laughed. While Yi Linger nodded and snuggled into Xinjiang's arms, closing her beautiful eyes. Her entire body relaxed, and in a short while, she fell into a deep sleep. On the other hand, Xiaofan moved away from the hidden treasure and found a hidden cave. He excitedly took out the elixir, and the fire attribute poured out, causing Xiaofan to reveal an expression of enjoyment. "These spirit medicines are simply customized for me," Xiaofan muttered, revealing another expression of indignation. "If it weren't for Xinjiang, I would have gotten more, and by that time, my strength, for sure, would have increased tremendously. Damn it, it's all Xinjiang's fault." His hatred for Xinjiang grew stronger and stronger. For a while, the mood gradually calmed down. He looked at the elixir in front of him. A wisp of flame actually appeared on his body, and the flame wrapped the elixir. Gradually, it could be clearly seen that the elixir stretched even more, and the year seemed to have increased by a lot. But after reaching an extreme, the elixir gradually decomposed into pure energy, scattering in the flames. As the elixir completely dissipated, Xiaofan withdrew the flame comfortable. This kind of cultivation is simply too comfortable. A smile appeared on his face. Just a single elixir. His realm was raised a bit, at least comparable to half a month of hard training. It has to continue. This power, it's too much inferior to Xinjiang. Xiaofan took a deep breath and directly took out 10 spirit pills. Right now, he didn't care if his foundation was stable or not. He only wanted to surpass Xinjiang as soon as possible. Keep refining. The 10 spirit medicines, simultaneously wrapped in flames. Xiaofan's face, slightly pale, appeared somewhat hideous under the illumination of the flames. The majestic energy, constantly surging into his body, made Xiaofan's body somewhat unable to carry it, and under the impact of these forces, his skin vaguely cracked a little, but he clenched his teeth and kept refining the power. As more and more power was refined by Xiaofan, he was also relieved. However, just when he thought that he was about to successfully refine it, a force of extreme cold unexpectedly appeared in his body, and in an instant, this force was spread out. "Chill, how did I get the cold inside me?" Xiaofan was shocked. He is the fire god body, the most intense and sunny body. What cold gas can invade his body? Xiaofan's face was pale. The invasion of the cold chi had actually caused his fire god body to be a little agitated. Plus, the energy that had surged into his body had not been completely refined. For a moment, the body was a mess. Damn, what's going on here? Xiaofan's hands were busy, and the fire god body was almost out of control, as if it sensed the threat and was autonomously countering the cold. Sensing this scene, Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief and temporarily ignored the cold chi in his body, turning to refine the energy raging in his body and supply it to the fire god body. But immediately afterward, he realized that as the energy continued to be refined, the cold aura, surprisingly, became more and more dense. No, this cold air. He was alarmed and his face hardened. The coldness comes from these elixirs. It must be Xinjiang. It's Xinjiang who's behind this. He deliberately left the elixir behind just to trap me. Xinjiang, you deserve to die. Yi Linger must have been involved as well. Only she would know me so well, knowing that I would go back unwillingly. It must have been her calculations. Bitch, damn it. Xiaofan's face was livid and he almost lost his mind. The severe pain in his body and the mental madness was about to make Xiaofan collapse. At the time when his situation was getting worse and worse, the might of the fire god body was also completely erupted, and it seemed to be a fast and furious. A burst of flames directly enveloped Xiaofan. It burned violently. It's not just the searing cold that's searing Xiaofan. Several days in a row, under Xinjiang's offense, Yi Linger completely returned to her heart. And as for Chen Ningbing, as long as Xinjiang was strong enough, She would always follow him. This day, Qin Jiang was practicing. He was still very diligent. Even though he had this system, he still didn't give up practicing for at least 10 minutes a day. Yi Linger was also at the side, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Jiang, her hands resting on her cheeks, a faint smile on her face. Chen Ningbing was likewise there. During this period of time, Yi Linger and Chen Ningbing had met long ago. Yi Linger's character was a bit soft, knowing that Qin Jiang had other women. She didn't say much. Chen Ningbing belonged to the sober faction, and she knew very well that Qin Jiang was not something she could have alone. So, the two women got along rather well. After cultivating for a few minutes, Qin Jiang opened his eyes and sighed. It's a great harvest. Hearing his exclamation, Chen Ningbing blankly glanced at him and frowned slightly. Qin Jiang, why is your strength still so strong when you're posing so badly? These days, she had followed Qin Jiang around, and had barely seen him do anything serious. She really didn't understand how Qin Jiang could still be so strong with such a style. At those words, the corner of Qin Jiang's mouth hooked. Talent. In this world, nothing is fair. There are some things that one is born with and one is born without, and one cannot have them for the rest of one's life. Just like just now, my 5 minutes of cultivation is comparable to a month of your hard cultivation. That's talent. It's inherently unfair. Chen Ningbing opened her mouth, then shook her head dismally. It was indeed unfair. Yi Linger's beautiful eyes blinked as she asked curiously, your 5 minutes of cultivation is really as good as Sister Binger's 1 month of hard cultivation? The corner of Chen Ningbing's mouth twitched. Rubbing salt into the wound, Qin Jiang thought hard for a moment. If I cultivate seriously, in 5 minutes, I should be able to match Binger's 1 whole year, or even more. Chen Ningbing. She glared at Qin Jiang and bristled. Don't believe you. Unbelievable? Qin Jiang seemed to smile, and then, his palm slightly clenched. To watch, a spiritual energy continuously condensed and came. Qin Jiang's aura unfolded. In Chen Ningbing's feeling, Qin Jiang's aura continuously climbed up. A few short breaths, Qin Jiang collected his aura, while Chen Ningbing, dumbfounded, looked at Qin Jiang. Did you just break through? Qin Jiang nodded and said blandly, a breakthrough? Isn't that the easiest thing to do? Chen Ningbing, even the soft-natured Yi Linger felt that Qin Jiang was a bit of a pretender, and just then, Black Dragon's voice came from outside the door. Qin Jiang looked towards the door and opened his mouth. Come in. The door to the room opened, and besides Black Dragon, Yi Quan was surprisingly there. A flash of surprise flashed across Qin Jiang's eyes, and he had some guesses in his heart. Something happened to the Yi family? Qin Jiang asked. Yi Linger, who was on the side, couldn't help but froze when she heard these words, and then a flash of worry appeared on her face. Although she hadn't returned to the Yi family, but then again, her biological father and mother were in the Yi family. Moreover, she also learned that back then, when she was abandoned, it was also under the crisis. Her parents lured away the enemy, wanting her to survive all these years. The Yi family has been searching for her. Yi Quan let out a bitter laugh. The young Lord Qin's prediction was correct. Yi Qingtian has appeared again. Moreover, there seems to be shadows of other ancient clans behind him. Yi Qingtian is the boss of the Yi family. After failing to compete for the head of the family back then, he went into hiding, and has been secretly building up his strength, hoping to be able to kill back the Yi family. Previously, Qin Jiang had even said that he would support Yi Qingtian as a way to threaten Yi Quan, and now, someone has already done this. Obviously, there was someone who didn't wish the Yi family well. Do you know who was supporting Yi Prime? Qin Jiang asked. Yi Quan shook his head. All of our major ancient clans, to a greater or lesser extent, have some enemies, and the one who supported Yi Qingtian this time should be one of my Yi family's enemies. It's not even unusual for them all to have some involvement. At those words, Qin Jiang nodded. So, you're here for help? Yi Quan's face straightened and he said seriously, I hope that young Master Qin, for the sake of Miss, will help my Yi family, and as long as my Yi family survives this difficulty, I will definitely be rewarded generously. Qin Jiang bristled. What good could the Yi family have? Yi Quan's heart thumped. If Qin Jiang was not willing to help, the Yi family's heritage would definitely be greatly damaged. However, my family's Linger's face, naturally, cannot be ignored. Qin Jiang smiled, looked to Black Dragon, and commanded, Oh Black Dragon, go back to the Qin family and bring me my palace. Since we're going to help, we need to do it with a bang and deter the curmudgeons from all sides. Yes, the Black Dragon promised and was directly leaving. Yi Quan was filled with joy. Many thanks to young Lord Qin for his help. He understood Qin Jiang's meaning, riding in the palace and going to the Yi family in a big way. That would represent, not just Qin Jiang alone, but the entire Qin family. This was a warning to the people behind Yi Qingtian. Maybe, without even having to make a move, those people would voluntarily withdraw. After all, the Qin family's strength was second to none among the ancient clans. There was no ancient clan that was willing to mess with the Qin family. Less than half a day, the Black Dragon then rode the traveling palace to Qing Town, causing countless people in Qing Town to watch. What a luxurious palace! Which dude is this? Coming to our Qing town? Shut up. Are you looking for death? Didn't you see that giant beast pulling the cart? That's a void beast. In the entire Tianxian continent, there's only one person who pulls a cart with a void beast. And that's our Qin domain's young lord. My goodness. Is this the legendary void palace? Young Lord Qin domain. Why has this one come to our Qing town? I've heard that our young master has the appearance of a great emperor. I really want to see what the future great emperor will look like. Hey, not to mention, our Qin domain's young lord is one of the best in the entire Tianxian continent. Maybe he can really achieve the position of a great emperor in the future. I've heard that the young master has a handsome batch, so I want to take a look. I'd like to. And it would be best if the young lord looked at me too. Maybe took a liking to me. Ha, dead pussy. Disgusting. In the midst of a crowd of whispers, Qin Jiang brought Yi Linger and Chen Ningbing and stepped into the air under the gaze of countless gazes. Qin Jiang stepped onto the traveling palace and patted the void beast. Little void, go to the leaf domain. Who? The void beast growled. It was very unhappy with its name, but Qin Jiang just wouldn't change it, leaving it with nothing to do. Who made it the master? After Qin Jiang entered the palace, the void beast was pulling the palace, directly integrating into the void. This time the distance was very far. By flying alone, at least half a month. It's still faster to go straight to space.as for Qingtown. Countless people froze. Is the young lord here to pick up? Is it possible that that person is our Qin domain young lord? Hiss. I've seen him before. He robbed our city lord's daughter. The city lord is so lucky. Why doesn't the young lord come and rob my daughter? My daughter. Alas. No more. The void beast was fast. In just 3 days, the outline of the leaf domain was seen, and in the meantime, detected that there is currently a son of heavenly fate connected to the host. It can be dramatized once, and the host can view the trajectory of the son of heavenly fate within a year to change the plot. Is it viewed? Qin Jiang was slightly stunned. A new destiny's child has appeared? Right in the Yi domain? Check. Qin Jiang immediately chose to view it.asa result. A picture appeared in Qin Jiang's mind, and among them, the most conspicuous one was a young boy, the son of heaven's destiny. Yi family? Yi Xian? Crap. The Yi family has a son of destiny? Qin Jiang opened his eyes and frowned slightly, but quickly stretched out again. That's right. With the surname Yi, it would be strange not to have a heavenly destined son. He glanced at Yi Linger, and then, he continued to check the plot, and as he continued to probe, his face gradually became odd for a moment. He rubbed his forehead. This Yi Xian is actually the son of Yi Qingtian Ji. Is this a setup to avenge your father and take back everything that's rightfully yours? However, if I hadn't been there, it's hard to believe that Xiao Fan would have met up with Yi Xian, two sons of heaven's destiny fighting? Because of the existence of the host, which suppressed Xiao Fan, Yi Xian became the son of heaven's destiny this way. Without the host, Yi Xian would not have become the son of heaven's destiny. At this point, the system answered Qin Jiang's doubts. There's only one destiny's child? For the time being, it is. At those words, Qin Jiang muttered, sons of heaven's destiny, born in response to fate. According to the novel set, their existence is the heavenly Tao in order to save themselves, spawned to respond to the robbery, and the sons of heaven's destiny receive suppression. The heavenly Tao will be spawned more in the future. Unico, right? Right. The host is smart. In that case, there will be a calamity in the Tianxian continent? Will I be in danger? Is it possible that the hijacking is the host? Qin Jiang. What a joke. I am gentle and elegant, jade-like. I have been innocent and kind since I was a child, sweeping the ground for fear of hurting the lives of ants, loving the moth gauze-covered lamps. How can I become a calamity? Qin Jiang was displeased with the system's statement. The system didn't continue to answer either. Qin Jiang similarly skirted around the topic, looking at Yi Xian in the episode and thinking of his great uncle Xiao Fan. So now, what is Xiao Fan's situation? Is it still the son of heaven's destiny? With the appearance of a new heaven's destined son, wouldn't that mean that Xiao Fan had been abandoned by the heavenly Tao? The host can send someone to check on Xiao Fan's situation, and you'll know by then. Hearing the system's reply, Qin Jiang became even more curious. Previously, the spiritual medicines he left behind could all conceal cold poisons that could kill an ordinary person, and Xiao Fan's fire god body was even more intolerable to ice and fire. However, he was also not sure what would happen if Xiao Fan refined those elixirs. System, just tell me, Qin Jiang asked. The system was silent for a moment, and then, an image, which appeared in Qin Jiang's mind, was the scene of Xiao Fan refining the spirit medicine. Qin Jiang looked on curiously. At first, it was nothing special, but in the end, Xiao Fan's entire body was completely wrapped in flames, and his mournful screams caused Qin Jiang to be startled. Holy shit, it's not going to burn, is it? Qin Jiang was stunned. As the scene continued, the flames were finally extinguished, but Xiao Fan could no longer be seen in his human form. All of his skin was burned, and because of the flames, he didn't even bleed. Looking at Qin Jiang, he bared his teeth. TCH, that's too bad. I really didn't mean it. Qin Jiang shook his head. He hadn't played enough yet, but he didn't expect that. By casually leaving a backhand, he would play Xiao Fan badly. System, he's still alive, right? Alive, but never recovered. The last thing you saw was what he looks like now. Qin Jiang, alive, but with that look, it's better to just die. Sinning, Qin Jiang sighed and was considering, should he send someone to give Xiao Fan a hard time? Forget it. After a while, take Linger to meet him. Qin Jiang muttered. In the Yi domain, after another half a day, finally, arrived at Yi City. Young lord, Yi City has arrived. The black dragon shouted from outside the palace. Qin Jiang opened his eyes and got up from Yi Linger's lap, pulling Yi Linger's small hand. He could feel that Yi Linger seemed to be a bit nervous. Relax, I'm here. Qin Jiang comforted. Yi Linger nodded and walked out of the palace along with Qin Jiang. And outside the palace, there were already quite a few people, other than the black dragon, appearing in front of the void beast. As Qin Jiang looked, one of the women, who bore a 7% resemblance to Yi Linger and had a few moments of excitement on her face, should be Yi Linger's mother. Beside the woman, there was a middle-aged man with a majestic face, but in his eyes, it was hard to hide his excitement. This was the head of the Yi family, Yi Ling Tian, also Yi Linger's father. The gazes of the two of them glanced at Qin Jiang, and then, immediately, they moved to Yi Linger beside him. Their gazes no longer hard to move away. With just one glance, they decided that this was their daughter. Decades of searching, although there have long been portraits passed back, but still the first time to see myself. The two for a moment, actually a little overwhelmed. Yi Linger lowered her head, but her eyes, too, were observing the two, pulling Qin Jiang's small hand, slightly exerting herself, likewise a little nervous. Yi Quan was also aware of these. He carefully walked to Qin Jiang's side and whispered, young Master Qin, can you take Miss to meet the family head and madam? Qin Jiang glanced at Yi Linger and nodded, squeezing Yi Linger's small hand and said softly, Linger, I'll accompany you there. Yi Linger promised. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and pulled Yi Linger's small hand towards Yi Ling Tian's couple. After a few flashes, the two men arrived in front of them. Auntie and uncle, didn't keep you waiting too long? Qin Jiang laughed. Mr. and Mrs. Yi Ling Tian came back to their senses and shook their heads in a hurry. No, as he spoke, but his gaze still didn't leave Yi Linger. As for Qin Jiang, he was completely ignored. He shrugged and didn't care. Yi mother opened her mouth, but was nervous and didn't know what to say. And Yi Ling Tian, needless to say, a brown man, would not have been able to stir up emotions. Yi Linger did gather her courage and looked up at them, but it made the two of them even more nervous. Close at hand, but in eerie silence, Qin Jiang looked back and forth, for the first time to see this kind of scene. See more, and after a moment of silence, Yi mother realized that in order to ease the atmosphere, it seemed that she could only turn to Qin Jiang for help. So, she looked at Qin Jiang with that. Auntie can just call me Xiao Jiang. After all, my relationship with Linger is here. Yi mother. Yi Ling Tian's eyes were even more narrowed. If it wasn't for Qin Jiang's honorable status, he would definitely have to teach him a lesson. But now, instead, he was begging Qin Jiang. The heart is quite stifled with Qin Jiang's animation. The two sides finally began to talk. Yi mother's tearful eyes, grasping Yi Linger's small hand, Yi Ling Tian stood on the side, looking at the crying mother and daughter duo, slightly at a loss for words. He could only stare wide-eyed with Qin Jiang. After a while, Mother Yi wiped her tears and a smile bloomed on her face, and she kept grasping Yi Linger's small hand, all the time, leaving Qin Jiang with nothing to hold on to. Linger, Mother will take you home. Yi mother intimated. Yi Linger huffed and gave a light and just like that, the mother-daughter duo ignored the others and headed directly towards the Yi family. Qin Jiang scratched his head and followed closely. Yi Ling Tian's eyes glared. This little guy, how could he not treat himself as an outsider? Just as he was about to go back, he noticed the gazes of the many elders, and he waved his hand helplessly. All right, all of you, go back. After saying that, he was chasing after Qin Jiang. A small courtyard. Yi mother and Yi Linger sat together. After all, they had a bloodline connection, and soon became familiar with each other. Mother and daughter talked, and from time to time a petite laughter came out. Qin Jiang and Yi Ling Tian stood on the side. Both of them were a bit bored. The topic between women, both of them couldn't insert their mouths. They just looked at each other. Uncle Yi, shall we do something? Do what? Qin Jiang, Yi Ling Tian. Between the two, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. After another moment of silence, Yi Ling Tian took the initiative to speak. Chatting? Talk about what? Yi Ling Tian. Qin Jiang. Yi Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Qin Jiang did not show any weakness. From the awkwardness at the beginning, it gradually changed to a tit-for-tat, even, on Yi Ling Tian's body. A wisp of pressure enveloped Qin Jiang however. Yi Ling Tian was only at the returning to the first realm, so he could not pose any threat to Qin Jiang with just his pressure. Qin Jiang also came to his senses. How about a fight? Upon hearing this, Yi Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He really wanted to clean up Qin Jiang, but there was no suitable reason to do so, since Qin Jiang took the initiative to do so. How could he refuse? Let's go to the martial arts arena, Yi Ling Tian said. Thus, the two quietly left the small courtyard and went to the martial arts arena. In order to take care of Qin Jiang's face, Yi Ling Tian was also very considerate and temporarily closed the martial arts arena. The two men step into the ring and face each other. Little Jiang, uncle is in the return to one realm. If you can't hold out, you can admit defeat. Yi Ling Tian was all smiles. Qin Jiang also smiled. If I'm not mistaken, Uncle Yi just broke through the return to one realm not long ago, right? Right now, it should still be at the early stage of the returning to the first realm. My father and you are from the same generation. And now he has already reached the perfection of the returning to the first realm, and is impacting the saints, and on weekdays, I spar with my father. At those words, Yi Ling Tian's face darkened, but he still held back his anger and revealed a smile. In that case, Uncle is relieved. After saying that, his face became serious, and his aura surged like a giant wave constantly lapping at Qin Jiang. Only, this strong aura, lapping at Qin Jiang's body, was only like a breeze. Uncle Yi, don't blow the wind. I'm not hot. Qin Jiang shouted. Why Yi Ling Tian? He snorted coldly. His power surged up. Qin Jiang's realm. He naturally saw it at a glance. The middle stage of the Avatar realm. At this age, with this kind of cultivation, an absolute leader. At least, at his age, he wasn't even at the heavenly soul realm. Why Yi Ling Tian also sighed slightly inwardly. The Qin clan is worthy of being one of the top two ancient clans, with geniuses and demons coming out of the woodwork. Qin Jiang's father, Qin Hao, was from the same generation as Yi Ling Tian, and was also a genius at the top of the list of all the major ancient clans. However, Qin Jiang's grandfather seemed to be a bit of a loser, not much of a reputation among the ancient clans, sort of the most crotch-pulling generation. As for Qin Jiang, he was even more talented than Qin Hao. I'm going to strike. Watch out. Yi Ling Tian reminded a sentence afterwards. A strong attack blasted over. Looking at the might of this attack, Yi Ling Tian was holding back. Qin Jiang lightly laughed, and with a wave of his palm, Yi Ling Tian's attack was silently dissipated. Uncle Yi, I'm afraid you can't help me if you don't get real. Yi Ling Tian was slightly stunned as well. Good boy. The strike he had just made was able to threaten the great perfection of the Avatar realm, and he had thought that he had overestimated Qin Jiang's strength enough, but he hadn't expected that there would be no threat at all to Qin Jiang even. He didn't even see how Qin Jiang defused that strike. In that case, then Uncle won't hold back. Just let go and come. Qin Jiang laughed. He didn't even know much about his own strength, but Yi Ling Tian gave him a feeling that there was no threat. If he exploded with all his strength, I'm afraid that Yi Ling Tian wasn't even his opponent. Yi Ling Tian struck again however, still did not exert his full strength. Qin Jiang also did not remind. Vertical swept out, was fighting with Yi Ling Tian, as the power exerted, more and more powerful. Yi Ling Tian secretly shocked. Can't keep my hand in, he murmured. If he continued to keep his hand, it wouldn't be him teaching Qin Jiang a lesson. It would be him being taught a lesson by Qin Jiang. Taking a deep breath, the strength of the returning to the first realm finally erupted. Qin Jiang secretly used the Taotai divine body during the battle, and most of Yi Ling Tian's power could be annihilated by the Taotai divine body, or even reconverted into his own attacks. In this way, Yi Ling Tian was no longer a threat to Qin Jiang. It's no fun, Qin Jiang said to himself. With a flash of his eyes, he withdrew his Taotai divine body and finally felt a bit of intensity. Uncle Yi, more intensity. He let out a low gulp. Yi Ling Tian, up my ass. I'm at the end of my rope unless I fight for my life. But is that necessary? The more Qin Jiang fought, the more excited he became, and even gradually began to press Yi Ling Tian. Boom. With one blow, Yi Ling Tian was sent flying, cursing in his heart. Damn, it really turned into being taught a lesson by Qin Jiang. Ha 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 ha. Uncle Yi, I've comprehended a new move. Please have a taste of it. Uncle Yi. Qin Jiang laughed out loud. Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder, and the spiritual energy was agitated as Qin Jiang stood in midair. Just like the master of heaven and earth. He murmured. Uvult move. Boom. The entire heaven and earth, it was as if it had cracked open. Yi Ling Tian was placed at the center of the attack. It seemed that the entire heaven and earth were his enemies. Yi Ling Tian looked horrified. A danger of death loomed deep in his heart. Hey kid, stop. Stop now. He yelled in horror. There is some regret in his heart. What kind of fight is this for a good reason? This is going to take his life. As Qin Zhang's palm fell, the might of the Tsang Dong movement exploded completely. Berserk power instantly ravaged the entire martial arts arena. The earth violently trembled. The Yi family, everyone, almost all were startled. Many strong people have looked in the direction of the martial arts arena. A figure appeared around the martial arts arena. They looked at the martial arts arena in horror. The raging energy made the crowd not dare to approach. One could only vaguely see a figure that stood in the middle of the storm, like a juggernaut controlling everything. The power is good, Qin Zhang muttered. This was the first time he had performed the Tsang Dong movement. It was worthy of being a great imperial law. Just having started, he was able to exert such power. With the avatar realm, he was able to reverse the chopping, returning to the one. And there was no pressure at all. He looked down at the martial arts arena with a smile on his face. From the moment he arrived at the Yi family, he had sensed that Yi Lingtian was a bit unkind to him. So, he had taught Yi Lingtian a lesson in advance. Qin Zhang waved his arm, and the raging energy gradually dispersed. The entire martial arts arena had been completely scrapped, leaving only the place where Yi Lingtian stood, still intact. Yi Lingtian's body was stiff, not daring to move. I am the storm. He could feel that the destructive energy, constantly rubbing his body, ravaged the martial arts field. The slightest movement, the unlucky one is afraid to be himself. Uncle Yi, it didn't hurt you, did it? Qin Zhang grinned. Yi Lingtian raised his head and stiffened his body, which gradually relaxed. Looking at Qin Zhang, his face was a shade of green and white. And no matter what, he was also Qin Hao's old husband, and he was even taught a lesson by his son-in-law. Yi Lingtian, what the hell are you up to? Just then, a chirping voice came. Qin Zhang looked over. It was none other than Mother Yi and Yi Linger. The two of them came to the martial arts arena, looking at everything that was destroyed. Their gazes were directed at Yi Lingtian. Qin Zhang's figure flickered and arrived beside Yi Linger, an innocent expression on his face. I was just sparring with Ko. Yi Lingtian gave a dry laugh. Cutting? Yi Mother's eyes glared. I think you're bullying Xiaojiang. What kind of cut can make such a big commotion? You, a person who is an elder, still want to be shameless. Yi Lingtian. Jiang, are you okay? After reprimanding Yi Lingtian, Yi Mother looked at Qin Zhang again, her expression softening. She was still very satisfied with Qin Zhang. Yi Linger grabbed Qin Zhang's palm, her beautiful eyes constantly surveying him, seeing that he was not injured. Then she let out a slight sigh of relief. Qin Zhang shook his head. Auntie, I'm fine. Uncle Yi's strength can't hurt me yet. That's good. Yi Mother laughed and glared at Yi Lingtian again. In the future, if this old thing dares to bully you, just tell Auntie, and Auntie will help you clean him up. Okay. Qin Zhang nodded his head and winked towards Yi Lingtian. For a time, only the world of Yi Lingtian's injury was reached. He was full of grievances, but had no way to tell them without staying in the martial arts arena for much longer. The three of them, Qin Zhang, side by side, left the martial arts arena, and Yi Lingtian immediately looked for someone to repair the arena, and then followed suit. It was just that. Of the four, he seemed to have become an outsider. Several days in a row the news of Qin Zhang's arrival in Yi City quickly spread out. Originally, there were still some traces of Yi Qingtian, once again hidden, Yi City's tense atmosphere, but it was a lot of relief. But Qin Zhang, he couldn't stay in the Yi family all the time. Therefore, there was a need to take the initiative and exterminate the factors that threatened the Yi family. The Yi family members naturally knew this, and were constantly sending out their manpower to investigate Yi Qingtian's traces, and at the same time, they were also secretly probing to find out which ancient clans were targeting the Yi family. It's just a shame that the effect wasn't all that noticeable. Meanwhile, Qin Zhang was also wandering around Yi City, and on this day, he came to a casino, the Rose Casino. Qin Zhang raised his head, looked at the casino's signboard, and was walking towards the casino. The casino was abuzz with people of all shapes and sizes, yelling and screaming, filling the room with chaos, but at the same time, it sparks primal hormones. This was the first time Qin Zhang had come to such a place. Young lord, the casino is not a good place. Do not play with things. Moreover, this place is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. All of them are sinister and cunning. If young lord wants to play a couple of hands, he must be careful. Behind Qin Zhang, the black dragon carefully reminded. Qin Zhang waved his hand. Rest assured, this young man is known as the king of 1,000 gambles, and will win every bet, and will surely kill in this casino, in a big way. At those words, the black dragon's face shook. If others were not clear, could he not be clear? He had followed Qin Zhang when he was a child, but he had never seen Qin Zhang play gambling. After watching for a while, Qin Zhang roughly understood the rules, and many of the ways to play were similar to Blue Star, just a bit more advanced compared to Blue Star. After all, the physique of a cultivator was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, although it is stipulated that no psychic powers can be used. There are many techniques that are still more subtle. Qin Jiang was just about to get on the gambling table, and right at that moment, a cry of alarm came from Qin Jiang, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he followed the sound, only to see, on the stairs leading to the second floor, a charming figure, walking down in style. Almost all the gamblers gasped in fascination. The woman has a long fire-red dress, but it is extremely loose, snow-white slippery swan neck. Let a person wildly gulp. More people are fascinated by her pair of white and delicate small feet. Bare, like a good jade. As she walked, her skirt fluttered and she could see her perfect calves, giving her a fatal attraction. The woman walked down the stairs. Her delicate cheeks were covered with a flirtatious smile. Her head of long hair was spread out. It seemed that she had just finished bathing, and her hair was still slightly wet, clinging to her back. That made the long skirt all slightly transparent. She ignored the frenzied gazes around her, her beautiful eyes looking towards Qin Jiang as she curtsied in style. A young Master Qin's great presence. I hope I'm not offended if I'm not welcome from afar. At those words, Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow worthy of being blood rose. This young man just entered the casino and was recognized by you. Ha! Not a small skill. At these words, Blood Rose's delicate body stiffened. Her pupils suddenly shrunk. She could recognize Qin Jiang because he was famous. During this period of time, almost a little bit of power, all knew of his arrival, and instructed their own family members not to be messed with, and Qin Jiang recognized her. That would mean that Qin Jiang had specifically investigated her. Why are you investigating her? What is Qin Jiang up to? Or the power behind her? Just any one of them sent chills down her back. She gathered her courage and with a flirtatious smile on her face, she took a few steps forward and almost pressed herself against Qin Jiang. Young Master Qin is joking. I'm just a woman. I've only admired young Master Qin for a long time. That's why I ordered people to pay more attention. But I don't have much ability. Yeah? The corner of Qin Jiang's mouth was hooked. The meat that was delivered to his mouth was not eaten for nothing. He directly stretched out his arm and wrapped it around Blood Rose's waist, and he could obviously feel that Blood Rose's delicate body stiffened. But soon, it was softened. Since you admire me, shouldn't you show it? Qin Jiang teased. One hand wrapped around Blood Rose's waist, the other hand picked up her chin, and the glint in her eyes caused Blood Rose's beautiful eyes to tremble slightly. With her beautiful eyes flashing, Blood Rose's head tilted, dodging Qin Jiang's palm, slightly bowing her head, and said in a pitiful manner, my little daughter admires young Master Qin. Only, it has long been the body of a crippled flower and willow, so I dare not have delusional thoughts, and I hope that I won't be blamed for defiling young Master Qin's hands. Young woman? On Qin Jiang's face, an excited expression appeared. This young man loves young women. At those words, Blood Rose's pretty face stiffened. Bad. It's botched, but the words have been said out. How can I change my mind? In case of anger Qin Jiang, that, Blood Rose wanted to cry. In her little head, she kept thinking about the method of getting out of the clutches of the devil. Finally, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said in a resigned manner, my daughter is willing to serve young Master Qin. Only, if outsiders were to learn of this, I'm afraid that young Master Qin's reputation will be ruined by my daughter, and the Qin family's reputation will even be dragged down by my daughter. So culpable. My little girl is afraid. Nothing. Before she could finish, Qin Jiang waved his hand with a big grin. If fame is a worthless thing, as long as you give me a baby, the reputation is yours to ruin. Ha? And have a baby? Blood Rose is really going to cry. Ooh. I don't want to have a baby. Her beautiful eyes contained tears. Her heart was really a little afraid. This Qin family young master, how was he similar to a second-rate man? But she didn't dare to resist. Reasoning doesn't make sense and fighting doesn't seem to. Or send it up yourself. Blood Rose regretted it. If she had known this, what was she showing her face for? You seem a little reluctant. At this time, Qin Jiang opened his mouth. His voice somewhat cold. Blood Rose came back to her senses and shook her head in a hurry, forcing a smile. No, my little lady is just worried. Seeing that she was so reluctant that her expression wouldn't even disguise it, Qin Jiang shook his head inside. This young man dislikes power over others the most. How about this? Let's make a bet. If we win, you're mine. If we lose, I'll leave. How's it going? Blood Rose's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity, but she still showed hesitation and asked carefully, how does young Master Qin want to bet? Play dice, Qin Jiang casually said, but I'm appointing someone to bet with me. Saying that, Qin Jiang's gaze looked toward a teenager. Since the Blood Rose appeared, the teenager's gaze has been stuck on her. Qin Jiang teased the Blood Rose. This teenager's eyes even more flashed with killing intent. You, out. Qin Jiang pointed at the teenager. Blood Rose looked at it and let out a slight sigh of relief. She had been a little worried that Qin Jiang would pick a weakling, but looking at the teenager, it was perfectly fine. This teenager just came to the casino a few days, but the Blood Rose was impressed. A hand of gambling skills out of the ordinary, and even the Blood Rose personally were defeated in his hands. She remembered that the teenager seemed to be called Xian Knight, noticing her relaxation. Qin Jiang smiled slightly. Think this young man is bound to lose? No, let me tell you a secret. This young man is known as the king of gamblers, and he will win every bet. Qin Jiang said confidently. The teenager walked out, his complexion slightly cold. At the same time, his heart was a little excited. Wasn't this a chance for a hero to save a beauty? His name was Yi Xian, and he had infiltrated the casino under an alias, originally for the sake of the Blood Rose, or rather, for the forces behind the Blood Rose, a powerful assassin organization. Only, after seeing the Blood Rose, his goal slightly changed. Isn't such a beauty more important than an assassin organization? Therefore, as early as after seeing the Blood Rose, Yi Xian was to take it as his own woman, and now, seeing the Blood Rose snuggled in Qin Jiang's arms, the killing intent in his heart had long boiled up. Soon, under the arrangement of Blood Rose, the two came to the gambling table. Qin Jiang sat on a chair and held the Blood Rose on his lap. Yi Xian looked furious. In particular, he saw Qin Jiang with one hand, still pinching at Blood Rose's waist. Jealous, he took a deep breath and inquired, how does young Master Qin want to play? One hand to decide the winner? Qin Jiang yawned and shook his head. I can win the whole casino and be done with it. Young Lord Qin really knows how to joke. Yi Xian sneered. A Blood Rose frowned, vaguely uneasy. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Let's get started. You roll the dice and I'll guess the size. Upon hearing this, in Yi Xian's eyes, a flash of color flashed. Isn't this looking for death? Yi Xian took out a dice cup and first showed it to Qin Jiang. Then, immediately, he started shaking it. Qin Jiang didn't bother to look at it, and didn't wait for him to finish shaking. He opened his mouth. Place a bet of 100 million spirit stones first. Betting on small. 100 million? The surrounding people, all of them got excited. Playing such a big game in the opening round. It is worthy of being the Qin family. The Blood Rose's heart trembled slightly as she made a wink towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately understood and sneered in his heart as the dice cup landed on the gambling table. Young Master Qin, it's open? Open it. Yi Xian opened the dice cup. 446 big. Young Master Qin, you've lost, Yi Xian said. Qin Jiang raised his eyebrows and looked deeply at Yi Xian. It's only a handful. Go on, but you haven't paid yet. What? Afraid that my Qin family will renege on the debt? The Qin family will not renege on the debt. But young Master Qin, before the words fell, the Blood Rose in Qin Jiang's arms was a direct interruption. Genya, do your own work and stay out of other things. Blood Rose's reprimand caused Yi Xian's face to darken. He took a deep breath, picked up the dice cup again, and began to shake it. Qin Jiang said indifferently, 1 billion. Bet on small. Yi Xian sneered. There were no surprises. Qin Jiang had lost again. $10 billion. Keep betting small. Looking at Qin Jiang's bland appearance, Yi Xian felt uncomfortable in his heart. Especially, since Blood Rose had reprimanded him. Just pretend. He cursed with dissatisfaction in his mind. The dice cup opens. 4, 5, 6 points large. Qin Jiang didn't even look at it and continued. 100 billion. Still small. Blood Rose's pink fists clenched tightly. Her willow brows furrowed as she looked up at Qin Jiang's bland face, already having a guess in her heart. At the same time, Qin Jiang lowered his head, a smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. Scared? Blood Rose face reveals a touch of bitterness. In so betting on, the Qin family business is big, will also be Qin Jiang defeat. She dares to go to Qin Jiang to collect her debt? Don't dare. More importantly, in case Qin Jiang directly bet on the entire Qin family, would she dare to win? Again, I wouldn't dare. Once she really won, she didn't need to ask for the debt. The Qin family would personally come to the door, which is a big loss of face for the Qin family. Although, Qin Jiang said he didn't care about the reputation. But how dare she really believe it? She wouldn't dare win. But the stakes were so high. If Qin Jiang won, what could she compensate? The entire casino wouldn't be enough. Thinking to understand this, the Blood Rose heart bitter. Which is gambling? This is a spell background. She let out a bitter smile and looked at the bland Qin Jiang. Unable to help herself. The young Master Qin, can I say you're shameless? At those words, Qin Jiang smiled. Thanks for the compliment. The gamble continues. Blood Rose, however, was clear that there was no chance for her to win, and in a way, Qin Jiang did claim to be the king of gamblers, winning every bet because no one dares to win against him. After all, no matter how strong the gambling skills were, they were no stronger than absolute strength. Lose another round. Qin Jiang said softly. 1 trillion. Wait. Before Qin Jiang's words fell, Blood Rose took the initiative to speak. Young Master Qin, you have won. On the other side, Yi Xian was stunned and looked at the Blood Rose in uncertainty. The win was clearly his. Miss, we're the ones who won. He's going to lose the entire Qin family. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. At those words, Blood Rose frowned. This guy, Although his gambling skills were strong, his brain was not good. Such a person, no matter how capable he is, he can't be used. It's easy to attract trouble. She decided that when Qin Jiang left, she would dismiss Yi Xian. Hearing Yi Xian's brainless words, Qin Jiang let out a light laugh and looked towards Yi Xian. In that case, I'll bet on the head of my family's fourth ancestor. Or the smallest. Blood Rose. Black Dragon. Snap. Bastard kid. I went through all the trouble to protect you, and you damn well want to kill me? The fourth ancestor made a rare appearance and slapped Qin Jiang on the back of his head. After cursing, he looked ferociously at Yi Xian. You shake me. I'd like to see if I can take this seat's life. Yi Xian's body trembled. The fourth ancestor? The fourth ancestor of the Qin family? My goodness. He almost fainted. As Yi Qingtian's son, Yi Xian still had some insight. There was also some understanding of the major ancient clans. This fourth ancestor of the Qin family was a top-notch existence in the entire Tianxin continent. There are very few who can match it. Even he, alone, was enough to overthrow the Yi family. To kill him? Yi Xian didn't even dare to think about it. Elder, don't joke. Cut the crap and give this seat a shake. The fourth ancestor said in a cold voice. While Yi Xian grimaced bitterly, although he was under an alias, with the power of the Qin family's four ancestors, if they wanted to find out, they could definitely check his identity to the bottom. If you win yourself, the one who died was not the four ancestors of Qin Jiang, but him, Yi Xian, and possibly his father as well. He took a deep breath, picked up the dice cup, and began to shake it, looking extremely focused. This shake can decide the life of his large family. Can't miss. Knock. The dice cup slammed on the gambling table. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his cold sweat. Luckily, he didn't miss. He opened the dice cup. 1, 2, 3 points small. Hey, I won. A smile appeared on Qin Jiang's face. Blood rose. Yi Xian, the fourth ancestor, also looked at him, his face slightly trembling. This junior, not a thing. He took a deep breath and with a cold snort, he disappeared into thin air. Everyone was relieved, although the four ancestors did not reveal their auras. Just standing here was oppressive. Qin Jiang lowered his head and looked at Blood Rose. Ms. Yan. I won. Blood Rose, real name Yan Yun. All these are what Qin Jiang learned from the spoilers. Yan Yun's beautiful eyes were slightly closed, and when she opened them again, she resumed her flirtatiousness. Being able to be called a blood rose, her heart, naturally, was not ordinary. She looked toward Qin Jiang, one small hand on Qin Jiang's chest, and said in a pitiful manner, Young Master Qin, the slave will be your person from now on. You must have mercy on her since you can't fight back. Just swing for the fences and enjoy it. What's more, it would be a good thing for her to hug the Qin family's thigh. Looking at Yan Yun, Qin Jiang nodded in satisfaction. This woman is smart, however. That's exactly why I'm afraid it's not easy to get her heart. But soon, this idea was put behind Qin Jiang. He a big villain. Whether he can get the heart of the Qi heroine is not important. The body is his own on the line, and, well, fondness breeds fondness. He cupped Yan Yun's chin and laughed. Don't pretend to be soft. Since you're with me, I'm sure I won't let you suffer, alright? Take me to meet your aunt. At those words, a flash of resentment flashed through Yan Yun's eyes. Sure enough, young Master Qin has long been investigating the good family law. Did all this much, all for the sake of aunt? Yo, you haven't even entered the door yet, and you're already fighting for favor? Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow. Yan Yun smiled flirtatiously. By now, she had already completely let go. She snuggled up to Qin Jiang. Her beautiful eyes were full of teasing, and she opened her mouth delicately. Young Master Qin is worth fighting for yet. Leprechaun. Qin Jiang took a deep breath and directly picked up Yan Yun. The second floor is your room, right? Yan Yun nodded. Her pretty face flushed. Qin Jiang hugged Yan Yun and walked towards the second floor, not forgetting to give a command to Black Dragon. Clear the area. No one is allowed on the second floor. Yes. I don't know how many people's dream goddesses have finally fallen into the mortal world today. Rose Casino. Second floor. It was Yan Yun's exclusive rest area. No one was allowed to come up except for a few small maids, and Qin Jiang was still the first man to come here. Several hours in a row. Yan Yun's face was full of fatigue as she looked at Qin Jiang, who was still in high spirits, and a hint of fear flashed through her beautiful eyes. Young Master Qin, my aunt is almost here. She spoke softly. Qin Jiang knew that Yan Yun was begging for mercy in disguise, and he glanced at the blooming blood roses and laughed lightly. Shouldn't you be punished for deceiving me? Upon hearing this, Yan Yun immediately hugged herself and looked at Qin Jiang warily. This asshole. Does he really want to think that he is a young woman? But, not before. But now it's really becoming a young woman. Seeing her wary look, Qin Jiang stopped teasing her and got up on his own. When does your aunt arrive? I'll ask. Yan Yun found out a jade pendant, and before he could inquire, he saw several messages. Auntie seems to have arrived. Arrived? Well, but it seems to have been stopped by your people. Yan Yun blinked her eyes, and during the process, she was a bit disoriented. Not even realizing how much time had passed. At those words, Xinjiang wasn't in a hurry and looked at Yen Yun. In that case, it doesn't matter if we make her wait a little longer, does it? Ha? What are you doing? You? I thought you asked me what I was going to do. Yen Yun. Soon. Yen Yun was forgetting about her aunt until an hour later. Xinjiang ordered someone to make Yen Yun's aunt come to the second floor. The image that came into his eyes caused this ice-cold killer to instantly widen his eyes. Stop it. My aunt is here. Yen Yun whispered. Xinjiang lifted his head and moved it slightly to find a comfortable position. Yen Xia, the creator of the Dark Pavilion. I didn't expect it, but it's still a great beauty. Yen Xia's beautiful eyes narrowed. The image in front of her was a bit of a shock to her, and Yen Yun, too, was a bit shy. The beautiful eyes looked at Yen Xia from time to time. Originally, she didn't want Yen Xia to intervene, but now it seemed that one person by himself was a bit of a pitfall. Perhaps, take your aunt with you. You called me here so I could watch you guys. Yen Xia's voice was icy cold. I don't know if it was anger, or some shyness. Her cheeks, surprisingly, were slightly flushed. Yen Yun looked toward Xinjiang with a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes. Xinjiang smiled slightly. Of course not. He half leaned in Yen Yun's arms, sizing up Yen Xia, nodding his head in satisfaction, and said, I can help you get your revenge. As the words fell, Yen Xia's eyes flashed, and Yen Yun's delicate body stiffened slightly. I know that you, aunt and nephew, are not from the Tianqian continent, and the reason why you came here was to avoid pursuit, while at the same time building up your strength in the hope of taking revenge one day. Only, with your abilities, I'm afraid you won't have a chance even in 10,000 years, right? Yen Xia looked at Yen Yun. Their identities, known only to herself, had never been revealed to anyone. You don't have to look at her. She's not the one who told me. Xinjiang smiled. At my Qin family, if I want to investigate something, there's almost nothing I can't find out. Upon hearing this, Yen Xia's eyes were also somewhat shocked as she looked at Xinjiang and remained silent for a while before speaking. It seems that everyone has underestimated the Qin family. Xinjiang let out a light laugh. The identity of this aunt and nephew, the Qin family naturally could not investigate. However, in the drama, Xinjiang was able to know the identity of the two Dai in this world. The Tianqian continent was not the only one. Rather, there are 9 heavens, 10 places, 3,000 realms. 9 heavens is the most powerful 9 continents. In the 9 heavens, great emperors strong are not a few, and even there are great emperors above the existence of great emperors. Below the 9 heavens are the 10 lands, the 10 continents second only to the 9 heavens. Tianqian continent, belonging to one of the 10 lands. Generally speaking, among the 10 lands, there were also the existence of great emperor powerhouses, and the Tianqian continent, which had experienced a great battle between all the emperors, was said to be fighting for a supreme treasure. The Great War lasted for hundreds of years, and the Tianqian continent was almost crushed. And as the Great War ended, what made it hard for everyone to accept was that all the great emperors on the continent had all disappeared. Until now, the Tianqian continent hadn't even recovered its peak. The 3 great emperor ancestors of the Qin clan had also disappeared in that battle, leaving behind only an emperor artifact. And based on the state of the imperial artifacts, the Qin family's ancestors judged that the 3 great emperors, most likely, hadn't fallen, but were trapped somewhere. Of course, this is just speculation. Moreover, even if they were truly trapped, there was nothing the Qin family could do. After all, even the great emperors were trapped, let alone them. Let's leave these aside for now. Back on Yen Yun and Yen Xia, their aunt and nephew. They came from one of the 9 heavens. Moreover, they were still a great clan, with a great emperor ancestor sitting within their clan. As for the 2 of them, why they had fallen to the Tianqian continent, it was also because of the family's struggle, which was similar to that of the Yi family. However, it was even more brutal. The losing side was almost entirely slaughtered. Only the aunt and nephew were left to escape. And in this Tianqian continent, they were secretly building up their strength. But it was a pity that with their abilities, they could not see any hope of revenge. Truly speaking, their situation was similar to Yi Xian's. Both were on the losing side of the family struggle, and it was for this reason that, according to the original plot, they sympathized with each other and united. In the plot within a year, the aunt and nephew's help to Yi Xian can be said to be great. And, after knowing each other for less than a year, the aunt and nephew are revealing their origins. It wasn't known whether he trusted Yi Xian, or was simply stupid, or perhaps, was influenced by the descending wisdom aura of the heaven's destined son. However, if it were not for that, one could not have known where the 2 came from. Since you know where we came from, you should also know the enemy that our aunt and nephew are going to face, right? Yen Xia said. Xinjiang nodded. Nature knows. Seeing him so bland, Yen Xia couldn't help but say, our enemies. There are existences at the level of great emperors. Moreover, there is more than one of them. Are you sure? The Qin family dares to provoke such enemies. So what if it's a great emperor? Qin Jiang smiled disdainfully and confidently. You know nothing about the strength of my Qin family. Yan Xia's heart was shaken. For a moment, by Qin Jiang's confidence, could it be that the Qin family's strength was really so terrifying? But on the surface, Qin Jiang didn't seem to have a great emperor, did it? If the Qin family's oldest ancestor, knowing Qin Jiang's words, would have definitely exclaimed straight away, "Don't take us with you bragging." Yan Xia took a deep breath and glanced at Yan Yun. No matter what, her niece was hitched. The Qin family's power could still be utilized. At least, the Qin family was much stronger than their aunt and nephew. I assume you have other conditions? Yan Xia said. Qin Jiang nodded and looked at Yan Yun. Little rhymer, will you be jealous if I take in your aunt? Yan Xia? Yan Yun's pretty face blushed, and after sneaking a glance at Yan Xia, she tilted her head. If you're capable, I won't object. Yan Xia's face was full of questions. It had only been a few days since she had seen her niece. Why did she seem like a different person? Qin Jiang let out a light laugh. What does Ms. Xia mean? You're dead in the water. Yan Xia grimaced. You can't get your niece, but you have to get yourself? No way. It's too bad of a deal to make. You're just in the returning to the first realm now, aren't you? Qin Jiang asked. Yan Xia's talent, which was still very good, should be about the same age as Yiling Tian, or even a little younger, but her strength was even stronger than Yiling Tian's. If they were to carry out an assassination, Yan Xia would be able to take Yiling Tian's life with one strike. Yan Xia nodded. At her age, to be able to reach the return to one realm, she was definitely considered a heavenly pride. Talent is good. Only, if you want to break through to a great emperor, you're still a bit short. Qin Jiang shook his head. Yan Xia was also clear in her heart that the chances of stepping into a great emperor without a special chance were minuscule. You have a way to help me? She asked subconsciously. Qin Jiang smiled and nodded, taking out a scroll. Yan Xia looked at it curiously. Qin Jiang could really help himself break through to the great emperor? It is? Qin Jiang unfolded the scroll. It was a beautiful painting. Only, in this scroll, there were 7 positions that were vacant, and it looked as if it was the figure of a woman. The 7 beauties diagram. If you can become one of the 7 beauties, you can reach the Supreme Realm in a short period of time. Qin Jiang introduced himself. Supreme Realm. After the Supreme Being, it could be the Great Emperor. Yan Xia's eyes lit up, but immediately, she frowned. There should be a limit, right? That's right. By becoming one of the 7 beauties, you will follow my orders unconditionally. And, if I die, you die. Of course, there are benefits. As long as I don't die, you will never truly die. And when, in the future, I step into the realm of the Great Emperor, you, too, will step into the realm of the Great Emperor with me. What if you can't break through to the Great Emperor? Yan Xia frowned upon hearing this. Qin Jiang smiled arrogantly. Put it this way. As long as I'm willing, in 3 years at the most, I'll be able to step into the realm of the Great Emperor. Yan Xia skimmed her mouth. Who wouldn't know how to brag? She was slightly silent, her heart somewhat torn. With her own talent, it was almost impossible to reach a great emperor, and this was 7 beautiful pictures. It could almost be said that becoming one of the 7 beauties was no different from being Qin Jiang's slave. And besides, who could ensure that Qin Jiang would definitely break through to the great emperor? So it's a gamble, and it's a gamble to give it all up. Betting that Qin Jiang could become a great emperor, betting that Qin Jiang would help her. After thinking for a while, Yan Xia looked at Qin Jiang. What about Rhyme? Are you going to make her one of the 7 beauties too? Little Rhyme can't. Qin Jiang shook his head, and Xia breathed a sigh of relief as she became one of the 7 beauties, and Rhyme was Qin Jiang's woman. At least, it would ensure that Qin Jiang would help them. But, why did you choose me to be one of the 7 beauties? Yan Xia wondered. Qin Jiang smiled slightly. Because I don't think you're not easy to hold, and I'm too lazy to waste my time. So as long as you become one of the 7 beauties, you'll do whatever I want you to do. Yancy, that's so honest. I am the spoilers. Yan Yun is like a silly white sweetie, being confused. And as for Yan Xia, she has always had reservations about Yi Xian for an entire year. There was no letting down of the guard against Yi Xian. Or rather, to everyone, she retained a trace of vigilance. After all, in this Tianxian continent, only she and Yan Yun were dependent on each other. Yan Yun was silly. She, the ant, did not retain enough vigilance, would have long been eaten and wiped clean. What's more, they are carrying a blood feud, and Yan Yun heard Qin Jiang's words, a slight wrinkle in the eyebrows. The ant is not good to take. Then she, good hold? She felt that Qin Jiang was insulting her. However, without waiting for her to question, Yan Xia spoke up. What does it take to become one of the 7 beauties? Qin Jiang played with the 7 beauties diagram, and then, in a whirlwind, he looked at Yan Xia. Give me a drop of blood. Yan Xia's spiritual energy surged, forcing out a drop of blood from her fingertip and flinging it at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang directly caught it with the 7 beauty diagrams, and after urging the 7 beauty diagrams, The blood was immediately absorbed by the 7 beauty diagrams, and vaguely, Yan Xia felt that a strand of connection was created between herself and the 7 beauty diagrams even. Looking at Qin Jiang, it was a bit smoother right at this moment. Qin Jiang threw out the 7 beauties picture, and the scroll unfolded, wrapping Yan Xia in it. Don't resist. Qin Jiang let out a low gulp. Yan Xia took a deep breath, suppressing the instinct to resist, as the 7 beauty diagrams wrapped tighter and tighter, and a strong tugging force blossomed from the 7 beauty diagrams. The scroll flashed and directly wrapped around Yan Xia. Returning to the 7 beauties figure, the 7 beautiful pictures rolled up and rejoined Qin Jiang. Where's my aunt? Yan Yan's eyes widened. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and unfolded the 7 beauties map, only to see that one of the 7 positions that were originally vacant had a figure, which was none other than Yan Xia. Seeing this scene, Yan Yan's small mouth slightly opened. Oh, this is my aunt? Qin Jiang nodded. The power of the 7 beauty diagrams is helping her raise her realm, and by the looks of it, it will take a while. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Yan Yun was a little worried. Qin Jiang backhanded him and picked him up with a bad smile. Do you think that I would let anything happen to such a beauty? Yan Yun blinked and looked at Qin Jiang, then at Yan Xia in the 7 beauties picture, and then was completely relieved. Qin Jiang's colorful nature would never let anything happen to Yan Xia. By the way, you just said that my aunt is not easy to hold. Meaning, I am? No longer worried about Yan Xia. Yan Yun began to rehash old scores. Qin Jiang frowned and carefully surveyed Yan Yun. Could it be that I'm wrong? Of course it's not right. I'm witty, okay? Yan Yun's little mouth pouted. At those words, Qin Jiang nodded. Indeed. If you hadn't been so resourceful, I wouldn't have eaten so quickly. Yan Yun, on second thought, it seemed that from the very beginning, she was the one who had sent herself to Qin Jiang's face, although, during the process, he had spoken with wit several times, but everything, it seems, was under Qin Jiang's control, until the final bet. Losing himself to Qin Jiang. Thinking of these, Yan Yun cannot help but begin to doubt himself. Is it, he really, not so witty? Seeing this look of self-doubt on her face, Qin Jiang couldn't help but smile and hold her in his arms. Actually, you're still smart, only slightly more innocent. With a casino of this size, I'm guessing that your aunt usually sends someone to manage it, right? Yan Yun's pretty face blushed. Nominally, she was the one in control of the casino, but in reality, most of the affairs were managed by people sent by Yan Sharia.as for her. She's like a mascot. I'll manage the casino myself from now on. As if gambling, Yan Yun firmly said. Qin Jiang rubbed her head. Don't make a fuss. The young lady of the Tang Qin family, it's enough that she knows how to enjoy herself. So dirty work, just leave it to the subordinates. I thought you said I was simple. Your aunt was weak and couldn't protect you, and that's exactly why I was able to take advantage of the situation. But now, with me here, it doesn't matter if you're stupid. Yan Yun, you're the one who's stupid. Still, she nodded grudgingly. Okay, then I'm not trying. She was already a bit weak and had never known anything about managing these things, so it was natural for her to be able to leave them alone now. She was so happy in her heart that laying flat and swinging was just enjoyable, compared to Yan Xia. In her heart, she didn't have much hatred. After all, she was very small back then, and she still didn't remember it, and she didn't have much affection for her parents, and the loved ones who died back then. Only Yan Xia, who had been taking care of her, was affectionate. It's just that Yan Xia was bent on revenge, and most of the time, she was cultivating, or building up her strength, and it was inevitable that her care was a bit inconsiderate. However, there was one thing that Qin Jiang felt that Yan Xia had done well, and that was, she hadn't instilled in Yan Yun the idea that she must take revenge, and had simply wished for Yan Yun to live an easy life. Or perhaps, she knew that there was no hope for revenge and didn't want Yan Yun to live in hatred in the future like her. But no matter what, Yan Xia, as an aunt, was still doing a very competent job. Looking at Yan Yun's silly appearance, Qin Jiang smiled slightly. A rhymer. You know, the ultimate pleasure, is it? What? Yan Yun asked curiously. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed, came to Yan Yun's ear and whispered a few words, and Yan Yun's cheeks instantly flushed. Pfft, rascal. She blankly glanced at Qin Jiang, but seemed to have some intentions and timidly said, how about, try? Ding. The host changes the major plot. Reward Spacetime Disc Fragment, Immortal Supreme Treasure, Bonus Sword Dao Upgrade, Sword Intent can be upgraded to Sword Power, Reward 10 drops of Great Emperor's Essence Blood, Reward Shadowless Sword, Semi-Imperial Artifact, Shadowless and Invisible, best suited for assassins, Reward Villain Points 120, 000. After Qin Jiang sent his men to drive Yi Xian out of the Rose Casino, the system's voice was ringing in Qin Jiang's head. A reward that made Qin Jiang look happy, especially a fragment of the spacetime disc? Immortal Grade Supreme Treasure? Qin Jiang muttered to himself. He knew that there was a higher realm above the Great Emperors. He just wasn't sure exactly what it was. Could it be that, above the Great Emperors, were the immortal Dao powerhouses? His consciousness entered the system space and saw a glistening white fragment, floating in the system space. Qin Jiang reached out and grabbed it, and the fragment appeared in his palm. This is a fragment of the space-time disk? The corner of his mouth twitched. This thing? I'm afraid it's less than a tenth of the entire space-time disk, right? Qin Jiang fiddled with this space disk fragment for a few moments, and it didn't seem to serve any purpose other than glowing. Of course, it might also be that the current Qin Jiang couldn't figure out such advanced stuff, casually tossing it aside. Qin Jiang checked the other rewards. Upgrading sword intent is to be able to make sword intent upgraded to sword potential. In the Tianqian continent, comprehending sword intent was enough to be called a sword Dao Grandmaster, while sword potential was still above sword intent, and every sword cultivator who comprehended sword potential was considered a king. If it rises one more level, then it is the heart of the sword, the true unity of the human sword, when it belongs to the emperor of the way of the sword. According to the current progress, it shouldn't take long for Qin Jiang to be able to comprehend the sword heart. There was also great emperor essence blood, 10 drops of it, and each drop of it contained the great emperor laws. But of course, whether or not one could comprehend them from it was another matter. It wasn't like before, when they directly rewarded a great imperial law, which was equivalent to rewarding a great imperial powerhouse. The essence blood was slightly worse, but if one was lucky, they might be able to produce a few great emperors. The last reward, the shadowless sword. When he saw the attributes of this sword, Qin Jiang knew that it was prepared by the system for Yan Xia, a head killer, together with the shadowless sword. It's like a tiger with wings. Not bad. Qin Jiang nodded in satisfaction. This Yixian, there's a lot of oil and water. Ha, you're smiling so bad. Yin Yun's voice came from the side. Qin Jiang twisted his head to look. Yin Yun was yawning and stretching her waist. Her concave and convex figure displayed to the fullest. Qin Jiang came up to the table. I can be bad not just with my smile, but everywhere else too. You want to try? No way. Yin Yun shrank back. In the past few days, she hadn't been able to sleep well, and she blamed Qin Jiang for being bad all the time. I said I was going to let myself enjoy life, but instead, I've been suffering. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed, just about to make a move, when suddenly, with a flickering expression, he took out the 7 beauty diagram and immediately unfolded it, only to see, with a flash of light, Yan Xia's figure, appearing in front of the two of them. Seeing Yan Xia, Yan Yun was delighted and quickly pounced on her. Qin Jiang sized up. Yan Xia, supreme now? Yan Xia nodded, and there was some joy in her heart. First happening supreme. Not bad. From the returning to one realm, directly crossing over to the sage and reaching the supreme realm. And it's only been 3 days right now. The limit of the 7 beauty diagrams is the 9th tribulation supreme. It shouldn't take long for you to reach the strength of the 9th tribulation supreme. Qin Jiang laughed. Compared to Qin Jiang, Yan Xia knew more about the 7 beauty diagrams. After all, the current her was equivalent to being fused with the 7 beauty diagrams. With the help of the 7 beauty diagrams, for up to a year, she would be able to reach the 9th happiness supreme in this Tianqian continent. The 9th tribulation supreme was the pinnacle of existence. After all, one step further, it could be a great emperor. But Qin Jiang turned his words around and looked at Yan Xia's delicate cheeks. Gain, you've got it. Isn't it time to give? At those words, Yan Xia's delicate body trembled and her pretty face flushed crimson. However, because of the 7 beauty diagrams, she had no more antipathy towards Qin Jiang. Instead, she was quite affectionate, and she was willing to fulfill any request from Qin Jiang. Xia is willing to serve her master, she said slightly shyly. Yan Yan's small mouth was slightly open, her face full of incredulity. Auntie agreed to this? And that name calling, there's no need to be surprised. It's the effect of the 7 beauties chart. But don't worry, other than a change of heart towards me, there's no change in Xia's character. Qin Jiang explained. Yan Xia also nodded and looked at Qin Jiang. I feel now that my master is the most important person to me, and I would do anything for him. After she finished speaking, she seemed to notice that Yan Yun was a bit dissatisfied and touched her head again. Of course, rhyme is important to me too. Yan Yun, thank you for remembering me. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and beckoned to Yan Xia. She then walked to Qin Jiang's side and took the initiative to snuggle into Qin Jiang's embrace. Qin Jiang then looked at Yan Yun. But Yan Yun gave him a blank look, huffed, and ran straight downstairs. She naturally understood Qin Jiang's mind, just how shy it was. Qin Jiang shook his head, but did not force himself. Yan Xia stared at Qin Jiang. Master, what do you want Xia to do? Bones are a little rusty and need to be moved around. Qin Jiang laughed. Yan Xia blushed and nodded. Because of the existence of the 7 beauty diagrams, the two of them shared the same mind. Qin Jiang's thoughts could be told to her through her mind. That Xia helped the Lord move around a bit, she whispered. Several hours later, Qin Jiang stretched his waist, feeling relieved, while Yan Xia, in the end, was a supreme powerhouse with an extraordinary physique, and apart from being slightly tired, There was nothing much to worry about. Master, is it still satisfactory? Yan Xia propped herself up and slightly bent over Qin Jiang's shoulder. Her voice soft. Qin Jiang smiled and nodded. Then, with a flip of his palm, a soft sword appeared in his palm. Xia, try this sword. Yan Xia took the sword and immediately noticed that it was unusual, casually waving it a few times and sighing, good sword. Try injecting spiritual energy. Qin Jiang spoke again. Yan Xia nodded. A strand of spiritual energy, injected into the soft sword. In her astonished gaze, the soft sword even directly disappeared. However, she could clearly feel the existence of the soft sword. However, it could not be seen with the naked eye, nor could it be detected by the Yuan Shen. Master, this sword, half-emperor artifact, shadowless sword. Like it? Half-emperor artifact. Yan Xia was slightly startled. A half-imperial artifact that already possessed a wisp of imperial might even if it was placed in the 9 heavens. It would be a precious thing. She withdrew her spiritual power and the shadowless sword reappeared. Yan Xia caressed the shadowless sword. This sword, indeed, matched her. Looks like you like it. Give it away. Qin Jiang laughed. Hearing this, Yan Xia's pretty face was happy. Master, this sword is too precious. It was meant for you. No one else. The Yi family. After a few days of wandering around, Qin Jiang finally returned to the Yi family. Just as he entered the door, he saw Yi Ling Tian's cold face, with anger flickering in his eyes. Yo, who's this that's messing with Uncle Yi? Qin Jiang smiled slightly at why Yi Ling Tian coldly stared at Qin Jiang. What have you been doing at the Rose Casino these past few days? It's nothing. Helping your Yi family with a little trouble. This was the Yi family's territory. It was still normal for Yi Ling Tian to know his whereabouts. Not to mention, he had no intention of hiding it. Moreover, if it wasn't for him, Yan Xia would have really brought trouble to the Yi family. So, Qin Jiang said with a straight face, troubleshooting? Yi Ling mother laughed. Don't think I don't know what you've done. Fooling around in a place like that. Can you stand up to spirit? At those words, Qin Jiang frowned. Uncle Yi, I've been out these past few days, all so that you and Linger can have more time together. I'm trying to be considerate. Why don't you know how to be nice? Yi Ling Tian, you're looking for a woman behind my daughter's back and I'm thanking you? If you feel, Uncle Yi, that you have too much free time, I can also accompany you to spar. Qin Jiang added. Why Yi Ling Tian's eyes glared. This little bastard, was he scaring himself? But what made him even more sad was that he really couldn't beat Qin Jiang. You. Yi Ling Tian pointed at Qin Jiang. Half speechless, Qin Jiang let out a light laugh, walked over to Yi Ling Tian, patted his shoulder, and opened his mouth. Uncle Yi, it's fine for us young people to settle our own matters, so don't worry blindly about it. You old man. After saying that, he went around Yi Ling Tian. In the Yi family, Yi Linger had an exclusive small courtyard. Qin Jiang arrived at the small courtyard and pushed the door in. When he heard a burst of delicate laughter, looking up, 3 dainty women were laughing and joking, a mother-in-law and 2 daughters-in-law. Qin Jiang, hearing the voice, the 3 women looked at the same time. Yi Linger was even more delighted as she trotted over and hugged Qin Jiang's arm. At the same time, Chen Ningbing also walked over, her nose slightly shrugged, and she gave Qin Jiang a blank look. This big pervert must have gone out to steal food again. Are you still used to being in Ye's house? Qin Jiang asked. Both women nodded. This was originally Yi Linger's home. Although it was her first time back, it was still very intimate. As for Chen Ningbing, her character, she could get used to it anywhere. Xiao Jiang is back. Yi mother also walked over and greeted with a smile, only, in her eyes, there were vaguely some strange colors. In these few days, what Qin Jiang was doing, as the Yi family's main mother, she was naturally very clear, but looking at her own daughter's appearance, she secretly sighed and didn't say anything more. After talking to each other for a few moments, Mother Yi was smiling. Xiao Jiang has just returned, so I won't bother you young people to get together. After saying that, Mother Yi was directly leaving. After Mother Yi left, Yi Linger and Chen Ningbing's gazes were fixed on Qin Jiang. What's wrong? Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow. Why Yi Linger hesitated and opened her mouth. Have you been out there robbing people again the last few days? Both my father and mother have warned me, explicitly and implicitly, that you are no good and that I should keep my eyes open. Qin Jiang, looking at Yi Linger, Qin Jiang's eyes were strange. That's a backhanded way for you to sell them. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger's pretty face flushed as she blankly glanced at Qin Jiang. What kind of virtue you are? I've known it for a long time. Just, in front of my parents, you slightly restrain. She, herself, was robbed by Qin Jiang, including Chen Ningbing, who was also directly robbed by Qin Jiang in the ring. So she had a strong tolerance for Qin Jiang's lower limits. Qin Jiang smiled and said, it's not exactly a robbery. As you know, with the charisma of this young man, when he walks on the street, there will be young girls offering themselves to him. So, narcissism. The two women gave unanimous reviews. Jin Jiang flipped his palm and two exquisite necklaces appeared in his palm. Here, a present for you. Although the two women would not say anything on the surface, they would always be jealous in their hearts, and still needed to be properly comforted. Seeing the necklace, the two women's eyes lit up. Jin Jiang let out a light laugh and personally put it on for the two of them, admiring it carefully and marveling at it. It's beautiful. Hearing Jin Jiang's praise, the two women were also joyful, when suddenly, Chen Ningbing let out a light ipaha. Why do I feel that the spiritual energy around me is much more active after wearing the necklace? Yeah, that's really it. Yi Linger felt it, and her beautiful eyes also lit up. Seeing the two's astonished looks, Jin Jiang explained this is not an ordinary necklace. It is made by me with extremely high-quality spirit marrow. It can increase your cultivation speed and also warm your physique. On top of that, there is also a teleportation array inside. When you encounter danger, the teleportation array will be automatically activated to send you to my side. Extreme spirit marrow? And inscribed with a teleportation array? Both women were slightly shocked. It's a gift that's more than heartfelt. It's precious. For a while, in the hearts of the two women, they were both a little touched. This kind of thing must have been made by Qin Zheng himself. Otherwise, no one would be so defeatist as to take the very best spirit marrow to make a necklace. In fact, the two women thought it was not bad. This necklace is Qin Jiang spend villainous points, customized from the system. It is also considered to be Qin Zhang's own due, right? After all, what's his relationship with the system? No distinction between you and me. Okay, like it? Qin Jiang asked with a smile. Both women nodded, holding their necklaces, their faces full of happiness. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed, coming over to the two women and hugging their waists. That, is there a reward? Upon hearing this, Yi Linger and Chen Ningbing glanced at each other, a blush appearing on their pretty faces as they blinked at each other, seemingly exchanging something. Looking at Qin Jiang, he was confused. He had a feeling that they must have been thinking up some bad ideas during the days he was away. As Qin Jiang thought, the two of them were really pondering over the bad idea. Of course, this was also because the two women detected a sense of crisis. Step out of the room. Qin Jiang was slightly in a trance. This time, when he entered the small black room, he had stayed for 5 days. Fortunately, possessing the dual god body, his physique was unrivaled. Otherwise, he might have to come out crawling. He moved around a bit and muttered, this isn't even close to my limit. It seems that more effort is needed. Hidden in the mountains. A quiet valley, surrounded by mountains on all sides, just like a paradise. I am the valley, under the cover of the dense forest. It was surprising to see, vaguely, a house, and occasionally you could see that there were shadows flickering between the trees. Looking further, in front of a house, there was a teenager, who was lowering his head, and in front of him, there was a middle-aged man, looking at him with a gloomy face. Failed? I thought you said it was foolproof. The middle-aged man reprimanded in a low voice. Yi Xian's face was filled with loss, and his heart twitched slightly at the thought of Yan Yan being carried upstairs by Qin Zhang. The woman you had your eye on turned out to be taken by someone else. Father, I also didn't expect that Qin Zhang would show up at the Rose Casino. Yi Xian said bitterly. The middle-aged man in front of him was none other than Yi Qingtian, who could only hide in the deep mountains in order to avoid the search of the Yi family. Qin Zhang, it's Qin Zhang again. Yi Qingtian's face was ugly. Originally, he had already contacted the other ancient clans and gained support, so as soon as he had the chance, he would be able to return to the Yi family and seize the position of family head. But now, because of Qin Zhang's appearance, these ancient clans, surprisingly, withdrew all of their reinforcements. He had no choice but to retract again. Yi Xian ventured to sneak into Yi City and contact Yan Yun, but also for the Dark Pavilion in Yan Xia's hands, a force that was not comparable to the ancient clan, but an assassin organization. If he was able to take control, he would definitely be able to stir up the Yi family. Once the Yi family was in chaos, his chance came. Only, Yi Xian went with confidence and came back in disgrace, and the reason for his failure was again Qin Zhang. Father, now that the Yi family has climbed up to the Qin family, if we want to go back, the first thing we have to deal with is Qin Zhang. Yi Xian opened his mouth. His eyes flashed, filled with murderous intent. Yi Qingtian glanced at him. Dispose of Qin Zhang and then let the Qin family destroy the Yi family? What are you thinking? Our purpose is not to exterminate the Yi family. That's our family. Our purpose is to control the Yi family. If the Yi family is overthrown, I'm still in control of shit. Looking at Yi Xian, Yi Qingtian suddenly realized that this son of his brain was a bit bad. I'm afraid that letting him reach out to Yan Yun was a bad decision in the first place. Listening to his father's reprimand, Yi Xian lowered his head, but in his eyes, hatred still flickered. Seeing his disembodied appearance, Yi Qingtian waved his hand in annoyance. Okay, no more for you. Go back and rest. Yes. With a promise, Yi Xian retreated. Only, instead of going back to rest, He quietly left the valley. Yi Xian left shortly after. A figure also quietly left the valley. Looking at its figure, it was none other than Yi Qingtian. He glanced towards Yi Xian's departing direction and shook his head slightly. Then, his body flashed and headed in another direction. About an hour later. He appeared in a small village. The people in the village, after taking a look at him, they stopped paying attention. Yi Qingtian's face was expressionless, walking through the village. A figure, soon, appeared beside him. What are you doing here? Our housemaster has made it clear that he will not offer you any more help. One of them spoke. Yi Qingtian glanced at him and faintly said, let those of your clan who can speak, come here, and I will talk to them. Don't dream. We don't need to talk anymore. You should be clear about the Qin family's strength, and none of us will easily provoke them. At those words, Yi Qingtian's footsteps lurched and a scowl appeared on his face. Since that's the case, then this seat takes the initiative to show up and explode all of you. I'm going to give you one more chance. Call anyone from your clan who can talk. The others had ugly faces and stared hatefully at Yi Qingtian. You wait. Half an hour later. In a room, several strong auras locked onto Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian, on the other hand, was bland. If I die, the matter of our cooperation will be exposed immediately. Do you guys think that the Yi family will request the Qin family and give you some blows? Looking at the few people around him, Yi Qingtian sneered. As the words fell, several people's faces were indignant, but they still collected their breath. Yi Qingtian, what the hell are you doing? I just want to work with you guys. No way. We won't offer you any more help even if you expose our cooperation. Previously, although they had cooperated, they hadn't caused any harm to the Yi family, and at most, they had given the Yi family a little compensation, and in the end, the Qin family would most likely not make things difficult for them. But if we continue to work together, that's not necessarily the case. In the face of Firmament's recovery, Yi Qingtian was not surprised. Only a touch of madness appeared on his face. This cooperation is not to help me control the Yi family, but to help me combat the Yi family. I want the Yi family to be completely ruined, and since I can't get it, I'll destroy it. Moreover, don't worry, I won't touch Yi Linger, only if she's fine. The Qin family won't make a big fuss. Besides, doesn't the ancient clan have any dead soldiers? Hand them over to me. Destroy a Yi family, and by then, the Yi domain will still be divided among you, so you will not lose. A few people from the ancient clan, hearing Yi Qingtian's words, glanced at each other. If they could destroy the Yi clan and lose some dead soldiers, it would really not be a loss. For a while, a few people were a bit impressed. Dead soldiers alone can't destroy the Yi family. The Yi clan was an ancient clan, and the most powerful thing about it was the deep heritage. 10,000 years of savings. How many old ancestors within the clan? Are the existence of a long time? As long as they are still alive, this Yi family will not be destroyed. You guys are concerned about those old nobodies, aren't you? Yi Qingtian sneered. You have a way to deal with them? Several people from the ancient clan looked at Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian shook his head. I can't help it. I'm too weak compared to them. But, you several ancient clans, there are quite a few old ancestors. Let our old ancestor make a move. No way. A few people from the ancient clan froze, and then they shook their heads. It was fine for the dead soldiers to make a move, but if the old ancestors had made a move, wouldn't that be a direct indication that it was them who had overthrown the Yi family? More importantly, the Yi family's old ancestor was not a soft target. If they wanted to destroy them, they did not know how much they would have to lose. It was not worth it. If it wasn't for that, they would have teamed up to overthrow the Yi family long ago. Wouldn't it have waited until now? Yi Qingtian skimmed his lips, his eyes flickering slightly as he said, what if I could poison them? Poisoning? The eyes of a few people from the ancient clan lit up. There weren't many poisons that could poison a supreme being, but as an ancient clan, it was still possible to get them. It was just that it was difficult to have the opportunity to poison a supreme being. You can do it? The question asked. Yi Qingtian smiled confidently. Don't forget that even if I fail in my bid to become the head of the family, there are still people who support me in the Yi family. After Yi Qingtian left the village, a smile appeared on his face as he looked in the direction of the Yi family's second brother. Let big brother teach you how to be the head of the family. With a mumble, he directly disappeared in place. An hour later, Yi Qingtian returned to the valley. Originally, he was in a good mood because he had negotiated a cooperation, but just as he stepped into the valley, his footsteps lurched, his brows furrowed, and the spiritual energy in his body instantly surged. Snap! Just then, a round of applause broke out as expected of someone who can toy with several ancient clans. His perception is really sharp. Yi Qingtian's pupils shrank, and he suddenly turned his head to look, only to see a teenager looking at him with a faint smile. Qin Jiang. Yi Qingtian's eyes narrowed. The person who came was none other than Qin Jiang, and Yi Qingtian recognized him at the same glance. How did you find this place? Yi Qingtian was on guard. The mood was a little bad. The plan had just begun and it was about to go straight down the drain? He was a little reluctant. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and said, I felt that you needed me right now. So I reached out. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian's eyes flickered. Then he faintly said, the one who needs you is Yi Lingtian. Not me, yes? Qin Jiang leaned against the trunk of a tree. So, your power. It's enough for you to complete the plan? At these words, Yi Qingtian's face changed as he stared at Qin Jiang tightly. And then, he let out a cold laugh. Could it be that you still want to help me overthrow the Yi family? Qin Jiang shook his head, locking eyes with him in earnest. What I'm talking about is your real plan. Yi Qingtian's fists clenched. Qin Jiang laughed. Don't doubt it. Any plan you have, I know about it, and I also know that you can't accomplish the plan on your own. And that, ultimately, you'll have to ask for help. So I've taken the initiative to send it to you. How did you know? Yi Qingtian frowned tightly. In order to ensure the success of his plan, he had never revealed it to anyone. And even when he slept, he would seal his mouth for fear of dreaming of leaking it to it. It was logical that there could never be anyone else who knew about their plans but Qin Jiang's performance and the appearance of faith. It seems. Really no. Qin Jiang pointed at Yi Qingtian and said mysteriously, I can read minds. Yi Qingtian. So you heard me scolding you just now? Qin Jiang? He blushed. Damn it. I'm not helping. You play by yourself. Wait. Yi Qingtian changed his mind and blocked in front of Qin Jiang, asking seriously, are you really willing to help me? I won't help if you scold me. Yi Qingtian. Ahem. I'm just kidding. You can read minds. Didn't you also not hear me scolding you? Yi Qingtian explained. Qin Jiang blackened his face. I can be a fart mind reader. Yi Qingtian. This old bastard must have seen it too. This guy, more shrewd than a fox. Okay. Just let me know when you make your move. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Yi Qingtian was slightly stunned. You won't listen to my plan? I know. You really know? Of course. Looking at Qin Jiang's confident appearance, Yi Qingtian is a little uneasy. Don't give the whole fork in time. I think we'd better unify first. Yi Qingtian said seriously. Hearing this, Qin Jiang thought for a moment, then nodded. He was not sure. The plot will not have any changes, in case the whole fork splits. That's really embarrassing. The two of them talked for a while. Yi Qingtian was surprised to find that Qin Jiang still really knew everything about his plans. However, he did not ask more questions. Everyone had their own secrets. Eventually, Yi Qingtian asked, why are you helping me? I think that you are smoother than Yi Lingtian. Hey, that's soothing to hear. On Yi Qingtian's face, a rare smile appeared as he nodded approvingly. Confidant. I look at your son, though, and it's bad. Yi Qingtian's smile froze. A touch of bitterness appeared on his face. Not to mention Qin Jiang, even he himself. He kind of looked at Yi Xian in a bad light. He always felt that Yi Xian was stupid. Moreover, Yi Xian had a true hatred for the Yi family. Yi Qingtian sighed. I'm the one who didn't educate him. Qin Jiang patted his shoulder and sighed. My condolences on the family's loss. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian's mouth twitched and his face was filled with black lines. How was it that he was saddened? Besides, my own son is a bit stupid. But it's not so bad for the family, is it? Alright, old Yi, I should go. Let me know when it's time for action. After saying that, Qin Jiang left. Yi Qingtian looked at his back and sighed slightly in his heart. I didn't expect the person who understands himself the most is such a junior. With Qin Jiang's help, this plan should be able to go perfectly. Instead of going back to Ye's house, Qin Jiang went to the Rose Casino, having Yen Yun arrange a room for him. Qin Jiang looked around and shouted, the four ancestors? In or out? After a moment of silence, finally, space trembled slightly and the figures of the four ancestors appeared. What's with the shouting at me? Little shit? The fourth ancestor glared at Qin Jiang, seemingly still angry at him for betting on his head. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed. A fourth ancestor. You old man should have heard the conversation between me and Yi Qingtian, right? What? Want me to make a move? Qin Jiang nodded. Beside me, you are the only one qualified to intervene in this matter. The others, they are no different from those who deliver food. Hearing Qin Jiang's praise, the corners of the fourth ancestor's mouth lifted slightly, but immediately, his face became grave as he spoke of the other ancient clans. If they really want to overthrow the Yi family, the power that will be deployed, I'm afraid it won't be weak, and I'm afraid that with me alone, my power will be insufficient. Fourth ancestor, you've laid low. Qin Jiang smiled and flipped his palm with this. Do you think one is enough? Seeing the great emperor's law in Qin Jiang's palm, the four ancestors' eyes widened violently, their breath almost unable to be suppressed, and their voices trembled slightly. This is great emperor's law? Exactly. Qin Jiang nodded and smiled. Fourth ancestor, you've refined this great emperor's law. You'll have no problem breaking through to a great emperor, right? The fourth ancestor took a deep breath, his face grave of this stuff. Where did you get it? Just last night, I dreamt of a great imperial law, and when I woke up, this thing appeared inside me. Qin Jiang opened his eyes, the four ancestors. Although he knew that he was lying, he didn't say much, and with a wave of his palm, the great emperor's law appeared in front of him. A great emperor's law that was extremely pure, not tainted with any other scent. The fourth ancestor's eyes were complicated as he waved his hand and sent the great imperial laws back to Qin Jiang. Keep this thing. Use it when you impact a great emperor in the future. Hearing the fourth ancestor's words, Qin Jiang's eyes glazed over with disbelief. The fourth ancestor thought that Qin Jiang would find it hard to believe that he would give up the great emperor's laws, and could not help but sigh with a slight smile. You're the future of the Qin family. Qin Jiang, on the other hand, was full of questions. No, he looked at the four ancestors grudgingly. Fourth ancestor, are you looking down on me? At those words, the four ancestors froze. Qin Jiang was disgusted and threw the great imperial laws back to the four ancestors. With my talent, I still need this to impact a great emperor? Four ancestors? So I need to? It's not that I'm looking down on you. You're looking down on the fourth patriarch. You, pointing at Qin Jiang. For a moment, the four ancestors were actually speechless. However, with Qin Jiang's talent, if he wanted to break through to the great emperor, he really didn't need this thing anymore. Qin Jiang was a dual god body. To possess two divine bodies and still be unable to break through to a great emperor, that could only mean that Qin Jiang was too wasted as a person. Looking at the great emperor's law in front of him, the fourth ancestor hesitated slightly. This was something that quite a few of the Qin clan's old ancestors needed, especially the first ancestor, who was the Qin clan's oldest existence. Life expectancy is running out. It's a bit of a waste if he uses it. Qin Jiang could see what the fourth ancestor was thinking, and after a slight contemplation, he said of fourth ancestor, in fact, last night, there was a bit of something else in the dream besides this great emperor's law. Before the words fell, the blazing gazes of the four ancestors gazed over. Qin Jiang coughed dryly and took out a drop of great emperor essence blood, tossing it to the four ancestors. Fourth ancestor, take a look. This is... The fourth ancestor's eyes glazed over as he hurriedly caught the great emperor's essence blood, his arms trembling slightly. A great emperor essence blood. The voice of the fourth ancestor was filled with shock. First, it was the great emperor's laws, and then the great emperor's essence blood, any one of which, when released, would be enough to cause a bloody storm. Qin Jiang, on the other hand, took it out casually. It didn't seem to treat it like a baby. The most important thing was that apart from the time when Qin Jiang was trying to pass on the family name for the Qin family, he had, at all times, followed Qin Jiang around without realizing that these things, where Qin Jiang had gotten them from. It's hard to believe that it's really a dream come true. Just then, he saw a flash in front of his eyes, only to see several streams of light appearing in front of him. He subconsciously caught it, and when he saw what it was, his eyes froze. It's all great emperor essence blood. A full 10 drops. Is this enough? Qin Jiang asked. Originally, he wanted to leave 2 drops, looking for when he recruited manpower to cultivate, but on second thought, cultivate outsiders, not as good as cultivating their own family. Therefore, 10 drops of great emperor essence blood, he directly flung out. You still have it? The fourth ancestor subconsciously asked, even though there was no more. Qin Jiang still tapped his chest. Tube enough. Looking at the fourth ancestor's shocked and dumbfounded gaze, he was secretly pleased with himself. Just like your unseen look. More if you manage to get enough? The fourth ancestor's eyes were bright, staring straight at Qin Jiang. At those words, Qin Jiang coughed dryly. Wait until you run out of these. The fourth ancestor, slightly stunned, immediately reacted. This little guy, I am afraid that there is no more. If it is usually, he will certainly have to ridicule a few words. But now, looking at the great emperor's laws and essence blood in his hand, TSK, it's better to save face for this little GUI.so. The fourth ancestor nodded. Okay. In order to make sure, the fourth ancestor personally went back to the Qin family, and at the same time, worried about Qin Jiang's safety, he drew a circle for him to stay in. It made Qin Jiang think that he was going to shave his head and become a monk. However, the circle was different from the one drawn by the monkey. The people outside couldn't get in, and Qin Jiang couldn't get out. It took a long time of boredom before the fourth ancestor came back and released Qin Jiang. Fourth ancestor, you're taking personal revenge, aren't you? Qin Jiang said in a depressed voice. The fourth ancestor gave him a blank look. Old ancestor, I am broad-minded. I don't care about your offense. Imprisoning you is just for your safety. You should be thankful for that. Oh, I thank you. The fourth ancestor waved his hand. Alright, I'm going to close my eyes for the time being. For a short period of time, I can't care about you. And my safety? Don't worry. The old ancestor brought over 10 supreme beings. It's enough to protect you. At those words, Qin Jiang was slightly startled. Good lord. 10 supreme beings. Stronger than the entire Yi family, right? With the great emperor's laws, it shouldn't take long for me to break through, so I'll try to make it back when you guys make your move. After saying that, The four ancestors disappeared into thin air. Qin Jiang knew that for such a big event, the Qin family would definitely not dare to be negligent, and the old ancestors of the family should all come out of the gate to protect the four ancestors. I in the room. Only Qin Jiang remained. That he was just about to leave and get ready to move around. Suddenly, there was a flash in front of his eyes and a figure appeared in front of him. Qin Jiang was a bit surprised. How did you get out? This figure was none other than the fire race woman in the ring. Ever since she was discovered by her old ancestor, she had been shrinking in her ring, and up until now, it was the first time she had shown herself. Just after leaving the ring, the Fire Nation woman's brows were furrowed, and in a flash, she sensed that dozens of strong auras were locked onto her. At any moment, they will attack. She took a deep breath, knowing that all these scents were protecting Qin Jiang. Forcing herself to relax, she looked at Qin Jiang and opened her mouth. I've thought it over. You help me restore my flesh and I'll be your woman. Qin Jiang was slightly stunned. No, you're giving in to this? I haven't even started my offense yet. Why did you just surrender? Looking at Qin Jiang still seems to be a little reluctant. The fire tribe woman's silver teeth bite. How much psychological construction he did to say this sentence. The result? The guy wasn't happy about it. You're in the ring. You should be able to know what's going on out there. So you should be well aware that I like to eat a strong twisted melon. It's more exciting and fulfilling. This. Not only do you not have to twist it, but it opens the flesh on its own and brings it right to your mouth. So what's the point? Listening to Qin Jiang's words, the fire race woman's eyes widened. In this world, there was such a perverted person? And it's run into itself. She gritted her teeth and hated it. So what do you want? She was indeed aware of the situation in the outside world, and had also been observing Qin Jiang, whose talent, intelligence, appearance, background, and so on, were all absolutely top-notch. The only downside is that it's a bit horny, moving to rob people. In fact, she also knew that after falling into the hands of Qin Jiang, she had no choice. In front of her, there is only one road, and her heart has long been ready. Only, during this period of time, she didn't take care of Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang also didn't take care of her. But around Qin Jiang, there are more and more women, and it looks like there will be no part for her. She wanted to take the initiative, but her inner pride, and her shyness, kept getting in the way. And so it was, hesitating until now. Today, seeing Qin Jiang casually take out the Great Emperor's laws and Great Emperor's essence blood, she was even more shocked than the fourth ancestor. After all, she was the one who had been following Qin Jiang closely. The Fire Nation woman knew his every move clearly. She was sure that Qin Jiang definitely had secrets, and it's the big secret. So, all things considered, being Qin Jiang's woman would definitely not be a loss. In addition to this, what can make her make a decision? There is another reason. Is because close to follow Qin Jiang? So, in Qin Jiang and other women, she can hear it all. This shitty ring, there's no soundproofing at all. It was also for this reason that listening to the magic sound every day, within her heart, she couldn't help but feel a trace of thirst. Qin Jiang sized up the Fire Nation woman. By the way, I still don't know your name? Fire Greenie. Greenie, that's a good name. Qin Jiang muttered. Fire Qinger hummed lightly as she looked at Qin Jiang. It's your turn to tell me what you want. At those words, Qin Jiang pondered slightly, hesitated, and tried. How about you try resisting twice? You? Fiery Qinger's pretty face blushed. Have you always been this sick? Qin Jiang scratched his head in embarrassment. It doesn't have to be all the time. It's the same when it's not straight. Fire Greenie? What are you talking about? She opened her mouth slightly and took a few violent breaths. It really wouldn't do to talk to Qin Jiang without some tolerance. After calming down a bit, Fire Qinger said, you can help me restore my flesh first. Could be. Qin Jiang nodded and took out the 7 beauties diagram. If you become one of the 7 beauties, not only will you be able to recover your physical body, but you will also be able to advance to become a supreme powerhouse. Fire Qinger, on the other hand, retreated to the side with a disgusted face and shook her head. I don't want to be one of the 7 beauties. When Qin Jiang introduced Yin Xia to the 7 beauty diagrams, she was aware of their function, and to her, she would not become Qin Jiang's slave for the sake of her flesh. Seeing her in this state, Qin Jiang didn't force himself. In that case, I'll refine a body shaping pill for you. The body shaping pill, which could help the Yuan Shen reshape the physical body, was a supreme level pill, and some time ago, one of the rewards Qin Jiang had received was a supreme level alchemy. Body molding pills? You refine it? Fire Qinger was stunned. Qin Jiang smiled faintly, and directly from the system, he exchanged a Dan furnace, as well as the elixir for refining the body shaping Dan. Under Fire Qinger's shocked gaze, Qin Jiang sat cross-legged in front of the Dan furnace in a decent manner. You really know how to make pills? Fire Qinger couldn't help but ask. Their fire tribe, the most skillful, is alchemy, although the overall strength, compared to the ancient tribe, but with a hand of alchemy, the ancient tribe of powerful people have respect for them. Alchemy. Donnie, with a wave of Qin Jiang's arm, A flame ignited and was thrown into the Dan furnace by him. Seeing this, Fire Chinger's beautiful eyes flashed. And it really would? Under Fire Chinger's attention, Qin Jiang gradually entered the state. Although it was his first time to refine pills, he was familiar like an alchemist master. And with every step, he was able to achieve the utmost. Fiery Chinger watched, gradually transforming from her initial gravity to shock and then to stagnation, this level of alchemy. In their Fire Nation, they wouldn't be able to find three, right? In about an hour, Qin Jiang slapped the furnace, and a rounded pill flew out of the furnace and was grasped in Qin Jiang's hand. Done and done. Looking towards Fire Chinger, she still hadn't regained her senses. The shock that Qin Jiang had given her was just too great. This hand of alchemy gave her an even greater shock than when Qin Jiang took out the great emperor's laws. Hey! Don't freeze! Qin Jiang reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Fire Chinger let out a cry of shock and finally reacted. Looking at Qin Jiang with a gaze full of reverence, your alchemy, it's so strong. Noticing Fiery Chinger's gaze, Qin Jiang was slightly stunned. Could a mere demonstration of alchemy cause her to transform so much? But so much for. There's really no challenge left right now. It seemed that Fire Chinger's gaze was almost like that of her own little fangirl. Don't look at it. I'll arrange a place for you. You'll first close the door to recover your flesh. Qin Jiang handed the body-shaping pill to Fire Chinger. Fiery Chinger nodded her head repeatedly and accepted the elixir. But her gaze remained fixed on Qin Jiang. Ahem. Can you recover? Qin Jiang gave a dry cough. Fire Chinger's fiery gaze was a bit too much for him to carry for a while. Fire Greenie nodded seriously. Don't worry. With the body-shaping pill, I'll soon be able to restore my flesh. Towards the end, Fire Chinger's voice became smaller and smaller, and vaguely, a hint of anticipation could be heard. Qin Jiang. He sighed. Any woman's icy coldness is a camouflage that she can't see you, and will be hotter than anyone else when faced with someone she likes. There was also a secret room in the casino, and Qin Jiang directly led Fire Chinger into the secret room. You'll be in seclusion here. I'll send someone to keep watch. No one will disturb you. Qin Jiang said. Fire Greenie nodded. As soon as I recover my physical body, I'll come to you right away. After arranging for Fire Chinger, Qin Jiang found Yen Yun again, and after relaxing for a while, he left the Rose Casino. Walking down the street, the Black Dragon behind him suddenly spoke. Young lord, there is someone who has been following you. Oh, as if it's the one who bet against the young lord at the Rose Casino before. Yi Xian? This guy came looking for us? But what's the point of following him? It's not going to be an assassination attempt, is it? Gee, should we just get killed? But the leak is not yet cut. Direct death is a bit of a loss of. However, this guy, his brain was really not very good. Far worse than Xiaofan. At least, Xiaofan knew that he couldn't provoke himself before he grew up. And Yi Xian, one after another, came over to send death off. Speaking of Xiaofan, Qin Jiang really missed him a bit. Alas, Brother Xiao is disfigured, and I don't know if he can continue to live. Qin Jiang sighed in his heart. Young lord, what is to be done? At that moment, the Black Dragon inquired. Qin Jiang pondered for a while. Yi Xian was not just a leak, but also the son of his confidant. Forget it, don't kill it yet. Capture him, seal his cultivation, and then go find a few people with Dragon Yang and lock them up together. Qin Jiang commanded. At those words, the Black Dragon's body shook, and a touch of evil chill spread in his heart. Which, it's more painful than killing him, isn't it? What are you waiting for? You one and two? Qin Jiang glanced at him. The Black Dragon trembled and shook his head in a hurry. I'm on it. He fled in haste, fearing that Qin Jiang would force him to join in as well, and that it would be better to die watching the Black Dragon in action. Qin Jiang gave a silent nod to his own kindness. I'm still too nice, Olji. Your son owes me a life. You'll have to pay it back for your son when you have the chance in the future. Ding! The host changes the major plot. Reward: innate Hongmeng purple chi. Refining it can improve your physique and have a certain chance of awakening a divine body. Bonus: immortal technique. Dharma heaven and earth. Reward: imperial weapon. Phoenix sword. Reward: kidney treasure. Dan formula. Reward: villain points 200. 000. Holy shit? Hearing a reward, Qin Jiang's eyes glazed over. This reward is so fierce. Innate Hongmeng purple chi. Immortal laws. Imperial weapons. Good lord. This is directly draining Yi Xian, right? However, what the hell is this kidney treasure pill? Is the system looking down on itself? This young man would like to see what effect this kidney treasure pill of yours has. While muttering, Qin Jiang returned to the Yi family, and Black Dragon finished his business and returned to Qin Jiang's side. Young lord, a treasure was searched out. The Black Dragon gushed. He ran to Qin Jiang's side and spread out his palm, only to see a small bronze tripod dripping around in his palm. Seeing the small tripod, Qin Jiang was a bit speechless for a while. Sure enough, Yi Xian was drained. The essence supreme treasure had burst out. This small cauldron was the root of Yi Xian's rise to power, and according to Qin Jiang's knowledge, this small cauldron was capable of refining almost everything? Refining everything into pure energy. This kind of energy could be directly absorbed without even needing to be refined again. And, to a certain extent, it could also enhance talent and quench the physical body for ordinary people. Having such a small tripod could really enable them to take off. It's just a shame that it doesn't do much for Qin Jiang, but it can be taken to the Qin family disciples to use. I'll take this small tripod and compensate you later. Qin Jiang took the small tripod and said. The black dragon scratched his head. Young lord, I don't need compensation. He took out the small tripod, which was meant to be given to Qin Jiang. Not to mention that not long ago, Qin Jiang had also bestowed him with an ancestral dragon essence blood. It's much more precious than this broken tripod. Qin Jiang didn't say much. Anyway, in the future, if there was a treasure suitable for the black dragon, just give it to him directly. Surveying the small tripod, Qin Jiang shook his head. Too bad the leak is useless. No wonder. This time, it exploded with such a big reward. So it turns out, this messing up by himself, directly ruined Yi Xian. Ai Xiaofan was disfigured. Yi Xian was ruined, and the next dream chaser was still unknown. Several days in a row Qin Jiang was in the Yi family and Rose Casino back to back, and he also took the time to refine a furnace of kidney treasure Dan. And he had to say that the system's output would be of high quality. The effects of the kidney treasure pill far exceeded Qin Jiang's expectations. At the Rose Casino, Yan Yun almost couldn't hold out. But fortunately, Qin Jiang recruited Yan Xia in time to barely stabilize the situation. In the end, Fire Qinger broke out and managed to recover her physical body. And in the first instance, she found Qin Jiang. And it was only with her saving the day that she was able to stabilize the situation. 3 days later, Qin Jiang walked downstairs, cursing continuously in his mind system. You pitiful bastard. The kidney treasure pill has such a strong effect, and you didn't even warn about it. He was still a little bit backed up. Fortunately, he was able to summon Yan Xia at any time, and it also happened to coincide with the Fire Qinger out of the gate. Otherwise, Yan Yun alone. That's a real old pain in the ass. And now, although nothing had happened, Yan Yun had kicked herself out, and Yan Xia and Fire Qinger were both still resting upstairs. Young lord, just as he came downstairs, the black dragon came trotting over. Qin Jiang asked, rubbing his forehead. What is it? Yesterday Yi Qingtian sent word that his son had disappeared and asked us to help find him. Black dragon rode. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang slightly stalled. Yi Xian was nourishing himself right now, but he didn't have the time to go out. How is Yi Xian now? Qin Jiang asked. The black dragon hesitated for a moment, seeming to have some difficulty in speaking. And it was only after a while that he opened his mouth. He seems. It's a bit of a food for thought. Put. Qin Jiang opened his mouth wide and looked at the black dragon in shock. What did you say? That. I have the retention stone. Do you want to take a look, Major? Whelp. Qin Jiang waved his hand in disgust. He didn't want to defile his eyes. After calming down a bit, Qin Jiang muttered, worthy of being a son of the mandate of heaven. The ability to adapt is just as strong. This kind of life can be tasted. Qin Jiang was truly impressed. Young lord, Yi Qingtian sighed. Just reply to him that he'll help. Yes. Qin Jiang waited downstairs for a while, and Yan Xia and Fire Qinger came downstairs with a trace of fatigue on their pretty faces. Where's Rhyme? Qin Jiang looked to the second floor. Yan Xia gave him a blank look. If not for the fact that this guy was her master, she would have wanted to bite him to death. Rhyme is still resting. Don't you know yourself how much force you used? Qin Jiang smiled sarcastically. Are you guys okay? Yan Xia shook her head, and Fire Qinger's pretty face turned slightly white. For the first time, she had encountered a hellish level of difficulty. If she didn't possess the cultivation of a saint, I'm afraid she wouldn't be much better than Yan Yun. Noticing the two's grudging gazes, Qin Jiang hurriedly assured him, I'll be careful next time. Yan Xia hummed lightly. I'm going back to Chimetsu. Good. Qin Jiang nodded and put Yan Xia into the 7 beauties diagram, in which she was able to get a better rest. Putting away the 7 beauties diagram, Qin Jiang looked at Fire Qinger again. Okay? Pervert. Fire Greener spat. I am the ring. She had seen it, but it was only when she actually tried it that she realized how tough Qin Jiang was. Seeing her pale face, Qin Jiang was also a bit distressed. From the system, he exchanged 2 pills, wrapped his arms around Fire Qinger's waist, and handed one of the pills to his mouth. Here. Just eat it. Fiery Qinger's small mouth opened slightly as she swallowed Qin Jiang's elixir. Her face flushed red with flesh, and the fatigue between her brows was swept away. Feeling her state, Fire Qinger was slightly startled. What kind of potion is this? Holy pill? Holy medicine? Fire Qinger's voice lifted, her face full of heartache. The holy medicine just went to waste? A holy elixir was hard to find, even for a saintly powerhouse. Even Fire Qinger, as a saint-grade alchemist, didn't have many saint-grade pills in her heyday, and here in Qin Jiang's place, it was actually used to recover afterwards? In the entire Tianxian continent, I'm afraid this is unique. That's not a waste. Doesn't it make you less miserable? Qin Jiang laughed. Saying that, he headed towards the second floor. There was another holy pill that was reserved for Yen Yun. As for Yen Xia, the seven beauties figure would soon be able to help her recover, feeding Yen Yun the holy medicine. Her body, likewise, immediately recovered. And then, it drove Qin Jiang down again. Rhyme seems a little scared of me. Qin Jiang muttered. Fire Qinger couldn't help but laugh when she saw Qin Jiang get defeated. However, when she saw Qin Jiang looking at her, she hurriedly covered her small mouth and took a few steps back vigilantly. She was also a bit afraid of Qin Jiang, especially now that there's no help. Qin Jiang was helpless. Am I that terrible? Fire Qinger nodded seriously. It was fine if there were many people, but fewer people really couldn't carry it. 1 month later. Ye Qingtian sent a message that he was about to start the operation, and also asked in passing if he had found any traces of Yixian. Looking at the message in his hand, Qin Jiang smiled slightly and murmured, cracking down on several ancient clans at once. TSK, will the Qin clan be treated as terrorists in this way? In addition to the news, Yi Qingtian also sent him some poisons, all prepared for the Yi family's ancestors, which wouldn't directly poison them to death, but would make the many ancestors fall into weakness for a short period of time. The question was, how to make the Yi family's ancestor take it? A direct showdown? There was a risk of exposure, and the Yi family's ancestor didn't necessarily believe him. It's also a little difficult to sneak in poison. Rubbing his forehead, Qin Jiang had a bit of a headache, and in the end, he slapped the table. Just lift the table and force feed them poison. Fourth ancestor, out to work, Qin Jiang shouted, and the figures of the 4 ancestors quietly appeared. Qin Jiang looked at it, but could not help but tsk a sigh. Before, although the 4 ancestors look young, but the body of the breath of the years, it is impossible to hide. But now, back to the basics. Really like a literate scholar, but who would have thought that such a weak scholar was now the most powerful existence in the entire Tianxin continent, the Great One. The 4 ancestors had successfully refined the laws of the Great Empress and managed to ascend to the Great Empress realm, under the Qin family's cover. This news was not revealed, and according to the old ancestors, the current Qin family already had enough strength to deter Tianxian. A great emperor might as well hide in the shadows and surprise his enemies when it mattered, but this practice, in Qin Zhang's eyes, is a bunch of old sixes. However, although the news of the 4th ancestor's breakthrough to Great Emperor had not been revealed, the ancestors had ordered that from now on, the Qin clan's disciples could act with a little more bravado. Until now, Qin Jiang had also finally realized that the Qin family's villainous qualifications. No wonder one is defined as a villain. Turns out it was the family that got dragged into it. Qin Jiang and the 4 ancestors silently sneaked into the Yi family's forbidden land, where all of the Yi family's ancestors were in seclusion originally. If it had developed normally, it should be Yi Qingtian who sent Yi Xian to persuade the Yi family's ancestors to accompany him in his act. But of course, this plan, naturally, was beneficial to the Yi family. Therefore, all the Yi family's ancestors agreed to it. But there is Qin Jiang in. There is no need to be so troublesome. Direct, quick and easy. Acting should be true. Directly let them really poisoned. That is called dedication. As for wrapping things up, the 4 ancestors alone are sufficient. 4th ancestor, get to work. Qin Jiang said. The 4th ancestor glared at him. Why did he always feel that he had become this little bastard subordinate? With a sweep of his eyes, the Yi family's ancestors were locked onto him, and he waved his arm. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions were heard, only to see, one by one, gray-haired silhouettes, in a daze, appear in front of the 4 ancestors. Open your mouth. The 4th ancestor opened his mouth. The Yi family's old ancestors, gradually coming back to their senses, looked at the 4th ancestor. You, Qin Fenglu? What are you doing in my Yi family? No, your strength. The Yi family actually had someone else who knew the 4th ancestor. The 4th ancestor didn't bother to say much, and directly confined the crowd, walking up, breaking open their mouths one by one, and feeding the poison into their mouths. Cough cough cough. Qin Fenglu, what did you do? What did you feed us? Is the Qin family going to war with my Yi family? Stop. They kept struggling, but with the strength of the 4 ancestors at the level of great emperors, how could they be broken free? In a short while, the great work was done. The bait is ready. The 4th ancestor was filled with relief. Great emperor's strength is just strong. These supreme beings, they are just like little chickens. Hey, the 4th ancestor is awesome. Qin Jiang tapped his ass. At the same time, a message was sent to Yi Qingtian, signaling that it was time to start moving. Dense forest. Yi Qingtian concealed his aura, and around him, shadows and shadows. He didn't know how many people were hidden. However, he frowned and looked to the person in charge next to him. Where's your old man? He. The old ancestors are all ready. As long as they can determine that the Yi family's old ancestor is really poisoned, they will immediately strike. The man in charge hemmed and hawed the old ancestors of the ancient clan. Almost all of them were supreme powerhouses. Every one of them was a treasured nature requires vigilance. Yi Qingtian frowned, but he couldn't say anything more just then. The summoning stone on his body faintly lit up, and Yi Qingtian's face lit up with joy as he saw Qin Zhang's message and opened his mouth. Action. The person in charge glanced at him, then nodded and ordered immediately. A black shadow, like a tidal wave, surged towards Yi Chang. What? Yi Qingtian called? Yi Lingtian got up violently and glared at Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang nodded and said, prepare well for the urn. How did you get the news? Oh, I've been in contact with Yi Qingtian about this operation, and it's our plan as well. Yi Lingtian? He looked at Qin Zhang, his face full of incredulity. What did you say? Yi Prime and I are working together. Understand? Boo. Yi Lingtian's aura couldn't help but shake as he pointed at Qin Zhang. You. Alright, don't you. If we keep dragging this on, Yi Qingtian will even hit the city. Qin Zhang was somewhat speechless. You're still the head of the family. You can't even prioritize. In his opinion, Yi Lingtian was still not really comparable to Yi Qingtian, and he didn't know why the Yi family's old ancestor had chosen him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Lingtian nodded towards Qin Zhang and didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly started to go and prepare. Otherwise, if Yi Qingtian fought over, the Yi family would definitely suffer countless damages, and now, getting the news ahead of time, maybe, really catching a fish in a jar. About half an hour later. Yi family finally scouted the enemy's traces. Yi Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Now the preparations were almost done. Yi Qingtian called in at this time. He would definitely make him have no return. Meanwhile, Yi Qingtian's group of people, under the silence, came to the vicinity of Yi City. Yi Qingtian looked up. This inside. I'm afraid that it's already a dragon's den, after all. With Qin Zhang, and the little bit of his whereabouts that he had intentionally leaked. If Yi Lingtian had no reaction to this, he really couldn't help but beat him to death. Infiltrate Yi City and start slaughtering straight away. Yi Qingtian ordered. The person in charge glanced at him, and Yi Qingtian's cold face sent a chill down his spine. Most of the city, but it's all Yi family members, and this guy, who ordered the massacre of his own family, didn't even hesitate a bit after destroying the Yi family. This guy, too, can't stay. Soon, the Black Flood continued to pour into Yi City, and in the end, after Yi Qingtian and the person in charge entered, the massacre was officially started. They were greeted, not by lambs, but by a hungry wolf. Slaughtered, meaning slaughtered them. No, the Yi family had prepared for this. The person in charge's face changed, turning his head to look at Yi Qingtian, a flash of suspicion instantly flashing through his heart, and at the same time, Yi Qingtian's face sank. What's going on? News leaked? Looking at his appearance, the person in charge frowned. Not a plot by Yi Qingtian? The Great War broke out completely. The Yi clan, who had prepared early, was not something that these dead soldiers could carry in a matter of moments. A number of casualties were incurred. Yi Qingtian sank his face and clenched his teeth. The plan has been compromised. Withdraw. Withdraw? The man in charge shook his head. We can't withdraw. Since the Yi family has prepared for this, I'm afraid we're already in a jar. At these words, Yi Qingtian's face instantly grimaced. No way. I must escape. Let your men make way for me. As long as I live, the Yi family will not be at peace. Looking at him like he was crazy, the face of the person in charge showed a touch of pity. He looked around and calmly said, it's not yet time to determine the winner. The situation of the Yi clan's ancestor, we don't know yet. If we can succeed there, our side will naturally be fine. Yeah. Yi Qingtian nodded his head in a hurry. That's the real battlefield there. The Yi clan ancestor must have been poisoned. I haven't lost yet. Kill. Keep killing and force out the Yi family's old man. Yes, these people, were originally here to die, and with an order, all the dead soldiers, went crazy. Finally, what kind of curmudgeon dares to invade the Yi family? A furious cry accompanied by a terrifying aura almost enveloped the entire Yi city. Yi Qingtian and the person in charge, their bodies stiffened, but the next moment, that terrifying and overwhelming breath was actually dispersed like a tidal wave, and at the last moment, both of them felt the powerlessness underneath that breath. The two looked at each other and both saw the ecstasy in the other's eyes. It worked. The other side. Yi Lingtian was also startled as he similarly felt the aftermath in the old ancestor's aura. What's going on? He snapped his head around and looked at the leisurely Qin Zhang. Aren't you, Temperance? Qin Zhang glanced at him and looked out of the city, a smile on his face. Time to show yourself. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a deafening boom resounded through the entire Yi city, and immediately afterward, the crowd saw a grandiose prohibition that enveloped the entire Yi city. For a split second, Yi Chang was unexpectedly sealed. Yi Lingtian's face was unsightly as he stared dead at Qin Zhang. What the hell are you doing? Before Qin Zhang could reply, a majestic aura came out from all around Yi Chang. Ha ha ha. Yi family, Today is the day of your destruction. A rumbling sound swept over I in the sky. A figure, like a god. Yiling Tian's expression was stunned, supreme. All of them were supreme beings. More than 30 of them. Only this much? Qin Jiang frowned, and at that moment, Yiling Tian's gaze looked over again, and Qin Jiang pointed at the many supreme beings. These, all of them, are the people who are counting on your Yi family, and I've lured them all out for you. Yiling Tian? What's the point of luring them out? We can't beat it. He almost collapsed. After all this time, it was to draw out the enemy? Lure the snake out of its hole? It's a fucking drawback, isn't it? Yi family, all the old ancestor out, are not necessarily beat. Oh yes, the old ancestor side seems to be out of the question. What's going on with the old man? Yiling Tian immediately inquired. Qin Jiang said with a straight face, I poisoned it. You? Yiling Tian's body went limp and almost fainted from anger. Qin Jiang spread his hands innocently. If I don't poison them, these guys, how can they come out obediently? Yiling Tian gritted his teeth and looked at the sky full of supreme beings. His heart filled with powerlessness. What now? He looked to Qin Jiang. After all the preparations? It's not like there's no closure. At those words. Qin Jiang gave him a surprised look. Finally smart. He waved his hand. Don't worry. Everything is under control. The Zhao family, this was under the enemies of the Yi family. And for this operation, 7 supreme powerhouses were dispatched. While many other powerhouses were not far away from Yi City to receive them, it was also for this reason that the Zhao family, at this time, was at its weakest, and outside the Zhao family, in a shadow, 2 teams were staring wide-eyed. What brings you here? Both sides spoke at the same time, spinning around, eyes glazed over, and after a moment of confrontation, one of the parties said, aren't you guys protecting Xiao Jiang? Why did you run here? It is Xiao Jiang's idea. The Zhao family and several other ancient clans, most of the power, are attacking the Yi family. Now is the most empty moment. Xiao Jiang said that our Qin family did so much, cannot suffer losses. Let us come. Stealing the Zhou family's treasure trove. What about you guys? We were commanded by the 4th ancestor to steal the treasure trove as well. At those words, both sides were somewhat speechless. At least he is a supreme powerhouse, a party ancestor. But he was sent out for petty theft though. It was a party of ancient clans that stole it. In that case, let's move together. Well, together. It wasn't just the Zhao clan, but several other ancient clans, which were almost in the same situation. The Yi family of the 4th ancestor looked at the surrounding prohibitions and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Didn't even need me to make a move. Sealed myself off. 4 ancestors, 32 supreme beings. No problem. Qin Jiang laughed. The 4th ancestor looked at the many supreme beings and sighed. It's a bit less. According to reason, for the first battle of this ancestor's advancement to emperor, how could there be several hundred supreme beings to offer their swords? However, these ancient clans, all of them don't have much strength, so this emperor won't make things difficult for them. With that, he pointed his finger. More than 30 supreme powerhouses unexpectedly and strangely disappeared, and that terrifying aura dissipated instantly. Yiling Tian was dumbstruck, his face full of stupefaction. What did he hear? Emperor Jin? Xiao Jiang. That one, my family's 4th ancestor. What's wrong? His strength? Didn't you hear that? Qin Jiang smiled slightly. Yiling Tian's heart shook. It really was a great emperor. The Qin family actually has a great emperor. He was slightly in a trance. Didn't he say that all the great emperors of the Tianqian continent had mysteriously disappeared? How come there are still great emperors in the Qin family? Besides the Qin family, were there other ancient clans that were also hiding great emperors? Could it be that, just their Yi family, they really didn't have any great emperors? Thinking this way, Yiling Tian was slightly lost. The Yi family was really weak. Surprisingly, there weren't even any great emperors. Don't freeze. These enemies still need you to take care of them. Qin Jiang spoke, interrupting his rambling thoughts. Returning to his senses, Yiling Tian looked towards the city. These little caramels. That person definitely can't see them, or the Yi family has to make a move. He took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, and began to direct the action. And finally, even went down himself. Or not to mention, it's pretty much the same thing. Where's the old man? The person in charge looked at the sky and was a bit stunned for a moment. How could the old ancestors have disappeared in the blink of an eye? And even the scent was undetectable. Qin Tian, who was on the side, had a slight flash of eyes and a sardonic smile on his face. Boo. With a muffled sound, he slammed his palm straight through the person in charge's chest. The person in charge stared at Qin Tian with wide eyes. Incredulously. You don't really think that I will destroy the Yi family, do you? Qin Tian sneered. The person in charge opened his mouth, but no more words came out, only to continuously spit out blood foam as his vitality gradually dissipated, throwing the person in charge down. Qin Tian took a deep breath and yelled, Operation failure. Everyone, retreat at once. At this point, giving the order to retreat means letting everyone give up their resistance. If it was an ordinary person, they might have resisted, but the people who followed over are all dead soldiers, and the order is forbidden. The person in charge is the first command, and Yi Qingtian is the second command. In case the person in charge does not give the order. Why Yi Qingtian's words were orders. It's a right he's purposely asked for, and now it comes in handy. All the dead soldiers immediately began to retreat. Only Yi City has long been blocked, simply cannot retreat out. The soldiers are defeated. This withdrawal, and then difficult to form an effective counterattack. You can only be chased and killed by the Yi family. Yi Qingtian. Right at this moment, with a roar, Yi Lingtian appeared in front of Yi Qingtian with a raging temper. He pointed at Yi Qingtian this time. You can't escape. At those words, Yi Qingtian let out a faint smile. Escape? Why would I run away? You're such a scourge to the Yi family. Is it hard to think that I'll let you go? Yi Lingtian sneered. He looked at Yi Qingtian, his face filled with indignation, thinking that back then, after Yi Qingtian failed in his bid to become the family head, it was he who ordered that Yi Qingtian would no longer be hunted down, and it was precisely because of this that the hearts of the Yi family were not united. And until now, there were people who were supporting Yi Qingtian. Don't be ridiculous. I didn't scourge the Yi family. If it wasn't for me, do you think you could kill so many people from other ancient clans so simply? 32 supreme beings. They really hemorrhaged money this time. Yi Qingtian laughed. These were the enemies of the Yi family, a great threat to the Yi family, and this time, the stalwarts of the other side were exterminated, and most importantly, the 32 supreme beings. This is definitely an unbearable loss. At the very least, it won't necessarily regain its vigor for a few thousand years, not to mention threatening the Yi family. Hearing his words, Yi Lingtian frowned. He did know that Qin Jiang and Yi Qingtian were working together, but whether it was Qin Jiang who had pitted Yi Qingtian and the other ancient clans, or whether it was Qin Jiang and Yi Qingtian who had teamed up to pit the other ancient clans. He, however, was not aware of it. Alright, where's Qin Jiang? Let him out. He knows everything, Yi Qingtian said, and at that moment, Qin Jiang also appeared, sizing up the two brothers with interest. How come there's no fight? Yi Qingtian, Yi Lingtian. Both of them looked at Qin Jiang, one with inquiries in his eyes, the other with anticipation. Okay, I'll explain. Qin Jiang raised his hand. All of this was indeed Yi Qingtian's idea. Although he rebelled against the Yi family because of the position of the family head, he still has a strong sense of belonging to the Yi family. So, it's designed all this and counted on your Yi family's enemies. With that, he looked towards Yi Lingtian. I have to say, he's better suited to be the head of the family. Yi Lingtian. Yi Qingtian's face showed his complacency. This time, he was the Yi family's big contributor. He looked at Yi Lingtian and laughed. A second brother, prepare to step aside. Yi Lingtian's aura was a bit weak, but he still did not give in, looking at the two brothers, who were making a scene for the sake of competing for a family head. Qin Jiang was slightly puzzled. After all, in the Qin family, the head of the family seems like a hot potato. Almost the next generation has just grown up. The previous generation of the head of the family will directly abdicate. It doesn't stay at all. What they were after was strength, and serving as the head of the family was going to be too much of a waste of time. Just like now, Qin Jiang's father wanted to pass the family head to him, but a group of old ancestors made it clear that Qin Jiang couldn't be the family head. At the very least, one could not waste their cultivation time because of family matters. So even if the family head was passed on to Qin Jiang, a bunch of troublesome matters would still have to be dealt with by Qin Jiang's father himself. Therefore, he was puzzled about the two brothers of the Yi family competing for the head of the family. Of course, he is also aware that this is because of the major ancient clans. The differences in the system, just like there are ancient clans, only the last head of the family fell, will be replaced by the next one. 10,000 years' time are not necessarily able to replace a few times, and in the Yi family, the head of the family had a lot of power, and even, at certain times, the old ancestors had to follow the orders of the head of the family. And it was for this reason that the two brothers had a thirst for the position of the head of the family. Qin Jiang was too lazy to pay attention to these competitions. Anyway, the Yi family's crisis, it was considered to be completely lifted, and, moreover, it made some money. By the way, I wonder how many babies I can bring back. Qin Jiang's mind had drifted to the Zhao family and other ancient clans, which were not as strong as Qin Jiang, but had accumulated treasures for 10,000 years, so there were definitely a lot of treasures. This wave, big profit. The next morning, Yi Chang was back to normal, only, the atmosphere was slightly depressing, and in the air, there was a hint of the smell of blood. Yi family land. In the great hall, all the old ancestors were present, and the two brothers, Yi Qingtian and Yi Lingtian, We're still fighting each other. The gazes of many old ancestors all looked toward Yi Qingtian. All of this. Your plan? Nice. Yi Qingtian's head tilted up, his face full of pride when these words came out. The eyes of many old ancestors narrowed slightly. So poisoning us was also your plan? No. Yi Qingtian's face stiffened, suddenly noticing a hint of something wrong. The old ancestor's tone seemed a bit unkind. With a slight pause, he deliberated, give up the kid for the wolf. Upon hearing this, the faces of the old ancestors darkened. This poison had tossed them around. Fortunately, it was only for a short period of time, which left them a little weak, and now they're pretty much recovered. Using us as fish bait? You've got a lot of guts. Fishing for big fish? You must use big bait, otherwise the fish won't take the bait. Yi Qingtian spread his hands. This reasoning was naturally understood by all the old ancestors, but it was really a bit stifling. In the Great Hall, after a moment of silence, an old ancestor suddenly said that Qin Jiang said that you are more suitable to be the family head than Ling Tian? That's what it says, and I think he's got a point. Yi Qingtian nodded his head. He held Qin Jiang in the highest esteem, and even regarded Qin Jiang as his only confidant. The old ancestors glanced at each other, obviously taking Qin Jiang's words seriously. After all, they had seen the strength of the four ancestors, which were great emperors. Therefore, the Qin family's thigh must be hugged tightly. One was the candidate Qin Jiang favored, and the other was Qin Jiang's old husband. The Yi family's group of ancestors couldn't help but get into a tangle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Jiang and the four ancestors came together. Harry, ha 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 ha, I really didn't expect that these ancient clans are so rich. I should have robbed them a long time ago. The two men lay on a pile of treasures, their eyes glittering, alive with two fortune hunters. A crowd of supreme powerhouses, somewhat speechless, looked at the two, hallowed Qin family ancestor and young master, and have never seen a treasure as if disgraceful. And thankfully, there are no outsiders here. Fourth ancestor, these treasures, how are we going to divide them? Qin Jiang casually took a pill and looked at the effect. Then he ate it as a sugar bean. His Taodai divine body was able to refine all energies into pure spiritual energy. The fourth ancestor glanced at him. You pick some that are useful to you and send the rest back to the Qin family. Hearing this, Qin Jiang swept around. Indeed, they are all treasures, but it seems it's not much use to him. Forget it. Throw it all back to the Qin family. Qin Jiang waved his hand. It didn't matter if it was a baby or not. This process of grabbing the baby was the most enjoyable. The several ancient clans that targeted the Yi family had, this time, lost their lives, probably going to be too heartbroken to breathe. Just as the Qin family was taking a dip in the pile of treasures, the black dragon hurriedly ran in. Young lord, on Yi Xian's side, there's a small problem, the black dragon said, looking a bit strange. Yi Xian. Qin Jiang raised his head and looked as if Yi Qingtian had returned to the Yi family. This Yi Xian. It was time to deal with him. What went wrong? Qin Jiang asked. The black dragon looked torn at that. This issue is, to put it mildly, vague and, to put it mildly, slightly perverted. Ahem. It's, the black dragon scratched his face. His palms compared to a knife shape, down everything. His face was wrinkled together, and he opened his mouth with some difficulty. Yi Xian, he, cut yourself off. Looking at him with a flurry of gesticulations, Qin Jiang's face trembled. A cut up? What does that mean? He's mentally, out of his mind and says he wants to be a woman. So just, Qin Jiang, the four ancestors and the others, too, all looked toward the black dragon with a touch of consternation on their faces. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing after living for nearly 10,000 years. Crap! After freezing for a while, Qin Jiang couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. This kind of ending was something he really didn't expect, worthy of being the son of the divine order. The path he took was wild enough. At the same time, in his heart, he was also somewhat curious about what the current Yi Xian had become. Come on, show me. This is the moment when babies don't even smell good. The four ancestors and the others, too, had a touch of curiosity on their faces. Looking at the crowd's appearance, the black dragon gulped. Really? What? Yi Xian's change. It might be a bit big. I'm afraid the young lord won't be able to withstand it. What's this? Lead the way. All right. Leaf City. In a small remote courtyard, Qin Jiang and the others had just arrived at the door. When they heard a high-pitched sound of martial arts practice inside, Qin Jiang's face was a bit strange. The voice had changed a bit, but he could hear that it was Yi Xian's voice. Young lord, do you think we should go in directly, or should we let them clean up first? Black Dragon asked thoughtfully. Qin Jiang listened to the sound. All feel there is a picture. The heart cannot help but a little stomach. He waved his hand. Let them clean up first. Yes. The Black Dragon nodded, took a deep breath as if to puff himself up, and then, to his death, pushed the door open. About a quarter of an hour later, a silhouette of people, constantly coming out of the courtyard, were all big and thick men. Young lord, it's packed. The black dragon walked out. His face surprisingly white. Qin Jiang nodded and also walked into the courtyard. A pungent odor that made his brows furrow. The black dragon was off to the side, pointing to one of the houses. Yi Xian is in this room. Leading Qin Jiang over, he was just about to push open the door when Black Dragon gave another reminder. Young lord, prepare yourself. Qin Jiang nodded. The black dragon pushed open the door, and Qin Jiang had just stepped into the house when he saw the figure on the bed, and his body stiffened. You are Yi Xian? On the bed, a heavily made up man, dressed in a long, semi-transparent dress. She was scratching her head and seemed to have a speck of crystal at the corner of her mouth when she saw Qin Jiang. She even threw a wink at him. So it's young Master Qin. Yi Xian laughed softly, his voice shrill, his eyes burning as he looked at Qin Jiang, and couldn't help licking the corners of his mouth. Qin Jiang's face turned white, his stomach fluttered violently, and in his eyes, for the first time, a flash of fear appeared. Yi Xian walked off the bed and twisted his waist as he walked towards Qin Jiang. Stop! 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 Don't you move! Qin Jiang hastily stepped back and shouted to stop. Yi Xian froze slightly, then stopped in his tracks. His eyes flashed with a touch of resentment, and he saluted Qin Jiang from a distance of a few meters. I have to thank young Master Qin. Otherwise, I really don't know that in this world there could be such extreme pleasures. Qin Jiang. Saying that, Yi Xian raised his head slightly and looked at Qin Jiang's cheeks. A new Jia has heard that young Master Qin is an expert. If there is an opportunity, I wonder if young Master Qin can give advice. Before the words left his mouth, Qin Jiang could no longer hold back, turned and flew away. Just as he reached the door, he couldn't help but dry heave. But he still didn't stop for a moment and fled towards the Yi family. Looking at Qin Jiang's back, Yi Xian faintly froze, and then, with a soft smile, there was a hint of sultriness in his voice. It's still funny, unfortunately. The black dragon glanced at Yi Xian and first ordered his men to guard the small courtyard. Then he chased after Qin Jiang. Finally, outside of Ye's house, Black Dragon saw Qin Jiang, who was holding onto the wall, vomiting profusely. Young lord, are you alright? The black dragon came up. Qin Jiang's face turned pale and he let out a dry heave. You vomit. Ahem. Yi Xian is so perverted. And you didn't even tell me. At those words, the black dragon had a resigned look on his face. Didn't I warn you? Watching Qin Jiang vomit enough, he hurriedly fetched water and rinsed Qin Jiang's mouth. It took a while for Qin Jiang to ease up a bit. 2 lifetimes combined have never been so disgusting. Young lord, that Yi Xian. What to do with it? 2. The black dragon compared a throat-slitting motion. A fierce color flashed in his eyes. These days, he was also disgusted enough. Qin Jiang took a sip of water and shook his head in a way. If this young man has been disgusted, how can others not enjoy it? Release Yi Xian and send him back to Yi Qingtian. Damn it, if it's bad for me, it's bad for everyone else. The black dragon's cheeks trembled, forced a smile and nodded. Still the young lord had a point. If there is disgustingness, we should share it together. Back to the Yi family, the 4 ancestors and the others, surprisingly, were all there. However, the faces of all of them, surprisingly, were all a bit pale. What's wrong with all of you? Qin Jiang asked. The 4th ancestor gulped, somewhat disgusted. It's not because I followed you and saw that Yi Xian. Damn it, it gave me a bad case of nausea. The other supreme powerhouses, too, nodded and added, especially since we got in before you did. On Qin Jiang's face, a touch of strangeness appeared. It got in earlier than me, so that means seeing. The 4th ancestor's face had a wicked look on it. He couldn't wait to gouge out his eyes and wash them. He had seen such a dirty scene. The world is going downhill. A yard full of people, all a bit listless. If Yi Xian knew that he had disgusted a great emperor, a group of supreme powerhouses, to such an extent, he wondered if he would be proud. In order to clean his eyes and wash the dirt inside, Qin Jiang found Yi Linger in Chen Ningbing, and because the pollution was so severe, it took a whole day for Qin Jiang to barely recover. Day 2. Qin Jiang looked at the 2 women and spoke. I'm going back to the Qin family, so you guys can come with me. This is going back? Both women were stunned. Qin Jiang nodded. In fact, there was no hurry. But now, Yi Xian was released. He felt that it was better to leave earlier. He never wanted to see Yi Xian again. It's just that sometimes, the less you want to see, the more he shows up. Just as Qin Jiang was about to leave, Yi Qingtian brought Yi Xian and found Qin Jiang. Yi Qingtian's face was ugly. Qin Jiang. My son. What's going on? When he mentioned his son, his voice gave a slight lurch. Now, Yi Xian didn't seem to be considered a son. Father, don't blame young Master Qin. It's all because people are willing. Yi Xian pouted and hugged Yi Qingtian's arm, shaking it all in a petulant manner. Yi Qingtian's face stiffened, and Qin Jiang clearly saw that the goosebumps on the backs of his hands were sprouting out. His fists clenched tightly, as if he was restraining something. Qin Jiang forced his stomach to recoil. Yi man, this matter really does not blame me. I also did not expect Yeah, young Master Qin is very good. I still want to repay young Master Qin. Qin Jiang. Yi Qingtian stiffened his face, took a deep breath, and looked at Qin Jiang. I hear you're leaving? Qin Jiang nodded. Yi Qingtian's eyes flickered as he glanced at Yi Xian and opened his mouth. My son wants to repay young Master Qin. Or, you're taking my son with you? Qin Jiang? You're so fucking mean. More importantly, in Yi Xian's eyes, a hint of anticipation really showed. Qin Jiang's heart chilled, little hollow. Come out and take this young man home. Who, the head of the void beast, appeared in front of Qin Jiang, without the slightest hesitation, jumped up directly, and in the blink of an eye was to enter the palace. In the next moment, it disappeared in place. Yi Qingtian, Yi Xian, maneuvering the void beast, he found Yi Linger and the other women, and after picking them up, Qin Jiang didn't stop again and kept urging the void beast until he left the Yi domain, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Jiang, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Yi Linger was curious, looking at Qin Jiang's appearance. It was as if there was some kind of flooding beast in the Yi family. Qin Jiang wiped his cold sweat and couldn't help but shiver at the thought of Yi Xian's appearance. You'd better not know. Seeing Qin Jiang in such a state, they became even more curious. It was the first time they had seen Qin Jiang who could make him so terrified, so they kept asking after him. Qin Jiang recounted what happened to Yi Xian for a while. The faces of the women, all of them, turned slightly white. Qin Jiang looked at the women. His mood was a little more pleasant. Beautiful things always make people feel happy. Well, it's already left the Yi family, so we won't see it again. Qin Jiang smiled, looking at them. On Qin Jiang's face, a bad smile appeared. This was the first time that all the women appeared neatly in front of him. Nope, there's one missing. He took out the 7 beauty diagrams and called out Yan Xia, before nodding his head in satisfaction. Flush. Open the whole thing. Returning to the Qin family, there was not much of a hurry, so the rush was not too slow. Right in the middle of passing through a small town, suddenly, the system's voice rang out. System mission, take Yi Linger to see Xiaofan for a while. Note, Xiaofan is in the city. Mission reward, the remnants of Xiaofan's chi fortune, transferred to the Qin family. Xiaofan. Qin Jiang raised his eyebrows as he looked at the small city below. Was Xiaofan in the city? He had wanted to take Yi Linger to see Xiaofan, and now, the system had released a task, so naturally, he couldn't miss it. Linger, accompany me down for a stroll. Qin Jiang lowered his head and looked towards Yi Linger who was lying in his arms. At the same time, the small town, a beggar, the whole body wrapped in black cloth. In his surroundings, a lot of beggars followed. Vaguely has the meaning of its name. This beggar, who had just come to the small town not long ago. At first, also other beggars were bullied, but gradually, many beggars have found that this new beggar, the luck is outrageous. Each time, a lot of money is begged. Moreover, once, when they were grabbing money, this new beggar, surprisingly, exploded with overwhelming strength, shocking everyone. From then on, this new beggar is to become the beggar king. Every day, with a group of beggars, he begs in the city, and, moreover, he is able to beg for a lot of things. Boss, where are we going today? He. Following the boss is comfortable. Not only not hungry, good luck can also eat meat. The boss is really the god of beggars given to us by heaven. Yes, in the past, begging, how can it be so easy? Or the boss is great. Born beggar god body. The crowd of beggars complimented, seemingly unaware that the face, under the black cloth, was already hideous. The god of beggars? A natural beggar's body? Oh, he, Xiaofan, has fallen to this. Pathetic. But now, his fire god body, was almost completely ruined, and the meridians in his body, were all burnt to a crisp, and he was considered completely unable to cultivate. On top of that, all over his body, he was also covered with scars that could not be healed at all, and he looked scary himself, so if he showed his face, he was afraid that he would be treated as a monster. Xiaofan was bitter inside. If he hadn't been lucky enough, he was now, I'm afraid, going to starve to death, but he didn't know how long this luck could last. Vaguely, he could feel that something nebulous was being stripped away from him, something important, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was walking aimlessly, his mind full of confusion, when suddenly, his footsteps lurched, his eyes staring tightly ahead, 2 familiar figures that made his body unable to stop trembling. Qin Jiang, this kind of small town, so full of life. Yi Linger hugged Qin Jiang's arm and bounced around, her pair of beautiful eyes looking around, curious about everything. Like it? Qin Jiang wrapped his arms around Yi Linger's waist and lowered his head to lightly kiss Yi Linger on her forehead. Yi Linger was slightly shy, and seeing that no one around noticed, she was relieved, and even stood on her tiptoes and quickly pecked at Qin Jia's lips. The corner of Qin Jiang's mouth lifted. If you like, in the future, when Linger is pregnant with a child, we'll find a small town to stay in temporarily. Well, Yi Linger's pretty face was scarlet. but she still nodded obediently and subconsciously touched her abdomen, seeming to have some expectations, only, unbeknownst to her, there was a pair of eyes in the shadows, taking in her every move. Xiao Fan clenched his fists tightly, his teeth clenched. His current appearance was the result of Qin Jiang and Yi Linger, and these days, the hatred towards both of them had reached its limit. Only, when the two appeared in front of him, Xiao Fan, inwardly, cowered again. Qin Jiang, look at that man, he's so strange, wrapped in black cloth all over his body on such a hot day. Yi Linger's gaze swept to the strange fellow. Qin Jiang smiled indifferently. He naturally knew that this fellow was Xiao Fan, possibly. It's too ugly looking. What kind of person covers up like this just because they are ugly? I think they should have done something wrong and are afraid of being recognized by others. Linger has a point. The two men were talking in whispers, which ordinary people naturally could not hear. But Xiao Fan, even though the fire god body was half abandoned and could no longer be cultivated, his previous cultivation still allowed him to hear the two men's conversation. The anger in his heart raged even more, and just then, by Xiao Fan's side, two cultivators, who did not know why they clashed, actually fought in the street, and the aftermath of the fight just brushed against Xiao Fan. Yeah, right, the black cloth that covered his face was directly torn apart, and a wrinkled face was exposed to the air, and even the presence of his five senses could not be seen. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Ah, ghost! The beggars around Xiao Fan were the first to shriek, and one by one, they rolled and crawled away from Xiao Fan. On the way down the street, there was a bit of panic when they saw the look. Crap! What is this thing? Scared the hell out of me. Thought I was seeing a ghost in the middle of the day. Damn! Looking like this, can you not come out for a stroll? What if you scare people to death? Yeah, how scary in the middle of the day. It's scarier at night. A mockery that fell into Xiao Fan's ears. His body stiffened, and while the sun shone on his face, he could only feel a thick coldness. When Yi Linger saw his face, she let out a cry of shock and covered her small mouth to hide into Qin Jiang's arms. Sneaking a peek, she whispered to Qin Jiang, so it's really because it's too ugly. Xiao Fan's dignified appearance. Qin Jiang had seen it in the system, but now, seeing it up close, it was still a bit shocking. This was too miserable. If it wasn't for the system enhancement, he really wouldn't have recognized that this was Xiao Fan. Just like Yi Linger, she also simply saw that he was Xiao Fan. Finally, he shuddered and almost collapsed. All shut up. Shut up all of you, he roared. His crazy appearance was even more frightening. Qin Jiang blinked and looked down at Yi Linger. Linger, do you feel that the voice is a bit familiar? Ha! Yi Linger froze. Xiao Fan's throat, the same, was burned. The voice some slight changes, but listen carefully, you can still hear his voice. Only, now Yi Linger, her heart was all about Qin Jiang. How could she still hear it? Moreover, who would have thought that Xiao Fan would become like this? The voice, isn't it a bit like Xiao Fan? Qin Jiang guided. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger's beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Xiao Fan once again, and from the appearance, nothing could be seen, and the body shape, it seemed, had been burned and dehydrated as well. Sound. Yi Linger's willow brows furrowed as she carefully recalled, as if, boom, Xiao Fan finally couldn't hold back and his manic breath erupted, as his meridians were damaged. With this eruption, his body was immediately traumatized and blood continued to gush out of his mouth. As for Yi Linger, her beautiful eyes could not help but stare at this breath. Qin Jiang, he's really Xiao Fan. Kill you all? Kill you all! Xiao Fan roared madly, his eyes scarlet, looking as if he was a devil, and at that moment, Qin Jiang roared, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's body trembled as he looked toward Qin Jiang and Yi Linger, and seeing this scene, Yi Linger was completely certain that this was Xiao Fan. It's just, how did he get like this? In Yi Linger's heart, she didn't know what kind of emotion she was feeling. Xiao Fan looked at the two, and suddenly, the corner of his mouth grinned. Adulterers and adulteresses, I'll kill you, he roared and charged towards the two. Qin Jiang frowned and slapped Xiao Fan over. Looking around, he waved his arm and a force wrapped around Xiao Fan, taking him out of the downtown area. Hibu. Arriving at an alley, Qin Jiang directly threw Xiao Fan onto the ground. Damn! Qin Jiang, you deserve to die. Yi Linger, you bitch deserve to die even more. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Fan lost his mind as if he was out of his mind. Or rather, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time could no longer be held back under the great stimulus. Hearing Xiao Fan's angry scolding, Yi Linger's small mouth slightly opened, somewhat unable to believe that Xiao Fan would insult herself in such a manner. Shut up! Qin Jiang shouted angrily. A slap on Xiao Fan's face, a mouth full of teeth, was directly jerked away by Qin Jiang. In the other hand, he clutched Yi Linger's small hand. Qin Jiang. Yi Linger held Qin Jiang's palm back and looked at his cold cheeks. Her heart warmed slightly. She knew that Qin Jiang was furious because Xiao Fan had insulted her. Qin Jiang, don't be angry. It's not worth it, she said softly. Qin Jiang took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Fan. already lying unconscious on the ground like a dead dog. Spirit, I'll kill him. Qin Jiang was cold, hearing this. Yi Linger is slightly torn. Qin Jiang has already spared Xiaofan many times. This time, Xiaofan has angered Qin Jiang again. If he pleads for mercy again, she pursed her red lips and stopped looking at Xiaofan. You decide for yourself. At those words, Qin Jiang's face softened as he pulled over Yi Linger's small hand. Forget it. Give my family Linger face. He shook his head and pulled Yi Linger out of the alley. Only, Yi Linger didn't realize that Qin Jiang was behind him, making a beheading gesture. After that, the two of them were no longer interested in shopping. So Qin Jiang and Yi Linger returned to the palace. Not long after, Black Dragon came to Qin Jiang's side and reported, young lord, it's all taken care of. Well, don't let Spirit know. Also, on the Xiao family's side, send someone to take care of that as well. One day later, finally it was back to the Qin family. First of all, Yi Linger several women, arranged into their own residence. After that, is to hear that his father and mother are out of the gate. He naturally want to go to visit the parents' mansion. On the contrary, is not far away. Qin Jiang had just reached the door when he heard his old father's voice. Lianer, you're such a fool. I think it's all because you've learned from your brother. Hearing these words, Qin Jiang was speechless for a while as he directly pushed open the door. Hey, Dad, why are you still bad-mouthing people behind their backs? Qin Jiang looked into the courtyard. His father and mother were there. Little Lianer stood aggrieved. She should have made a mistake and was being reprimanded by her old father. Brother! Seeing Qin Jiang, little Lianer's pretty face was happy, just about to trot over. Her old father let out a cold snort, scaring her to stop her movements, looking at Qin Jiang with an aggrieved expression. The eldest son is back. Come over here and let mom have a good look. The old father didn't open his mouth, but the mother was all smiles, and Qin Jiang also ran over with a smile, bent down slightly, and shouted with a smile, Mom. Mother pinched Qin Jiang's cheek. My oldest son is so handsome. Hey, it's also muscular enough to surely charm a sea of little girls. To Qin Jiang, his mother was satisfied with everything. The old father, on the side, was a bit helpless. Shuei, both of them, brother and sister, are spoiled by you. Li Shuei's beautiful eyes narrowed, and a dangerous light flickered in her gaze toward Qin Hao. Qin Jiang's eyes were even more glazed over. A father. The son does not teach the father's fault. Even if the son did wrong, it should be your old man's fault. How do you still put the fault on the old mom? What's more, Lianer and I, we're both well-behaved children, so how can we say we've been spoiled? Yes. Little Lotus nodded approvingly. Qin Hao's face darkened as he pointed at Qin Jiang. Unbelievably, how dare you say you're a good boy? That's for sure. Oh, the fourth ancestor can all tell me. You go out this period of time, can be described as eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, a little bit of upward mobility or not, but I've heard that you're still going around stealing women. Towards the end, in Qin Hao's voice, there was also more than a touch of anger. Qin Jiang was slightly stunned. Cripes, why is the fourth ancestor still snitching? You're so small-minded. Didn't you just gamble with your head once? Also, your sister is taking after you. Qin Hao added. Qin Jiang looked at little Lianer, only to see little Lianer spit out her tongue. Brother, I snatched a woman back for you the other day. Qin Jiang, the face of my Qin family has been disgraced by you two siblings. Qin Hao slammed the table, looking really angry, and at that moment, his old mother, who hadn't said anything, glared at him. Qin Hao, you don't have a small temper. Are you using the matter of Jianger and Lianer to express your dissatisfaction with me? Li Shuei looked at him dangerously. Qin Jiang and Qin Lianer glanced at each other, wisely not opening their mouths. They had still heard something about their parents back then. Qin Hao and Li Shuei can be together, it is said, because Li Shuei see Qin Hao looks handsome, so he knocked behind the back and snatched him away. In fact, Qin Jiang was still very impressed with his own mom. Her origin, not how noble, just a small family, and even, the qualification is not very good, just a mortal body. But forgive me, the old mom hard to break out of the year that generation of the first person's name. A mortal body that creates its own feats. According to the records, when old mother created her own gong method, the purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles, and the heavenly Tao celebrated it, causing countless great powers to be shocked. Even a great power had once said that the time when the gong method was accomplished would be the day when he was promoted to emperor. I don't know how many ancient clans threw an olive branch to the old mom, but unfortunately, for these favorable, the old mom disdained, until she met Qin Hao. Mom fell in love at first sight. So, he directly knocked out Qin Hao and carried him away. When the Qin family got the news, instead of sending people to rescue them, they directly prepared the bride price. After all, old mother's heavenly talent had the potential to advance to great emperor in the future. It is Qin Hao's blessing that such a strange woman can look at him in this way. Qin Hao and Li Shuei, logically came together, although, later on, Qin Hao was also amazed by Li Shuai and completely fell in love with her. But back then, being knocked unconscious and carried away was still a pain he could hardly forget. It's really a shame, and it is also the case that when he heard that Qin Jiang and Qin Lianer even went around robbing women, he, for a moment, thought of his own encounter. Although there is no dissatisfaction with Li Shuai, but it cannot help but be a bit of a poke in the sore spot. On the other side, Li Shuai kept pressing the issue, and Qin Hao could only calm down in a soft voice. Qin Jiang and Qin Lianer, too, were whispering, "Brother, Pops is really something. It's a blessing for him that our mom has her eye on him, and he's not even satisfied." Alas, there are some people who just won't treasure what they get too easily, and Pops is like that. That's just it. I hope our mom cleans him up. Well, a lesson should be taught to Pops. Otherwise Pops would have turned over a new leaf and would have to find a concubine. I also have a feeling Pops has this in mind. The whispers of the two, in front of Qin Hao and Li Shuai, had nothing to do with yelling at the top of their voices. Li Shuai's beautiful eyes were cold. "You still want a concubine?" "I didn't. Don't listen to these two rebellious sons. My mother's children. All of them are well behaved, and you dare to call them rebellious?" Qin Hao's face was filled with grief and anger. What a pathetic family position he has. After making a lot of fuss for a while, Qin Hao was able to calm down Li Shuai. Of course, thanks to Qin Jiang and Qin Lianer, the two of them didn't say anything more in whispers. Otherwise, Qin Hao couldn't be pacified even after all his words. Qin Hao looked at the siblings, and he didn't dare to talk about the topic of robbing women. But otherwise, what happened before? Let's leave it aside for now. But you're out there eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Qin Hao looked at Qin Jiang, his gaze gradually regaining its majesty. Qin Jiang nodded. "That's what happened. How dare you admit it?" Qin Hao raised his eyebrows, wanting to undo his belt to deter them, but thinking of Li Shuai's favoritism towards the sibling duo, he stopped his movement. Qin Jiang said with a straight face, "What's there to be afraid to admit? As the young master of the Qin family, I own such a big family business. Isn't it right to enjoy it? Didn't the old ancestors work so hard to make our Qin family strong so that future generations could enjoy the blessings? I'm fulfilling the wishes of my ancestors. Pops, I have sacrificed myself in order to be filial to my old ancestors. And it's not enough that you don't praise me, you even want to reprimand me, and I can see that your sordid thoughts are surely tainting my great filial piety." Listening to Qin Jiang eloquently, Qin Hao was confused. Even Li Shuai, or shocked wide-eyed. She found for the first time, her eldest son was so shameless. It's better to be blue than blue. As for little Lianer, she had a face of adoration. Old brother's ability to turn black and white upside down was really something. "Pops, I want you to apologize to me." Qin Jiang opened his mouth in grief. Why now? He believed it himself, and couldn't stop his emotions from stirring. He was so filial, and Pop still reprimanded him. "Must apologize." Cough cough cough. Qin Hao came back to his senses, choking and coughing, his face full of unbelief, pointing at Qin Jiang for half a day. He couldn't say a word, seeing him in such a state. Li Shuai was also a bit distressed that Qin Hao was really pissed off, and she coughed dryly twice. "Jianger, just say it, don't take it all seriously yourself." Qin Jiang. Returning to his senses, Qin Jiang let out a dry laugh and scratched his head, a touch of coyness on his face. After saying that, Li Shuai held Qin Hao's palm. "All right, don't be angry. Jianger and Lianer are both with me. Although they are a bit rambunctious, they know the limits." Her voice, like it was magic. Qin Hao's mood was quickly calmed down, and he let out a bitter smile. "I know, however. I'm worried about Jianger. He's got unrivaled talent, but if he keeps fooling around like this, won't it be a waste of talent?" At those words, Qin Jiang rolled his eyes. "Father, since you know that your son is gifted, what are you worried about? I'll surpass you in minutes if I want to. You watch, and I'll perform an on-the-spot breakthrough for you." As he said that, his breath, it surged, and in just a few breaths, he broke through a small realm, reaching the peak of the divine profound realm. "Is it enough? Not enough for me to break through again?" To Qin Jiang, breaking through was the easiest thing to do. Qin Hao, he knew that Qin Jiang had awakened another divine body, and, moreover, it was the Taodai divine body that was an absolute match for the unsullied divine body. But this was the first time he had seen the utility of combining two divine bodies. On Li Shuai's face, the same flash of astonishment appeared. "Wow, brother, you're amazing!" little Lianer exclaimed, her eyes filled with little stars. Qin Jiang smiled, slowly collected his breath, and stroked little Lianer's head. "Does Lianer want to get stronger?" "Think." Little Lotus nodded heavily. Her talent, in fact, was not bad, at least comparable to Qin Hao. But compared to Qin Jiang, it paled in comparison. With a flip of his palm, a purple aura flashed, and without the slightest hesitation, Qin Jiang directly slapped it into Qin Lianer's body. "Innate Hongmeng purple qi. It can improve the physique, and even, There is a chance of awakening the divine body. Qin Lianer's body was instantly enveloped by a purple aura. A soft aura that continuously improved her physique. Well, it feels so good. Little Lianer's beautiful eyes were slightly closed, and a look of enjoyment hung on her pretty face. On the side, Li Shuai was slightly stunned, staring at the purple aura on little Lianer's body, and couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. The Nate Hongming purple chi. Ha! Qin Jiang looked at his old mom in surprise. Mom, you recognize this? Li Shuai withdrew her gaze, her face a little complicated, and nodded back. Then, when I created my gong method, the heavenly Tao blessed me with a Hongmeng purple chi, and it was for this reason that my physique was able to improve, allowing me to walk a smooth path later on. Heavenly blessings. Good fellow. It seems that the gongfu created by mom is really extraordinary. Surprisingly, he was able to invoke the heavenly Tao to bestow blessings. Moreover, what was bestowed was a supreme treasure like the innate Hongmeng purple chi. Innate Hongmeng purple chi. Since the beginning of the opening of the heavens, not many have appeared. Jiang how did you get it? Li Shuai looked at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang blinked innocently. I dreamed of the Hongmeng purple chi, and when I woke up, it came true. Li Shuai? You kid. You can't even lie. Qin Hao couldn't help but say. However, both of them didn't ask more questions. Qin Jiang didn't want to say more, so he must have his own little secret. And it didn't seem to be a bad thing. This is something that, if you use it yourself, you may not be able to say that your natural talent is further advanced. Qin Hao sighed. Qin Jiang shook his head. Useless. I'm at the limit of my credentials now. It's too much. Moreover, nowadays, the two god bodies complement each other, so in case another one is awakened, we can't say that it will destroy this balance, and the loss will outweigh the gain. Qin Jiang had considered all these things, having a dual god body and also having the system. There was no need to continue to improve his qualifications. What's more, a good qualification wouldn't be of much use. He didn't even cultivate much. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded as well. The three of them all looked towards Qin Lianer, their gazes filled with anticipation. This innate Hongmeng purple chi, but it had a chance to awaken the god body. Innate Hongmeng violet gas constantly transformed Qin Lianer's physique. The purple aura is also getting thinner and thinner. Most of it is absorbed by Qin Lianer. With the last strand of purple aura, it also surges into Qin Lianer's body. Suddenly, a white aura blossomed from within Qin Lianer's body. The surrounding spiritual energy, all of them trembled slightly, and the three of them, Qin Jiang, all of their faces were joyful. Really awakened the god body? With a wave of her arm, Li Shuai blocked the entire small courtyard, obviously not intending to spread the news out. About a quarter of an hour later, Qin Lianer opened her eyes and stretched. Within a short period of time, she had actually grown a bit taller, and her cultivation had likewise improved. Wow, brother, I'm actually in the golden body realm. Qin Lianer exclaimed. The three of them didn't care about the increase in their cultivation level as Qin Jiang opened his mouth. Lianer, besides your cultivation, what other changes do you feel? While Qin Lianer's small face wrinkled, slightly closed her beautiful eyes. Felt it, not long after. 10. A raging flame ignited in her body, and Qin Jiang, who was next to her, was feeling the blazing burning sensation. Qin Lianer opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the flames on her body in amazement as her small hand made a slight move inside my body. There are more of these flames. And I can manipulate them. Flames? Vulcan body? Qin Jiang was slightly stunned. He had just slaughtered Xiao Fan. Could it be that his fire god body was transferred to Xiao Lianer? Nope, not quite the same as Xiao Fan's fire, only to see Qin Lianer palm, flames jumping, from time to time cohesive shape, as if a phoenix, vaguely, can also be heard. There is a crisp chirping sound. Is the phoenix song? Nirvana flame? Nirvana god body? Li Shuai let out a soft cry, and then, her face was filled with joy. Qin Jiang was slightly stunned. This is the Nirvana god body? The odds are. Hearing this, Qin Jiang touched his chin. Phoenix, Nirvana. Some time ago, among the rewards that came along with the innate Hongmeng purple chi, there seemed to be an imperial weapon. The Phoenix sword. He flipped his palm and the Phoenix sword appeared in his palm. Before Qin Jiang could say anything, the Phoenix sword trembled, directly detaching itself from Qin Jiang's palm and flying to Qin Lianer's side in an intimate manner. Seeing the Phoenix sword in front of her, Qin Lianer was slightly stunned and subconsciously gripped it directly. Clang! In the next moment, the Phoenix sword violently trembled, and a heavenly sword chi, surprisingly, directly broke through Li Shuai's blockade, stirring up the sky full of wind and clouds. This is, Li Shuai stifled a grunt, her pretty face slightly white, but her gaze, however, was fixed on the Phoenix sword, an emperor artifact. This is an emperor artifact. Qin Hao was also dumbfounded, but still, at the first time, he was concerned about his wife's situation. Yuki, is everything okay? Li Shuai shook her head. The Phoenix sword had forcefully broken through her blockade, causing her breath to be slightly disorganized only. But she was not injured, however. The Phoenix Sword wasn't arrogant for long. A figure appeared around the mansion, and with a broken cry, they joined hands to blockade the entire mansion. And immediately afterward, all the old ancestors, they appeared in the mansion. They looked over at Qin Lianer, their faces filled with consternation. Divine body? Imperial weapon? The Phoenix Sword hovered beside Qin Lianer as if it were a loyal guard. At the level of an imperial artifact, it already had enough spiritual intelligence. The fourth ancestor also appeared in the mansion, and after he glanced at Qin Lianer, he was looking at Qin Jiang, another divine body and an imperial weapon. It must have been Qin Jiang's doing. Your masterpiece, right? Although the fourth ancestor was inquiring, his tone was extremely certain. Qin Jiang spread his hands. I'm dreaming. Okay, stop. The fourth ancestor directly interrupted. That's the explanation every time. How come your damn dreams are so awesome that everything comes true? Qin Jiang shrugged. Believe it or not. Anyway, it is a dream to get. A group of old ancestors did not bother to dwell on how Qin Jiang did it. Anyway, the Qin family was able to have one more divine body possessor, as well as an imperial artifact. Definitely a good thing. However, since Qin Lianer possessed a divine body, it was only natural that her treatment in the Qin clan would need to be improved. And first and foremost, it was her guards that needed to be replaced with a new batch. Little Lianer, the fourth ancestor is rearranging some guards for you. Do you want to go and pick them out? On the fourth ancestor's face, a smile appeared. His voice amiable. Qin Jiang blinked. No, how come he wasn't so gentle when talking to me? An escort? I have a lot of ya now. As the young princess of the Qin family, although the power of the guards around her was far less than that of Qin Jiang, it was definitely at the top. Those words. The fourth ancestor guffawed. Those guards of yours are too weak. The fourth ancestor will give you a new batch of stronger ones. Well, Qin Lianer was just about to agree when Qin Jiang spoke. In my hand, I do have a team that would be good for protecting Lianer. You? The fourth ancestor looked at Qin Jiang in surprise. Wasn't the power in Qin Jiang's hands all given by the Qin family? Could it be that this little guy still had some hidden power? Qin Jiang smiled imploringly and clapped his hands, only to see a silhouette flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the entire courtyard was densely packed with silhouettes. 360 songstress. See the master. All the silhouettes, neatly aligned towards Qin Jiang, knelt down on one knee. The four ancestors and the others stared in disbelief. Surprisingly, they didn't realize that there were so many people hidden around them. Qin Hao and Li Shui, both of them were startled. These people, as if they have long been in the yard, and they, without a little notice, which if the enemy, looking at the many silhouettes, the faces of the crowd, slightly unsightly. Get up. Qin Jiang smiled. This was the system's reward. 360 songstresses. That is, 360 beauties. Moreover, the strength was quite not weak. 36 of them were saints, and the rest were all in the returning to the first realm, singled out. It might not be much, but between them, there was this combined attack method, and the 360 people were united enough to fight against the ninth tribulation supreme. 9 hailed supreme. In this Tianxian continent, it was the topmost existence. Of course, their strength was certainly not up to the task of being able to escape the senses of the four ancestors, the old ancestors. The reason why they did not detect their presence was also because Qin Jiang had just summoned them, returning to their senses. The four ancestors and the others, looking at a playful figure, their faces gradually became odd as they looked at Qin Jiang. The fourth ancestor even sighed. Young man, be temperate. Qin Lianer's big, pretty eyes were also staring hard, looking at this and that, her face full of excitement. Brother, are these your sister-in-laws? Qin Jiang? Alas, brother, you turned out to have so many sister-in-laws. Do you still want the one I snatched for you? Qin Lianer was still thinking of giving the woman she had snatched to Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang's face darkened. What nonsense. This is the guard I sent you. At those words, a touch of doubt appeared in Qin Lianer's eyes. Was it not her sister-in-law? However, when she saw that one playful face, this doubt was instantly dispelled. Looking at Qin Jiang's dark cheeks, he snapped out of it. You brother is embarrassed. It's about using yourself as a shield after all. As the young master of the Qin family, being so addicted to beauty was sure to be criticized. Thinking of this, a touch of determination appeared on Qin Lianer's small face. Brother, don't worry, I'll take care of my sisters-in-law. On weekdays, keep my sisters-in-law by my side, and whenever you need them, I'll send them there immediately. What the hell? Looking at Qin Lianer's serious little face, Qin Jiang suspected that this niece had thought of something wrong. The four ancestors and the others, all of them were stifling their laughter. However, looking at the 360 songstress, the four ancestors frowned slightly. Younger, these women, although their strength is not weak, but without the supreme, I'm afraid that, according to his meaning, A god body possessor should have at least supreme powerhouses arranged around him. Finally returning to the topic, Qin Jiang took a deep breath and spoke. Don't worry, what they cultivated was a combined attack method, where 360 people joined hands, which was enough to cut down a supreme being in reverse. Even if it's a ninth tribulation supreme, they have the power to fight. Can you battle a ninth happening supreme? The fourth ancestor's mouth slightly opened as he looked at Qin Jiang incredulously. The fourth ancestor is a poor reader, so don't lie to the fourth ancestor. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Qin Jiang smiled mysteriously. Why don't you experience it for yourself? This ancestor, a great emperor, bullying a group of saints and returnees? Isn't this making people laugh? The fourth ancestor shook his head and looked to the other old ancestors. One of you, get out and try. Don't! Qin Jiang hurriedly stopped it. The fourth ancestor, their combined attack technique is too bloody and murderous. I'm afraid that the other old ancestors won't be able to carry it, so it's better for you to take action yourself. Hey, little shit, are you looking down on us? Old ancestor, a supreme being, can't deal with a group of saints and returning ones? I'll do it. I'll see what these women are capable of. A group of old ancestors, all of them were unconvinced. Qin Jiang looked helplessly at the fourth ancestor. He was afraid that these old ancestors really couldn't carry it. Noticing Qin Jiang's gaze, the fourth ancestor frowned slightly. This group of women, were they really this strong? This little guy, however, really can't be judged by common sense. The team he secretly cultivated, I'm afraid it's really not ordinary. Thinking of this, the fourth ancestor raised his arm. All right, don't argue. This ancestor will personally make a move. With that, he looked at the 360 songstresses and opened his mouth. We can't exert ourselves here. Go to the sky for a battle. I will suppress my realm to the ninth tribulation supreme. I hope you guys don't disgrace this little guy. As the words fell, the four ancestors rushed up into the sky, while the 360 songstresses, however, looked at Qin Jiang until he opened his mouth. Go. There's no need to keep your hands up. The fourth ancestor is a great emperor. He can't die. Yes, the ladies agreed and also rose into the air. Immediately after that, a group of old ancestors, too, went forward to watch the battle, and Qin Hao and Li Shui waved their arms, bringing Qin Jiang and Qin Lianer with them, likewise rising up in the air. High in the air. 360 songstresses, facing off against the four ancestors from a distance. Between them, a silken thread, faintly visible, linked 360 people. The fourth ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. 360 people. Although there were no supreme powerhouses, they were as if they were one, and their auras were similarly fused, stronger than the average supreme. Moreover, facing 360 people gave the four ancestors the feeling of facing one person. There was only one explanation for such a situation, and that was that the 360 people, who were of one mind and had not a single disconnect between each other, had blended so perfectly. 1 or 2 people, it might be possible to do that, but fully 360 people. Jiang this little fellow, just how was he trained? 360 people, to be able to work together so perfectly, the fourth ancestor muttered, and just then, 360 songstresses took the initiative to attack. Their attack was like a dance, pleasing to the eye. However, the four ancestors who were in the middle of it were slightly startled. This kind of attack, which seemed to be soft and weak, but concealed a killing opportunity, and if one was not careful, one could lose one's life. His eyes flashed and he was just about to counterattack. Suddenly, a pleasant singing voice entered his ears, and the Yuan Shin at the level of a great emperor, unexpectedly, trembled slightly, and immediately afterward, he felt a tingling pain in his skin. Immediately returning to his senses, his body shook, and the silk threads wrapped around his body directly shattered. He looked down with a slight chill in his heart. His shirt almost completely shattered. On the skin, a strangle mark. Surprisingly, spilled blood. Luckily, I'm not a ninth tribulation supreme. Otherwise, it's possible to be killed by a single blow under a light enemy. The fourth ancestor muttered. The attack came again, and this time, the four ancestors got serious. However, the power used was still only at the intensity of a ninth tribulation supreme being. In all seriousness, both sides attacked, and there was a back and forth. The four ancestors' faces, however, gradually became grave. These 360 songstresses did not seem to have any weaknesses, and he had wanted, first, to seriously injure one person, so as to make his combined attack method ineffective, but he realized that there was no chance at all that they worked together seamlessly unless he used his great emperor's strength and crushed it with his overwhelming strength. After tangling for a while longer, the four ancestors' chi shook and shook the 360 songstresses away. Okay, stop. Only the 360 songstresses, who had already attacked, were following the orders of Qin Jiang alone. The fourth ancestor's face darkened. At the same time, Qin Jiang also spoke up in a hurry, which stopped the 360 songstresses. This scene caused the four ancestors, all of them, to sigh, this little guy. What exactly is the charm that makes so many outstanding women so pleased with his heart? Hey, fourth ancestor, how's it going? Qin Jiang came up and hand in hand to the fourth ancestor glanced at him and said faintly, it's average. If this ancestor were to go all out, they wouldn't be able to carry a single move. Fourth ancestor, the strongest of them is only a saint. Are you good enough? Qin Jiang rolled his eyes. A great emperor, bullying saints and returning to one. How shameless. The fourth ancestor's face trembled. With the battle just now, he had almost forgotten that these women, the strongest of them, were only saints. Moreover, most of them were only at the returning to the first realm. This if a little stronger. Doesn't it mean that one can go against the great emperor? Thinking of these, the eyes of the four ancestors flamed up. These women, seriously cultivated, could potentially be comparable to a great emperor's combat power. Ah, it's too condescending to be an escort. The fourth ancestor looked toward Qin Jiang. From these women, the attitude toward Qin Jiang seems to be absolutely loyal. And, maybe this little guy, So, these women, they should all be considered members of the Qin family. It's worth cultivating. Jiang these women, they are indeed good. However, they are not suitable to be guards. The four ancestors weighed at those words. Qin Jiang looked at the fourth ancestor in confusion, only to hear the fourth ancestor continue, they're a bit condescending as guards, and, you boy, are you really willing to let them go charging in? Qin Jiang, well, the four ancestors misunderstood too. He had only just summoned 360 songstresses as well. Qin Jiang admitted that he was indeed a bit moved in the face of so many beauties, but there was no chance at all, and 360 people. And he's still a little weak. I don't know if I can carry it after using the kidney treasure pill, but I can try it later when I have the chance. There was also the problem that he simply didn't seem to have a big enough bed of the room, even, is not always crowded. Qin Jiang stroked his chin. It was time to consider building a residence specifically for this purpose. Hey, brat, did you hear old ancestor? Seeing that Qin Jiang didn't respond, the fourth ancestor slapped him on the head. Ha, heard that. Qin Jiang returned to his senses and looked at the 360 songstresses, smiling. Let them follow Lianer first. Anyway, most of the time, Lianer is in the Qin family, so there won't be any danger. So you're not going to cultivate it? The fourth ancestor frowned. Qin Jiang smiled slightly. Don't worry about that. They're strong, and they certainly won't fall behind. In the end, the fourth ancestor barked a few words of advice, telling him to never waste the 360 songbirds, and even, in hinting at him, if there was anything he hadn't done, he should hurry up and do it. After half a day of rambling, the fourth ancestor then took a group of old ancestors and returned to the back mountain, where, at this time, there were still several old ancestors in seclusion. They had refined the great emperor's essence blood and, perhaps, had a chance to impact the great emperor. You can't have less people to escort you. Qin Jiang and the others also returned to the mansion. 360 singing girls almost crowded the courtyard. Li Shuai rubbed his forehead. Originally, the eldest son to bring back a few women, she is still very much in favor of, after all, to pass on the generations well. But now, bringing back too many women, isn't that too much? Qin Lianer, on the other hand, was excitedly running to the side of the 360 songstresses, constantly chattering and chatting, but also peeking at Qin Jiang from time to time, asking the 360 songstresses some private questions in a low voice. Returning to Qin Jiang's side, on Qin Lianer's small face, the excitement still hadn't faded, although the 360 songstresses have been avoiding her questions, but it was well known that avoiding the question was itself the answer, so she basically concluded that the 360 women were definitely her sister-in-law. Brother, you're amazing, Qin Lianer exclaimed. The corner of Qin Jiang's mouth twitched, and he didn't bother to continue explaining. Anyway, as long as there was a chance, maybe Qin Lianer's misunderstanding was about to come true. By the way, brother, the woman I snatched back for you, do you want to go see? Qin Lianer blinked and asked expectantly. Well, go check it out. Looking at Qin Lianer's expectant appearance, Qin Jiang rubbed her head and doted on her. Subsequently, the two siblings, with 360 song girls, left their parents' mansion, first simply arranging the 360 song girls. Afterward, he followed Qin Lianer and walked towards a small courtyard next to her mansion. Brother, it's in there, let me tell you. This sister-in-law is very pretty. No worse than the others, Qin Lianer whispered, and right at that moment, Qin Jiang's feet lurched and his face turned strange. Detecting that there is currently a son of heaven's destiny who has a connection with the host, it can be dramatized once, and the host can view the trajectory of the son of heaven's destiny within a year. Do you view it? Another destiny's child has appeared? Is it just in the small courtyard, tied back by Lianer? That's not right. Wasn't the one kidnapped a woman? Even if she's carrying the mandate of heaven, She should be called the daughter of the mandate of heaven, right? Or perhaps what Leonor had kidnapped back was a chirography heroine? It's quite possible. What's wrong? Noticing Qin Zhang's expression, Qin Leonor was puzzled. Qin Zhang shook his head and smiled at nothing. While answering, Qin Zhang's mind was divided into two, and he also began to check out the plot. Qin Leonor pulled Qin Zhang and walked into the small courtyard. Su-san, I'm here again. Qin Leonor greeted with a familiar look. Qin Zhang looked. In the courtyard was a plain woman. A white dress, long dress, looked serene and elegant. Her expression was clear and cold, but she carried a wisp of sadness, and when she heard Qin Leonor's voice, Qin Zhang clearly saw that her petite body tightened up, and her eyes revealed a touch of vigilance. After all, this woman was kidnapped back by Qin Leonor. Pak Su. Seeing the woman, Qin Zhang spoke softly. The plot had just opened, and the figure of this woman, who was indeed a Qi master female, appeared. He gave little Leonor a strange look. This niece, it seems like she also has a bit of a villainous temperament. Moreover, when she goes out, she either stumbles upon the son of heaven's destiny or encounters the airy heroine. Gee, is this life? Ha, brother, you know her? Hearing Qin Zhang's voice, Qin Leonor was a bit surprised. Qin Zhang shook his head. Not recognizable. Qin Leonor frowned. Don't know? Then how do you know people's names? However, she didn't bother to think about it and twisted her head to look at Baisu, Su's sister-in-law. This is my brother. I've told you before. My brother is very handsome, strong, gentle and caring, definitely the best choice for a husband. No. Baisu's face changed drastically and she rejected it outright. She had noticed Qin Zhang ever since he entered, and she had to say that, as Qin Leonor had said, it was handsome enough to make one's heart swell slightly. Only, Lian, your gift, I love it. Right at this moment, Qin Zhang smiled and opened his mouth. Then, looking towards Baisu, he slowly walked over. Baisu was shocked in her heart. What are you going to do? She took a few steps back, her face full of vigilance, and the spiritual energy in her body already surging. Qin Zhang's eyes narrowed, his footsteps lurched, and he turned back to Qin Leonor, who was filled with curiosity. Leonor, go out for a moment. I'll talk to her alone. Oh, Qin Leonor nodded and obediently walked out of the small courtyard, not forgetting to give a command. Brother, she's my gift to you. Don't let her get away. Don't worry. Qin Zhang smiled and nodded. The conversation between the two made Baisu feel doubly humiliated. She was actually treated like cargo. After Qin Leonor left, Qin Zhang looked over at Baisu, recklessly surveying her with a fiery gaze that made Baisu feel like there were ants crawling on her body. Young Master Qin, with your status, there's no shortage of women at all, so you shouldn't do anything to force a woman. After all, it's your honor that's at stake. Baisu forced himself to stay calm between the words. He was also provoking Qin Zhang. The sons of the big families, all of them valued their reputation and honor. Ancient clans like the Qin family should be the same, right? She was a little unsure in her mind. Qin Zhang smiled blandly and opened his mouth. A coincidence, this young man's favorite is the strong twisted melon, not only to quench the thirst, but also full of sense of accomplishment. I wonder, can Miss White satisfy this young man? Hearing Qin Zhang's words, Baisu's pretty face stiffened and paled slightly. Her pink fists were clenched tightly, still struggling. Actually, young woman, Qin Zhang directly interrupted, set out her thoughts. The woman's means, every time, so too, but do not know, it will only make the man more excited. Pak Su. Qin Zhang approached Baisu step by step, and Baisu retreated step by step, until she was forced to the wall, and Baisu's entire body cowered. Qin Zhang crouched down slightly and picked up her chin. Alas, you don't know, this young man's only weakness is Xiao Leonor. Any of her requests, this young man will not refuse. She wants you and I to enter the bridal chamber tonight. So, it's just going to have to be you. No, don't. Baisu's voice choked. Please, don't touch me. I have a favorite. Please. Baisu raised her head, her eyes misty with tears. Qin Zhang was a bit surprised. How could this Chi-Luck heroine have such a poor heart? He had forgotten that Baisu had been forcibly kidnapped back by Qin Leonor, and before he came back, Qin Leonor had harassed her every day, and the strings in his heart had been tightly taut. Don't dare slack off a bit. And now, Qin Zhang has just returned and is going to enter the cave. Baisu had long been exhausted, and the tightly taut string in her heart finally couldn't hold out. Looking at Baisu, Qin Zhang sighed. I don't want to make little Leonor sad, so it'll just have to be you. No, Baisu exclaimed, but Qin Zhang was unmoved. It would be smoother to enter the cave first and then talk about feelings. After all, day after day, it breeds fondness. Don't touch me, okay? Please. I can help you in other ways, as long as you don't touch there, and I'll do whatever you want. I can. Oh, can any more? Except there. Both can. At those words, Qin Zhang took a deep breath and after a moment of silence, said it depends on how you behave. Outside the small courtyard, Qin Lianer was lying on the door, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. Her small face tightly wrinkled. What does it all mean? She was full of doubts, continuing to eavesdrop. A short while later, the rustling, gradually a little louder, but compared to a moment ago, is more incoherent. Qin Lianer blinked, her face full of curiosity. Into the bridal chamber? Older brothers are just reliable and take it straight down. So, Qin Lianer stood guard outside the door to prevent anyone from going in and disturbing Qin Jiang. Several hours in a row, Bai Susu cried without coming up for air. Looking at Qin Jiang with a gaze full of shame and anger, Qin Jiang glanced at her and said lightly, I'm talking about seeing you perform, but you've been, from start to finish, sharp-tongued and almost hurt me just fine. And otherwise, stuttering and not a bit of an experience. It's also just a backdoor way to barely pass you. So, with this performance, you still want me to agree to your demands? Bai Su was full of grievances. Such a thing, she is also the first time to do, which can grasp the proportion and then give her a period of time. Surely can skill up. But now, there's no use saying anything, she sobbed in a small voice, tears falling as the more she thought about it, the more aggravated she became. One has done so much. In the end, it is still hard to escape the poisonous hand. If I had known, I would have been better off. Her pretty face was red and her mood was up and down. Come on, I'm doing this to help you. Qin Jiang looked at Bai Susu, a pair of beautiful eyes red from crying. He subconsciously went to help her wipe away her tears. Bai Su didn't hide either. What should have been done, what shouldn't have been done, had been done, and she didn't bother to avoid anything. Sobbing a little, she glared angrily at Qin Jiang. Help me? Is that any way to help someone? I've sent people to investigate you, the daughter of the Sacred Sword sect master. Your identity is indeed honorable. In the Tianxian continent, the ancient clan was undoubtedly the most powerful, but other than the ancient clan, there were also hegemonic forces that did not exist in the form of clans. The Sacred Sword sect is a dominant party. It is also the Tianxian continent's Sword Dao Holy Land, with an equally ancient and long history, inherited for tens of thousands of years, with a deep heritage, and a strength that is not inferior to the ancient clan in the slightest. And this Bai Susu is the daughter of the Sacred Sword sect master. The status within the clan should be the same as Qin Lianer's status in the Qin family, only Qin Jiang was a bit puzzled as to how Qin Lianer had captured her. Bai Susu, who was on the side, did not have much surprise when she heard Qin Jiang's words. With the Qin family's strength, it couldn't be simpler to want to investigate her identity. Seeing that she didn't respond, Qin Jiang continued, I also know that you have a senior brother who, right now, should be the Holy Sword sect's holy son? I have to say, your Holy Sword sect is hiding really deep. A natural sword body, TSK, if it dies young like this, I don't know if the Holy Sword sect will be heartbroken. You, Bai Susu's petite body tightened, her face instantly tense. What are you going to do? Yo, in such a hurry. It seems that the person you like is this senior brother of yours, right? Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow. Bai Susu's pretty face turned white. If it was in the past, she would only be shy when she heard someone flirt with her like this. But now, Qin Jiang's tone was filled with killing intent. What's more, she's now suppressing the bitterness in her heart. She gathered her courage and looked at Qin Jiang. A senior brother is my Holy Sword sect's holy son, the hope of the entire Holy Sword sect. If you dare to touch him, the Holy Sword sect will mobilize the entire sect's power to wage war against your Qin family. Is that a threat? Humph. I'm telling the truth. Bai Su snorted coldly. At those words, Qin Jiang nodded, stroking his chin and thought for a moment. You said, when I send you back to the clan, if you are pregnant, at this time, if I move your senior brother again, will your father still raise the entire clan to fight? Bai Susu's beautiful eyes were wide. This Qin Jiang's brain circuit, how could it be so clear? And, getting yourself pregnant? She couldn't help but shiver and looked at Qin Jiang with fear. If it's really as Qin Jiang said, with father's character, maybe. What's more, her previous words were originally just a threat, and even if it wasn't for her, and the Qin clan really did kill senior brother, there wasn't much of a chance that the Sacred Sword sect would raise the entire clan to take revenge. Her face grew pale, and there was some sadness in her heart. Who would have thought that the daughter of the Sacred Sword sect master would one day be reduced to such a situation? And just then, Qin Jiang's soft voice fell into her ears. Have you ever thought that there's something wrong with this senior brother of yours? Bai Su's head snapped up. Qin Jiang let out a faint smile. As far as I know, 3 years ago, your senior brother was still an outer sect handyman, silent and unknown, and it wasn't until the inner sect examination that he revealed his talent and entered the sights of the higher-ups of the Sacred Sword sect. Later, it is detected, bearing the innate sword body, was accepted by your father as a disciple, but also admired as the Holy Sword sect's holy son. But, don't you guys feel that his change is a bit too sudden? Moreover, disciples of the Sacred Sword sect, before they are initiated, are required to test their physique, and a disciple with an innate sword body was overlooked when he was initiated? Don't you think it's suspicious? Listening to Qin Jiang's narration, Bai Susu was secretly shocked that Qin Jiang knew so much about the Sacred Sword Sect and his senior brother. It seemed that something was wrong among the top echelons of the Sacred Sword Sect. As for Qin Jiang's doubts, she really hadn't considered it, and in the Sacred Sword Sect, she had only seen her senior brother's dazzling side. As for his past, subconsciously ignored. As for his father, he might have noticed something, but a disciple of the innate sword body was certainly impossible to give up. She looked at Qin Jiang. Her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. Could it be that there was really something wrong with her senior brother? What did you find out? Bai Susu subconsciously asked. But just as she finished speaking, she had some regrets that she had chosen to believe such a bastard and to doubt her senior brother. The corner of Qin Jiang's mouth lifted slightly as he spoke of from every aspect, such as the technique he uses, martial arts, and his personal habits. He looks like a person from 10,000 years ago, reincarnation of a great power? Bai Susu's beautiful eyes glared. Qin Jiang shook his head. Perhaps it's a takeover. No way, Bai Susu directly retorted. She couldn't accept that the person she liked would be an old monster taking over her body. However, if you think about it, the transformation of senior brother is indeed too great. It's like a different person since 3 years ago. She was chilled to the bone, and goosebumps stood up on her body as she thought that under her senior brother's young face, there was an old monster hidden. There was a sudden chill in his heart. The portrait of that person 10,000 years ago. My Qin family still has left. Do you want see what he really looks like? At that moment, Qin Jiang opened his mouth, a teasing smile on his face. Bai Susu's senior brother, named Lin Chan originally. It was just an outer disciple of the Holy Sword Sect, but, after returning from an outing, it was a great success, and now it has become the Holy Sword Sect's Holy Son. As for the reason, it was naturally because the Yuan Shen within Lin Chen's body had changed. From the plot, Qin Jian learned that the one who had replaced Lin Chen was a great emperor powerhouse from 10,000 years ago, and after his fall, the remnants of his soul had survived all this time. In fact, the power of the remnant soul was running out, and just when he thought that he was going to eventually dissipate, Lin Chen appeared, and, still near death, the fat meat sent to the door. Naturally impossible to let go. Moreover, Lin Chuan would have been dying, so the remnants of the great emperor is to take its place, is also considered to be a new life. Moreover, the remnant soul of this great emperor, who was originally a strong sword cultivator, had decided to return to the Sacred Sword Sect after searching for Lin Chen's memories, and had been making a name for himself ever since. Qin Jian looked at the plot. The appearance of the remnants of the great emperor. His face was slightly strange. Such a short fat round. I do not know if Bai Susu will directly collapse after seeing it. Noticing Qin Jiang's expression, Bai Susu fidgeted a little. In fact, she was a little curious about what the soul inside Lin Chen's body looked like, but I'm afraid I won't be able to take it after all. She was extremely admiring of Lin Chen. No, all of this is Qin Jiang's side of the story. How can I trust him? Suddenly, Bai Su jolted awake. She was led into a misunderstanding by Qin Jiang and subconsciously agreed with his words. Only, up to now, it was all Qin Jiang's side of the story and there was no evidence whatsoever. With a certainty in her heart, she let out a cold snort and looked at Qin Jiang. Just watch. Seeing her straighten her back, Qin Jiang was slightly surprised, but immediately, he understood her thoughts, but he didn't say much. He hadn't expected Bai Susu to believe it straight away. And what's more, he had gotten everything from Bai Susu. As for her heart, love is wherever it is. Qin Jiang only needed the material aspect. As for the ideological aspect, it didn't matter anyway. There's no chance of betrayal, no matter what you think from the plot. He topologized the appearance of the remnants of the great emperor's soul and threw it in front of Bai Susu. See for yourself. After saying that, Qin Jiang directly got up and left. On the first day home, Yi Linger and the others were still all waiting in his mansion. Now that it's dark, it's the right time. Ding! The host changes the major plot. Reward Spacetime Disc Fragment, Immortal Supreme Treasure, Bonus Sword Dao Upgrade, Sword Intent can be upgraded to Sword Heart, Reward Void Temple, contains endless space. Host can remodel its inner space at will, e.g., build a big, 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 big bedroom. Reward Phoenix Eggs, which can hatch the Divine Beast Phoenix. Reward Villain Points 130,000. Just as he stepped out of the room, the system's rewards came bombarding him. The generous reward made Qin Jiang freeze. This reward, it was a bit generous. By now, it was almost clear to Qin Jiang that how much the system's rewards were, in addition to the importance of the plot he had altered, was also related to the level of the Son of Heaven's destiny. Just think about Xiao Fan and Yi Xian. Xiao Fan's level, it was a bit higher than Yi Xian's, So the reward for changing Xiao Fan's plot was higher than Yi Xian's, and this Lin Chen. His rank was even higher than Xiao Fan, just prying away Pak Su rewarded so much. A fragment of the spacetime disk. This was an immortal treasure. Although, he didn't know what it did, but an immortal great supreme treasure is certainly not ordinary and now. Also 2 shards away. As for the sword Dao upgrade, which was equivalent to raising Qin Zhang's battle power. The Sword Heart Realm, TSK, the remnants of the great emperor that had replaced Lin Chen didn't even seem to have reached the Sword Heart Realm, and Qin Zhang's greatest concern was the Void Divine Hall. Seeing the system's logo, Qin Zhang always felt that the system was connoting something. However, he did have this idea, and would have liked to find a suitable place to talk about it. But now, this Void God's Temple is directly free from trouble. The Void Temple. Good stuff. Qin Zhang let out a sigh of praise. This reward, he was most satisfied with the Void God's Palace. In the future, there would be no need to worry about where to let the ladies live. In the system space, Qin Zhang surveyed the Void God's Palace for a while and then, immediately, looked towards the last reward. The Phoenix Egg. This reward, it's for Little Lotus, right? Nirvana Divine Body, Phoenix Sword, Phoenix Egg. It was quite complete. After checking the rewards, Qin Zhang was walking out of the small courtyard. Qin Lianer was surprisingly still guarding the door. "Yeah, brother, you're done?" Qin Lianer exclaimed. At these words, Qin Zhang's face stiffened. These words, why does that sound a little off? And at that moment, Qin Lianer came up and inquired in a low voice, "Hey, brother, are you still satisfied with this sister-in-law?" "Ahem, it's okay." Qin Zhang coughed dryly, and seeing Qin Lianer's face of excitement and wanting to continue asking, Qin Zhang hurriedly pulled away from the topic. "Lianer, do you know Bai Susu's identity?" "I know." Qin Lianer nodded. Susu's sister-in-law said that she is the daughter of the Sacred Sword sect master, so I thought that it would barely be a match for you, and that's why I captured her back. At those words, Qin Zhang was speechless. However, he was curious as to how Qin Lianer managed to capture her back. After all, as the daughter of the Sacred Sword sect master, there should be guards around her, right? At his inquiry, Qin Lianer hemmed and hawed and set her by the side of Susu's sister-in-law. There are indeed guards. Only, because in the Holy Sword City, the guards by her side are of average strength and, moreover, not much vigilance. You captured her in Holy Sword City? Qin Zhang was stunned. He thought that it was Bai Susu who ran to the Qin domain and was captured by Qin Lianer, but it turned out that it was Qin Lianer who ran to the Holy Sword City. Qin Zhang frowned. Who brought you out of the Qin domain? Do you know how dangerous it is out there? Qin Lianer. Looking at the somewhat angry Qin Zhang, Qin Lianer shrunk her neck, and accidentally, told the story of her sneaking out. "Brother, I have my guards with me." She came forward and hugged Qin Zhang's arm, shaking it vigorously. Qin Zhang had a bit of a headache. He really couldn't control Qin Lianer. "An escort? Who are your guards to let you out and not report it?" "I was the one who threatened them." Qin Lianer blinked. "Because I'm young and don't know any better, so they'll be really worried about the threat I'm posing. And on my parents' side, as long as they can protect me, they'll get a lecture at most." So, listening to Qin Lianer's words, Qin Zhang was stunned. This niece, she was really quite smart, taking their own young do not understand, to threaten the guards, after all, is a child. The hand is not light and heavy. Really make her angry. In case they are cut, it's not a big loss. It was also for this reason that all those guards of hers didn't dare to report it, and could only be careful, protecting Qin Lianer. As long as Qin Lianer was fine, they would be reprimanded at most. Looking at Qin Lianer's appearance, Qin Zhang rubbed his forehead. As the youngest princess of Qin Zhang, although she was not as much in the limelight as Qin Zhang, she was likewise the object of attention of all the major ancient clans. Moreover, although the Qin family was strong, on the surface, no one was willing to go against the Qin family, but secretly, there might be any ancient clans that were dissatisfied with the Qin family. After all, the Qin family had offended quite a few people at this height. These people, they didn't dare to target the Qin family in the open, but those like Qin Lianer, who had sneaked out of the Qin family, they wouldn't show any mercy. However, this ninny wasn't stupid, sneaking out, but also know to bring guards. Unlike some Qi fortune heroine, not moving to shake off the guards, go out on their own waves. However, by the son of the heavenly destiny of the heroes to save the beauty. "Brother, are you angry?" Qin Lianer asked in a small voice. Seeming to be a little short of breath, Qin Zhang shook his head. "All right, if you want to go out in the future, just let me know and I'll arrange an escort for you." "Really?" Qin Lianer's big eyes lit up as she tightly hugged Qin Zhang's arm. "When you go out later, take me with you." Looking at her expectant eyes, Qin Zhang pondered slightly. He really did have the idea of taking Qin Lianer out for a spin because he felt that Qin Lianer seemed to be able to attract the son of heavenly fate. First it was Xiao Fan, and now it was Lin Chen. Until now, a total of 3 heaven's destiny sons had come across, of which Two of them were only able to get involved with Qin Jiang because of Qin Lianer. Thinking of this, Qin Jiang's eyes flashed and he nodded. Okay, next time I go out, I'll take you with me. Wow. Love you, brother. Qin Lianer was overjoyed, hugging Qin Jiang's arm and bouncing around. By the way, tell us how you met Bai Su. Looking at the excited Qin Lianer, Qin Jiang smiled and was back to business. Qin Lianer recollected for a moment, and then she opened her mouth. The other day, I sneaked out of the house and happened to arrive at the Holy Sword City, and within a while, I bumped into sister-in-law Susu. I saw that she was good looking and that you should like it. Old brother. So, just get her back, that's it? Right. Qin Lianer nodded. Qin Jiang asked in surprise, what about the process? Qin Lianer's small face frowned. There's no process. I just took the initiative to go up and strike up a conversation, saying that I was lost with my family and was scared on my own and wanted her to accompany me home. Then she came with me to a remote place, and I ordered the men to seize it. In fact, Suzu's sister-in-law is still very kind. Finally, Qin Lianer gave a comment. Hearing the comment, Qin Jiang almost couldn't strain to laugh. Bai Susu is kind, but she's being punked by you, the little villain. But she didn't have an escort with her? Qin Jiang asked suspiciously. Qin Lianer shook her head. Nope, just Susu's sister-in-law alone. After the arrest, I realized that Susu's sister-in-law turned out to be the daughter of the Sacred Sword Sect's headmaster, and I was worried that the Sacred Sword Sect would send someone to snatch Susu's sister-in-law back. So, this immediately rushed back. Besides, I've ordered all traces to be erased. I guess to this day, the Sacred Sword Sect doesn't even know who Susu's sister-in-law was taken away by. At those words, the corner of Qin Jiang's mouth twitched. People can't look at each other. Little Lianer is still really thorough in her work. As for Bai Susu, going out without a single escort. TSK, sooner or later this will happen. It was really lucky for Bai Susu to meet herself in this calamity. Brother, I'm good, right? Qin Lianer's little face was proud. Qin Jiang raised his hand and lightly flicked her forehead. It's also fortunate that there are no guards around Bai Susu, if a conflict really breaks out. But the Holy Sword Sect's territory, you shall not suffer a big loss? Being reprimanded by Qin Jiang, Qin Lianer's small mouth pouted, but she didn't retort, just looked at him aggressively. Qin Jiang, what he couldn't stand the most, was this expression of Qin Lianer's, a helpless smile. Okay, you're the best, Qin Jiang complimented, and a smile immediately appeared on Qin Lianer's face. Not caring if Qin Jiang was perfunctory to her, looking at his sister who was so good at coaxing her, Qin Jiang dotingly rubbed her head, and then suddenly remembered the phoenix egg that he had just obtained. Lian, a gift for you. Qin Jiang opened his mouth. The phoenix egg will be taken out. A good guy, the size of half a person. Qin Jiang weighed. The weight is not clear. Qin Lianer's face was stunned. It was the first time she had seen such a large egg. But soon, she was excited again. Brother, do you want to cook it for dinner? Eggs that big must be delicious. Qin Jiang's face darkened. This is a phoenix egg. Inside is a baby phoenix, a real divine beast. Clank. At this moment, inside Qin Lianer's body, a clang sounded and the phoenix sword flew out. Excitedly flying around the phoenix egg, looking at the phoenix sword, Qin Jiang nodded his head slightly. This imperial artifact, which itself had notable battle power, now had already recognized Qin Lianer as its master, and was considered one of Qin Lianer's personal guards. Phoenix eggs? Qin Lianer's small mouth opened slightly. She stretched out her small hand and stroked on the phoenix egg. She actually felt that the spiritual energy in her body was much more active, and at the same time, the phoenix egg was also slightly trembling. It seemed to be the little phoenix inside, responding to Qin Lianer. Qin Lianer's pretty face was delighted, and with a movement of her spiritual energy, she actually directly spawned flames that wrapped the entirety of the phoenix egg. Holy shit! Qin Jiang was shocked. Little Lianer is going to roast it directly? Brother, don't worry. That little phoenix inside needs enough fire attribute energy to successfully break its shell. Qin Lianer hadn't forgotten to give an explanation. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang reacted. This was a phoenix egg, naturally close to flames. It should not be afraid of fire. Lotus, how did you know? He was a little curious. Qin Lianer manipulated the flames with one hand and pointed at the phoenix egg with the other, she told me. Looking at the flames, the phoenix egg that had flipped itself over, Qin Jiang grinned slightly, but he was still very happy that he was able to recognize Qin Lianer with regards to the phoenix egg. Fire properties? Qin Jiang's heart moved, and in the next moment, a bead appeared in his palm. The fire spirit pearl, which was Xiao Fan's chance, was intercepted by Qin Jiang. Just after taking out the fire spirit bead, little Lianer looked over, her face full of astonishment. Brother, what is this? What a strong fire attribute aura. Like it? Here. It's yours. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and handed it directly to Qin Lianer. Her Nirvana divine body was also a fire attribute divine body, and this fire spirit bead should have no small effect on her. Sure enough, Little Leonor had just touched the fire spirit bead, only to see that, in Qin Zhang's hands, the bead, which had been dead, actually bloomed with a hazy light immediately. It turned into a streak of light and shot into Qin Leonor's brow. Seeing this scene, Qin Jiang wasn't worried. In the plot, Xiao Fan also suffered the same thing. This meant that the fire spirit pearl had chosen Qin Leonor, and to be able to serve as the heaven's destined son's original treasure. This fire spirit bead, which had great room for development, was feared to be more precious than even the phoenix egg. Qin Leonor's beautiful eyes were slightly closed, and her breath didn't change much, but the temperature of the flame that blossomed out was suddenly elevated. The phoenix egg also seemed to be more joyful. In the flames, constantly bouncing around, strands of flames, constantly being sucked into the egg by her, and the eggshell was getting brighter and brighter. Soon, Qin Leonor opened her eyes, her face full of confusion. Qin Jiang asked in a hurry, "Well, what's the catch?" Upon hearing this, Qin Leonor touched her forehead, and when Qin Jiang looked, he saw that a flame imprint had surfaced on Qin Leonor's forehead, just like a real flame. "This is, brother, this is the bead that turned into a flame." As the words fell, one could only see that the flame imprint on Qin Leonor's brow trembled slightly, and unexpectedly transformed into a solid body, hovering in front of Qin Leonor. Qin Jiang frowned. In Xiao Fan's plot, there didn't seem to be this kind of change. Or rather, in the plot he understood, Xiao Fan didn't have the ability to make this kind of change in the fire spirit pearl. At this time, Qin Leonor stretched out her small hand, and that flame was directly swept into her palm. Playing with the flame, Qin Leonor looked towards Qin Jiang and asked curiously, "Brother, this fire tells me that it is an immortal fire. What's an immortal fire? Immortal fire? Immortal?" Qin Jiang was slightly startled, and a touch of joy flickered in his expression as he looked at the flames. He was now already vaguely able to guess that above the great emperors were the so-called immortals, and now, in Qin Jiang's hands, there was only the time and space disk, which belonged to the immortal great supreme treasure, and, still, 2 shards beyond that, it was in Qin Leonor's hand, this immortal fire. Looking at the immortal flame, Qin Jiang's eyes blazed. Of course, it was impossible for him to ask for it back from Qin Leonor. Moreover, this immortal flame could only work if Qin Leonor was the only one who could do it. Qin Jiang took a deep breath and said with a grave expression on his face, "Leonor, this immortal flame, don't use it until the critical moment. Also, don't let anyone else know that it's an immortal fire." He didn't know if there was anyone else in the Tianxian continent who understood the existence of immortals, but all in all, touching an immortal would definitely make people go crazy, because this was, most likely, an existence above the great emperors. If someone recognized this flame, it might lead to a lot of trouble, and right now, the Qin family's strength was temporarily insufficient to possess an immortal artifact. It's a crime to be a waver. Hearing Qin Jiang speak so seriously, Qin Leonor nodded her head obediently. She had always obeyed Qin Jiang's words. "Put it away," Qin Jiang said. Qin Leonor nodded, and she put away the immortal flame. The two of them looked at the phoenix egg again, which, for a while, could not be hatched, and was similarly put away by Qin Leonor, intending to continue hatching it after returning to the mansion. After sending Qin Leonor back, Qin Jiang also returned to his mansion. Ye Linger and the others immediately greeted them. Another night of spring. The next day, Qin Jiang rested a little and took out a small tripod. It's Yi Xian's treasure. Yesterday, he was pondering. Xiao Fan's innate magic treasure was an immortal fire. Yi Xian is the son of heaven's destiny. This small tripod wouldn't be an immortal object as well, right? He surveyed the little tripod, and kept knocking and banging, and putting in a lot of treasure. It seemed, other than being able to refine any treasure into pure energy, this small tripod would have no use. Qin Jiang skimmed his lips and directly threw the small tripod to the side. This crap was not as good as his own Taotai divine body. Forget it. Give it to the Qin family disciples. He called the black dragon over and asked him to take the small tripod and throw it to the Qin family's martial arts arena, and inform the Qin family disciples of the usefulness of the small tripod. And when the time comes, whoever wants to use it can do so. At the very least, it would raise the overall level of the Qin family disciples. After ordering, Qin Jiang frowned slightly. He suddenly felt that the strength of the Qin family was too weak. Even possessing an immortal artifact had to be covered up. If it was the Qin family, with its immortal Dao powerhouses, wouldn't they be so cautious? We have to find a way to boost the Qin family's strength. Qin Jiang muttered. In the Tianxian continent, the Qin family was already top tier, but above the Tianxian continent, there was still the existence of the 9 heavens, and furthermore, the other 10 lands were no weaker than the Tianxian continent, placed in the entire world. The Qin family's strength was not considered strong. System, has the Qi luck on Xiao Fan been transferred to the Qin family yet? Qin Jiang suddenly remembered that the previous system mission, which was the Qi luck on Xiao Fan, was transferred to the Qin family, but it seems that nothing has changed in the Qin family. No, at those words, Qin Zhang's eyes glared at Tunchan. You're not being decent. You won't turn without me asking? Are you trying to keep it for yourself? The system was silent for a moment before answering, frowny-faced the Qin family's luck. It's being lost. Are you sure you want to turn now? Qin Jiang was slightly startled. The Qin family's qi is draining away? Yes. Holy shit. Who did this? In Qin Zhang's eyes, he was filled with anger. To think that someone was counting on his Qin family's qi? This thing, qi luck, although somewhat ethereal, was real. It's like the son of destiny. That is, a person with great fortune, who can just jump off a cliff and pick up a treasure, and I'm afraid that a person who has lost all his qi doesn't have much to live for. The family. Likewise, not only the Qin family. In the Tianxian continent, most of the family's qi are constantly losing. The system's voice caused Qin Zhang to be slightly startled. At most of the clans, the qi is draining away? Put it this way. His eyes flickered and he looked up. It's Tendo? The host is so smart. Damn it. The heavenly Tao wouldn't have siphoned off the qi of all the great clans to cultivate the son of heaven's destiny, would it? Qin Jiang suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but curse. Yes, get affirmative answer. Qin Jiang gas teeth itchy. This heavenly way, is not there a problem? The major ancient tribes of the qi, pumping out the cultivation of the son of heavenly destiny, and then let the son of heavenly destiny to overthrow the ancient tribes. What about playing? It's the rule set by heaven that when you flourish, you fall. System road.at those words. Qin Jiang frowned. Do you mean that if a family has been strong for too long, the heavenly Tao will feel threatened, and therefore, want to reshuffle the cards, overthrow these threats, and support some families that are not threatened? The host is worthy of being a host, and this is how he guessed the conspiracy of the heavenly Tao. In the face of the system's horse's ass, Qin Jiang was somewhat speechless. He frowned. But how do you stop the loss of qi? Ahem. The host can take a look at the system mall. There might be something the host needs. Qin Jiang was slightly stunned and immediately understood the system's meaning and hurriedly opened the system mall. Big sale. Jin Yunbei. Only 100,000 villain points. A string of large red letters. As if they were afraid Qin Jiang wouldn't see them. Luck suppressing monument? Could it be that it is capable of suppressing qi and preventing the loss of qi? Qin Jiang's eyes lit up. It's not a bad thing to have 100,000 villain points in this thing. Qin Jiang was rich and generous, waving his hand to directly take down the Jinyin Bei. Then, a small miniature steel appeared in his palm, and Qin Jiang's eyes glazed over his system. You're fucking cutting corners, aren't you? He looked at the luck-suppressing tablet in his hand. It wasn't as big as his own palm. Was this sure it could suppress the Qin family's luck? However, before the system could reply, in Qin Jiang's mind, the information of the luck-suppressing tablet appeared. The luck-suppressing tablet, which can be big or small, heavy or light, suppresses the world's luck and protects the world from falling. With a brief introduction, Qin Jiang was slightly delighted. This Shin Yunbei, it really is not ordinary. 100,000 villain points is not a bad deal. It's still the system that's real. System. She didn't believe a word of Qin Jiang's words. She just said she cut corners, and after knowing the role of the Jin Yunbei, she said she was real of that mouth. I'll be damned. Not long ago, how to use the Jin Yunbei. Qin Jiang also feel clear. As long as it is placed in the Qin family, it can play a role. As for where to put, you don't have to ask. I'm sure it's safer to keep it in my own place. Qin Jiang ran to the small courtyard. The Jinyun monument became a little bigger, found a suitable location, directly smashed on the ground. However, this looked, how is it? Like a grave in the yard? It's a bit of a bummer, but it's practical. Finally, he also made the Jinyun monument increase its weight, so that even a supreme powerhouse would find it difficult to carry it, lest he himself would go out one day and someone would move the Jinyun monument away. After doing this, Qin Jiang nodded in satisfaction. System, this time my Qin family's qi will not be lost, right? The luck suppression monument can suppress the world's luck. A small Qin family, naturally, can be suppressed. The system's reply caused the corners of Qin Jiang's mouth to twitch. Little Qin family? Okay, in the whole world, the Qin family really isn't that big. Xiao Fan's qi, it's time to turn around, right? Qin Jiang opened his mouth. After all this, wasn't it just to receive Xiao Fan's qi? Qin Jiang naturally wouldn't forget. Good, the system promised. And immediately, it fell into silence. Qin Jiang waited for a while, but there was no response. System? Turning over. Qin Jiang? That's it? It doesn't feel like anything. And just then, the ground shook with a roar, and a violent wave of energy nearly toppled Qin Jiang. However, it was only for an instant that this wave of energy immediately dissipated. It was as if it had never existed. Qin Jiang's gaze, however, snapped to the back of the mountain, a flash of joy in his eyes. He knew that several old ancestors had been in seclusion, wanting to use the power of the Great Emperor's essence blood to break through to the Great Emperor. In that instant just now, he felt the same might as the four ancestors, the Great Emperor. He was just about to head to the back of the mountain when suddenly, the ground shook violently again, causing Qin Jiang to stumble. Another one? Qin Jiang was overjoyed this time. However, instead of making a direct move, he was expecting, instead, to get another one. This time, it was the three old ancestors who were in seclusion. Two of them broke through. There's no reason for the other one to fail, right? Sure enough, it didn't disappoint him. The third energy wave, which came with a roar, and the successive tremors, caused the Qin family to be confused. With only a portion of the higher-ups vaguely sensing something, both were full of excitement. Qin Jiang rushed towards the back of the mountain, muttering, "This should be the effect of qi." Just after transferring Xiao Fan's fortune to the Qin family, the three old ancestors had broken through to the Great Emperor one after another. If there wasn't any relationship, Qin Jiang really didn't believe it. The back mountain belonged to the Qin family's restricted area, and other than the old ancestors, no one else had the right to freely enter and exit, not even the head of the Qin family. However, Qin Jiang was an exception. He was, now, in a higher position than the average old ancestor. Just after entering the back of the mountain, Qin Jiang saw a group of old ancestors, doing their best to support a barrier to prevent their breath from leaking. The fourth ancestor was among them, wiping away a handful of sweat, still muttering, "Breakthroughs are all piling up. Do you know that this emperor is under a lot of pressure?" Three great emperors, breakthrough. The aura that was released made most of the old ancestors pale, and if it wasn't for the four ancestors at the forefront of the top, this aura couldn't be hidden at all. Qin Jiang was outside the barrier and was able to see that a vision churned in it, and it was also mixed with a terrifying energy. And everything in the barrier was annihilated by this terrifying energy. Qin Jiang bared his teeth as he watched this energy. If it were to completely explode, the news of the old ancestors' breakthrough to greatness, it wouldn't matter if it was leaked. But the Qin family, I'm afraid that it would have to be destroyed by a large portion. No wonder most of the strongest people who broke through had to hide in the deep forests. Apart from the fear of being attacked, I'm afraid that it was also because they didn't want to destroy their homes. It took some time to break through to the Great Emperor. According to what the fourth ancestor had said, he had made a breakthrough at that time, and it had taken him half a day before he could barely stabilize the energy in his body. And later on, it took him a few more days of adaptation before he could fully control the power of the Great Emperor. Qin Jiang didn't leave either. He sat cross-legged outside the barrier and waited patiently. A few hours later, the energy in the barrier finally calmed down. The crowd of old ancestors, too, were relieved. Just then, with an explosion, the figure of an ancestor appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Is this the Great Emperor? Standing in mid-air, the aura on his body, which hadn't completely converged, was like a monarch. Immediately after that, the second ancestor and the third ancestor all appeared. The aura of a great emperor caused the void to tremble continuously, and in the eyes of all the old ancestors, expressions of awe and envy appeared. Ha ha ha, I never thought that one day, the four of us would be able to all advance to emperor. The fourth ancestor laughed out loud, and in a flash, appeared beside the three first ancestors. The three of them, the first ancestor, all smiled as well, and then, their gazes, they all looked at Qin Jiang. Thanks to this little guy, the first ancestor opened his mouth. With a flash of their figures, the four of them appeared in front of Qin Jiang, their hearts slightly emotional. Originally, they had viewed Qin Jiang as a hope to advance to emperor, but now, Qin Jiang had already helped the four of them to advance to emperor before he could do so. This is really something they didn't expect. Congratulations to the four elder ancestors for successfully advancing to emperor. Qin Jiang laughed and congratulated the fourth ancestor. Waved his hand. All right. It's still all because of you, little guy, that we were able to advance to emperor. The three first ancestors also nodded, although they were a little curious as to how Qin Jiang had taken out the great emperor laws and essence blood, but they didn't ask much if Qin Jiang didn't say anything. At that moment, the first ancestor flipped his palm. There are still 4 drops of great emperor essence blood left. Jiang, what do you think you're going to do with it? So much left? The fourth ancestor was slightly surprised. Originally, he thought that 10 drops of great emperor essence blood, which could allow all 3 of the first ancestors to advance to emperor, was already very good, but he didn't expect that there would still be a small half left. The first ancestor smiled slightly. I had thought that I would have to use all of it as well, but I didn't realize that I was blessed with a breakthrough today without any obstacles. On the side, the second ancestor and the third ancestor both nodded as well. Just a moment ago, Emperor Jin's bottleneck, it was as if it had disappeared. I felt the same way and thought it was an illusion, but after trying it, I really broke through. Hearing their words, the 4 ancestors were slightly stunned when he broke through. It wasn't this simple. Moreover, what he had refined was still the great emperor laws. If he had replaced it with a great emperor's essence blood, He felt that he wouldn't even be able to succeed in breaking through. Subconsciously, the fourth ancestor looked towards Qin Jiang. He always felt that it should have nothing to do with Qin Jiang that such a situation could occur. Qin Jiang grinned in his heart. It was clear that the reason why the three of the first ancestors could break through so simply should be related to Qi Luck.as for the remaining 4 drops of Great Emperor Essence blood. Qin Jiang looked towards the other old ancestors. Among them, there were also a few half-emperor powerhouses. If they were able to obtain the Great Emperor's Essence blood, there was a chance to break through to the Great Emperor anymore. The strength will improve a bit. First ancestor, give the Great Emperor Essence blood to the half-emperor old ancestor to use, and perhaps add 2 Great Emperors to our Qin clan as well. Qin Jiang opened his mouth upon hearing this. The first ancestor looked towards the several half-emperor ancestors, and their eyes, too, were filled with incomparable anticipation. Wouldn't it be a little uninsured? At that moment, the fourth ancestor spoke of 4 drops of Great Emperor Essence blood. If given to a 9 Tribulation Supreme, it would definitely be able to reach the half-emperor realm. And if given to a half-emperor, the chances of breaking through to a Great Emperor are actually not too high. According to the normal situation, the 4 ancestors' statement was not bad. The first ancestor 3 could break through so easily, was not expected by anyone, and even the worst prediction was that the 10 drops of the Great Emperor's Essence blood only made the first ancestor 3 slightly stronger. It was only that the Qin family of today would not lose its qi, but rather enhance it. Qin Jiang felt that it shouldn't be a problem to spawn 2 more Great Emperors. What's more, now that the 3 of 1 ancestors were able to break through to the Great Emperor, it wasn't a loss anymore. Moreover, a few more half-emperors wouldn't have too much of an impact on the Qin family's strength. Fourth ancestor, give it a try. Anyway, the first ancestor and the others have already earned their breakthrough, and with 4 drops of Great Emperor Essence blood left, even if only 1 Great Emperor emerges, it's stronger than 4 half-emperors. Qin Jiang insisted on distributing the Great Emperor Essence blood to the half-emperor ancestors. Seeing that he was so insistent, the fourth ancestor nodded as well. The Great Emperor Essence blood was originally taken out by Qin Jiang, and furthermore, the first ancestor had also handed over the right of distribution to Qin Jiang. What's more, also as Qin Jiang said, it's already very profitable now, then let's give it to the half-emperor. Maybe the Qin family will be able to produce 2 more Great Emperors. The first ancestor also laughed. According to the 3 first ancestors, each using 2 drops of Great Emperor Essence blood, they had broken through to Great Emperors, and with the remaining 4 drops, 2 Great Emperors were indeed able to emerge. However, they felt that they were able to easily break through to the Great Empress, and it should be because something had happened during that time just now that caused the Great Empress bottleneck to disappear. After this time, it may not be so easy. Thinking of this, they had some regrets. If all the half-emperors of the Qin family, at that time, were impacting the realm of the Great Emperor, perhaps they could all break through. Of course, this is delusional. After staying in the back of the mountain for a while, Qin Jiang returned to the mansion, and for the next few days in a row, Qin Jiang relaxed and enjoyed life. Meanwhile, during these few days, the Void God's Hall was placed in his mansion, and under his remodeling, the Void God's Hall was a huge room surrounded by densely packed small rooms. I don't know if it will be possible to fill it up with so many rooms being created, but for Qin Jiang, it was always good to be prepared. After all, he had to deal with the Son of Heaven's destiny, and he didn't know how many chakra hostesses he would need to save. On this day, Qin Jiang was leisurely lying on a recliner. Yi Linger stood behind him, her small hands gently kneading his shoulders, and on the side, Yan Yan carefully cut the fruits and fed them to Qin Jiang's mouth. Fire Qinger and Chen Ningbing, on the other hand, were playing chess. With this kind of leisurely life, Qin Jiang felt like his entire body was going to waste away. He closed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself in his mind, too unmotivated. After today, I'm going to cultivate hard. Mentally set a flag. The next moment, Qin Jiang was saying, Spirit, use a little more force. In this way, it was another few days, and Qin Jiang swore every day that he would work hard tomorrow. However, tenderness is even more deadly every time. He was easily caught back, and eventually, Qin Jiang gave up. Effort my ass. He's a family man. He's gifted. What's the point of trying? Finally, half a month later, Qin Jiang had to leave the gentle land and came to his parents' residence. Dad, Mom, what can I do for you? Qin Jiang rubbed his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up. Qin Hao frowned tightly, wanting to reprimand Qin Jiang, but after opening his mouth for a long time, he still gave up helplessly, just feeling hateful. Li Shui was instead filled with worry. Zhang'er, during this period of time, you haven't gotten tired, have you? Ha? Qin Jiang froze slightly, then shook his head. No. You also do not know moderation. Now young, okay, like your father's age. Ahem. Qin Hao coughed heavily a few times, interrupting Li Shui's words. Qin Jiang, on the other hand, looked at Qin Hao with a face full of surprise and strangeness. What are you looking at, brat? Qin Hao's old face blushed. Qin Jiang heatedly smiled and flipped his hand to take out a jade bottle. Father, this is good stuff for you to try tonight. He refined a lot of kidney treasure Dan. Weekdays, but it is not necessary to use, since his own old man is a little that. This thing, just suitable. Hearing Qin Jiang's intention, Qin Hao's eyes glared. Don't be ridiculous, little asshole. Although he reprimanded, his hand was still very honest. Taking the jade bottle from Qin Jiang's hand. Seeing this, Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed. Father, you haven't said what you called me over for. Oh yeah. Only then did Qin Hao remember the main matter. First putting away the kidney treasure Dan before speaking. Your old man is here. Huh? Qin Jiang slightly froze and then asked, which one? Qin Hao's face trembled, but there was really more than one old husband of Qin Jiang. Sacred Sword sect leader, Bai Jingyun. Bai Jingyun? Vex Susu's father? Qin Jiang shook his head. This guy, coming is really slow. If he doesn't find his way here, I'm going to have to make a trip to the Holy Sword sect. Seeing Qin Jiang's couldn't care less look, Qin Hao reminded to this guy, he's here to raise hell. After all, you little bastard, you snatched someone's daughter away from her, and we're the one who's at a disadvantage, and, really, he's your old man. Got it. Qin Jiang nodded and then asked, where is he now? I'll go see him. It's in the side yard. Would you like me to accompany you? No. Qin Jiang quickly refused. Wouldn't his old father accompanying him limit his play? In the side yard, a middle-aged man, dressed in a black robe, with a look of anger. Although he didn't bloom his aura, he still gave people a sense of severity. This person is Bai Jingyun, Sacred Sword sect head teacher. In addition to Bai Jingyun, there was a group of attendants, as well as a young man, standing behind Bai Jingyun. Dusty, it took us so long to find Susu's trail. Do you think that Susu would have already been there? In Bai Jingyun's eyes, a hint of worry was revealed. In Lin Chen's eyes, a coldness flashed, but on his face, a smile appeared. Don't worry, master, the Qin family, no matter what, is also a prestigious family, not to mention, now Susu is in the hands of the Qin family's young master, and with a status like his, only Susu is unwilling, and will certainly not fool around. What's more, the Qin family definitely knows Susu's identity. Our Sacred Sword sect isn't weak. The Qin family won't make an enemy of us because of a woman. Hearing his relief, Bai Jingyun was relieved. His plan was to marry Bai Susu to Lin Chen, and in this way, he would truly be able to tie down this peerless heavenly pride. If Soso was being. Just then, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Bai Jingyun frowned. The Qin family's people were so rude. Come in without knocking. Turning his head to look, a handsome teenager walked into the small courtyard with a gentle smile that made people feel good. Oh, Uncle Bai, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Jiang looked at Bai Jingyun and smiled slightly. You are? Bai Jingyun's eyes went cold. You're Qin Jiang? Qin Hao told him that right now, Bai Susu was at Qin Jiang's place, and he subconsciously thought that Bai Susu had been captured by Qin Jiang. So naturally he didn't have much of a good face. Qin Jiang nodded. Bai Jingyun snorted coldly and then asked, where's my daughter Susu? Su, Qin Jiang called out intimately as he laughed softly. So I have it at my place actually. I wanted to send Su back, but I didn't think. What? Ugh. Uncle White, it's all my fault for not taking proper safety measures. So, Bai Jingyun's heart stuttered behind him. Lin Chen's body trembled as killing intent erupted in his eyes. You. Bai Jingyun pointed at Qin Jiang, his arms trembling slightly, his lips shivering. He thought he was late, but he hadn't realized that he was so late. So surprisingly all. Hoo. He took a deep breath for a moment before easing up a bit. Where's Soso? Show me her. Bai Jingyun said. Qin Jiang shook his head and said, So not awake yet? Pretty tired from last night. Boom! Bai Jingyun's eyes widened and his aura couldn't help but explode as he looked at Qin Jiang with a gaze filled with anger. So it's like this. And you're still. Bastard. Looking at Qin Jiang's couldn't care less expression, Bai Jingyun couldn't wait to slap him to death. At the same time, his heart was full of self-blame. If he could have come earlier, none of this would have happened, right? Soso has suffered. Bai Jingyun under the heartache, are going to fall into tears. He is only such a daughter and her Taoist partner in the birth of Bai Susu. After the death of the world, his last dying wish was for Bai Susu to be happy, and a moment of negligence had caused Bai Susu to fall into hell. The self-blame within him almost crushed him. A pair of eyes, viciously glaring at Qin Jiang. If he didn't still have a little bit of sense, he really couldn't help but strike out. Another point is, he does not know, Bai Susu to Qin Jiang, exactly what is the attitude. If it is consensual, he is willing to fulfill. Moreover, he didn't want Bai Susu's child to be born without a father. It's cruel to the child, just like Pak Susu. For a while, many emotions surged into Bai Jingyun's mind, but in the end, only a sigh remained. his voice somewhat feeble, take me to see Susu. Don't worry. I won't bother her. At those words, Qin Jiang hesitated for a moment and looked at Lin Chen and the others behind him. They're going too? At that moment, Bai Jingyun remembered Lin Chen and the others. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Chen and sighed in his heart, but now, I'll go by myself. Bai Jingyun opened his mouth. Point one was that there were too many people and it would disturb Bai Susu. And another reason was that he was worried that Lin Chen would do something stupid after seeing Bai Susu. Alright, Qin Jiang nodded and led Bai Jingyun out of the side yard. A gaze full of killing intent behind him caused the corner of his mouth to lift slightly. Not to mention a remnant soul of a great emperor. Even if it was a true great emperor, in the Qin family, he would have to obediently get down. No words along the way. Soon, it was time to arrive at Bai Susu's small courtyard. Qin Jiang directly pushed the door in. Bai Jingyun followed closely behind, while Bai Susu, naturally, wasn't resting as Qin Jiang had said. Hearing the push of the door, her petite body stiffened slightly and she subconsciously opened her mouth. Can we take a break today? As the words fell, Bai Susu's pretty face stiffened as she looked incredulously at the silhouette behind Qin Jiang. Father has finally come to her rescue? She was overjoyed, but soon, again, she was sad. What was the use of coming to her rescue now? It was already too late. Bai Jingyun's voice trembled slightly. In particular, Bai Susu's pleading voice just now caused his heart to tremble. He clenched his fists and stared angrily at Qin Jiang, yelling in grief, Qin Jiang, Susu is like this. Don't you have any pity? No matter what, Soso is your wife. Are you, as a husband, only interested in your own pleasures? I'll tell you. From now on, you're not allowed to bully Susu. Otherwise, I don't care what your status is. I won't spare you lightly. Bai Jingyun said angrily. Qin Jiang opened his mouth. And on the other side, Bai Susu was also a bit confused. She wondered why her father had suddenly exploded in the voice, although it was all concern for her. What with the wife and husband? It made her face immediately turn red and she couldn't help but say a father. Qin Jiang and I. It's not that kind of relationship, though, the two know each other well. The relationship. To this day, she hadn't given in, and Qin Jiang had no intention of pursuing her. All he wanted, it seemed, was physical pleasure. Doesn't care if they love each other or not. Understanding this, Bai Susu was a bit lost, but her stubborn heart, moreover, prevented her from giving in. Although, Qin Jiang would come over every day, but for her, it was like doing a mission. It's starting to get old. Only, for some reason, in her heart, without realizing it, she was actually becoming more and more suspicious of Lin Chen, and when she didn't have anything to do, she pondered on what Qin Jiang had said. Though the heart kept hinting that Qin Jiang was lying to her, however, she was increasingly agreeing with what Qin Jiang had said, and perhaps, she had some expectations that what Qin Jiang had said was true because it was the only way she could have peace of mind and fulfill her daily tasks. When Bai Jingyun heard his daughter's retort, he sighed and thought Bai Susu was shy. Was the opening of the mouth. Susu, I know all about you and Qin Jiang since we're already together and, well, he glanced at Bai Susu's abdomen, and in the end, still did not say the word child, but only admonished, in the future, you'll be good together. This little fellow Qin Jiang, although he does things a little bastardly, his identity, talent and strength are all good enough to be worthy of you. Bai Jingyun glanced at Qin Jiang and spoke against his will. Before he came to the Qin family, he had investigated. Qin Jiang already had several women, and, still, it was taken by force. This kind of landlubber has arched his own little cabbage. It was hard for him to think about it, but things have come to this. He can only hope that in the future, Qin Jiang and Bai Susu can live well together. At least, Bai Susu can be happy thinking of this. He gave Qin Jiang another warning glare. Qin Jiang, Susu will be in your hands from now on, but if you dare to bully Susu, the Sacred Sword Sect isn't one to be messed with. He directly moved the entire Sacred Sword Sect to back up Bai Susu, listening to her own father, who had handed himself over to Qin Jiang in a few words. Bai Susu was dumbfounded. Although, at this point in time, she really had no choice, but her father's behavior was a bit more than she expected. That's totally out of character for a father. After saying that, Bai Jingyun took a deep breath. His heart seemed to feel a little bad, and he directly waved his hand. Alright, Su, get some rest. I'll go back first. Pak Su. Before she could react, Qin Jiang and Bai Jingyun were walking out of the small courtyard. What are you following me for? Don't you take care of Soso's side? Bai Jingyun looked at Qin Jiang. In his mind, Bai Susu is pregnant. Qin Jiang, as a husband, should always take care of it. Of course, caregiving is caregiving, and it's best not to take care of the bed. Qin Jiang looked back and laughed. I just want to ask, in the Sacred Sword Sect, does Susu have another senior brother? Bai Jingyun's feet lurched and his face stared slightly. So told you? Lin Chen's identity was a top secret in the Sacred Sword Sect, and this time, when he followed Bai Jingyun out, It was only as an ordinary disciple that I in theory. Qin Jiang should never know. Qin Jiang nodded. I heard from Susu that she and her senior brother are very close. At those words, Bai Jingyun glanced at him and immediately understood his little mind. You can rest assured. Susu and her senior brother have nothing to do. Before, perhaps mutual favor. But now, the top secrets of my sacred sword sect. She's told you, and you still don't trust her? In fact, he was also a bit puzzled in his mind. How long has it been? Full stop. It's only a month. Bai Susu even told Qin Jiang all the top secrets of the sacred sword sect. Change of heart so fast? In the sacred sword sect, he is very clear that his own daughter is like Lin Dust. Only, in the way of shyness, has not dared to get too close. And now, after a month of contact with Qin Jiang, Bai Susu unexpectedly moved on. Bai Jingyun looked at Qin Jiang and couldn't help but secretly sigh. Just by looking at his appearance, Qin Jiang was indeed more handsome than Lin Duan. Moreover, his status and talent were not bad at all. A plus? It's already known. There seems to be nothing wrong with Bai Susu moving on, but rather, something justified. Thinking of these, Bai Jingyun was also completely relieved. No matter what, since his own daughter liked Qin Jiang, she should be very happy with him. We'll have to have a chat with Lin Chen. This little guy, it seems like he's still obsessed with Susu. Bai Jingyun muttered to himself in his mind. Two people have a crush on each other. Both dare not poke that layer of window paper. Dragged for so long, the third party intervened, directly lifted the window, but also smashed Lin Dust in the process. Linden, too, is a poor baby. Can I, meet Su's senior brother? At that moment, Qin Jiang opened his mouth and asked. Bai Jingyun came back to his senses of this. He was in a bit of a dilemma. On the one hand, Lin Chen was a top secret of the sacred sword sect. On the other hand, if Qin Jiang went to see Lin Chen, would it not feel like he had robbed someone's woman and went to fool around in front of them? He is the top secret of our holy sword sect. You, top secret? Qin Jiang blinked, but Su introduced me very clearly. I know. His name is Lin Xuan. He is Susu's senior brother. Moreover, he is also the holy sword sect's holy son, bearing the innate sword body. Oh yes, I still have his portrait. Bai Jingyun, looking at Qin Jiang's hands, he really took out a portrait. Bai Jingyun was a bit tense. Sacred sword sect's top secret. Bai Susu surprisingly did not stay a little. Directly bottom of the sky. All the show to Qin Jiang. This moment, he is a little skeptical of life. My own daughter. This sells the holy sword sect? Top secret. It seems, has become a joke. In particular, Qin Jiang's look of skepticism caused Bai Jingyun's face to twitch. Uncle White? Qin Jiang shouted. Bai Jingyun came back to his senses and looked at the portrait in Qin Jiang's hand, feeling a bit of a headache. That, Xiao Jiang. Lin Chen's information. See if you can. Oh, I understand. Lin Chen is your holy sword sect's top secret. Well, I won't pass it on, Qin Jiang assured Bai Jingyun. Now, hearing the word top secret, he had the feeling that Qin Jiang was mocking him. Only, there was nothing Bai Jingyun could do. Who let his little cotton jacket leak? He could only force a smile. Then thank you, nephew. Oh, I should. Qin Jiang smiled slightly and followed up with that. I'll go meet Lin Chen. If I'm not mistaken, he's, right now, in the Qin family, right? Bai Jingyun gave a dry laugh. Your nephew really has a good idea. I don't know. What is it that virtuous nephew was looking for my disciple for? It's not a big deal. Qin Jiang spilled a smile and said, it's just that I heard from Susu's narration that he has some admiration for Lin Chen. So I want to see in which aspect he deserves such admiration from Susu. This, Bai Jingyun heard and understood that Qin Jiang was trying to go looking for trouble. He frowned slightly. A little worried in his heart. Lin Chen was burdened with the innate sword body, while Qin Jiang was said to possess the immaculate god body. Both are of the same class of physique, but Qin Jiang, with the entire Qin family cultivating him, while Lin Chen, only 3 years ago, only suddenly rose to prominence, might be at a bit of a disadvantage. Only, on the other hand, Qin Jiang's immaculate divine body was mainly useful in terms of cultivation speed, whereas Lin Chen's innate sword body was a notorious slaying divine body. If we really fight, it's not clear who will win or lose. It's just that, more importantly, this is the Qin family. Regardless of who won or lost, it would be difficult for Lin Duan to do well. Bai Jingyun was a bit torn, but just then, Qin Jiang spoke. Uncle White, just tomorrow I'll arrange a sparring session, so go and inform Lin Duan, and I'll bring Susu over to watch the battle. After saying that, Qin Jiang stopped following Bai Jingyun and turned back to Bai Susu's small courtyard. Looking at Qin Jiang's back, Bai Jingyun froze slightly. Of this boy, is he ordering me around? He was the sacred sword sect master. How dare Qin Jiang order him around? Bai Jingyun was a bit exasperated. Only, thinking that this was the Qin family, he could only shake his head helplessly. In the home ground of others, it was better to keep a low profile. Moreover, this kid was still his son-in-law. There should be a little tolerance. Shaking his head, He left. At the same time, Qin Jiang also returned to Bai Susu's small courtyard, and seeing him return, Bai Susu immediately questioned, "What did you say to my father?" She also figured out that her father was so dry. Handing himself over to Qin Jiang, "It must be that this guy said something to make her father make such a decision." Qin Jiang smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter, the important thing is that your father doesn't want you." You? Bai Susu's small mouth opened. This asshole is really shameless. Qin Jiang came to Bai Susu's side and grabbed her small hand. Bai Susu shook it twice, saw that she didn't shake it off, and gave up struggling. At that moment, Qin Jiang softly said, "Lin Chen is here too." As the words fell, Bai Susu's pretty face stiffened, and she subconsciously went to look at Qin Jiang's expression, and seeing that there was nothing strange about him, she couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She inclined her pretty face slightly. "What are you telling me this for?" "Oh, it's nothing. Tomorrow you'll take you to meet him, say, and have a chance to see him in his original form, as I gave you the same portrait." At the mention of the portrait, Bai Susu frowned. A flash of dislike flashed through her beautiful eyes, and she let out a cold snort. "I don't believe you when you try to disgust me. Even if Lin Chen was taken over by the residual soul of a great emperor, but if he can achieve greatness, would he grow that ugly?" In Bai Susu's voice, dislike overflowed. Qin Jiang smiled strangely. He didn't have the sincerity to disgust Bai Susu. The great emperor who had seized Lin Chen's body was already ugly in his looks. However, it seems that Baisu was still a face dog now. Qin Jia touched his own face. No wonder. At that time, although Bai Susu resisted, but half push, not much resistance, their own this face, also played a small role, right? He sighed. Strong people, not necessarily how handsome they look like me. It's still rare. Narcissism, Bai Susu muttered, but still couldn't help but glance at Qin Jiang. Handsome indeed, not to mention the portrait given by Qin Jiang. Even Lin Chen's appearance was far inferior to Qin Jiang's when she was kidnapped by Qin Lianer. The other party kept instilling how handsome Qin Jiang was, and it had to be said that Qin Lianer hadn't lied to her regarding Bai Susu's spitting. Qin Jiang didn't care and simply said, "Tomorrow, when I stand with Lin Chen, you'll realize the gap." "You're really going to take me to see Linden?" Bai Su frowned. There was a slight resistance in her heart. She was worried that the likeness on the portrait was really the true likeness of Lin Chen's Yuanshan. "Naturally." Qin Jiang nodded. "I have an appointment with Lin Chen to cut a deal tomorrow." "Cutting?" Bai Su was shocked. She didn't have much understanding of Qin Jiang's strength. Since the beginning, she had never seen him display his strength. Moreover, she couldn't see through him. After all, Qin Jiang's realm was higher than hers. As for Lin Chen, she knew him very well, ever since he made a splash 3 years ago. Until now, no one in the younger generation of the Sacred Sword sect was his opponent. Even there were very few who could catch one of his swords. "Humph, it's impossible for you to win when you spar with Lin Chen." Bai Su grunted lightly. 3 years ago, the first time Lin Chen made his first strike, he had already comprehended sword intent. While bearing the innate sword body, his attacks were harsh and full of killing. During the 3 years, under the full cultivation of the Holy Sword sect, he was already the veritable number one in the young generation of the Holy Sword sect. And within the sect, there were only a handful of people who could catch one of his swords. Many people speculated that his sword Dao had already reached sword potential. "Ha, do you think you have a chance of winning?" Listening to Bai Susu's mutterings, Qin Jiang looked at her with interest. "What are you doing? Revealing Lin Chen's bottom card? Letting me prepare in advance? What? Worried I'll lose to him?" "Bah!" Bai Susu's pretty face blushed. "The hell with worrying about you. I'm just telling you that it's impossible for you to defeat Lin Chen." She hadn't even noticed that from the beginning. She had called Lin Chen's senior brother. To now, she had gotten used to calling him by his first name. Looking at Bai Susu's deadly denial, Qin Jiang hugged her, and in the midst of her exclamation of surprise, Qin Jiang came to her ear and earnestly said, "You have to remember, I'm the one who's your husband. You always trust your husband." Being held tightly, and the hot and wet breath coming from her ears, Bai Susu's pretty face was scarlet, and her delicate body was taut. Not daring to move, It took a moment before he whispered, "You're holding me so tight I can't breathe." Hearing this, Qin Jiang slightly loosened up a bit and looked down at Bai Susu's delicate red lips. Unable to resist kissing them, it was only after a while that Qin Jiang raised his head and laughed lightly. "That's what I call being out of breath." Bai Susu's delicate body was Microsoft, slightly powerless, and when she heard Qin Jiang's teasing, she blankly glanced at him and leaned her head slightly against Qin Jiang's chest. After a moment's reprieve, she looked up slightly. "You really want to spar with Lin Chen?" Having made an appointment to fight, as the young master of the Qin family, I can't shy away from a fight, can I? Not to mention, I initiated the date. Qin Jian laughed without a bit of worry. A mere Lin Chen, easily taken. Bai Susu was slightly silent, and after feeling a little bit of strength, she pushed Qin Jiang away. "You made a date with Lin Chen because of me?" At those words, Qin Jiang looked at Bai Susu in surprise. Do women all like to ruminate so much? He waved his hand. You're overthinking it. I just want to try out what Lin Chen can do and strike him down in the process. Maybe even get some system rewards. However, there shouldn't be too many rewards for such a small fight. He had early experience. Some small fights. Or even just give some villain points. These system reward reminders, Qin Jiang, are lazy to see. However, this guy, Lin Chen, should be a bit fatter. Hearing Qin Jiang's reply, Bai Susu skimmed her small mouth. This guy, how is it that he is just like herself? All dead in the mouth. No. How do I? Bai Susu pretty face are red. The heart is a little bitter. Obviously has been reminding themselves. Qin Jiang, this guy, are lying to themselves, will not be sincere to themselves, but also always remind themselves. Must not really like Qin Jiang. But now that it was over, she had to admit to herself that her heart had begun to flutter. No matter which aspect, Qin Jiang was no worse than Lin Duan, or even stronger. Both men and women can get into a tangle about the better choice. For Bai Susu, Qin Jiang is the better choice. On this day, Qin Jiang did not return to the mansion, perhaps because after hearing the news of Lin Chen, Bai Susu's reaction was actually a bit more violent than before. No sleep all night. The next day, Bai Susu was a bit tired. She braced herself and gave Qin Jiang a blank look. That's a lot of livestock. Qin Jiang looked at Bai Susu and laughed. Have a good rest and accompany me to meet Lin Duan this afternoon. You're a pervert. Bai Su spat out. She could kind of see Qin Jiang's dark psychology, only, at the bottom of her heart, there were also some hidden flutters. Not to mention, she was not qualified to refuse at all. And not long after, Bai Susu was in a deep sleep. Qin Jiang also rested for a while. These days of tenderness, although enough to enjoy, but also a little tired. Until the afternoon, Bai Susu woke up and rubbed her hazy beautiful eyes. On the side, Qin Jiang still had his eyes slightly closed. Looking at Qin Jiang's sleeping face, Bai Susu's eyes lit up and she quietly came closer. It was the first time she saw Qin Jiang's sleeping appearance. It's still handsome, Bai Su murmured. At the same time, the corner of Qin Jiang's mouth hooked as he opened his eyes and locked eyes with Bai Susu. Was it good? Qin Jiang opened his mouth. Bai Susu's pretty face stiffened, instantly blushing, and she couldn't help but let out a shriek, immediately turning away from Qin Jiang. He covered his cheeks with both hands. Boo. So embarrassing. Why are you awake? There was a sob in Bai Su's voice. Qin Jiang pulled her small hand away and looked at her with interest. If I hadn't been awake, would you have had to do something even more outrageous? Bai Su almost fainted with shyness. Why did she just come up to the surface? Qin Jiang smiled faintly, but did not continue to tease. Alright, pack up and go see how your husband abused that little tiny Lin Dust. A short while later, the two walked out of the small courtyard. Bai Susu was slightly in a trance. Since coming to the Qin family, it was the first time she had stepped out of the small courtyard. Qin Jiang took her small hand and walked towards the martial arts arena. Bai Susu's pretty face flushed, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she looked at Qin Jiang and said seriously, Lin Chen is really strong. As the young master of the Qin family, it would be a shame if you were to turn over in the gutter because of your lightheartedness. Am I not strong? Qin Jiang asked with a smile, his meaningful tone causing Bai Susu's delicate body to tighten. She glared at Qin Jiang angrily. How do I know the rest of you? Along the way, under Qin Jiang's teasing, Bai Susu wisely stopped talking much. This asshole has never had a proper form, just bullies. At the same time, Bai Gingyun brought Lin Chen and arrived at the martial arts arena. Duster. This time, it's just a sparring match. Point by point, don't hurt Qin Jiang, Bai Gingyun admonished. Lin Chen nodded. He had heard these words more than a dozen times, and every time, it made the anger in his heart a little more intense. Don't hurt Qin Jiang, then let Qin Jiang hurt himself? He sneered in his mind. After all, the Yuan Shen within him, a great emperor powerhouse, had never truly treated Bai Gingyun as a master. What he needed was nothing more than the resources of the sacred sword sect. Of course, after meeting Bai Susu, he did treat Bai Gingyun with a little respect, but now, Bai Susu was someone else's, and the respect he had for Bai Gingyun was gone. Even more than a little bored. If he didn't still need the resources of the sacred sword sect, he would have flipped out with Bai Gingyun long ago. As for Qin Jiang, a junior is just a junior, but he took away his own woman. He really deserves to die. This time, although he couldn't kill him, he should at least teach him a hard lesson. There was also Bai Susu, although she had lost her Yuan, but her body and appearance were both superior. If she was willing to come back, she could still consider forgiveness. When he thought of this, he had some hard feelings in his heart, and had he known it, he should have done it earlier. Only, he was worried that it was too late, and he had been showing poise. As a result, he hadn't even touched Bai Susu's little hand before he was halfway to picking a peach. The genus is too late to regret. Bai Gingyun and his group entered the martial arts arena, and there weren't many people inside, only some of the Qin family's top brass. A group of old ancestors in the dark, who were also watching the battle, were also unclear about Qin Zhang's exact strength however. According to what the four ancestors had said, Qin Zhang had been eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, and had barely cultivated, which made them have some concerns about the release program, and today, it was to see if Qin Zhang had made any progress. If the progress is not obvious, perhaps, it is time for them to consider changing the training program. As Lin Chen entered the martial arts arena, the gazes of the Qin clan's people all looked over, and the group of old ancestors in the shadows were all secretly observing Lin Chen. They had already learned about Lin Chen's news. The innate sword body is a genius. Ha! This little guy. Something's not right. The first ancestor and the other four all felt a strange aura on Lin Chen, on his body. How could there be an emperor's Dao aura? There's something wrong with this Lin Chen. Will it threaten Zhang'er? A few people frowned and looked at Lin Chen with killing intent flashing in their gazes. At the same time, Lin Chen's body stiffened as a strong sense of crisis caused his chills to explode. With a shock in his heart, he forced himself to be calm and secretly looked around, and nothing was found however. He did not dare to relax in the slightest, as the feeling of a man's back, in just a moment, was causing him to break out in a cold sweat. How could the Qin family let me feel my life in danger? He muttered in his mind. Although, at his current realm, he was only an avatar, but after all, he was a former great emperor and still retained some cards, and once these cards were out, he was able to kill even half-emperors. Therefore, in this Tianxian continent, there were those that could make him feel a crisis, but those that could put his life in danger had yet to be encountered. The Qin family is not simple. Lin Chen took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. The first ancestor and the others, who were still watching him, were considering whether or not to directly behead him, and at that moment, the fourth ancestor faintly said, this Lin Chen is not simple, and Zhang'er is even more so. Don't worry. Although he often proclaimed Qin Zhang's bad words, he still had some understanding of Qin Zhang's strength, and of course, the most crucial thing was some of Qin Zhang's mysterious and unpredictable means of, for example, the great imperial laws and essence blood, which can be taken out at will, as well as the 360 beauties, and Qin Lianer's divine body, imperial artifacts, and so on. Really counting, at least, they can see that Lin Dust is not simple, and Qin Zhang, totally mysterious and unpredictable. Therefore, the fourth ancestor didn't have a single worry, and even, he wouldn't be much surprised if it was said that Qin Zhang could kill an emperor. This junior, who had secrets on him, had too many, and gave him too many surprises. Not long after, Qin Zhang held by Susu's small hand and also walked into the martial arts arena. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Qin Zhang scanned the circle and waved towards the crowd. Only, the gazes that stayed on him, were not many. Most of them, looked towards Bai Susu. Regarding Qin Zhang, Bai Susu and Lin Duan, the relationship between the three of them, the crowd knew something about it, and none of them had expected that Qin Zhang had brought Bai Susu with him. That seems a bit, well, murderous. The Qin clan's group of people, with slightly strange expressions, looked at Lin Chen on the other side with pity. Bai Jingyun glanced at Lin Chen, his expression slightly embarrassed, and he dryly coughed twice and said to Dusty, "Wait here, I'll go check on Susu." With that, he quickly came to Qin Zhang's side and whispered, "Why did you bring Susu here?" Qin Zhang's appointment was already provoking Lin Chen, and now, even more so, he brought Bai Susu over. Wasn't this sincerely embarrassing Lin Chen? Bai Susu didn't open her mouth, but only slightly lowered her head. One small hand was held by Qin Zhang, and the other small hand tightly clenched the corner of her coat. Seemingly a little nervous, Qin Zhang gently kneaded her small hand and laughed. "So not worried about me. Specially followed me here to check it out." At those words, the corners of Bai Jingyun's mouth twitched. He looked at Bai Susu, and the other party didn't show anything, while at that moment, Qin Zhang looked at Lin Chen. "Let's not waste time. Let's just get started." So didn't get much rest. Bai Jingyun, watching his own little cabbage, one by one, being bullied by Qin Zhang. Bai Jingyun hated his teeth, without good humor. He gave Qin Zhang a look. "Lin Chen has long been ready. If you can start any time." "Now then." Qin Zhang nodded and brought Bai Susu to the viewing area, speaking softly, "Just watch from here." Bai Susu nodded, and after hesitating for a moment when she saw Qin Zhang preparing to walk onto the ring, she couldn't help but say, "Qin Zhang, you be careful. I said don't you forget." Bai Su blushed slightly. Bai Jingyun was also at the side, and when he heard Bai Susu's words, he asked suspiciously, "What did you say to Qin Zhang?" "No, nothing, I'm just reminding him not to take it lightly." Bai Su whispered. Bai Jingyun was slightly stunned, and when he thought of Qin Zhang's knowledge of Lin Chen, he couldn't help but ask, "You wouldn't have told Qin Zhang all the information about Lin Chen's strength, would you? Just reveal a little bit." Hearing Bai Susu's heartfelt voice, Bai Jingyun rolled his eyes. He felt that this daughter of his might even, possibly, sell the entire sacred sword sect to Qin Zhang. Qin Jian walked up to the ring, and on the other side, Lin Duan was already waiting. His face was slightly gloomy as he glanced at Bai Susu in the viewing area, who seemed to have more flavor than before. It's just that the rhyme is given by Qin Jiang. Lin Chen. Ha, it's true that he's as good as his name. It's pretty shabby looking. Qin Jiang grinned. The voice spread throughout the martial arts arena, and the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Is it that much of a flame out at first? Lin Chen's face also trembled, and underneath the gloominess of his eyes, a strong killing intent was hidden. In his last life, what he was most jealous of was his appearance. Nowadays, the looks were good, but he still wouldn't allow anyone to insult his looks. Humph, the young master of the hallowed Qin clan, will you only show off your tongue? Lin Dust snorted coldly. Those words. Qin Jiang grinned. I don't mind a little more if the truth breaks your defense. For example, short, fat, and round. Shut up. Lin Chen roared angrily. The anger in his eyes was still mixed with a trace of consternation. What Qin Jiang had said was all the characteristics of his last life. Could it be that he could see through his own soul? In the viewing area, Lin Chen's reaction was a bit baffling. Although, the few words that Qin Jiang had said were quite insulting, but at least, Lin Chen was not associated with those words. It's not that bad of a defense, is it? And Bai Susu, the beautiful eyes are a slight flash. She remembered that Qin Jiang gave her portrait, above the appearance of Lin Dust. As Qin Jiang said, short, fat, round, the fat, dark face was even uglier. Before, she didn't believe it, thinking that Qin Jiang was just disgusting him, but now, seeing Linden's reaction, she vaguely felt, perhaps, Qin Jiang really didn't lie to her. Bai Susu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling a bit of revulsion. If this is really the case, remembering that in the past, I even adored him. Really? Vomit. She stifled a dry heaving sound. To the side, Bai Gingyun was startled. Su, are you okay? It's okay. Bai Su took a deep breath and shook her head. Bai Gingyun didn't have much to worry about. He thought that it was normal for Bai Susu to have this as a reaction to pregnancy vomiting. Just mentally cursed Qin Jiang. This asshole. Su is pregnant, and you still take her running around. Let's see what you'll do if something happens. The ring. In just 3 short words, Lin Chen directly broke his defense, roared angrily, and drew his sword in a slash. The stern sword blade contained the meaning of the sword path, and it attacked Qin Jiang directly in the face. In the face of the terrifying sword intent, Qin Jiang merely stretched out a finger and gently clicked it. The powerful strike was like a breeze that quietly faded away. Lin Chen's eyes glazed over, somewhat incredulous. The strike just now had contained sword intent, and with his early stage of the Avatar realm, this strike was enough to injure a yin-yang realm powerhouse. Qin Jiang, on the other hand, just made a slight point and broke his attack. How is that possible? Lindu muttered. Observation area. The Qin family crowd are secretly nodding, worthy of being my Qin family young master. Strong strength is just, but also so will pretend. Bai Susu blinked. She was weak and couldn't see through the situation. She could just see that Qin Jiang gently made a point and Lin Chen's attack dissipated. Is Linden playing? She remembered that when she watched Lin Chen's battles before, her blood was boiling, and each of his swords contained a strong attack, just like a god of war unmatched. And now, it's like a child's house. Bai Jingyun's face was grave, and with just one strike, he was able to see the gap between the two. Lin Chen is no match for Qin Jiang. Bai Su looked at her father with a question in her eyes. Bai Jingyun explained, in the past, you felt that Lin Chen was powerful because of the comparison with other people, but take Lin Chen or rivals and replace them with Qin Jiang. The situation, perhaps, is going to be reversed. Hearing her father's words, Bai Susu's small mouth opened slightly, her face full of surprise. Qin Jiang, he's that strong? Alas, it's worthy of being the young master of the Qin family. Lin Duan is like a child in front of him, completely without any power to fight back. The gap, it's too big. Bai Jingyun sighed, slightly lost. After all, what Lin Chen represented was the strongest of the younger generation of the sacred sword sect. I didn't expect that I would be completely crushed now. Lin Chen kept striking out, raging energy that ravaged the entire ring, only, it hadn't shaken Qin Jiang in the slightest. Is that all you can do? Qin Jiang did not mince words in mocking Lin Chen. After all, he's a villain. It's normal to mock the protagonist, right? Lin Chen took a deep breath, his heart filled with shock. He felt that his sword intent was completely ineffective against Qin Jiang. It could be said that it was directly suppressed. He frowned tightly, puzzled. After taking a short break, he gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Jiang, smiling coldly. I don't care what means you have. They are useless in front of absolute strength. He raised his sword, his aura surging. Everyone thought that I just comprehended the sword intent, but in reality, my sword Dao has reached the realm of sword power. Qin Jiang, you're the first to force me to use my full power. You are enough to be proud of yourself. Lin Chen's voice was filled with condescension. The voice carried across the room, sword power. Hearing those two words, The crowd was shocked beyond belief. A sword power? He actually reached the realm of sword potential? At a young age, he has reached the realm of sword power. And in the future, there is a possibility of breaking through to the realm of sword heart. This holy sword sect has really picked up a treasure. Will Jiang'er be in danger? Let's see. In our Qin family, nothing will happen to Jiang'er. The gazes of the group of Qin family executives, looking at Lin Chen, had an inexplicable look. In addition to shock. A sword heart powerhouse was strong enough to be called a sword Dao emperor. In sword cultivation, there was a rule that everyone had defaulted to: a sword Dao emperor could command the sword cultivators of the world. If there is any disrespect, the world's sword cultivators will discuss it together. The sword cultivator is the Tianxian continent, the most huge organization. Once a sword Dao emperor appears, in a short period of time, it will be able to enlist a, not weaker than the major ancient clans, only, for tens of thousands of years, not a single sword heart powerhouse had appeared in the Tianxian continent. Sword power. Lin Chen has actually reached the realm of sword power. Bai Jingyun's face was agitated. He naturally understood the rules of sword cultivation, and if Lin Chen was able to reach the realm of sword heart, then the sacred sword sect would become the holy land of sword cultivators in the world. Countless strong sword cultivators would take the initiative to join the sacred sword sect. As for Bai Susu, a flash of worry appeared on her pretty face. She had long speculated about Lin Chen's sword Dao realm, and sure enough, Lin Chen had really reached the realm of sword power. Father, remind Lin Chen, don't let him hurt Qin Jiang, Bai Su whispered. Bai Jingyun excited face, a slight stagnation. Just now Qin Jiang has been teasing Lin Dust. He did not say anything. Now, if you let Lin Dust stay, that's not very nice, is it? Father, this is the Qin family. If you hurt Qin Jiang, neither you nor Lin Chen will fare well. Bai Susu's small face was slightly red. He also noticed that just now, what he said was a bit inappropriate, and forced an explanation. Bai Jingyun looked at his own daughter, and although he doubted her motives, when he looked at the Qin family's group of powerful men, his eyes seemed a bit off. But he was so alarmed that he was just about to warn, only to hear, in the ring, Qin Jiang unhurriedly said, actually, I also know a billion points of sword Dao. Slightly, Qin Jiang smiled faintly. Lin Chen's aura, deadly pressure on him, in the aura, contained a stern sword aura, but it did not cause a bit of damage to Qin Jiang at all. Jiang'er also knows the way of the sword? No way. Haven't seen Jiang'er practicing his sword. I've never even seen Jiang'er cultivate. The Qin family crowd, staring intently at the ring, some anticipation in their eyes, with Qin Jiang's performance. If he knew the way of the sword, I'm afraid the level would not be low. Could it be that it has also reached sword power? Qin Jiang also knows the way of the sword? Bai Jingyun looked at Bai Susu and asked. Bai Su shook her head. I don't know. From what I remember, he seemed never practiced, just ate and drank every day. As she said that, she looked at Qin Jiang in the ring with a puzzled look on her pretty face. With Qin Jiang's laziness, how could his strength be so strong? That doesn't make sense. Qin Jiang stood in the ring without a sword in his hand, but his entire person, however, was like a sharp sword. He did not release a trace of breath, but in Lin Chen's hand, the long sword trembled continuously, as if in fear, in worship. Lin Dust body trembling. Unbelievable look at Qin Jiang. The whole ring, all in his sword power cage range, obviously should be his home turf. But, Qin Jiang, however, is in control. Sword heart. This is the realm of sword heart. Lin Chen roared. In his eyes, a touch of fear actually appeared. He was able to reach the realm of sword power, which was the accumulation of 2 lifetimes, while Qin Jiang, a young man, had actually reached the realm of sword mind? Is that possible? Never, unless, like himself, Qin Jiang had seized the body, or was reincarnated and reborn, and moreover, his previous life's cultivation was definitely even more terrifying than his own. Even, he had seen through himself long ago, before the start of the war. Qin Jiang's comment about short, fat and round was a hint to him. As Lin Chen thought wildly, he looked at Qin Jiang with increasing fear, and he gave a roar. It was also something that made everyone, well, snap out of it. The realm of the sword's heart? Who? Qin Jiang? Not to mention Bai Jingyun. Even the Qin family members couldn't believe it. Jiang'er's sword Dao has reached the realm of sword mind? Although I don't cultivate the way of the sword, on Jiang'er, there is indeed an out-of-this-world mood. Sword heart. Ha 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 ha. My Qin family's young master. He really is a great one. With Jiang'er's natural talent, isn't it normal to reach the sword heart realm? A small sword heart is just a small sword heart. There's no need to make a fuss. Jiang'er can reach the sword heart, but it's just a normal level. If he can't reach it, that would be strange. The Qin family's crowd's mindset was adjusted very quickly from the initial disbelief. In just a few short breaths, it was the feeling that it was only natural for Qin Jiang to be able to reach the sword heart. Can't reach the realm of sword heart? Humph. You're not my Qin family's young master. Tell me, who exactly are you in disguise? Bai Dingyun had long since frozen. He had vaguely sensed it when Lin Chen had not shouted it out, but he just couldn't believe that now. As an opponent, and also as a king of the sword Dao, Lin Chen had identified Qin Zhang's sword heart realm. There's certainly no mistaking it. Kenshin, Kenshin, Kenshin. He kept mumbling. The ultimate realm that countless sword cultivators pursued had actually appeared. As he looked at Qin Zhang in the ring, there was actually a touch of awe in his eyes. Sword Dao Emperor. The world's sword cultivators share a common respect. Although not a disciple of the sacred sword sect, Qin Zhang was his son-in-law. It's half a disciple of the sacred sword sect, isn't it? With this calculation, it wouldn't be too much to say that a sword Dao Emperor had appeared in the sacred sword sect, would it? Thinking about it, Bai Dingyun got excited. In this way, the sacred sword sect would become a holy place for sword cultivators in the world. On the side, Bai Susu watched her old father shivering vigorously and immediately spoke up, waking him up from his beautiful dream. Dad, are you sick? The ring, with a wave of Qin Zhang's arm, the sky was full of sword momentum, which was used for him, and the powerful sharpness was all pointed at Lin Chen. The piercing coldness caused Lin Chen's body to stiffen. The corner of Qin Zhang's mouth hooked, and without any hesitation, with a wave of his palm, all of his powerful swords attacked Lin Chen. These sword momentums, which were completely Lin Chen's power, now, instead, turned their guns around and all attacked Lin Chen himself. For his face was ugly, and he was still very clear about his power. Lin Chen's face turned vicious as he slapped his palm on his own chest and spat out a mouthful of blood mist, staining the sky full of sword momentum. Stop! He let out a low growl, forcibly manipulating the sword momentum. Immediately afterward, not daring to have the slightest hesitation, the palm of his hand clenched, and the sky full of sword momentum exploded. Lin Chen let out another muffled grunt, his face pale, forcibly destroying his own attack. He received a backlash himself, and his breath weakened a bit. Qin Zhang was also slightly surprised. This guy, in his previous life, he deserved to be a great emperor. He really had a lot of means. Lin Chen was panting. His gaze towards Qin Zhang was vaguely terrified. He had no doubt that just now, if he did not have the means to defuse that strike, Qin Zhang would definitely not stay his hand. I'm afraid that with one strike, my own flesh will be completely destroyed. There's something else. Come on. Go on. Qin Zhang obviously didn't intend to let Lin Chen off just like that, and hooked his hand towards Lin Chen with a provocative meaning. Although Lin Chen was annoyed, he knew in his heart that he was no match for Qin Zhang. Forcing down his anger, he whispered, I concede. You win. Admit defeat? Qin Zhang raised his eyebrows and then shook his head. No, you'll have to go through me if you want to concede. Linden. For a moment, he was a little confused. Isn't this just a duel? The cut should have ended when I conceded defeat, but it was clear that Qin Zhang was not someone who liked to be reasonable. His reasoning is his rules. What's more, this is in the Qin family. Play with me all you want and you can admit defeat. Qin Zhang smiled regarding his request. The Qin family members, naturally, would not oppose it. For Bai Dingyun, he wanted to say something for Lin Chen, but, thinking of Qin Zhang's sword heart realm, he only opened his mouth and didn't say anything more. If you make your son-in-law hate you, you'll lose more than you gain. As for Lin Chen, Qin Zhang wouldn't kill him anyway, just have fun. Lin Chen scanned the circle. Not a single person spoke for him. He took a deep breath and looked at Qin Zhang. Since you want to play, let's have some fun. In his previous life and this life combined, it was the first time he was in such a sorry state. Perhaps, Qin Zhang was also a great power reincarnated, and it was even possible that he was stronger than him. However, if he really had to fight it out, he believed that Qin Zhang wouldn't be any better off. Lin Chen adjusted his state, and his sinister eyes stared at Qin Zhang to death. It was also unknown what secret method had been utilized, and in just a few breaths, his state, not only had he recovered to the peak, but he was also climbing upwards. This is, using the power of the Genjutsu? Regarding Lin Chen's methods, he naturally knew them very well. After all, the system had dramatized them for himself. This power of the Yuanshan was one of Lin Chen's cards. It's for saving your life. I didn't expect that it would be used on myself. However, looking at Lin Chen's increased strength, he should have only used a small portion of his Yuanshan power. However, the power of this Yuanshan contained the might of a great emperor, and under this pressure, cultivators under great emperors would find it difficult to exert their full strength. Only, to Qin Zhang of the dual god body, the might of a great emperor was of little use. Qin Zhang didn't directly strike. He just quietly watched him raise his strength, and not long after, Lin Chen's aura stopped climbing in his eyes. He carried a wisp of heartache. Before advancing to the level of a great emperor, the Yuanshan power that he had saved could not be recovered. Using a little would mean less. And just then, Qin Zhang's voice rang out, go on, boosting so little is enough for anyone to play. At those words, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and then he let out a cold smile of ease. Enough. However, before the words fell, Qin Zhang's figure appeared in front of him. A large BB pocket, jerked away towards Lin Duan. Lin Chen was slightly startled and directly raised his hand to counterattack, and at the same time, a wave of power erupted and attacked Qin Zhang's chest. Only, all the power. The moment it came into contact with Qin Zhang, it all strangely disappeared, and instead, Qin Zhang's power enhanced a bit. Snap! With a crunching sound, on Lin Chen's face, there was an additional slap mark, and he froze directly in place, his brain buzzing. Is that enough? Qin Zhang bristled with disdain. Keep rising for me or I'll beat you to death. You. When he came back to his senses, Lin Duan was filled with anger, hitting people without hitting their faces. Shame. Too shameful. You what you? Believe it or not, I'll whip you again? Qin Zhang raised his hand, and with a shock in his heart, Lin Chen hurriedly pulled away, with a cross in his heart. His strength climbed once again. The hatred towards Qin Zhang was also getting stronger and stronger, and this time, he had wasted too many of his cards. Moreover, in the Qin family, he couldn't really move Qin Zhang, and of course, he didn't necessarily move Qin Zhang either. The people in the battle watching area were slightly surprised when they felt Lin Chen's rising aura. This Lin Chen, he even has this kind of means. No matter what tricks he has, he won't be Zhanger's opponent. Lin Chen is indeed a heavenly pride. It's just a pity that he's doomed to fail when he meets Zhanger. Between the people talking, Lin Chen had already taken the initiative to launch an attack, and then, sensing that he was not yet a match for Qin Zhang, he once again consumed the power of his Yuan Shen. Back and forth, Lin Chen's face, increasingly ugly. He kind of regretted wasting so much power of the multiple gods. He might as well let Qin Zhang beat him up. You can't really beat yourself to death, can you? No matter what. He was also the Holy Sword Sect Saint's son. After elevating again and counting the gains and losses, he coldly said, this is my limit, and if I am not yet your match, I hope you will allow me to concede. There was a slight lurch as he spoke. Inside feel extreme shame, want to admit defeat, even need each other's permission. That's outrageous. Although, Qin Zhang knew that this wasn't Lin Chen's limit. However, this guy had clearly started to swing for the fences, and he nodded with slight difficulty. Alright, if you still can't beat me, begrudgingly, I'll allow you to admit defeat. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he roared furiously inside his back. This was the most humiliating fight he had ever had. Subsequently, Qin Zhang began to take the initiative to attack, and Lin Chen's power could not create much of an impact on him. The entire fight was as if Qin Zhang was punching sandbags. Lin Duan was the sandbag, being hung by Qin Zhang, flying around the ring without the slightest ability to fight, and in the end, he even simply fainted. Carry away. Qin Zhang clapped his hands and looked towards Bai Jingyun in the viewing area, walking up to the ring and looking at the miserable Lin Chen. Bai Jingyun's eyelids jumped. However, he ignored Lin Chen for the time being, rubbing his hands together. He looked at Qin Zhang. Ahem. Ah, virtuous nephew, do you think there's a possibility that you're a disciple of our sacred sword sect? Qin Zhang? What are you talking about? Look, Susu is my daughter. Right, and you are Susu's husband. So you and Susu are family, and Susu and I are family. So by that reckoning, you and I are family too, and as I am the Sacred Sword sect master, shouldn't you also be a disciple of our Sacred Sword sect? With a burst of conversion, Bai Jingyun directly naturalized Qin Zhang into the Sacred Sword sect. Right at this moment, Qin Hao appeared in the ring. Bai Jingyun, what are you pulling? Hurry up and take this disciple of yours away. I, the young master of the Qin family, still care about your district's Sacred Sword sect? Looking at Bai Jingyun, Qin Hao was filled with disgust. Bai Jingyun's eyes glared, but thinking that Qin Hao was Qin Zhang's father, his aura weakened again. It's something to think about. My Sacred Sword sect isn't weak either. And, with Qin Zhang and Susu's relationship, it's always possible to put up a name in my Sacred Sword sect, right, titular? Qin Hao pondered for a moment and looked at Qin Zhang. Zhanger, what do you mean? Let's just forget about it. Qin Zhang shook his head. It's not like I'm short on fame for what I am. I can give you the identity of the Holy Sword sect's holy son, and be on equal footing with me, leveling the playing field? Qin Zhang looked at him strangely. If I remember correctly, according to the rules of sword cultivators, when I reach the realm of Sword Heart, I am able to command the world's sword cultivators, equivalent to a Sword Dao Emperor. Bai Jingyun. In fact, it was not impossible to press him even ahead. After all, he was a Sword Dao Emperor just before he could take a stand. Qin Zhang glanced at the dead dog like Lin Chen and the Holy Sword Sect Saint's son, in the same capacity as him. Do you think he deserves it? Bai Jingyun looked towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen was indeed the pride of heaven, and even the heirs of other ancient clans were not necessarily stronger than him. But when compared to Qin Zhang, the gap was indeed too great. It's not really worthy being listed in the same position as the Holy Son with Qin Zhang. Even more, if he were a saintly son, wouldn't he bring Qin Zhang's status down? Thinking about this, Bai Gingyun frowned slightly. How about canceling Lin Chen's status as a holy son? He stroked his chin. This idea was feasible. However, he had to talk to Lin Chen. No matter what, he was also his disciple. Moreover, it was possible, in the future, to reach the realm of Sword Heart. Bai Jingyun sighed. How about this? When Lin Chen wakes up, I'll discuss with him and cancel his position as the Saint Son. And at that time, you'll be the only Saint Son of the Sacred Sword Sect, with a status above me. Canceling Lin Chen's position as a holy son? Qin Jiang was slightly surprised. He was aware that Bai Jingyun held Lin Chen in high regard, and even, before, wanted to marry his most beloved daughter to him. And now, he was actually trying to cancel Lin Chen's position as the holy son. That was something he hadn't really thought about. I refused before. I just wasn't interested, but I'm not sleepy when you say that you want to cancel Lin Chen's position as the holy son. If his sainthood is cancelled, I can consider hanging on to it. Qin Jiang nodded. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingyun was overjoyed that Qin Jiang had finally relented. He breathed a sigh of relief. Seriously, don't worry. I'm sure I can get this done. Until now, Qin Jiang also saw that what Bai Jingyun valued was not Lin Chen, but the realm of the Sword Heart. And now that Qin Jiang had reached the realm of the Sword Heart, Lin Chen's position was directly moved back. To Bai Jingyun, Qin Jiang was the most important thing right now. End of cut. Bai Jingyun had already carried Lin Chen away, while a group of Qin clan powerhouses had surrounded Qin Jiang. Jiang your Sword Heart realm. Show it off? Had. A Sword Heart realm is a great way to increase the strength of my Qin clan. And now, when Jiang gives an order, I don't know how many strong Sword Dao practitioners will come forward to cast their lot. It's better not to recruit too many outsiders. This is all for later. Let's not talk about it first. Jiang besides the realm of the Sword Heart, do you have any other cards? Light it up and let us see. Surrounded by the crowd, Qin Jiang was a bit helpless, especially this one. All of them were a big age, and their curiosity was still quite heavy. The bottom line is that there are indeed quite a few more. Qin Jiang stroked his chin. You guys back off a bit and I'll show you. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly backed away and looked at Qin Jiang curiously, only to see that, with a flash, Qin Jiang appeared beside Bai Susu, who had been waiting for him. He directly held him in his arms, and with a flash, he left the martial arts arena. Only one sentence remains. There's more to the bottom card, so I won't show you. Qin family crowd, dumbfounded for a while. They came back to their senses in a fit of bragging. This asshole kid, whetting my appetite and just running away? Mud. I'm going to have a hard time sleeping. Alas, Jiang has reached the realm of the Sword Heart. The other cards must not be weak. I just don't know what they are. Appetizing. Don't think about it. One day we'll all know. The other side. Bai Jingyun brought Lin Chen and returned to the side courtyard. After a simple treatment, Lin Chen woke up. Although his nose was bruised and swollen, his actual injuries weren't that heavy. However, because he had overdrawn too much of his Yuanshan power. At this moment, Lin Chen was indeed incredibly weak. Dusty, you're awake? Bai Jingyun sat beside Lin Chen and looked at him as he opened his eyes and hurriedly asked with concern. Lin Chen nodded, the feeling of weakness causing him to frown. But it's good that it's not dead. Ahem, Dusty child. Master wants to discuss something with you. Bai Jingyun coughed dryly and directly opened the door. Lin Chen looked towards Bai Jingyun. Master, please. On the surface, he was still relatively respectful towards Bai Jingyun. Bai Jingyun hesitated for a moment. At first, it was he who had argued forcefully for the granting of the position of Saint Son to Lin Chen. And now, it was he who wanted to remove Lin Chen's position as Saint Son. For a moment, he was still a little embarrassed to open his mouth. However, think of the realm of the Sword Heart. Bai Jingyun was then firm. He took a deep breath and said, Dusty, I think that your current strength is not enough to serve as a holy son. Or, don't you be a saintly son, Linden? His face stiffened and he looked at Bai Jingyun with a face full of incredulity. That wasn't what you said when you asked me to become a holy son. However, he soon realized why Bai Jingyun wanted to remove his Saint Son. And Lin Chen's face sank. Because of Qin Jiang? Aha, Bai Jingyun nodded. There was no need to be embarrassed since he had opened the door. He was straightforward. Qin Jiang possesses the realm of the Sword Heart and is more suitable to be a Saint Son than you. Returning to Bai Susu's small courtyard, Qin Jiang could feel that the way Bai Susu looked at herself had changed a bit. Most of the way, her gaze, for the most part, rested on her own face. Qin Jiang smiled slightly. What? Is this conquered by me? Upon hearing this, Bai Susu's pretty face blushed, slightly averting her gaze as she softly said, You do look handsome today. In the past, when she was in the Sacred Sword Sect, the battles she had seen were all about Lin Chen crushing others. And today, Lin Chen had become the one being crushed. She had to admit that she had seen too little before wrongly treating Lin Chen as that shining starlight. And now it seemed that in that night sky, there were many stars, but the brightest one was still that white moon. Qin Jiang, like the white moon, the stars around him could only be his accents. What day am I not handsome? Qin Jiang raised his eyebrows. This woman, for the first time, was soft. It's natural to reward this situation, only, before the rewards could begin, a knock sounded on the door. Qin Jiang frowned, and a flash of dissatisfaction flashed across Bai Susu's eyes. Opened the courtyard door, only to see Bai Gingyun hurriedly walked in. He. Virtuous nephew, you are indeed here. Looking at Qin Jiang, Bai Gingyun laughed, his voice full of kindness. However, he didn't notice that the eyes of Qin Jiang and Bai Susu both revealed dissatisfaction. What did Uncle White want to see me about? Qin Jiang asked with a frown. Bai Gingyun nodded and said, I've removed the holy son of Lin Duan. Look, want to serve as the holy sword sect's holy son? Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang was slightly stunned. Was it so efficient? It seemed that Bai Gingyun really wanted to make himself a holy son. Okay, Qin Jiang nodded. Hanging a name is just the equivalent of diverting traffic to the sacred sword sect. Anyway, the Qin family doesn't need too many sword cultivators to join them. Giving it to the sacred sword sect is just the right thing to do. Hearing Qin Jiang agree, Bai Gingyun was overjoyed. Ahaha. Don't worry, virtuous nephew. My sacred sword sect won't let you suffer. Qin Jiang nodded casually. Uncle White, are you okay? Bai Gingyun had wanted to kiss a few asses, but when he heard Qin Jiang's words, he seemed to have the intention of driving himself away, and he was slightly stunned. Nothing more. Su and I have a few more things to do, so why don't you? At those words, Bai Gingyun glanced at Bai Susu, and his heart immediately realized that he had come at a bad time. No wonder. Qin Jiang was a bit unwelcoming. Even his own daughter, it seemed, was signaling herself to hurry. Bai Gingyun was a little depressed and still a little worried. Qin Jiang, this animal, doesn't let Susu rest even for a day. Alas, young men, it is better to be moderate. He sighed. That's when he left the small courtyard without the interference. Qin Jiang and Bai Susu glanced at each other, and in their eyes, sparks erupted. Go to my room, Bai Su whispered. Qin Jiang shook his head. No, right here. Day 2. Qin Jiang took Bai Susu with him and returned to his mansion. This is where you'll be staying from now on. Qin Jiang laughed. Yi Linger and the others also greeted them. For Bai Susu, they had long heard of her, only, it was still the first time they had met. Moreover, because Qin Jiang, this livestock, was a bit too strong and also knocked out drugs from time to time, so, for Bai Susu, Yi Linger and the others, instead of being repulsed, instead, it felt intimate. These are sisters who can help share the fire. After getting to know each other, they got acquainted. Qin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. After a few people laughed and fooled around for a while, Qin Jiang led them and entered the Void Divine Hall. On weekdays, the congregation lives here. Moreover, in the Void God's Palace, the concentration of spiritual energy far exceeded that of the outside world, and cultivating here was twice as effective. Bai Susu came in for the first time, looking at the densely packed houses, as well as right in front, a huge house. Stunned, Su, just pick any room. Qin Jiang waved his arm, and in this Void God temple, he was the master. Houses of all kinds, constantly flickering. If you don't have a favorite, let me know and I'll recreate a room for you, Qin Jiang added. Bai Susu looked dazed and confused for a while before coming back to her senses, and finally, under the advice of Yi Linger and the others, she chose the neighboring house. This makes it easy for a few people to hang out. However, Bai Susu looked at Qin Jiang with a strange look in her eyes. All these rooms, they can't all be for his women, can they? Can you carry it? Although, Qin Jiang was indeed as good as livestock, there were still a ridiculous amount of rooms in this Void God's Hall. Moreover, seeing Yi Linger's several people, she could barely tell that Qin Jiang's vision was very high, and she estimated that the entire Tianxian continent, all the outstanding women, all of which had been exhausted by this guy in one net, were not necessarily living in a full house. Only the idea, the next day, was dispelled for her. Woke up early in the morning, just out of the room, is to hear a burst of pleasant laughter? Follow the sound of the look. Swallow fat ring thin, full of hundreds of beautiful women, led by Qin Jiang. He was choosing his room. Seeing this scene, Bai Susu almost collapsed. At this time, Yi Linger and the others also came to Bai Susu's side, looking at the group of warblers and swallows. Her red lips slightly skimmed as she introduced them to Bai Susu. This is a special team under Qin Jiang. However, Qin Jiang brought them here, so he should have no intention of letting them go. With Qin Jiang's nature, it would be strange to leave such a group of beauties untouched. Yan Yun also pouted. Fiery Qinger and Chen Ningbing both nodded their heads in approval. Obviously, they both had a deep understanding of Qin Jiang's nature. But that's too much. Bai Su opened her small mouth. Fire Qinger said helplessly, you just get used to it in the future. I'm afraid there will be more. She looked at the densely packed rooms in the Void God's Hall. Qin Jiang's ambition was to fill them up. She was used to it. Though, truly speaking, Fire Qinger and Yi Linger appeared together by Qin Jiang's side, only, she had dwelled on it for too long. So much so, that Chen Ningbing, Yan Yun, and even Yan Xia, all ranked ahead of her now that I think about it. I'm a little sorry. What's the point of her being reserved? The outcome was already predetermined, but she preferred to drag it out, wasting a lot of time for nothing. After working for a while, they were finally arranged, and looking at the more than 300 rooms, all of which were occupied, Qin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. However, these 300 or so rooms were only a small portion of the Void God's temple. He's got a lot of work to do. Next, in the Void God temple, Qin Jiang enjoyed himself recklessly for a few days until Qin Lianer sent him a message. Brother, the phoenix egg is hatching. In Qin Lianer's mansion, blazing flames burned, and a phoenix sound constantly emanated. The flying birds in the vicinity were all tugged as if they were being pulled, surrounding the sky above the mansion, crying continuously, and these cries were filled with awe. Qin Jiang and Qin Lianer, in front of them were half a person tall phoenix eggs. At this time, the phoenix egg had already appeared cracks. The high temperature constantly overflowed from the cracks, and the flame was also from the phoenix egg, burning. What a high temperature! Qin Jiang marveled. A barrier was set up to insulate the heat. Qin Lianer, who was on the side, looked at the phoenix egg expectantly. During this period of time, she had been incubating the egg, and now, the phoenix egg was finally going to hatch. The cracks of the phoenix egg, more and more, and the temperature of the surrounding area also climbed, worthy of being a divine beast, before it was even born. This temperature, it's enough to burn the golden body realm, right? Qin Jiang estimated inside. Qin Lianer smiled cheekily. Brother, little Red is now already at the heavenly soul realm, and with her divine beast physique, she's able to burn down divine passage realm powerhouses. Red? Yeah, it's the little phoenix. Qin Lianer pointed at the phoenix egg. I named her. He. It's nice, isn't it? At those words, the corner of Qin Jiang's mouth twitched. Whether it sounded good or not was not to be mentioned first. The main thing was that the name sounded good to feed on. But how do you know that she is in the heavenly soul realm? Qin Jiang asked suspiciously. Qin Lianer looked at the phoenix egg. I can communicate with Red. Hatching eggs is so boring, and it's thanks to being able to communicate with Red. If she didn't have someone to talk to, she would have hatched out a long time ago, and it was boring to feed the phoenix eggs every day. While the two were talking, a cry came out from the phoenix egg, a loud and pleasant sound that immediately attracted the two's attention. Kachow, with the sound of the eggshell cracking, Qin Jiang and Qin Lianer saw a small bird's beak, constantly pecking at the eggshell, and in a short while, the eggshell was missing a large piece. Subsequently, a red aura directly swept out from it, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Qin Lianer. Sister Lianer, it's nice to finally meet you. The crisp voice was filled with elation. Qin Lian's face was full of stunned, unbelievable words. You're Red? Yeah. Red fluttered her wings and nodded repeatedly. Qin Jiang looked at a red, and then looked at the phoenix egg. A half-man-size phoenix egg, hatched out of the phoenix, but only fist size. Qin Jiang put his fist to the little red face. Compared, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. This little phoenix, not as big as his own fist, apparently. Qin Lianer was also a bit confused. Such a big egg, hatching such a little thing. It doesn't make sense. It's too small. Qin Lianer said breathlessly. She had, in the first place, thought that she could have a phoenix mount, but now it seemed that she was afraid that she would have to become this little guy's mount. That Red looked at herself. I was just born. I'll grow up later with that. She fluttered her wings and flew to the eggshell, her small beak continuously pecking and biting at the eggshell at an extremely fast speed, and in just a few breaths, she ate a small half of it. The little belly has fattened up a circle, wobbling and flying back to Qin Lianer, stopping on Qin Lianer's shoulder. A Sister Lianer, for the rest of the eggshells, you can put them away for me first. I'll have it later. Eggshells work for you? Yeah, look at me. Aren't I a little bit older now? Red showed herself. Qin Lianer took a closer look and said with a serious face, it seems to have gained weight. Red, I'm not fat. I'm grown up. Red corrected. Qin Jiang, who was on the side, couldn't help but smile. It has indeed grown. Just now it was smaller than my fist. Now it's about the size of my fist. Qin Lianer didn't continue to tease her, and put the eggshell away, and the temperature in the mansion, too, began to drop. The birds of prey that had long been hovering over the mansion came even closer. Phoenix, the king of all birds. All these birds of prey are making a pilgrimage to their king. However, the chattering voice was a bit distracting. Qin Lianer nodded little Red's head and said, can we get these birds to leave? Of course. With a proud tilt of her head, Red looked at the flock of birds and opened her mouth to crow. Immediately following this was the response of the flock of birds. After responding, the birds reluctantly left the mansion. Awesome! Qin Jiang exclaimed in admiration. Red hummed softly, proudly, I, the Phoenix clan, am the king of all birds, and any bird must follow our orders. Really? Qin Jiang asked curiously. I heard that there is a kind of rock bird that is very powerful, and they also follow the orders of the Phoenix clan? Red, There's also the golden crow, the green one, and oh yeah, I heard that the vermilion bird is even a stronger divine beast than the phoenix. Red. She glared at Qin Jiang and twisted her head away, no longer paying attention to Qin Jiang. This guy, who preferred to reveal people's shortcomings. Qin Lianer couldn't help but smile as she stroked Little Red's feathers and said, "Brother, just don't bully Little Red." At those words, Qin Jiang spread his hands. He was simply curious. But now it seemed that even in the bird clan, there were not a few that could challenge the phoenix's status. Qin Jiang was a little disappointed. The divine beasts turned out to be not so strong. Fortunately, this little phoenix, on the contrary, was suitable for Qin Lianer. The commotion here, naturally, could not be hidden from the Qin family's strongest, and in a short while, the news of a phoenix coming out was spread throughout the Qin family's senior management. The Qin family did not hide this kind of information. With the Qin family's strength today, any treasure, other than immortal objects like the immortal fire, would be able to be preserved. And the fact that a phoenix appeared in the Qin family could also illustrate the Qin family's strength. Is this a phoenix? Why are they so small? Were they born prematurely? Hey, this little phoenix, she's not so angry. She glared at me. Just being born. It's a heavenly soul realm cultivation, worthy of being a divine beast. When it reaches adulthood, it will all be at least supreme cultivation, and advancing to the level of a great emperor is not a difficult task. A phoenix and Little Lianer's nirvana divine body are a perfect match. A group of old ancestors, gathered around Qin Lianer, were all sizing up the little phoenix. Red glared at the old guys. No manners at all. I can't believe you're saying you're premature. You're the one who's premature. However, the words that complimented himself were not wrong. Well, this old man who complimented himself was looking good. Did not look too long. A group of old ancestors, is one after another to leave. Now the Qin family, the great emperor has 4. A small phoenix is nothing, just came by for a quick look. So, Red's appearance didn't cause much of a ripple. In just a few days, the Qin family didn't have many people to discuss it. However, how the outside world discussed it was none of the Qin family's business. On this day, Bai Jingyun found Qin Jiang that he was ready to return to the Sacred Sword sect. Moreover, the news that Qin Jiang had reached the realm of the Sword Heart had already spread, and countless sword cultivators were shaken by it. Even, there were already sword cultivator powerhouses that had rushed to the Qin family. However, they were not accepted by the Qin family. With the Qin family's strength, at least a supreme powerhouse would barely make the cut. If they were too weak, they wouldn't be qualified to join the Qin family at all. Going back? Qin Jiang asked after a moment of contemplation. Do you want me to go with you to the Sacred Sword sect? You're going to the Sacred Sword sect? Bai Jingyun was overjoyed, although, nominally, Qin Jiang is already the Holy Sword sect's holy sons. But nay, not many people believe. After all, Qin Jiang is the Qin family's young master. The Qin family is stronger than even the Sacred Sword sect. Letting a good young master of Qin Jiang not do his job and go to the Sacred Sword sect to become a holy son? The hell with it. However, if Qin Jiang was able to appear in the Sacred Sword sect, then the credibility, concealed, was immediately raised. I can make the trip if I need to. Needed. Of course it's needed. Bai Jingyun did not hesitate. Qin Jiang nodded and asked, when are you going back? When do you want to go? Qin Jiang. Bai Jingyun gave a dry cough. I can go back whenever you're ready. In that case, tomorrow. Qin Jiang said. Tonight, there was still a need to say goodbye to Yi Linger and the others. Properly this time, he wasn't going to take them. However, you can bring along Bai Susu and Qin Lianer. Bai Susu wants to go home to see. As for Qin Lianer, this little girl is very smart. She can help herself with an assist. When he went to the Sacred Sword sect, naturally, he wasn't simply helping the Sacred Sword sect. On top of that, he knew that in the Sacred Sword sect, there was an old ancestor. Well, a female old ancestor. A few thousand years old, I guess, but throughout his life, he had pursued the way of the sword until now. Never had a relationship. Qin Jiang felt sorry for this old ancestor and had to go help her. In the plot, he had seen this old ancestor, and although she wasn't young, her strength at the half-emperor level made her appearance as if she were a 20-year-old girl. And there's the settling of the years, TSK, the collision of innocence and age. Qin Jiang couldn't help but be moved. Day 2. Yi Linger and the others, because of last night's goodbyes, did not come to see Qin Jiang off. Qin Jiang brought Bai Susu and Qin Lianer with him, and together with Bai Jingyun, they headed towards the Sacred Sword sect. In the palace, Bai Susu's curious gaze, looking at the little red on Qin Lianer's shoulder. She had long heard that a phoenix had appeared in the Qin family, but she had just never seen it. Is this the little phoenix? Bai Su couldn't help but ask. Qin Lianer nodded. Yeah, her name is Red, and she's awesome. Red. She's so cute. Bai Susu came over to Qin Lianer's side and wanted to reach out and touch Little Red, but was afraid that this little phoenix wouldn't allow it. Little Red stared with big round eyes, crimson feathers that shimmered, and a body that was only the size of a fist, still round and rolling. looking very cute indeed. You can touch her. Red's feathers are so soft to touch. Qin Lianer smiled cheekily. Really? Bai Susu was delighted. And only after Qin Lianer nodded her head did she carefully point out her hand and gently touch the little red feather. Little Red glanced at her, fanned her wings, and just stopped paying attention, closing her big bright eyes and piling on top of Qin Lianer to doze off. Wow! It sure is soft. Bai Su exclaimed. I end this way, because of Little Red. Qin Lianer and Bai Susu's relationship quickly became familiar. The Sacred Sword sect was not far from the Qin domain, because they had to take into account the speed of Bai Jingyun and the others. The Void Beast didn't proceed at full speed for 3 days before it arrived at the Sacred Sword sect. Moreover, 3 days ago, Bai Jingyun had spread the news that Qin Jiang would come to the Sacred Sword sect. So much so that, today, the number of people in the Sacred Sword sect's territory had doubled several times. It was surprisingly a bit crowded for a huge territory. Qin Jiang stood outside the palace and looked down. Densely packed with silhouettes. Bai Jingyun also came to Qin Jiang's side and laughed at these people. They're all here for you. Looking at the crowded crowd, Bai Jingyun also sighed a bit. The realm of the Sword Heart was simply a fatal attraction for sword cultivators. These sword cultivators, if they all joined the Holy Sword sect, well, it could eat the Holy Sword sect poorly. After flying for a while longer, he arrived at the sky above the Holy Sword sect, and the number of people here, which was not too many, should have been cleared. After all, it was a big clan on one side, and too many strangers approaching it was a bit risky. In the Sacred Sword sect, the moment they saw the Void Beast, they knew who had come, and a group of senior officers, all gathered immediately after Qin Jiang landed. He gathered around. Keep a close eye on Qin Jiang. Everyone's gazes were blazing, especially a group of big old men, making Qin Jiang's scalp numb. Young Lord Qin, could you, please, demonstrate the realm of your sword heart? One of them, an elder, carefully opened his mouth behind Qin Jiang. Bai Jingyun was also looking at him expectantly. Other than Lin Chen, no one had ever truly felt the power of the sword heart realm. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang smiled faintly and nodded. However, the realm of the sword heart has an absolute suppression on sword cultivators. As he said that, a unique mood blossomed from within Qin Jiang's body, instantly enveloping everyone. In an instant, all of them felt that the power within their bodies was actually vaguely out of control, and their swords, all of them, trembled. And in the end, they rose up to the sky and made a pilgrimage to Qin Jiang. It didn't last too long. Qin Jiang was withdrawing his power, and the crowd was in a cold sweat. Their realm, all of them were stronger than Qin Jiang, but in front of Qin Jiang, they even had an impulse to kneel down. Bai Jingyun also took a deep breath. No wonder Lin Chen was being suppressed so miserably. Under the shroud of the realm of the sword mind, it was even difficult for him to even raise the intention to resist. This is the realm of the sword heart, and it's also the reason why a strong person who comprehends the realm of the sword heart can be called a Sword Dao Emperor. Qin Jiang laughed. The crowd looked at Qin Jiang with awe. It's lucky for us to meet a Sword Dao Emperor in our lifetimes. An elder spoke up. The others nodded approvingly. Qin Lianer and Bai Susu, on the other hand, were filled with pride. One for her brother and the other for her husband. The only outlier was Lin Duan. Although he was removed from the position of Saint's son, he still stayed in the Sacred Sword sect, and he needed the resources here. Moreover, it wasn't like Qin Jiang would stay in the Sacred Sword sect all the time. As long as Qin Jiang left, the Sacred Sword sect would still be his home turf. As for now, just bear with it. A little impatience goes a long way. To achieve great things, you must learn to be patient. Looking at Qin Jiang's back, Lin Chen constantly admonished himself that although he hated it in his heart, he didn't dare to show it in the slightest. The Sacred Sword sect had arranged a special residence for Qin Jiang. The many elders, as if they were juniors, carefully asked for advice on some sword Dao questions. It grew quiet until late afternoon. The many elders, all of them had already left the mansion. However, Bai Jingyun remained here. Uncle Bai, I heard that in the Holy Sword sect, there is a sword valley? Qin Jiang asked. Bai Jingyun nodded, his voice somewhat proud. Yes, that sword valley was left behind by my Sacred Sword sect patriarch, and I won't lie to you, my Sacred Sword sect patriarch was also a Sword Dao Emperor, and was also a great emperor powerhouse. Oh, does virtuous nephew want to visit Sword Valley? Somewhat curious, Qin Jiang said. Those words, Bai Jingyun smiled and glanced at the sky. It's too late today. You and Susu and the girls should rest first. Tomorrow I'll take you to Sword Valley. Okay. Day 2. Bai Jingyun and a group of elders led Qin Jiang to Sword Valley, and along the way, Bai Jingyun introduced Qin Jiang. The Sword Valley is the place left behind by the patriarch to practice the sword. Polishing the sword Dao in the Sword Valley is twice as effective and, moreover, there is the possibility of helping the disciple break the bottleneck of the Sword Dao. It's the holy land of my Holy Sword sect. It is also the existence of Sword Valley that allows my Holy Sword sect to stand for 10,000 years. Rather a nice place. Qin Jiang smiled and nodded. Not long after, The crowd arrived at the Sword Valley. The entire Sword Valley was very huge, and looking down, it was even deeper, but it was possible to see that many Holy Sword Sect disciples were practicing their swords in the Sword Valley. The Valley of Swords is 10,000 meters deep. All of them were created by the Sword Tao of the Patriarch, and in this Sword Valley, the role of cultivation was very low, and only if one was proficient in the Sword Tao could they be able to pass through unhindered. Moreover, the deeper one goes, the more profound the Sword Tao implied by the Sword Valley, the more profound it becomes, and if one's realm is not up to par, forcing one to go deeper, one will only suffer from the backlash. Disciples who had not comprehended the sword intent were able to walk up to 3,000 meters at most, and after comprehending the sword intent, they were able to reach up to 6,000 meters, and Sword Tao Kings, that is, strong people who had comprehended the sword potential, were able to reach 9,000 meters in the Sword Valley, the last 1,000 meters. So far, no one from my Holy Sword Sect has been able to reach it. With that, Bai Jingyun looked at Qin Jiang. We estimate that to go 10,000 meters deeper, all we need is the realm of the Sword Heart. Kind of. Qin Jiang looked at Sword Valley with some interest. To what was after 9,000 meters? He had no idea. In the 1-year plot, Lin Chen hadn't reached the Sword Heart at all, and had only barely reached the depths of 9,000 meters. It was also there that he bumped into the Holy Sword Sect's old ancestor, that half-imperial mature woman. Is your nephew going to go down and try? Bai Jingyun asked. Qin Jiang nodded. The legacy of a Sword Tao Emperor. It's only natural to go and take a look. Virtuous nephew's Sword Heart realm should be able to reach a depth of 10,000 meters. With that, he rubbed his hands together and continued. Within our clan, there have been rumors that in the deepest part of the Sword Valley, there is the legacy of the Patriarch. So if Xian nephew is able to go 10,000 meters deeper, I hope he can keep an eye out for us. Yeah? Qin Jiang glanced at him. Uncle White is afraid I'll take it all for myself? Oh, how? We are all family. How could I doubt Xian nephew? Bai Jingyun smiled awkwardly. In fact, he said it ahead of time because he was worried that after Qin Jiang went deeper, he would see any treasures and put them away by himself, and at that time, they wouldn't be able to ask more questions. But if you say it in advance, Qin Jiang should be embarrassed, right? My nephew, I won't hide anything from you. According to our clan's records, the things left behind by the patriarchs, if they can obtain them, will most likely cultivate a Sword Tao Emperor. Bai Jingyun said with a grave expression on his face. Those words, Qin Jiang was frowning, saying that with such certainty. If there's nothing down there, do you want me to pay you back? Bai Jingyun's face stiffened, and he also realized that he had said too much. The Grand Elder on the side, at this time, opened his mouth. The Holy Son thinks too much. You are originally a Sword Tao Emperor, the leader of the world's sword cultivators. Even if it is really a treasure that can help people break through the Sword Heart, I think the Holy Son will not be moved, and we all trust you, or we wouldn't have brought you here. It's still the Grand Elder who speaks well. Qin Jiang bristled. Bai Jingyun let out a dry laugh and gave the Grand Elder a grateful look. Alright, I'll go down and take a look. But, in advance, the treasure down there, if it can really make my heart flutter, it won't be given to you guys. After all, the most precious treasure in heaven and earth, the one who has the ability to do so will live in it. Qin Jiang did not hide his thoughts. Without letting Bai Jingyun speak, the Grand Elder directly nodded and smiled. Sacred Son, you are originally from the Sacred Sword Sect. If you can obtain the supreme treasure, it naturally belongs to you. Even if you don't see it, you still have the right to distribute the treasure, and it's up to you to decide who you want to give it to. Hearing this, Qin Jiang no longer hesitated and walked directly into the Sword Valley. Just after entering it, Qin Jiang sensed a will of the Sword Tao. However, this will was very weak and could not have any effect on him. After feeling it for a little while, Qin Jiang kept going deeper and deeper. In a short while, his figure, then, disappeared from the sight of Bai Jingyun and the others. The Grand Elder's smile slowly tightened as he looked towards Bai Jingyun, as well as the group of elders. Seeing this, Bai Jingyun shrunk his neck. The power of the Grand Elder was not on par with his. Moreover, it was still his elder, and he was often lectured by the Grand Elder when he was a child. It's all conditioned. Jingyun, young Lord Qin is our Holy Sword Sect's holy son, and your son-in-law, and you're even defending him? What? Is it because you're afraid that he'll take a liking to our Sacred Sword Sect? The Grand Elder reprimanded. Bai Jingyun stood awkwardly and didn't know what to say, so he could only bow his head to be lectured. After a while, the Grand Elder finished admonishing him and looked at the elders. Remember, Qin Jiang is not only the young master of the Qin family, he is also the holy son of our Sacred Sword Sect. Not to mention, there is also Susu by Qin Zhang's side, so our relationship with the Qin family can be considered as an alliance from now on. You must keep this relationship in mind and treat Qin Zhang truly as the holy son of my Sacred Sword Sect. Get it? His eyes were stern as he scanned the elders. All of them nodded their heads in a hurry, not daring to object. Moreover, as Qin Jiang was a sword heart emperor, they had not rejected Qin Jiang. Only, because of the Qin family's relationship, they didn't dare to get too close, since the Grand Elder had spoken and the Patriarch had no opinion. They naturally wouldn't have a problem with it. Seeing this, the Grand Elder nodded with satisfaction and added a warning. In addition to you, the disciples within the clan should also be warned that anyone who goes against the Holy Sun will be directly expelled from the clan. Same goes for you guys. Yes, the crowd nodded. On this side, the Grand Elder was lecturing the crowd, while on the other side, Qin Jiang was going deeper and deeper. Compared to the Holy Sword Sect disciples, he was in the Sword Valley as if he was walking on the ground, similar to taking a stroll. It seems that this Sword Valley is not that difficult for Sword Dao emperors. Qin Jiang muttered to himself. I am the plot. He had seen Lin Shen go deeper into the Sword Valley, and although he was stronger than ordinary disciples, there was some pressure, but he himself didn't feel any pressure when he walked in the Sword Valley. As they continued to go deeper and deeper, there were fewer and fewer Holy Sword Sect disciples. After 3,000 meters, it's almost impossible to meet them. Sword Intent, for ordinary people, was a realm that was difficult to comprehend even by Jing Yun, the sacred sword sect leader, had only reached Sword Intent. However, the Grand Elder's Sword Dao was stronger than Bai Jingyun's, reaching the realm of sword potential. On top of that, the Holy Sword Sect's underpinnings were almost all in the Sword Valley, and below 6,000 meters were the Holy Sword Sect's old ancestors, a group of powerful people who had reached the realm of sword potential. He has been in seclusion for years, ignoring external affairs. Almost all of them are sword obsessed. In addition to the sword, they don't want to care about anything. Only when the Holy Sword Sect is in life and death, they will come out of the gate. And the rest of the time, they have always been in the Sword Valley seclusion. Explore the way of the sword. Finally, Qin Jiang arrived at 6,000 meters, and the number of those who were in seclusion here was getting smaller and smaller. Qin Jiang checked the plot and realized that throughout Sword Valley, the terrain was similar. Where the fuck are we going to find someone? Qin Jiang muttered. Just because Lin Chen could meet that old ancestor, it didn't mean that Qin Jiang could meet him as well. After all, people are destined to be the son of heaven. A lustful encounter is destined to happen. Being a villain myself, it's definitely not in my destiny. You can only fight for yourself. Qin Jiang scratched his head and could only continue to move forward. The location of that sacred sword sect's old ancestor was at around 9,000 meters, and he definitely couldn't be encountered here. Slipping through the Sword Valley, around 7,000 meters or so, Qin Jiang saw a stone house. This kind of stone house, all built by the old ancestors of the sacred sword sect to facilitate seclusion inside. Qin Jiang's expression was delighted as he walked towards the stone house. Clunk! There was a slamming of the door, and from the stone house, an angry roar. Which asshole dares to disturb old ancestors' seclusion? Boo! The stone door opened and an old man came out angrily. Seeing Qin Jiang at a glance, he frowned, a flash of surprise in his eyes. So young? He carefully sized up Qin Jiang and was pretty sure that this was a young junior. Although, most of the strongest people, through cultivation, were able to maintain their looks. However, their looks could become younger, but the vigor in their body could not be faked. It was like the Qin clan's fourth ancestor, looking young, but with the ancient vicissitudes of his body, one could tell at a glance that he was an old thing. Junior, why are you disturbing old ancestors' seclusion? Although he was a bit surprised, he was still a bit displeased with Qin Jiang's offense. Qin Jiang was also sizing up the old man. This was a supreme powerhouse. However, in this Sword Valley, it was difficult to utilize one's cultivation to exert power, and the Sword Dao realm was the most important. Here, if it came to a fight, he could abuse the old man. Ask you about someone. Do you know where Lu Shuan is in seclusion? Qin Jiang said nonchalantly. At those words, the old man's eyes narrowed, and a wisp of Sword Dao might pressed toward Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang raised his eyebrows. Yo ho, how dare you take the initiative? With a faint smile, the pressure of the realm of the Sword Heart directly crushed over, and at the same time, the power of the Sword Valley, surprisingly, could all be used for him. The old man's face went white as an irresistible force pressed down on him with a plop. The old man, with a dumbfounded face, knelt directly in front of Qin Jiang. Crap? After reacting, the old man's eyes glazed over as he looked at Qin Jiang incredulously. You're this, he gulped. You're at the realm of the Sword Heart, Sword Dao Emperor? There's some vision. Qin Jiang smiled and nodded. The old man was dumbfounded for a moment. A Sword Dao Emperor had actually been born. Dumbfounded, he looked at Qin Jiang, who was kneeling on the ground and had forgotten to get up. Come on, don't kneel. You're a big old man. Don't break your body by kneeling. Qin Jiang opened his mouth, and at the same time, he also restrained his might. The old man blushed and stood up in a hurry. However, kneeling to a Sword Dao Emperor wasn't a disgrace. You're really in the realm of the Sword Heart? The old man asked carefully. Qin Jiang raised his hand and said with a smile, why don't we let you experience it again? Forget it. The old man shook his head repeatedly, but immediately afterward, he remembered Qin Zhang's question, you want the virgin? Holy maiden? Yes. Lu Xuan was the holy maiden of my generation. The one with the best talent. It's just a pity that she still hasn't been able to reach the realm of the sword heart. When he said this, he looked at Qin Zhang with a strange light in his eyes. This guy. He was indeed a young man. But how did he reach the sword heart realm so young? Is there really such a genius in this world? Hearing the old man's reply, Qin Zhang realized that Lu Xuan was actually still a holy maiden. No wonder it's so flavorful. Where is she in retreat? Qin Zhang asked. The old man scratched his head. Somewhat embarrassed, the place where the holy maiden is in seclusion is around 9,000 meters. I can't get there and I'm not sure of the exact location however. Close to 8,000 meters. There's an old thing in seclusion. I know the exact location. Bite the bullet and I'll be able to get over there. Why don't I take you to ask him? Okay. Qin Zhang nodded thus. The old man fumbled and led Qin Zhang towards the depths. Oh Lord Sword Emperor, what do you want with the holy maiden? On the way, the old man inquired. He also called him Sword Emperor Lord, even if he told him his name. This old man still did not change the meaning. Qin Zhang also did not force. The title of Sword Emperor was not bad. I've got my eye on her. Qin Zhang simply said. The old man's footsteps lurched as he stared daggers at Qin Zhang. Is there a problem? Qin Zhang asked rhetorically. The old man's face was tangled, carefully sizing up Qin Zhang and dryly coughing at the risk of asking, how old is Lord Sword Emperor? 18. Adult. Old man. 18 years old. Goodness. An 18-year-old Sword Dao Emperor. Although he knew that Qin Zhang was young, he didn't expect to be so young. Now that's genius. Can't think of one. Own shit, but the old man's face is strange. 18 years old. Fancy a holy woman of my generation? Gee, why is that a little weird? Do you know, then, how old the virgin is? The old man asked. Qin Zhang shook his head. Lu Xuan's specific age. He really didn't know. It was estimated that Lu Xuan herself didn't necessarily remember clearly. The old man continued. The holy virgin and I are of the same generation. Not much difference in age. And I am now, well, about 6,000 years old. So the virgin also, 6,000 years old. Qin Zhang muttered. When a woman is older, she holds a golden brick. This is 6,000 years older than me. How many golden bricks must she hold? Listening to Qin Zhang's self-talk, the old man was speechless for a while, and in his heart, he fiercely admired Qin Zhang. This youngster, playing with flowers about 8,000 meters deep. A simple stone house, very conspicuous in the empty Sword Valley. Lord Sword Emperor, wait. I'll go call him out. The old man hemmed and hawed. By now, Qin Zhang also knew the old man's name, Sun Yang, and the person he was looking for was the old man's best friend, Dynasty. Is this a fucking friend? Qin Zhang felt that he had been tricked by this old man. Son, old pitbull. What the hell is wrong with you? In the stone house, a roar came out, followed by a strong force that directly overturned all the rubble. An old man with a gray head came out of the pile of rocks. He gritted his teeth and stared intently at Sun Yang. This, I believe, was the close friend that Sun Yang was talking about. Sun Yang hemmed and hawed towards him, then, in a flash, ran to Qin Zhang's side and pointed at Dynasty. Lord Sword Emperor. He's Dynasty. He definitely knows where the holy maiden is. Dynasty seemed to frown slightly. Unexpectedly, Sun Yang had brought someone else with him, but, by the looks of it, it was just a youngster. But to have made it this far, this youngster, he's not easy. Dynasty sneered. Old son pitbull, you can't beat me yourself, and you're looking for a youngster to deal with me together? Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's old face grinned, revealing a bright smile as he headed towards Qin Zhang. Lord Sword Emperor, he despises you. Qin Zhang, he could kind of see that the best friend might be real, but at the same time, it should be an old rival. But it looked like Sun Yang had been at a disadvantage. So, bringing himself here should be an intention to avenge a personal vendetta. Qin Zhang didn't bother to say much. Directly displaying the realm of the Sword Heart, he manipulated the power of the Sword Valley and pressed towards the Dynasty. However, compared to Sun Yang, Dynasty was indeed a bit stronger. It lasted a few breaths before it went limp. He stared at Qin Zhang in dismay, apparently also sensing Qin Zhang's Sword Heart realm. After that, it was a reaction to look angrily at Sun Yang. You old bastard, deliberately punking me. Sun Yang hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything more, only looking at Qin Zhang and waiting for his instructions. Only after Qin Zhang nodded his head did Sun Yang speak. Old Wang, I brought Lord Sword Emperor here because I actually have something to ask you. At the same time, Qin Zhang was also converging on the pressure. Dynasty immediately got up, glared at Sun Yang, took a deep breath, and ran to Qin Zhang's face. A wide smile appeared on his slightly pale face. Lord Sword Emperor, I don't know what matter you want to ask about. Sure enough, these two guys, it's not for nothing that they become old friends. That fawning expression, it's exactly the same. I'd like to know where Liushuan is. Qin Zhang opened his mouth and asked, Holy Maiden? Dynasty froze slightly and then opened his mouth. The holy maiden has been in seclusion at the depths of 9,000 meters. Lord Sword Emperor wants to go find the holy maiden? Sure enough, the old man knows the way. Take me to her, Qin Jiang commanded. Upon hearing this, Dynasty nodded, while Sun Yang, who was on the side, was a little regretful that his strength was only able to go as far as here, and, moreover, he was unable to stay longer. The limit of the dynasty, on the other hand, was 9,000 meters. However, it was also impossible to stay for too long, so most of the time, it was around 8,000 meters of seclusion. Sun Yang stayed here, while Dynasty brought Qin Jiang and went to Lu Shuan's place of seclusion. At this depth, Dynasty's speed was not fast, and it took half an hour before Qin Jiang saw a house, slightly more refined than Sun Yang and Dynasty's house. Lord Sword Emperor, it's right there. Dynasty pointed to the room. Qin Jiang nodded. I know. Go ahead and go home. Good. Dynasty nodded, hesitated, and opened his mouth. Lord Sword Emperor, the holy maiden's character is a bit too cold. If there is something that offends you, I hope you can take it easy. Only after that did he leave. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and headed towards Lu Shuan's place of seclusion. In the house. A beautiful woman, sitting on a futon. The woman was dressed in a moon-white sword robe, her beautiful long hair, tied into a high ponytail, with a long sword resting on her knees. Valiant. The woman's face, however, was a bit pale, and her delicate willow eyebrows, which knit up from time to time, seemed to be in some pain. Qin Jiang just walked to the front of the house. The woman's beautiful eyes opened, her stern gaze, looking towards where Qin Jiang was. She had been in seclusion here for thousands of years, and occasionally there would be a few people who would come over to see if she was still alive. But this time, the scent was extremely unfamiliar. Lu Shuan frowned, and at that moment, there was a knock on the door, and it was oddly polite. The old things that used to come over used to yell and scream outside and make a lot of noise. Lu Shuan stood up, her long sword hanging on her waist, and walked to the door. Squeak, opening the door to the room. Surprisingly, there was a handsome teenager at the door. Lu Shuan's beautiful eyes lit up. She hadn't seen such a young little guy in a long time. Not to mention, this little guy was so handsome. Seeing Lu Shuan, in Qin Jiang's eyes, he also flashed a touch of amazement. Compared to the plot, it is still better to look in reality. Despite her age, this outfit is youthful and beautiful. The impact of two very different temperaments appearing in one person was overwhelming. You are Miss Willow, aren't you? Qin Jiang took the initiative to speak. This old ancestor, despite her age, is still young at heart, as you can tell by looking at her in this outfit. As expected, Qin Jiang's address made her pretty face happy. You're here for me? Liushuan opened her mouth. The voice was crisp and clear, even with a hint of a Lolita sound. Qin Jiang smiled and nodded. Yet I've gone to a lot of trouble to find Miss Willow. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuan's beautiful eyes revealed a touch of curiosity. I don't know you. What do you want with me? Her voice was crisp with a hint of gentleness, and it wasn't as icy as Dynasty had said. Qin Jiang hesitated slightly, looking at Lu Shuan's pretty face. It seemed to be a bit difficult, hesitated for a long time, but did not open his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Shuan became even more curious. How about, let's go inside and talk? Lu Shuan took the initiative to invite. Qin Jiang immediately nodded and followed Lu Shuan into the house. Inside, the decor was simple and there wasn't much room, but it was more than enough for two people. Sit down. Lu Shuan pointed to a stone bench. Meanwhile, she sat on another stone bench and just looked at Qin Jiang. Perhaps it was too boring for her to stay here all the time. Qin Jiang's arrival made her interested in conversation, so that's why she invited him into the house. She propped her chin on one hand and rested it on the stone table. Now, can you tell me what it is that you want from me? Qin Jiang's gaze, too, was fixed on Lu Shuan's face. I want you to be my woman. As the words fell, Lu Shuan's curious pretty face slightly stiffened. This answer was something she hadn't expected. She straightened up. The gentleness on her pretty face had all been converged, and the ice coldness that Dynasty had spoken of was finally on display. Her voice, too, was cold. I didn't hear you earlier. Can you repeat it? Qin Jiang opened his mouth, trying to act like an innocent boy, but after half a dozen changes of expression, it all seemed a bit off. Lu Shuan frowned. This little guy is committing a crime? Boo! Suddenly, Qin Jiang slapped the stone table, startling Lu Shuan. Forget it. I'm not pretending. Qin Jiang took a deep breath, restored his nature, and moved his body, much more comfortable. He looked at Lu Shuan again, his gaze flirty. Seeing this scene, Lu Shuan was slightly lost in thought. The change in Qin Jiang before and after was as if he had changed into a different person. Ahem. Miss Lu, let me make a formal introduction. This young man, Qin Jiang, the young master of the Qin family. In the Qin family, from the 10,000-year-old ancestor down to the 3-year-old child, they all have to follow my orders. So it can be said that this young man is the real master of the Qin family. A few days ago, this young man occasionally obtained a portrait, surprised by the heavenly, and later, is to learn that the woman in the portrait is precisely Miss Lu, 6,000 years ago. The Holy Sword sect of the Holy Daughter. It is also for this reason that this young man has traveled day and night to the Holy Sword sect. Just meet Miss Lu. Qin Jiang smiled. At first, his tone was light-hearted, but after mentioning Lu Xuan, it gradually transformed into deep love. With such a silky smooth transformation, Qin Jiang wanted to award himself a small gold medal. Only the opposite side of Lu Xuan, looking at her exaggerated expression, although there was no fluctuation on her face, in her heart, she was crying and laughing a little. She didn't think that a portrait of herself, after thousands of years, could still attract teenagers thinking so. Her heart was happy. No woman, no matter how old she is averse to being attractive. Lu Xuan's expression slightly eased. She hesitated slightly in her mind, although she felt joyful that her charms were still intact. But she was thousands of years old, and falling in love with a child? What a joke. So, definitely a rejection, but she didn't want to hurt Qin Jiang, so she carefully weighed her words. You just call me by my first name. Qin Jiang grinned. Liu Xuan nodded. Qin Jiang, I'm over 6,000 years old. I'm 18. Lu Xuan let out a bitter smile. This gap, she couldn't accept it. What's more, in her world there was only the sword. She had never thought about love, only, she had forgotten what kind of sword Dao realm Qin Jiang possessed to be able to come here. Qin Jiang, our ages, the gap is too great, Lu Xuan said softly, because it had been too long and she hadn't seen anyone else. Her old icy nature was a little less. After all, people are group animals. Long time alone, suddenly appeared as similar. The heart will subconsciously, as their friends. Is age an issue? Qin Jiang blinked and opened his mouth. We have a long lifespan as cultivators. Age is just a number. What's more, in the future, we are bound to be able to live as long as the heavens, or even, the heavens will be hard to destroy and the earth will be hard to bury. And when we reach that realm, age will be even less of an issue. 6,000 years, just a snap of the fingers. Listening to Qin Jiang's words, Lu Xuan froze slightly. What a big mouth. To live with the heavens is already a great rebellion, and heaven is hard to destroy and earth is hard to bury. It is even provoking the heavenly Tao. Qin Jiang, how could he have such an ambition? It's just that even great emperors can't get to the point of living with the heavens. She, on the other hand, is only a half-emperor, and as for Qin Jiang, it's more of a little avatar. In her lifetime, she didn't even know if she would be able to cross the threshold of a great emperor, not to mention something about living with the heavens. Lu Xuan shook her head. Qin Jiang, you are still young. Little? Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow. Small or not, you won't know until you try. What? For Qin Jiang's words, Lu Xuan didn't understand them. She just felt puzzled. Qin Jiang is also slightly stunned. Lu Xuan so old. Have not eaten pork. Always seen a pig run it. Have not seen a pig run. Have not heard the pig squeal. However, looking at her confused expression, Qin Jiang knew that she truly did not understand his teasing. 6,000 years of life for nothing. Qin Jiang sighed. However, this is a blank sheet of paper. When it comes to his hand, how he wants to paint or draw is up to him. He shook his head and said, I know what Miss Willow means. It's just that she doesn't want to follow me. The blunt words made Lu Xuan a little embarrassed, but she still nodded. Qin Jiang smiled slightly. Actually, I didn't expect you to say yes. Anyone who knows me well knows that I like to eat a strongly twisted melon, and the harder it is to twist the better I like it. Liu Xuan, looking at Qin Jiang's excited expression, she felt that this guy seemed to be suffering from some kind of serious illness, and there's a little bit of perversion, but she has nothing to worry about. After all, Qin Jiang is just a small avatar. That's not true. Lu Xuan looked violently at Qin Jiang. Avatar realm? There was indeed no problem, it's just that this is Sword Valley. Moreover, it was still 9,000 meters deep. Qin Jiang had actually managed to walk here. And, by the looks of it, without a bit of pressure. What's wrong? Looking at Lu Xuan's stunned appearance, Qin Jiang asked curiously. Lu Xuan's voice paused, but she still couldn't help but ask, your sword Dao, what realm have you reached? Oh yeah, you don't know that yet. Qin Jiang smiled, his waist slightly straightened, his tone as flat as possible. This young man, 18 years old, at the realm of the sword heart, is a generation of sword Dao emperors. All sword cultivators in the world should follow the orders of this emperor. You, too, are no exception. Holy shit, I'm a sword Dao emperor. I almost forgot. Qin Jiang muttered in his mind. A thieving eye, staring at Lu Xuan, he wondered, if he were to order her to be his woman as a sword Dao emperor, would she agree? Kenshin. Lu Xuan looked at Qin Jiang in shock. Sword heart. This was her dream all along. For the sake of this dream, she had spent thousands of years as one day, deep within the 9,000 meters of the Sword Valley, in solitary seclusion. with an inner loneliness that only she knew, but spare a thought. The threshold of the Sword Heart was still not visible, therefore, she forced her way into the 10,000-meter Sword Valley, wanting to get the deepest treasure, but none of them succeeded. And each time, they came back in a sorry state, until now. Her body had the injuries left behind from forcing her way through the 10,000-meter Sword Valley. She looked at Xinjiang with a complicated gazed you. Is it really the realm of the Sword Heart? Xinjiang smiled faintly as an aura, if any, emanated from his body. Of course, unlike dealing with Sun Yang in Dynasty, this time, the breath he released was calm and soft, but the pressure in it still made Lu Shuan, her delicate body tremble slightly. It's natural to be gentle with a beautiful woman. Rudeness that is left for the night. Looking at Lu Shuan's slightly white face, Xinjiang hesitated for a moment and suddenly grabbed Lu Shuan's small hand. She was slightly startled and just about to struggle. Don't move! Xinjiang let out a low gulp. Her sword Dao power, under Xinjiang's control, surged into Lu Shuan's body. Xinjiang frowned. Within her body, there were quite a few dark injuries, all caused by forcing her way through the 10,000-meter Sword Valley. If it continued to deteriorate, these injuries would be troublesome. The soft power of the Sword Dao was in Lu Shuan's body, removing the power of the Sword Valley, which could not be removed with Lu Shuan's Sword Dao realm. This was the power of reaching the realm of Sword Heart, being grasped by Xinjiang's small hand. Lu Shuan's petite body was tightly tensed, and her other hand was tightly clenched. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, and she was thinking about whether she should forcefully draw back her palm. When, she was also sensing that Xinjiang was helping her, cleaning up the forces that Sword Valley had left behind in her body. Forces that were giving her a headache but couldn't be helped to now. Under Xinjiang's power, the power left behind by Sword Valley was actually slowly fading. After a pillar of incense or so, Xinjiang withdrew his power, took a deep breath, and frowned at Lu Shuan. Inside your body, there is too much power left over from Sword Valley, and in a short period of time, there should be no way to completely get rid of it. Oh, Lu Shuan agreed, her gaze shifting to look in other directions. But don't worry, I'm not leaving until the cleanup is done, Xinjiang added. Lu Shuan nodded her head again, but her brows were slightly furrowed and her petite body tensed even tighter. After a long moment of silence, Lu Shuan took the initiative to speak. Can you let go of your hand? Ha! Xinjiang needed it twice before letting go reluctantly. Lu Shuan is also hastily retracted palms. Beautiful eyes glared at Xinjiang. This guy grabbed their hands even if, but also a rubbing. Little rascal, she spat in her mind. Xinjiang, however, opened his mouth as if nothing had happened, surveying the room. That the injuries in your body will take at least half a month before you can fully recover, and during this time, I'll be staying here. Ha! Lu Shuan looked at the room, especially the stone bed that she only slept in once in a while, and hastily shook her head. No. A lone man and a woman, in such a small room, and she was pretty sure that Xinjiang was a little rascal. If she let Xinjiang live here, she would definitely be taken advantage of by him. Lu Shuan's refusal would naturally not be taken to heart by Xinjiang, who directly got up and walked over to the stone bed. A little tired, I'll take a break. After saying that, in Lu Shuan's stunned gaze, he directly laid down on the stone bed, grabbing the pink gauze quilt. She threw it over herself. Didn't think of myself as an outsider at all. Lu Shuan froze in place. This guy, not only is he a rascal, he is also not shameless at all. She rose prancingly, and with slender jade legs, she walked over to the stone bed and grabbed her covers. You get up and stay under my covers. Hey, smells good. However, Xinjiang hemmed and hawed, directly causing Lu Shuan to blush. He hugged the quilt, and Lu Shuan tugged at the corner of the quilt as well, both of them glaring at each other. In the end, it was Lieshuan who lost the battle. She clenched her silver teeth. You can stay here, but give me back the quilt. I don't. It's okay to give it back. But, what? Xinjiang sized up Lu Shuan and couldn't help but let out a bad smile. Lu Shuan directly put down the quilt and took a few steps back, looking at Xinjiang vigilantly. If Xinjiang had any ideas, in this Sword Valley, facing Xinjiang who possessed the realm of Sword Heart, she really wouldn't be able to run away. Seeing Lu Shuan so vigilant, Xinjiang rolled his eyes and said, I'm not going to sleep under the covers, but I'm going to sleep with you in my arms. You rascal! Lu Shuan rebuked, her pretty face turning red with shame. But looking at Xinjiang's rogue appearance, she could do nothing about it, and in the end, she even let out a cold snort and directly left the room, and even heavily closed the door. Xinjiang was slightly stunned. Abandoned your home and fled? Outside the door, the more Lu Shuan thought about it, the more angry she became. This is her own room. Why did she run out by herself? You should have thrown Xinjiang out. With that thought, she was surprised to be back in the room. I wanted to throw Xinjiang out, but after seeing Xinjiang, I was a little underpowered and a little aggravated. The quilt is yours, but you're not allowed to be a jerk to me. Good. Xinjiang agreed directly anyway. He has little credit and can change his mind the next second he agrees. The pressure is not psychological. Lu Shuan was relieved. In her opinion, a Sword Dao emperor should keep his word anyways. Therefore, she directly sat on the futon, slightly closing her eyes. Treating cultivation as rest, Qin Jiang was not in a hurry to sleep, and looked at her sideways, and sighed twice every now and then, which made Lu Shuan feel like a man in the back of her head, and she couldn't even get into her cultivation. Will you stop looking at me? She opened her beautiful eyes, her pretty face filled with helplessness and a hint of anger. Qin Jiang nodded. That is, he withdrew his gaze, also really a little tired. To clean the power in Lu Shuan's body, consumed a lot of his energy. After a while, Qin Jiang's breathing was gradually stabilized. Lu Shuan finally put her heart down and began to cultivate. Day 2. Lu Shuan had just opened her eyes when she saw a large face, almost coming up to her face. Ah! She exclaimed and subconsciously slapped her face. Qin Jiang was startled and grabbed her palm, and only then did Lu Shuan see that it was Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang, what are you doing so close to me? Lu Shuan said in shame. She had no doubt that if she didn't wake up in time, the little rascal was going to kiss her, and at that moment, Qin Jiang licked his lips as if he was reminiscing about something. Lu Shuan's pretty face stiffened and subconsciously touched her lips. You. She looked at Qin Jiang incredulously. So it wasn't about to be kissed up, but, rather, had already been kissed. Qin Jiang, you stinking rascal! A high-pitched scream echoed through the room. Under the shame, Lu Shuan grabbed the futon and threw it towards Qin Jiang. Unexpectedly, Qin Jiang's eyes lit up as he grabbed the futon and directly put it away. Give me my reward and I'll take it. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed. Reward? Lu Shuan's delicate body trembled, her pretty face instantly blushing, and her voice trembled a little. Hooligans, perverts. She wanted to pounce on him and have a big fight with Qin Jiang, only, worrying that it would be taken as a reward again and cheapen him instead. She could only stop there. 2 words repeated over and over without a single killing blow. Lu Shuan was cold, and Qin Jiang, on the other side, grabbed her small hand. Was cleaning up the injuries within Lu Shuan's body, especially, feeling Qin Jiang's constant kneading. Her willow brows furrowed slightly. Can a different approach? A different method? Could be. Qin Jiang nodded and smiled. My power to enter your body requires physical contact. Where are you going to? Expose me to? Qin Jiang's pair of eyes, shining brightly, looked Lu Shuan up and down. Liushuan. She couldn't help but shiver at the sight of Qin Jiang's hairy body. That's all. Anyway, yesterday has already touched it, and there is no lack of this time today. As for Qin Jiang kissing himself just now, just take it as being licked by a dog. You don't feel much of anything yourself anyway. However, thinking about it, she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. This was her first kiss, and she hadn't even experienced it properly. I blamed Qin Jiang, the rascal. It was only after most of an hour that Qin Jiang let go of Lu Shuan's small hand. Lu Shuan gave him a blank look. Enough touching? What are you talking about? I'm all for healing your wounds, and you're doubting my motives? Qin Jiang stared with wide eyes and an aggrieved face, but Lu Shuan wouldn't eat his words. Your motives, indeed, need not be questioned. They are written starkly on your face. Yeah? Qin Jiang froze slightly and touched his cheek. Is it that obvious? Obvious? You're not even hiding it a little bit, are you? Lu Shuan lightly hummed, lazy to answer him. Get up to prepare for cultivation. Only, Qin Jiang, give me back the futon. Thousands of years, a large part of her time was spent cultivating on the futon, leaving the most intense breath. Qin Jiang, this pervert, even took the futon as a reward. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang took out the futon, which still had a faint aroma lingering on it. It made a pervert like Qin Jiang even more excited. Looking at Qin Jiang's lewd smile, Lu Shuan's petite body tightened. How did she let this kind of pervert into her house? Regret. Too much regret. Qin Jiang hugged the futon with a hefty smile and looked at Lu Shuan. I grabbed it on merit. Why should I give it back to you? You? Qin Jiang's rascal caused Lu Shuan's jaw to drop and her pretty face to turn red with anger. How about you go to bed and practice? Qin Jiang pointed at the stone bed. Lu Shuan's pretty face bulged. She couldn't just sit on the ground, could she? She's a lady. Looking at Qin Jiang's rogue appearance, Lu Shuan stomped her foot in anger. But in the end, she still took a step with her slender jade legs and sat directly on the stone bed. Qin Jiang smiled and didn't bother her. It was only until Lu Shuan fell into deep cultivation that Qin Jiang carefully approached Lu Shuan and murmured, how tiring it is to practice every day. Saying that, he took out a pillar of tranquilizing incense and directly lit it. Curling clouds of smoke rose up and spread in the room, and before long, the entire room was filled with the smell of tranquilizing incense. Lu Shuan's straight and delicate body was also slowly going limp. Fortunately, Qin Jiang was quick on his feet and held him in his arms. It's exhausting and dizzying, so I'd better get some rest. Qin Jiang muttered. Carry Lu Shuan to bed. Suddenly, he himself feels a little tired. So, the two snuggled up and fell into a deep sleep. Day 2. Lu Shuan opened her beautiful eyes, still a bit confused. This cultivation. How did she feel so comfortable? It's like a comfortable nap. She was just about to raise her hand, but she realized that something was pressing against her arm, and when she tried to look up, a tearing sensation came from her hair, which was also pressed down. Lu Shuan was violently shocked, the small head tilted slightly. A warm sensation came from her lips, and Lu Shuan's beautiful eyes widened. Qin Jiang? She tilted her head back, but her hair was pressed down by Qin Jiang, and with a burst of pain, the little head subconsciously favored Qin Jiang again, and her lips touched. Once more that piece of warmth, and what made her panic even more was that Qin Jiang's eyes, too, quietly opened at this moment. The two stared at each other. Ah! Lu Shuan exclaimed just now. I have been holding back because I was afraid of waking up Qin Jiang. But now, only the sharp voice, just for a moment, was blocked back by Qin Jiang. Well, Lu Shuan's delicate body stiffened, her head completely confused. Only after a while did Qin Jiang take the initiative to separate, but his arms were still holding Lu Shuan's delicate body. Lu Shuan looked at him dumbfounded. It wasn't until Qin Jiang reached out his hand and scraped her tiny agaric nose that Lu Shuan reacted. Her pretty face instantly covered with a reddish haze, and she pouted her small mouth. What are you doing just now? Did you take the initiative? Qin Jiang licked his lips and looked teasingly at Lu Shuan upon hearing this. Lu Shuan's blushing pretty face was directly buried into Qin Jiang's arms. Kissing is indeed quite comfortable. For a moment, and without holding back, she took the initiative, only, not very skillfully yet. This shy appearance caused Qin Jiang's heart fire to move slightly. At the same time, Lu Shuan also noticed something. Her delicate body stiffened and she looked up at Qin Jiang in panic. Not daring to move a muscle. Don't you mess with me. Her voice trembled slightly, and in Qin Jiang's stunned gaze, she actually took the initiative to come up and kiss him on the lips. However, without waiting for Qin Jiang to go further, she backed away and whispered, in the future, I'll let you kiss, but nothing else. We don't fit. Other? What else is included? Qin Jiang blinked and asked. Lu Shuan sensed that Qin Jiang's fire seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. There was also some urgency in his heart. That's it. That's it. Oops. You know, you stinking rascal. You've been bullying me. It was only the third day of Qin Jiang's arrival, and he himself had almost been bullied by Qin Jiang once, and if it went on like this, who knew what else this smelly rascal would do. So, make an appointment. Although, she now knew that Qin Jiang was a bit unreliable, it was always a psychological comfort. Qin Jiang was also thinking, as if he was seriously considering Lu Shuan's request. After a long moment, he spoke. Let's leave the rest aside for a moment. But, you let me just kiss it? Hey. A kiss first then. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed, and kissed up towards Lu Shuan. Slightly hesitating, Lu Shuan also cooperated with Qin Jiang, only, she soon realized that something was not right. Qin Jiang stopped kissing her lips and, that's not how you kiss. She spoke hastily, only, Qin Jiang ignored her and continued to do his own thing. Lu Shuan's pink fists clenched tightly, her petite body was somewhat powerless, wanting to cry. This is not the same as what she thought. After half an hour, Qin Jiang stood beside the stone bed, Lu Shuan's slightly red beautiful eyes, exasperatedly glaring at him. Qin Jiang was indeed just kissing, but this kiss, it's too much. Half a month in AROW. In the room, Lu Shuan's pouting voice would come out from time to time. However, in the midst of the fight, her resistance to Qin Jiang was getting weaker and weaker, even, on occasion, taking the initiative. On this day, Lu Shuan combed her hair and looked at Qin Jiang with a grumpy face. Because of his existence, she hadn't even practiced properly for quite some time. Every time, practicing and practicing, woke up and realized that she was already in bed. After so many times, how could she not understand that it must be Qin Jiang who was up to no good, taking advantage of her sleep, to charm herself? Still don't know what this rascal has done to himself anyway. It's certainly not honest. Combing her messy hair, so much of which was knotted, Lu Shuan looked at Qin Jiang with a heartbroken expression. Qin Jiang, can you stop pressing my hair in the future? It's been broken so much by you. I'll try. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and walked behind Lu Shuan, encircling her in a hug. Lu Shuan twisted her body and just stopped struggling. Get used to it. Why don't I brush your hair? Qin Jiang's head was patted on Lu Shuan's shoulder, and he cocked his head to look at her. Lu Shuan glanced at him in disgust. Don't need you. With Qin Jiang's help, it took a while for Lu Shuan to comb her hair and tie a high ponytail, looking at herself in the mirror and nodding with satisfaction. That's nice. Qin Jiang also complimented. Lu Shuan hummed lightly, very flattered by Qin Jiang's compliments. Moreover, with Qin Jiang, she felt so much younger. Let go. She twisted her petite body, signaling Qin Jiang to let go of her. However, Qin Jiang did not move, but instead hugged him even tighter, and Lu Shuan slightly tilted her head, looking at him with some confusion. What's wrong with you? Let me hold you a little longer. Hearing this, Lu Shuan was helpless and also slightly relaxed her body. leaning against Qin Zhang's arms. It's a wonderful feeling. Indeed. It's just that it's not a good idea to hold it all the time. Looking at Qin Zhang, who was resting on her shoulder with his eyes slightly closed, she reached out her small hand and pinched his cheek. Haven't you had enough hugs? Qin Zhang opened his eyes and grabbed her small hand, laughing lightly. One more cleanup today and you'll be almost healed. Hearing Qin Zhang's words, Lu Shuan's heart trembled and her voice softened a bit. Are you leaving? Qin Zhang can't stay here all the time. This point, she is very clear. At the beginning of the time, but also every day hoped that Qin Zhang quickly leave. But now, seems like a bit of a giveaway. Qin Zhang smiled and nodded. You're coming with me. As he spoke, his arm around Lu Xuan was also a little tighter. Lu Xuan was slightly silent. She had stayed in the Valley of Swords for thousands of years, and for those thousands of years, there had only been swords in her world, and now, Qin Zhang broke in. It's just that the difference between the two of them, in terms of age, is just too great. I am this Sword Valley, without the presence of other people. She didn't really resist, but leave the Valley of Swords. With the status of the two of them, there was no telling how much gossip there would be. Most importantly, Qin Zhang's elders, none of them necessarily accepted themselves. After all, when it really came down to it, most of the people in the Qin family were their juniors. They would let Qin Zhang find an old woman? Still concerned about age? Qin Zhang asked. In fact, Lu Shuan's scruples meant nothing to Qin Zhang because, in this world, no one could interfere with his decisions. As for gossip, he would dare to kill anyone who dared to say one more word. In a world where strength is honored, Qin Zhang, as the young master of a party of ancient clans, will still spoil you? He could kill to the point that the whole world would not dare to have a different voice. Remember what I said on the first day? Qin Zhang softly said. Lu Xuan looked at Qin Zhang with doubts in her beautiful eyes. She just remembered that this smelly rascal had been molesting herself. I said that in the future, we will be able to live with the heavens, or even, the heavens will be hard to destroy and the earth will be hard to bury. You don't think that I'm joking, do you? Qin Zhang helped her remember. Hearing these words again, Lu Xuan slightly froze and asked in return, isn't it? Qin Zhang. He broke over Lu Xuan's body and made her face himself, saying seriously, as a woman, you should trust your man. But, who's your woman? Lu Xuan spat lightly, her pretty face slightly red. Lu Xuan obviously still didn't believe Qin Zhang. After all, what he said was just too fantastic. Moreover, she knew all too well about her own qualifications. It would be difficult to break through to a great emperor, and even higher realms, let alone think about it. But, she looked at Qin Zhang seriously. This smelly rascal's talent might actually be able to reach the realm he was talking about. It was just that Qin Zhang's nature was too lazy thinking of this. Her beautiful eyes revealed a touch of worry. Such a lazy nature would likely have a great impact on Qin Zhang's future. Qin Zhang, I believe in your talent. Liu Shuan opened her mouth. At those words, Qin Zhang was slightly stunned. You believe that? Well, your nature. If you can change it a bit, I believe you can reach the realm of living with the heavens. Qin Zhang. He shook his head and spoke, one's life with the heavens. That's a punishment. What I want is for everyone I care about to transcend the boundaries of this heaven and earth. Trust me, I can lead you, and everyone I care about, beyond heaven and earth. In Qin Zhang's tone, he was filled with self-confidence, and this charming demeanor caused Lu Xuan to lose her concentration slightly. Qin Zhang lightly laughed and continued, in a few days, there may be an opportunity that can help you reach the realm of Swordheart. You're going to the 10,000 meters of Sword Valley? Lu Xuan naturally knew that at 10,000 meters of the Sword Valley, there was a treasure left behind by the Holy Sword Sect's patriarch, except, it's all rumors, true or false is not yet known. Besides, no one's ever been in there, so who knows if it could be dangerous. But with her strength, she couldn't hold on any longer until she reached about 9,500 meters at most. And, moreover, she got an injury. Qin Zhang nodded. He felt that, at the 10,000 meters of the Sword Valley, there must be treasures, although he hadn't read the plot there. But with the piss-taking nature of the destined son. Or, Lin Chen would be there, breaking through to the realm of the Sword Heart, and now, Qin Zhang was trying to cut off the chance that belonged to Lin Chen in advance and give it to Lu Xuan. I have a hunch that there must be something there that can help you break through to Sword Heart. Qin Zhang said it. However, Lu Xuan shook her head and said, it's too dangerous. No one has ever been in there, and no one knows what's in there. You, don't worry, don't forget, I'm a Sword Dao Emperor. Qin Zhang directly interrupted, seeing that Lu Xuan was going to say something else. Qin Zhang pulled her small hand and opened his mouth. I'll help you recover from your injuries first. Originally, Qin Zhang had planned that after helping Lu Xuan clear the residual Sword Valley energy in her body, she would directly go deeper into the 10,000-meter Sword Valley. Only, Lu Xuan preferred to keep him for a few more days. It wasn't until 3 days later that Lu Xuan reluctantly sent Qin Zhang to head deeper into the Sword Valley. However, at around 9,300 meters, Lu Xuan's face was somewhat pale. Qin Jiang stopped and looked at Lu Shuan's pale and pretty face. He was also a little distressed and said, "Okay, that's it." Hearing this, Lu Shuan didn't continue to insist that if she went any deeper, the injuries that Qin Jiang had just helped her clean up would recur. She nodded, and for the first time, she took the initiative to come up and hug Qin Jiang, whispering, "You be careful." Qin Jiang smiled and nodded. "Go back and rest, adjust your condition, and when I return, I'll help you break through the sword heart." "Well, I believe you." Softly agreeing, Lu Shuan suddenly stood on her tiptoes and pecked Qin Jiang lightly on the cheek. Immediately, he left directly. Qin Jiang smiled, and as he watched Lu Shuan's figure disappear from sight, he continued towards the depths of the Sword Valley. In this location, there were overwhelming sword momentums everywhere, and even if one was as strong as a Supreme, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, and even a weaker Supreme might be torn apart by the sword momentums. However, Qin Jiang walked here as if he were walking on flat ground. The densely packed sword momentum didn't dare to approach Qin Jiang. Instead, they were constantly making pilgrimages. Qin Jiang's speed was very fast, and without any obstacles, in just a quarter of an hour, he arrived at 10,000 meters of the Sword Valley, and what surprised Qin Jiang was that here, all the sword power, all dispersed, just like a pure land in the Sword Valley, without any power of the Sword Dao. And just then, finally, someone has made it this far. A voice, ghostly, rang out. Qin Jiang was slightly startled and looked around as an illusory figure appeared not far away. Surprisingly, it was a woman. Moreover, this appearance, it's not similar to Lu Shuan, only, this illusory figure didn't even seem to be considered a Yuanshan. At the same time, the woman also looked at Qin Jiang. She immediately noticed that Qin Jiang's gaze, which seemed, the woman's face darkened. "Where are the dog's eyes looking, little asshole?" Qin Jiang smiled awkwardly and rubbed his nose, but his gaze still didn't move away at that. "I'd like to ask if you were originally this big, or if this, residual thoughts, purposely visualized to be this big?" Hearing Qin Jiang's words, the woman's small mouth slightly opened. Hooligans had seen, but it was the first time to see such a straightforward hooligan. The woman gritted her teeth. "I've been dead for tens of thousands of years, and there's only a remnant of my mind left, so why the hell don't you let it go?" As she spoke, the woman's breath fluctuated, and the entire Sword Valley trembled slightly. Qin Jiang's eyes narrowed as he felt the woman's aura. "You're the Holy Sword Sect Patriarch?" The woman's aura, and Sword Valley's aura, were exactly the same, only that, the Holy Sword Sect Patriarch who created Sword Valley would have such an aura. The woman grunted coldly as scared. "Ha!" Looking at the woman, Qin Jiang also didn't expect that the Holy Sword Sect Patriarch was such a beautiful woman. "Pity," he sighed. The woman frowned, only to hear Qin Jiang continue. "Unfortunately, you died too soon. Not if you are still alive. I will make you my woman." "Woman?" Looking at Qin Jiang's serious face, the woman took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. "If it wasn't for the fact that you're the only one to walk here in tens of thousands of years, I would definitely cut off your dog's head." "Oh?" Qin Jiang looked at the woman, curious. "You still have the ability to cut me in this condition? You want to try?" The woman waved her arm, and the power of the Sword Valley surged towards her. Although it was only a residual thought, there was no loss in the Sword Dao realm. As the power of the Sword Valley continued to surge, the woman's aura, too, continued to climb, pressing towards Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang frowned, his arm slightly raised. A fluctuation enveloped a few dozen meters in a circle. In an instant, the woman's climbing breath is suddenly stagnant. She blushed and looked at Qin Jiang in shock. "You've actually reached the Sword Heart realm?" Qin Jiang directly utilized the realm of the Sword Heart, blocking off the surrounding area and isolating the woman's connection with Sword Valley. It was just that the woman's stunned appearance left Qin Jiang somewhat speechless. "You designed the Sword Valley yourself? Don't you know that those in the realm below the Sword Heart can't even walk here?" "Ha? You can't walk in under the heart of the sword?" The woman couldn't help but stare, and then, in a whirl, she shouted, "Holy shit, I told you! There hasn't been a single person coming in for tens of thousands of years. I thought the Sacred Sword Sect had been wiped out. It turned out that the difficulty of the Sword Valley I designed was too great." Qin Jiang, this bitch, she's so naughty. However, the difficulty of the Sword Valley that she had designed was indeed too great, unless one reached the realm of the Sword Heart, or, for that matter, a heavenly destiny like Lin Chen. However, the realm of the Sword Heart, even if one came to the 10,000 meters of the Sword Valley, the treasures here would be of little use to them. So this kind of place was obviously prepared for a son of destiny like Lin Chen. The woman had a bitter look on her face, still blaming herself. However, when she saw Qin Jiang, her mood slightly better. This guy, although rogue a little, but a remnant of himself. Afraid of what? Rogue? You're a disciple of the Holy Sword Sect? The woman asked. Qin Jiang shook his head. "No, woman. You're not going to fucking wipe out the old lady's Holy Sword Sect, are you?" That's not true. Qin Jiang shook his head. The woman let out a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Jiang. You should have come in because you heard that I left treasures in Sword Valley, right? Aha. Qin Jiang nodded and spoke, give me the treasure. The woman slightly stalled, and looked at Qin Jiang in bewilderment. This person, how can he be so shameless? I'll grab it if you don't give it to me. Qin Jiang added. At those words, the woman clenched her silver teeth and looked at Qin Jiang with hatred. You can't use what I left behind. I'll take it then. You. The woman shook her head. Firmly, I can't give it to you. It's reserved for the disciples of the Sacred Sword sect. I'll give it to them for you. Qin Jiang said. The woman looked at him with contempt. Although she didn't have much contact, she knew that Qin Jiang was absolutely untrustworthy. Really? Qin Jiang assured. The woman was naturally disbelieving. I'll believe you if you make a heavenly oath. The heavenly oath? Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow. I'm giving you a favor and I have to take a heavenly Dao oath? You're damn anti-Tiangong. Do you really think I won't touch you just because you're good looking? Hurry up and take it out, or I'll kill your Sword Valley and the Sacred Sword sect. Bugger. I'm impatient. Qin Jiang's ferocious attitude caused the woman to faintly freeze. You threatened me? Right. Qin Jiang nodded. Just threatening you. Why? The woman glared at Qin Jiang. She had never suffered this kind of aggression in her life, and she didn't expect that. Tens of thousands of years after her death, she would be threatened. There was nothing she could do about it yet. Finally, reluctantly, the woman removed what she had left behind. Here, a stream of light appeared in front of Qin Jiang, only to see that the thing the woman threw out was actually a heart, and it was still beating slightly. In it, the dense power of the sword Dao flowed continuously. This is my sword heart. Before I died, I condensed my entire body's sword Dao and power to form this sword heart. As long as I refine it, I will definitely be able to reach the realm of sword heart. The woman opened her mouth. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang was slightly delighted and grabbed the heart of the sword. Good stuff. The woman skimmed her lips slightly at the sight. It was her full power, so of course it was good. Qin Jiang looked at the woman. Her figure, which seemed to be illusory. This residual thought of yours, it relies on the sword heart in order to be preserved? Well, if it weren't for sword heart, I would have faded away completely. The woman nodded. Qin Jiang frowned. You won't last long after losing sword heart, will you? Anyway, I died a long time ago, leaving only a residual thought. So if it's gone, it's gone. The woman was quite spontaneous, and it's not just me. After you take away the sword heart, Sword Valley will gradually collapse. The source of power of the Sword Valley is the sword heart, and without the support of the sword heart, the Sword Valley will naturally cease to exist. To Qin Jiang, if Sword Valley was gone, it was gone. But it would be a shame to lose such a beauty. He asked after a moment's hesitation. Do you want to be resurrected? Crap. The woman gave him a blank look. Who wants to die if they can live? Perhaps I have a way to bring you back to life. Qin Jiang blinked. The woman's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she was skeptical. I am now just a remnant, not even a Yuan Shen. Can you revive me? Want to try? Qin Jiang said, taking out a scroll. The 7 beauties. This thing was very counterintuitive. As long as a beautiful woman who could fulfill the requirements of the 7 beauty diagrams, no matter if it was her Yuan Shen or her corpse, she would be able to return to her full strength and be elevated to the realm of the Supreme Being. Moreover, by becoming one of the 7 beauties, as long as Qin Jiang didn't die, even if he was beaten to death, he could be revived. The only pity was that the 7 beauties diagram could only accommodate 7 beauties, and up to now, Qin Jiang had only made Yan Xia one of the 7 beauties. During the weekdays, Yan Xia was in the 7 beauties figure, and would occasionally be summoned out by Qin Jiang to meet with Yin Yun. Right now, Yan Xia's realm had already reached the 5th Tribulation Supreme. What is it? At that moment, the woman looked curious. Qin Jiang opened the 7 beautiful pictures and laughed. This is a supreme treasure that has the potential to bring you back to life. He wasn't sure if the 7 beauty diagram could revive the woman. After all, she was only a remnant, and, in her lifetime, she was at the Great Emperor realm. It's all beyond Shimetsu. Just this one painting? The woman came over and poked at the chimera picture, and took a closer look at the view on it. This woman, she's very pretty. She couldn't help but gasp when she saw Yan Xia. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and didn't give her an explanation. Storing in the 7 beauties figure first. This painting, it can bring me back to life? The woman looked at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang pondered for a moment and said, I'm not sure, but there are some possibilities, and you're dead anyway, so try. Also, the woman nodded. Try it then. What's it going to take? Don't resist. In this scroll, there is a small space with a special environment. No matter if it's a Yuan Shun or a corpse, if you enter it, you can be successfully revived. You, however, are just a remnant, so I'm not sure if it will work. That good? According to Qin Jiang, this scroll, it was really possible to bring her back to life. Qin Jiang looked at the woman and said, don't you resist. I'm going to start. Wait a minute. The woman looked at Qin Jiang and hesitated for a moment. That sword heart of mine. You still have a use for it? No. What I means, if you can't use it, can you give it to the disciples of the Holy Sword sect? At those words, Qin Jiang laughed. Didn't I tell you? It was meant to be given to the Holy Sword sect. But of course, I've already picked out the people, so you don't have to worry. Huh? You're really going to give it to the Holy Sword sect? The woman was surprised. Qin Jiang nodded. Of course. One of my daughters-in-law is the daughter of the Sacred Sword sect master, and another daughter-in-law is the Sacred Sword sect's holy maiden from 6,000 years ago. So really, I'm considered a member of the Sacred Sword sect. Woman. She was feeling a little confused. The daughter of the patriarch. That makes sense. But the holy maiden from 6,000 years ago. The woman looked at Qin Jiang oddly. You're not very old, are you? 18. That's 6,000-year-old holy woman. At least 6,000 years old. You, Che, what do you know? Qin Jiang said disdainfully. True love knows no age. At that, the woman gave him a blank look. Although I don't know you, I know that holy maiden must be very beautiful. After all, cultivators of the supreme realm are able to stay young forever. 6,000 years old. To live this long, you are at least a supreme. Good analysis. Qin Jiang nodded approvingly. My daughter-in-law does look good. The woman also smiled. It was rare to see a man who complimented his daughter-in-law so bluntly. But suddenly, her pretty face froze, as if she had thought of something. The eyes that looked at Qin Jiang were filled with suspicion. What's wrong? Qin Jiang asked. The woman asked, frowning warily. You're not going to go to all this trouble to help me come back to life? You guessed it. Without waiting for her to finish, Qin Jiang was grinning, sizing up the woman's figure. You're beautiful, not unlike my daughter-in-law. At that, the woman's eyes widened. Hey, I'm a few 100,000 years old. Can you really go down on me? Looking at her delicate red lips, hot body, slender jade legs, Qin Jiang nodded seriously. I'm fine with that. Woman, I have questions. Are you still alive? Qin Jiang asked. The woman stalled slightly. She really didn't want to die, and looked up at Qin Jiang as she scowled with a serious look on her face. Such a handsome little man. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage himself. She nodded, a smile on her face. Okay, you resurrect me and I'll be your daughter-in-law. Although she said so on her lips, in reality, she was thinking of teaching this little rascal a lesson after her resurrection, as to whether she should be his daughter-in-law. Well, it remains to be seen how he behaves. Such a handsome little man. His own requirements, barely a drop lower. It's cheap. With the woman's cooperation, Qin Jiang manipulated the 7 beauty diagrams, first taking a strand of the woman's power and sucking it in. The 7 beauty diagrams flickered slightly. The woman looked at the 7 beauty figures, and a flash of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. In that instant, her ever-flowing power was strangely stopped. Qin Jiang looked at the woman and asked, how does it feel? It seems to work. In the woman's beautiful eyes, there was a bright light flickering. She really felt that she was able to resurrect herself. Qin Jiang grasped the 7 beauties diagram and stared. I will take you into the scroll. Don't resist. Only when you enter the scroll will it be considered a true success. Well, come on. The woman nodded. Qin Jiang violently unfolded the 7 beauty diagrams. A force was injected into it, and in the next moment, the 7 beauty diagrams rose against the wind and wrapped the woman tightly. A tugging force that kept sucking and pulling at the woman. The woman did not resist, and cooperated with the 7 beautiful pictures, trying to blend in, but a wave of resistance came out of the 7 beauties figure. The tugging force, all of it, was much weaker. Qin Jiang frowned, forcibly manipulating the 7 beauty diagrams, and finally, the woman's residual soul was continuously integrating into the 7 beauty diagrams, but the resistance of the 7 metropolitans was becoming more and more violent. Qin Jiang snorted coldly. Honestly, can't you tell who's the master? Nanamitsa shuddered, seeming to be somewhat aggravated, and although she resisted, she could only keep accepting the woman, only a little slower. My remnant soul, it's recovering. The woman was pleasantly surprised. Before she could fully integrate into the 7 beauty diagrams, she realized that the power of the 7 beauty diagrams was already helping her recover. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 7 beauty diagrams could really resurrect women. Of course, I'm afraid it's extremely consuming, judging by the resistance of the chimeras. Don't relax. You can only be truly resurrected if you are fully integrated. But right now, the scroll is resisting you. Qin Jiang said. The woman nodded slightly. With Qin Jiang's cooperation, she also exerted her power to forcefully integrate into the 7 beauties diagram. A full 2 hours, the 7 beauty diagrams flashed with light, and the woman's figure, finally, disappeared completely. A giggle. My little husband, wait for me to come out. Oh, finally, the woman left a message. The 7 beauties diagram returned to Qin Jiang's hands, and it was clearly evident that it had dimmed a lot compared to before. Without caring about this, he opened the 7 beauties chart, and sure enough, there was another figure on it. Only, why is it so fuzzy? The newly appeared figure, blurred, which was clearly not right. After all, Yan Xia's figure is almost exactly the same as the real person. And this time, just then, Yan Xia's figure flickered, and Qin Zhang's mind moved, and Yan Xia appeared in front of him. Master, what kind of people did you take in? Just after coming out, Yan Xia couldn't help but ask. Qin Zhang glanced at the blurred figure on the 7 beauties chart. What's wrong? Something wrong inside the Chimetsu? Well, something's gone terribly wrong. Yan Xia nodded gruffly. Most of the energy in the 7 beauty diagrams has converged in one direction, and I estimate that I'm afraid it's going to consume 70% of the power of the 7 beauty diagrams. 70% power. Qin Zhang stroked his chin. 70% of the power of the 7 beauty diagrams, in exchange for a great emperor. Moreover, a great emperor who had reached the realm of the sword heart. This deal was not a loss. Okay, it's okay? Yan Xia's small mouth pouted as she opened her mouth. After consuming this 70% of the power, there will be sisters into the 7 beauties diagram in the future, and at most 1/9 tribulation supreme can be spawned. You're not much of an influence, are you? Qin Zhang asked. Yan Xia shook her head. She was now completely fused with the 7 beauty diagrams. Although most of the power was sucked out of the 7 beauty diagrams, she was still able to distribute a lot of it. It's good that you're okay. Qin Zhang smiled and unfolded the 7 beauties diagram, pointing at the blurred figure on it. Xia, look, this time, the one I've taken in is a great emperor. Consuming 70% of his power is not considered a loss. At those words, Yan Xia looked Archon. Looking at the 7 beauties chart, the blurred figure, Yan Xia asked in confusion, why is it so fuzzy? Qin Zhang spread his hands and coughed dryly. Probably because she hasn't gotten back into shape yet. Yan Xia's beautiful eyes looked toward Qin Zhang. Although the 7 beauty diagrams are not yet able to give birth to a great emperor, if a great emperor is willing to enter the 7 beauty diagrams on his own initiative, not only will it not consume the power of the 7 beauty diagrams, but it will instead feed back on the 7 beauty diagrams. And this time, it consumes 70% of the power of the 7 beauties figure. This great emperor. There's something wrong, isn't there? A little problem. Qin Zhang smiled sarcastically. Yan Xia knew more about the 7 beauties diagram than even he, the owner. Therefore, Qin Zhang didn't hide it. She is, right now, just a wisp of residual thoughts. But no matter what, she's still a great emperor. It's too much of a shame to disappear just like that. So I thought I'd try and see if I could resurrect her with the 7 beauties diagram. Looking at the 7 beautiful pictures, the woman's blurred figure seemed to be slightly clearer. It looks like it should have worked by now, doesn't it? Yan Xia gave him a blank look. Don't even want to dismantle you. Do you then think it's a pity for a great emperor to disappear? Must be looking at someone else. After all, the most mandatory requirement to be able to get into the 7 beauties is to be good looking. Master, I'll go back and take a look. Yan Xia opened her mouth. After Qin Zhang gave her permission, she returned to the 7 beauties figure, and after a quarter of an hour or so, Yan Xia came out again. Well, Qin Zhang asked. Yan Xia came over to Qin Zhang's side and whispered, success. Most of Nanamitsu's power was used for her resurrection, but it will take some time. At those words, Qin Zhang let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it wasn't a waste of time, and at this moment, Yan Xia suddenly hugged Qin Zhang, her beautiful eyes looking straight at him. Qin Zhang smoothly wrapped his arm around her waist and laughed. What? Jealous? No. Yan Xia shook her head, slightly aggravated. With that, sister, will master not need me from now on? Also, she's so pretty and has a better body than me. She saw the woman in the 7 beauties diagram, and although she had not fully recovered, the other party was strong, beautiful, and had a better body than her own. Yan Xia was directly unsure of herself and worried that she would fall out of favor in the future. Qin Zhang reached out his hand and pinched her pretty face, comforting her. Don't get any ideas. Each of you are unique, and I can't afford to let any of you leave me, and, for me, you have the advantage. But it's a little more. Saying that, Qin Zhang let out a bad smile. Yan Xia froze. What advantage do I have? Don't forget, you have a little niece. Hearing these words, Yan Xia's pretty face fiercely reddened as she delicately blinked. Qin Zhang, you're so bad. Qin Zhang hemmed and hawed, looking at the delicate woman in his arms, and in his eyes, a touch of fire flashed. Xia, the time has come to use you. Moonday 2. Qin Zhang took Yan Xia back into the 7 beauties diagram, while at the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding. The host changes the major plot. Reward 1 immortal marrow, immortal spiritual marrow, which can give birth to immortal chi, which is the fundamental to advance to the immortal way. Reward Sword Emperor's Way, a true emperor of the sword way. 1 sword out. All swords kneel. Reward Imperial Dan Dao. Due to the host's low strength, The probability of refining an imperial Dan Dao is, well, slim to none. Reward 10,000 Path Stone, can forcibly absorb the power of the laws of a great emperor powerhouse and purify it. Reward villain points 200. 000. Sure enough, this sword heart, which should have been Lin Chen's chance, had been intercepted by himself, and that's a reward that's out of this world. An immortal marrow that could give birth to immortal chi, as well as a Wandao stone that absorbed the power of the laws. These two items attracted Qin Zhang's attention at the very first moment. To advance to the immortal Dao, surprisingly, one still needs immortal chi. However, in the Tianxian continent, there shouldn't be much immortal chi. One could even say there isn't any. Otherwise, tens of thousands of years ago, when the great emperors were gathered, how could a strong immortal Dao practitioner have appeared, right? Qin Zhang muttered, there was no immortal chi in the Tianxian continent, which led to no immortal Dao powerhouses being born. This was Qin Zhang's guess, whether it was true or not. But right now, Qin Zhang was able to possess immortal chi. It's just that, for the time being, it's not necessary. The four old ancestors of the Qin family had just broken through to great emperors only, and were still 100,000 miles away from the immortal Dao. You can't use it even if you give them immortal energy. As for the manifestation stone, forcibly absorbing the great emperor's power of the laws? The great emperor's laws were the fundamentals of a great emperor powerhouse, and with all the power of the laws being forcibly taken away, this great emperor was equivalent to being ruined. The Wandao stone, on the other hand, was able to take the great emperor's laws and forcefully take them over for his own use. But there is a problem. In the current Tianxian continent, there seem to be no other great emperors other than the four old ancestors of the Qin clan, so he couldn't, in any case, get the laws of the old ancestors out of the way. Could he? This thing, it's supposed to take the enemy's laws and use them to train your own people. Alas, the Bando stone is useless. Qin Zhang sighed, the stuff is good, but it doesn't work. As for the other rewards, Qin Zhang looked at them twice and then ignored them, regardless of whether it was the way of the sword or the way of the Dane. It was all about enhancing his own strength. Only, the enhancement wasn't that great, and, most of the time, Qin Zhang was too lazy to do it himself. He just wants to be a strong in generation. Of course, one's own strength certainly cannot be left behind. After all, the iron must be hard strength. I can do without, but not without. Boost your realm a bit before you go back. Qin Zhang muttered to himself. Right now, he was at the peak of the divine power realm and had stayed for a very long time. As he spoke, his aura was slowly climbing up. This was the hegemony of the dual god body, being able to break through whenever it wanted to. In a short while, his realm, he had reached the perfection of the avatar realm. Feeling carefully, Qin Zhang's breath continues to climb. Around half an hour, Qin Zhang easily broke through to the yin-yang realm. Almost. Qin Zhang nodded in satisfaction. The trip, too, had been a success, and it was time to go back. 0.9 kilometers. Lu Shuan stood outside the stone house and looked into the depths of the Sword Valley with a worried look in her beautiful eyes. It's been 2 days. Why aren't you back yet? She mumbled, already wanting to go deeper in to see if something had happened to Qin Zhang. After all, according to Qin Zhang's Sword Dao realm, it wasn't difficult to reach 10,000 meters. It doesn't take long at all. Only, besides the Sword Dao will, no one knew if there were any other dangers at the 10,000 meters of the Sword Valley. Just as she wanted to go deeper, finally, a familiar figure came into view. Lu Shuan's beautiful eyes lit up, and without any hesitation, her body flashed and she pounced up. Qin Zhang. Originally, she wanted to directly jump into Qin Zhang's arms, but the shyness in her heart still made her stop. But in her eyes, the color of joy was hard to hide. Qin Zhang, however, would not be shy looking at the pouncing Lu Shuan. He opened his arms and held Lu Shuan tightly in his arms. Boing! Lu Shuan's pretty face flushed, but she did not struggle. After 2 days, she realized that she was actually a little bit dependent on this little rascal. Wanda misses me? Qin Zhang slightly lowered his head, and his lips gently imprinted on Lu Shuan's forehead. Hearing Qin Zhang's address, Lu Shuan's small mouth pouted. What are you yelling about? I'm much older than you. Hey, in terms of seniority, shouldn't I shout, Wainer little ancestor? Qin Zhang hemmed and hawed. Lu Shuan gave him a blank look. No decent. So what do you think I should call you? Qin Zhang asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuan's eyebrows knit slightly, and after thinking for a while, she felt that it was inappropriate to shout anything. After all, this little rascal, and himself, were a little different. Can't let him be like the others. How about, Qin Zhang proposed with a twinkle in his eye, I call out to my daughter-in-law? Put. At this name, Lu Shuan was shy and spat lightly, her small hand slapping on Qin Zhang's chest. You rascal, don't take advantage of me. It's settled. Qin Zhang was full of concern and grabbed her small hand. From now on I'll call my daughter-in-law. No way. I don't agree. I've got a mouth on me, and you're going to gag me? Qin Zhang hemmed and hawed. not forgetting to shout daughter-in-law. Qin Jiang, you're not allowed to call me that. Lu Shuan was so shy that she waved her small hand, trying to block Qin Jiang's mouth, but Qin Jiang is just being a bitch. Daughter-in-law, 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 hey, I'll just yell. He you. Lu Shuan glared at Qin Jiang, listening to more. Inexplicably still feel a little smooth. At this moment, Qin Jiang blinked and looked at Lu Shuan's delicate red lips. Actually, it's not hard to gag me, depending on what I use. Poof, Lu Shuan hummed and cocked her head. How could she not see his intentions? Ignore you. You can yell all you want. She compromised. Qin Jiang was a scoundrel, and Lu Shuan had no recourse against him. In that case, daughter-in-law, let's go home. Qin Jiang picked up Lu Shuan as he walked towards the stone house. Lu Shuan let out a delicate cry and hugged Qin Jiang's neck tightly, snuggling into his arms. For the first time, feel safer back in the stone house. Qin Jiang sat on a stone bench and held Lu Shuan on his lap. You put me down. Lu Shuan pouted her little mouth, seemingly a little dissatisfied, but did not make any movements of resistance. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Qin Jiang's neck as if she was being pampered. Don't move. Qin Jiang hugged her, and a strand of power invaded Lu Shuan's body. I'll see how you're doing with your injuries. Oh, Lu Shuan nodded. Is to let Qin Jiang probe this situation, Qin Jiang thought, may destroy her meridians, but she trusted Qin Jiang. That's a good recovery. After inspecting it, Qin Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Lu Shuan's body, the residual power of the Sword Valley, has long been cleared by him. However, the injuries left behind, but not completely recovered. These 2 days, the recovery is almost complete. Without the power of Sword Valley, my injuries aren't a big problem. Lu Shuan said softly. Sword Valley's power was the way of the sword heart, and the level of power was too high for her to be able to remove it. But it was just an ordinary injury, and it wasn't much of a problem for a realm like hers. Qin Jiang smiled and flipped his hand to take out an elixir. Here, eat it. Saying that, he directly fed it to Lu Shuan's mouth, and she frowned with her willow eyebrows, holding the elixir, and said vaguely, you're not going to drug me, are you? The corner of Qin Jiang's mouth twitched as he pointed a finger at Lu Shuan's head. Am I that kind of person? Hearing, Lu Shuan nodded seriously. Others she would not suspect, but Qin Jiang really can do the drug thing. After all, earlier when he was practicing, this guy, not knowing what kind of drug he got, had knocked himself out. However, although she knew that it was possible for Qin Jiang to be drugged, she still swallowed it, and anyway, Qin Jiang would not harm herself. At most, let him take advantage of it. After swallowing the elixir, a cool sensation was flowing through the whole body, and Lu Shuan was surprised to find that the injuries left behind by breaking through the 10,000 meters of the Sword Valley were rapidly recovering. Even some of the old wounds had recovered a lot under the baptism of the medicinal power. She looked at Qin Jiang in surprise. Is it really just healing medicine? What? You want me to add more spice? Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow. Lu Shuan blankly glanced at him, carefully sizing up Qin Jiang. I doubt that you are Qin Jiang or not. Qin Jiang? Looking at Lu Shuan, Qin Jiang took a deep breath and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Daughter-in-law, you are deliberately provoking me, trying to make me molesting you? He hugged Lu Shuan tightly and laughed. We're an old married couple. If you want to get close, just say so. But who's an old married couple to you? Lu Shuan's pretty face was flushed. Her small mind was seen through. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed, and even directly let go of Lu Shuan. She was slightly stunned. It's over? She frowned. Qin Jiang seemed to be less eager after returning from the 10,000 meters of the Sword Valley. It's like a change of heart. Thinking of this, she quietly stiffened slightly. Qin Jiang wouldn't really change his mind, would he? For a moment, she was actually a little alarmed. Shell teeth tightly biting her red lips, she looked at Qin Jiang with a grudging look. Living like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law, Qin Jiang was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Poof. Lu Shuan let out a cold snort, twisting to the side. He didn't bother with Qin Jiang. He was confused. He was fine just now. Why was he suddenly angry? Could it be that one is in a bit of a hurry? Shouldn't you call your daughter-in-law so early? He thought about it carefully. It seemed to be so reasonable. After all, the two had not known each other for a long time, and, because of their age, Lu Shuan was still a bit rejected by their relationship. After a moment of contemplation, he intended to coax a little of that. Miss Lu, I'll give you. What did you call me? Lu Shuan turned around violently and directly interrupted Qin Jiang, her eyes even more aggrieved. I'm sure it's a change of heart and no love. Just a moment ago, she had called herself daughter-in-law, but in a flash, she had become Miss Lu. Qin Jiang froze. Why does this seem to be more angry? Although he had dealt with many women, Qin Jiang still had some headaches, and was completely unable to pinpoint some of the women's minds. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. The ancients were true to their word. Seeing that Qin Jiang hadn't replied, Lu Shuan became more and more aggrieved. To scum. Get it and don't cherish it. Hearing this, Qin Jiang was violently shocked. Crap, I guessed wrong. So it's not too much of a rush. And it's going too slow. That's a complete fucking reversal of the guess, but it's good to understand why women are actually very easy to coax. He came directly behind Lu Shuan and hugged her tightly, his head resting on her shoulder, right against each other's cheeks. Lu Shuan's small mouth pouted and her head tilted to the other side, but there was no struggling against Qin Jiang's embrace. Hey, daughter-in-law, you smell good. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuan's face was filled with disgust and she pouted her small mouth. Pervert. His mouth said so, but his expression loosened up. So that's what it's all about. It was also true that when they first came into contact, Qin Jiang acted as if he was a pervert. Lu Shuan should be used to Qin Jiang like that. Qin Jiang sighed. He really isn't a pervert, but in order to coax Lu Shuan, he can only be a pervert for once. Sniffing Lu Shuan's body, the aroma that emanated from it, Qin Jiang had a face of enjoyment. Daughter-in-law, what do you think love is? Ha! Qin Jiang pasted on Lu Shuan's pretty face and whispered, love. It's meant to be done. As the words fell, he directly picked up Lu Shuan, and since he felt that the progress was too slow, he simply went all the way to the end at once. Lu Shuan exclaimed, Qin Jiang, it won't work. After making a decision, Qin Jiang will not change it. What's more, Lu Shuan didn't resist much water to water. The next day, Lu Shuan looked at Qin Jiang with a touch of confusion in her beautiful eyes. Her face was flushed and a little shy. She didn't expect that she was just angry for a bit, and as a result, she was made real by Qin Jiang, and, at the time, I was surprised that I didn't fight back. Ugh. Sighing, she looked at Qin Jiang, who was still fumbling, and pouted, don't touch it, you pervert. She retracted her white and tender little feet and looked at Qin Jiang doubtfully, not understanding this stinky rascal, why he was obsessed. Qin Jiang retracted his hand with fondness, and was just about to come up to hug Lu Shuan, but, as a result, was pushed out by Lu Shuan in disgust. You go ahead and wash your hands. Stinky. It doesn't stink. Qin Jiang smelled it. Not only did it not stink, but it smelled good, and said that he even reached out for Lu Shuan to smell it. Ah, you go away. Lu Shuan was filled with disgust. Qin Jiang is a bit speechless. Obviously does not stink. Okay, and, that is also the smell of your own body. As to be so disgusted? Under Lu Shuan's supervision, Qin Jiang washed himself several times, and only after letting Lu Shuan inspect him was he considered to have passed. Qin Jiang joyfully hugged Lu Shuan. A girl's body is soft and fragrant, and it's just a pleasure to hold. Daughter-in-law, can you come out with me now? Qin Jiang suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, on Lu Shuan's face, she revealed a thoughtful look as she tilted her head to look at Qin Jiang. You're out there. You must have quite a few women, right? Qin Jiang's face stiffened as he looked at Lu Shuan's serious appearance, and after a slight contemplation, he nodded. It's not much. A couple hundred. Blowback. Lu Shuan gave him a blank look, naturally not believing it. However, Qin Jiang had other women, that was for sure. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be so familiar. The thought gave her some apprehension. On her own age, she still cares a lot. Qin Jiang outside the woman, surely all young and beautiful, and there, over 6,000 years old and not competitive with younger women. Her pink fists clenched slightly, and she shrank towards Qin Jiang's arms. She didn't know that, when she went out, she would be left out in the cold. And now she had more than just swords in her world, and one more little rascal. Noticing Lu Shuan's uneasiness, Qin Jiang's embrace, too, was slightly tighter, and although he didn't say anything, Lu Shuan understood what he meant. When you go out, those women of yours, they won't bully me, will they? Lu Shuan raised her head and looked at Qin Jiang accusingly. This look of hers made the corners of Qin Jiang's mouth twitch. And how? Like green tea from a previous life. I have to say, though, that the green tea is real flavorful. Qin Jiang pinched her pretty face and laughed. With your strength, who would dare bully you? Don't look at the fact that in front of Qin Jiang, Lu Shuan was soft and weak, but she was a serious half-emperor. And, moreover, the Sword Dao realm had reached the peak of sword power. Aside from the Qin family's several great emperor ancestors, there really weren't many who were her opponents. After all, 6,000 years ago, Lu Shuan was also a proud daughter of heaven. Hearing Qin Jiang's words, Lu Shuan's small mouth pouted. How can things in the harem be solved with strength? I don't care. If they bully me, you have to help me. Okay, help. Qin Jiang smiled and shook his head. However, his harem, a stable batch, would definitely not be in the situation that Lu Shuan said. Qin Jiang is too tough. The women needed to join forces to be able to barely deal with him. Receiving an affirmative answer, Lu Shuan then cheered up and took the initiative to grab Qin Jiang's palm. Then leave with you. One more thing before we leave. Qin Jiang opened his mouth. As Lu Shuan looked curious, Qin Jiang flipped his palm and the heart of the sword appeared in his palm. Remember what I said before I went 10,000 meters deeper into the sword valley? This is... Liushuan looked towards Kenshin. The dense sword dowel on it was exactly the same as Sword Valley's, and it was even more pure. Sword Heart, left behind by the sacred sword sect patriarch, can help you break through to the Sword Heart realm. Qin Jiang laughed. With that, he placed the Sword Heart into Lu Shuan's hands. Daughter-in-law, I said I would help you break through. Holding the Sword Heart, Lu Shuan could feel that this Sword Heart could really help her break through the realm of Sword Heart, the realm of one's dreams. She suddenly looked at Qin Jiang, blinked, and asked, after I break through the Sword Heart, will I not be oppressed by you in this Sword Valley? Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow. Little one heir, are you trying to rebel? Because of the realm of the Sword Heart, Qin Jiang was a master-like existence in this Sword Valley. It can overpower everything. Lu Shuan hummed lightly. Who told you to keep bullying me? In her beautiful eyes, there was a flash of excitement as she thought about how the first thing she would do after breaking through the Sword Heart would be to crush Qin Jiang underneath her. Qin Jiang's eyes narrowed and he immediately laughed. When you break through, you'll know my true strength. Previously, he was indeed only at the realm of the Sword Heart, but now, after obtaining the Sword Emperor's way, a true emperor of the Sword Dao, even if he was the same as the Sword Heart, he would still have to bow down in front of him. Staged, Lu Shuan felt that Qin Jiang was trying to scare her. However, looking at the Sword Heart in her hand, she thought for a moment and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Qin Jiang. A little reward for you first. That's it. Ha! Qin Jiang hugged Lu Shuan and wouldn't let go of her hand. Dissatisfied with this small reward, Lu Shuan's pretty face was slightly wrinkled. What do you want? Ahem. Qin Jiang gave a dry cough. Actually, there's no need for a reward. Either. I'll give you a foot massage? Looking at Lu Shuan, Qin Jiang's eyes glowed. Looking at Lu Shuan's heart, the tiny toes couldn't help but flinch. The pretty face instantly turned red. Why are you so perverted? She was puzzled in her mind, not understanding Qin Jiang's hobby and why it was so perverted. Moreover, she felt that her little feet, there was nothing special. Why does Qin Jiang like it so much? Not being able to figure it out, she simply chalked it up to Qin Jiang's perversion, and after hesitating for a moment, she nodded somewhat shyly. Then let you press it. Qin Jiang's eyes lit up, directly holding Lu Shuan, sitting on the stone bed, helping her to take off her shoes, her white tender little feet exposed, seemingly a little nervous, luscious toes, slightly taut. Relax. Qin Jiang soothed and did the work of a mechanic, although not professional enough, but the gentle force. Lu Shuan is still very satisfied. She gradually relaxed. Only, neither of them expected that the press would last all day. Of the next day, Lu Shuan woke up. The pretty face cannot help but a red, said good press feet. The results. In the end, it turned out to be irregular, slightly tired. Lu Shuan looked to the side of Qin Jiang, closer to him, and after finding a comfortable position, she closed her beautiful eyes once again. A few days later, Qin Jiang, I'm going to cultivate. In Lu Shuan's voice, she was filled with shame and anger. She had wanted to indulge Qin Jiang for a day, and the next day, she would start fusing the Sword Heart and break through the Sword Heart realm. But after the first day, there was a second day, and a third day. In particular, she couldn't bear to refuse Qin Jiang's request and just kept dragging it out. Tomorrow, Qin Jiang took her small hand. It's not so bad. At those words, Lu Shuan gasped and laughed, shaking off Qin Jiang's hand. That's what you said yesterday. Yeah? Qin Jiang scratched his head. It's really the last day. I promise. Really? Look at my sincere eyes. Lu Shuan was speechless. This thieving eyes of yours, can you also be called sincere? However, she hesitated for a moment, and looking at Qin Jiang's face full of anticipation, she nodded. Alright. It's the last day. Tomorrow's is to fuse the Sword Heart. If you mess up again, I'll get angry. Last day guaranteed. Qin Jiang grinned. Lu Shuan sighed. In fact, Qin Jiang said this every day, but she always couldn't help but agree with him. Little ingrate. With a mutter, she was letting Qin Jiang toss her around. Perhaps, she also did not want so early to refine the Sword Heart, because, after refining the Sword Heart, surely she must leave. Outside, Qin Jiang would not be alone, not if it was possible. She even wanted to, by force, leave Qin Jiang behind and stay in Sword Valley for the rest of her life, just the two of them. But that's not realistic. Qin Jiang's talent shouldn't be delayed by her. His future had infinite possibilities, and she wanted to make as many memories as possible of her time in Sword Valley. A few days later, Qin Jiang didn't pester Lu Shuan anymore, and stayed in Sword Valley for a long time. If it's time to leave, Lu Shuan was slightly lost. Then I'm going to start refining the Sword Heart. Qin Jiang hugged her and said gently, when you get out, you'll still be my little wench. With a promise. Lu Shuan was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, with the Sword Heart hovering in front of her. Qin Jiang walked out of the stone house and escorted her outside. He could feel that the power of the Sword Valley had begun to decline, and it wouldn't be long before the role of the Sword Valley would completely disappear, and at that time, this Sword Valley would become an ordinary valley. It's been a bit long in Sword Valley, Qin Jiang muttered. Originally, the plan was to stay for half a month and then just leave, but now, it's been a month. Glancing at the stone house, Qin Jiang sighed. It wasn't his fault. Lu Shuan was indeed too charming, and such a life is, indeed, addictive. In his previous life, this would have been his ideal life, only, in this world, this kind of life can only be enjoyed occasionally. There were more girls waiting for him to rescue them. The time needed to fuse the sword heart was not short. 3 days later, Qin Jiang sensed that a sword hearts might envelop the stone house, but it's not quite stable yet. After another half a day, as the might of the sword heart gradually stabilized, it also slowly spread out. Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow as this sword might unexpectedly enveloped him. Qin Jiang, I want revenge. Right at this moment, Lu Shuan drank in a delicate voice. Before the words fell, Lu Shuan's figure appeared in front of Qin Jiang, looking at him with a smug expression. Qin Jiang, I'm also at the sword heart realm. Law. You, be a good boy and surrender and let me bully you a little, or else, he. A sword might that pressed down on Qin Jiang. The sword might, however, was very careful and cautious, as if it was afraid of injuring Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and raised his arm. The sword might instantly stalled. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of Lu Shuan and directly held her by the waist. Little one heir, you really want to rebel? Lu Shuan's pretty face stiffened as she stared blankly at Qin Jiang. She clearly had a sword heart. Why was she still not Qin Jiang's opponent? Could it be that she had broken through a false sword heart? Looking at Qin Jiang's complacent appearance, Lu Shuan's pretty face collapsed. You're bullying me again, huh? Qin Jiang hugged Lu Shuan and slapped down, causing Lu Shuan to cry out. Where are you shooting? Little one heir, you're the one trying to bully me this time, aren't you? Lu Shuan lowered her small head and said with some reluctance, it didn't work out for me. Seeing her in this state, Qin Jiang was a bit amused and opened his mouth. Why don't I let you bully me a little? Yeah. Lu Shuan's beautiful eyes were bright as she nodded repeatedly. Qin Jiang was a bit speechless, not expecting that Lu Shuan wanted to bully him so much for a bit. If you don't say anything, then I'll start. Oh, Liu Shuan tried. Qin Jiang nodded, and at the same time, let go of Lu Shuan. Lu Shuan blinked and first tried poking Qin Jiang a few times. Seeing that he didn't resist, his expression rose with joy. Little Eco, I want you. At that, she gave a slight lurch, her eyebrows furrowing as she seemed like she wouldn't be a bully. What do you want me to do? Qin Jiang asked. Lu Shuan frowned, thinking hard. I'll think about it. I'll give you an opinion? What? You know villains, right? When faced with a protagonist, the villain will make the protagonist suffer crotch humiliation. Right now, you're the villain and I'm the protagonist, so you should. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed. Lu Shuan glanced down and her pretty face violently reddened. No way. This little rascal surely has bad intentions. Really want to engage in a crotch humiliation. Who knows what he will do to himself in the process. Anyway, she had experienced Qin Jiang's poisonous tongue. If this doesn't work, there's another. The villain will bring the protagonist to his knees and then lick. Qin Jiang's eyes glowed. Lu Shuan took a few steps back and looked at Qin Jiang warily, thinking about this. Lu Shuan was a bit bitter. Qin Jiang was a pervert. Some insulting punishment hardened him as a reward. Then another. No need. Lu Shuan shook her head directly. I'm not bullying you anymore. She found that even if Qin Jiang did not resist, she could not bully him, and small fights were taken as rewards, but a little more serious. She doesn't give up. And no matter what. Qin Jiang was also his husband. Hey, it's my turn to bully you then. Qin Jiang hemmed and hawed. Lu Shuan's beautiful eyes were startled as she looked at the Qin Jiang who pounced over, and just when she wanted to escape, she was grabbed by Qin Jiang. Little one heir, if you are caught by this young man, you will be subjected to old age. You? Lu Shuan glared at Qin Jiang. No, it's my turn to bully you. I thought you stopped bullying me? I don't care. I'm going to bully you this time. Lu Shuan made up her mind whether she rewarded Qin Jiang or not. This time, she was going to bully him for once. Take the initiative. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Jiang agreed to do so, and this agreement was even more uncontrollable. For 3 days in a row, Qin Jiang was a bit addicted. Lu Shuan's bullying is simply a reward. Moreover, it is still a super large reward. Wanda, are you going to continue? Qin Jiang asked. Lu Shuan shook her head and moved away from Qin Jiang. This pervert, the more she bullied him, the more excited he became. Or, to be precise, to him, one wasn't even bullying him. No sense of control at all. Instead, I feel spoiled. Let's leave. Lu Shuan said. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang was slightly stunned, not expecting that Lu Shuan would take the initiative to leave. Leave Sword Valley? Yeah. Lu Shuan nodded. She figured out that by herself, she couldn't cope with Qin Jiang and needed to find sisters outside to join forces sooner or later. she would be able to really bully Qin Jiang a bit. Your sword heart, completely fused? Qin Jiang asked. Lu Shuan shook her head. No, however, it has been fused almost, without the need for deliberate fusion. The heart of the sword will gradually be integrated into my body. And, I feel that, after the complete fusion, it's possible that I will, possibly, break through to a great emperor. Surely you can break through to the great emperor. On this point, Qin Jiang had no doubts of this sword heart. Is the Holy Sword Sect Patriarch, the entirety of his power in Sword Dao, and after it is thoroughly fused, it is still not difficult to break through to a great emperor. But really, you want to leave now? He looked at Lu Shuan and stayed in the Sword Valley all the time. Also because, he knew that Lu Shuan was not willing to leave. So, he wanted to stay with her for a while longer. Lu Shuan nodded. Leave. Definitely leave. Outside the Valley of Swords, Sun Yang and Dynasty, who had come out a long time ago, told by Jingyun and the others that in a short time, Qin Jiang would not come out. So, after leaving a few people behind, the crowd had long since departed. Qin Lianer and Bai Susu, both of whom were waiting for Qin Jiang outside the Sword Valley, were currently teasing Little Red in boredom. Sister-in-law, what do you think my brother is doing in there? Qin Lianer looked towards Jiangu and casually inquired. Bai Susu also looked towards Jiangu and sighed. I don't know. I guess it's a bit difficult to enter the 10,000 meters of the Sword Valley. Qin Jiang is probably trying. Hearing Qin Lianer but shook her head. She has absolute confidence in Qin Jiang. The district Sword Valley only, old brother will be able to easily break through. But, with a flash of her beautiful eyes, she came over to Bai Susu with a cry. Sister-in-law, I've asked around. In this Sword Valley, all the generations of sacred sword sect's old ancestors are in seclusion, and among them, there is a very special existence. What's special? Bai Su was puzzled. Qin Lianer moved a little closer, her beautiful eyes looking around before she spoke. Your sacred sword sect. You have a beautiful old ancestor. Ha! Bai Susu was slightly stunned and immediately understood Qin Lianer's thoughts. His face was a bit odd as he hesitated. Qin Jiang will not. Sister-in-law, you don't understand my brother. He can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. If that old ancestor is seen by him and he doesn't subdue him, old brother will never come out. With that, Qin Lianer took out a scroll and opened it. Here. Sister-in-law, look, isn't it beautiful? On the scroll, it was Lu Shuan's portrait, which was indeed beautiful, but compared to myself, it was still slightly inferior. Receiving the portrait, Bai Susu frowned slightly. Qin Lianer continued. To the ones who came out to give us the news are the two old ancestors of your sacred sword sect, which means that my brother definitely came into contact with the sacred sword sect's old ancestors, and perhaps, with her as well. Hey, it looks like I'm going to have another sister-in-law. However, Bai Susu shook her head. This old ancestor, I've heard of her, and among the holy sword sect's underpinnings, she's strong enough to be ranked in the top 3, or even, qualified to compete for first place. She was the holy daughter of our holy sword sect 6,000 years ago, a heavenly talent. It is said that, at that time, there were countless people who pursued the old ancestor, but the old ancestor's eyes were only for the sword. She was an extreme sword cultivator. Qin Jiang's target. If it's really this old ancestor, I'm afraid he'll hit a wall. Ha! Qin Lianer was also stunned. Bai Su went on. As I recall, this old ancestor once said that he would not consider personal feelings until he reached the realm of the sword heart. At those words, Qin Lianer's beautiful eyes lit up. A sister-in-law, do you think it's possible that my brother can help her break through to sword heart? This, Bai Susu was just about to shake her head, when she remembered that at 10,000 meters in the Sword Valley, there was a treasure left behind by the founder of the sacred sword sect, and perhaps, there was a real possibility of helping the old ancestor to reach the realm of the sword heart. The two of them, though, there's too much of an age difference, isn't there? Bai Su hesitated. Qin Lianer, on the other hand, was confident. I believe in Lao. In fact, Bai Susu also feels that if Qin Jiang can help the old ancestor break through the sword heart, it is really possible to take him down. If so, old ancestor and herself, wouldn't they become sisters? Relationships are a little messy. Just as she was thinking, Qin Lianer suddenly let out a cry of alarm. A sister-in-law, my brother, look, my brother's back. He's got your old man by his side. Wahahaha, I told you, I'm sure Lao could take down your old ancestor. Qin Lianer laughed loudly and trotted towards Qin Jiang. Bai Susu looked over in shock, and sure enough, beside Qin Jiang, was that old ancestor really taken down? Lao, I'm here, Qin Lianer shouted, jumping up and waving towards Qin Jiang. On the other side, Qin Jiang pulled Lu Shuan's small hand and also saw the bouncing Qin Lianer, first waving his hand towards her, and then, introduced to Lu Shuan. Wanner, this is my sister, Qin Lianer, just call her little Lianer. When the introduction was made, Qin Lianer had already greeted her, with a pair of big eyes, resting on Lu Shuan. Wow, sister-in-law, You look even better than in the portrait. Qin Lianer was familiar with herself and came up to call out sister-in-law, rather. It made Lu Shuan a little embarrassed. Qin Jiang pinched her small hand. Lu Shuan then loosened up a little and laughed. You're Xiao Lianer, aren't you? Your brother mentioned you to me. You're cute. He. Sister-in-law talks so well. At this time, Bai Susu also came over. She looked at Lu Shuan, and for a moment, she didn't know what to call her. Wan Air, this is Su, who I mentioned to you. Qin Jiang introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuan's gaze looked towards Bai Susu, which in turn made Bai Susu a little nervous. The old Baisu was just about to open her mouth. Lu Shuan was the direct interruption. She grabbed Bai Susu's small hand and softly said, the Susan is really pretty. No wonder she can make someone's heart skip a beat. Qin Jiang gave a dry laugh and rubbed his nose. Lu Shuan continued, Susu sister. In the future, you call me sister is good. As for other identity, do not mention it again. After all, if we marry our husbands, our sister's generations will be counted on Qin Jiang's side. She didn't want, as soon as Bai Susu came up, to come with an old ancestor appear older. It's still better to be a sister and, moreover, to be able to be a sister yourself. Lu Shuan thought prettily. Bai Su also breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. Sister, listening to Bai Susu's address, on Lu Shuan's face, the smile became even more intense. While the few people were talking, Bai Jingyun, as well as the many elders, were informed and rushed over. Qin Jiang was seen from afar. The saint's son finally came out. I wonder if he brought any treasures out of Sword Valley. After all this time, it should be brought out. Do you guys feel that the woman beside the Holy Sun is a bit familiar? It's kinda familiar. Crap. Isn't that the old ancestor? Our sacred sword sect. The Holy Maiden from 6,000 years ago. A half-emperor powerhouse. Why did the old ancestor come out? They hurried over, and the first thing they did was to salute towards Lu Shuan. Latecomer. Meet old ancestor. Lu Shuan's pretty face stiffened. She disliked this name. But now, turning her head to look at Bai Jingyun and the others, Lu Shuan's pretty face was icy cold, and a ferocious might pressed down on the crowd, almost making them gasp for air. Qin Jiang shook his head helplessly, grabbing Lu Shuan's small hand. Bai Jingyun and the others, they could only address her as old ancestor. They couldn't just call out to her sister as Bai Susu did, right? Not to mention Lu Shuan. Qin Jiang would not agree, however. It's possible to call out to the Holy Maiden. It's just a pity that these old things, they don't know anything about women. Little Wan Air, don't be angry. Just let them change it in the future. Qin Jiang softly said. Bai Jingyun and the others raised their heads in shock. At first, Lu Shuan was inexplicably angry, and they were a little nervous. But Qin Jiang's address, when the crowd saw Lu Shuan's small hand being held in Qin Jiang's palm, their pupils shrank. In front of so many people, being held by Qin Jiang's hand, Lu Shuan's pretty face slightly reddened, and the might that pressed down on the crowd was instantly dispersed. Seeing this, Qin Jiang smiled faintly and turned toward Bai Jingyun and the others. Uncle Bai, Wan Air used to be the Holy Sword Sect's Holy Maiden. Now you guys can still just call out Holy Maiden. Oh, good. The crowd nodded in unison. My mind was so muddled. It felt like I was dreaming, just like that. In a daze, he followed Qin Jiang and the others and left the Sword Valley after first settling Lu Shuan down. Qin Jiang went out again and found Bai Jingyun. A bunch of elders, too, were with Bai Jingyun. When they saw Qin Jiang, the gazes of the crowd were all on him. After hesitating for a moment, the Grand Elder couldn't help but ask, Holy Son, you and our old ancestor, what is your relationship? You guys didn't see it coming? Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow. There was a slight silence from the crowd. Of course they could see it. They just, a little bit couldn't believe it before they could speak. Qin Jiang continued. Also, what have I told you guys? From now on, call Wan Air Holy Maiden, or else, if Wan Air gets angry, I won't help you. These guys, they have no memory at all. Although the crowd was a bit puzzled as to why Lu Shuan was angry, they still nodded their heads. After all, when they called out to the old ancestor before, Lu Shuan was indeed very angry. Alright, Wan Air's matter has nothing to do with you guys. I came over this time to talk to you guys about Sword Valley. Qin Jiang said. At those words, the eyes of the crowd lit up, and Bai Jingyun couldn't help but say, the treasure inside. Taken out? Took it out. Qin Jiang nodded. However, don't even think about it. That treasure, Wan Air has already used it, and moreover, she has already reached the realm of Sword Heart. When these words came out, everyone was overjoyed. No matter who used it, the current Holy Sword Sect, finally a Sword Dao Emperor had appeared. Only, before the joy spread, it occurred to them that with the relationship between the Holy Maiden and Qin Jiang, now, was the Holy Maiden still considered a member of the Sacred Sword Sect? Qin Jiang definitely wouldn't stay in the Sacred Sword Sect for long. I'm afraid that the Holy Maiden is also going to follow. Doesn't that mean that the two Sword Dao Emperors are, in fact, Both going to the Qin clan? The Holy Sword sect, on the other hand, gets nothing, and folded a lot. For a while, the crowd was silent. You guys aren't happy? Qin Jiang blinked, Bai Jingyun and the others all gave a dry laugh. Happy? How else? The daughter is gone. The treasures of the Sword Valley are gone. And even the old ancestor who used the treasures of the Sword Valley has been abducted. Of course, they, the Holy Sword sect, had also gained some false fame. At least on the surface. Qin Jiang is also the holy son of the Holy Sword sect, and the news of the Holy Maiden breaking through the heart of the sword can also be spread out. Although the Holy Maiden is likely to go. When you think about it, it's not really nothing with these false names. At least the Sacred Sword sect was able to develop rapidly. And now, it had vaguely become trending towards having a Sword Dao Holy Land. Once the news of the Holy Virgin gets out, it should be pretty much the same with their faces. Slightly better. By the way, the source of power of the Sword Valley is from that treasure. So after one heir uses the treasure, the Sword Valley will. Well, you guys get it, right? Qin Jiang delivered another stormy sentence. The faces of the crowd stiffened, and the mood they had just recovered immediately sank again. A few of the elders even nearly fainted directly. Sword Valley, it's going to be gone? Bai Jingyun trembled. Qin Jiang nodded and said, Sword Valley. It's just the legacy of a Sword Dao Emperor, using it in exchange for a true Sword Dao Emperor. Your Sacred Sword sect isn't a loss. No loss? Bai Jingyun glared at Qin Jiang. How do you have the good sense to say that? If the Holy Maiden would have stayed with the Sacred Sword sect, it would indeed be a no-brainer. But you damn well abducted our Holy Maiden. The Sacred Sword sect had lost money all the way to their grandmother's house. Even the good-tempered Grand Elder's body was trembling slightly. It was really a bit too much to carry. Looking at the indifferent Qin Jiang, Bai Jingyun was a bit dizzy and even more regretful as to why he had brought Qin Jiang to the Sacred Sword sect. He came for a visit and the Holy Sword sect lost everything. It's heartbreaking. Bai Jingyun's face was a little pale. Right now, he only wanted to send Qin Jiang away quickly. Otherwise, the Sacred Sword sect didn't know what to be missing. By the way, he took his disciple, and Qin Jiang didn't deal with him. If he stayed any longer, Qin Jiang wouldn't want to deal with his disciple, would he? Lin Chen is the only hope for the Sacred Sword sect. Right now can't be scourged again. Qin Jiang must be sent away as soon as possible. Making up his mind, on Bai Jingyun's face, he forced out a smile. Little Jiang, you've been in our Sacred Sword sect for over a month now, right? Well, it's been more than a month. Only, during this time, all in the Sword Valley, and did not take a good look at the Holy Sword sect. So I want to. Ahem. Xiao Jiang, there's nothing to see in the Sacred Sword sect. Look at you. You've been out for so long. The Qin family must be worried. Why don't you go back earlier? At those words, Qin Jiang looked at Bai Jingyun. You're kicking yourself out? How does that work? I've been here for so long, and I haven't even gotten close to Brother Linden yet. How can I just leave like this? I'm going to stay a while. Qin Jiang spoke directly. Bai Jingyun's smile was a bit difficult, but he couldn't refuse Qin Jiang, who could rule him no matter which way he went. Sighing in his heart, he muttered darkly and could only urge Lin Chen not to provoke Qin Jiang. Alright, what has to be said has been said. You guys handle the matter of Sword Valley. I should get back. After saying that, Qin Jiang was directly leaving. Looking at his back, the crowd was divinely saddened, and in the end, they all looked at Bai Jingyun. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes. This guy, that's what you brought back? Bai Jingyun let out a bitter smile. Qin Jiang can go deep into the Sword Valley. He can think of it, will be the treasure of the Sword Valley? To the people of the Holy Sword clan, he can also think of it. Moreover, it was able to capitalize on Qin Jiang's reputation. It would have been, like, a 3-for-1 thing, but the only thing he didn't expect was that Qin Jiang had taken down their old ancestor. And, moreover, had taken the treasure of the Sword Valley and given it to the old ancestor. A 3-for-1 plan became a straight-up 3-for-none. In the end, it was the Grand Elder who spoke. That's just it. Although, the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter, in the end, to leave, but then again, it is also considered to be what the Holy Sword clan. No loss, no loss. He comforted the crowd, and he comforted himself. Jing Yun, you handle the matters of Sword Valley. Don't cause emotions among the disciples. The news of the Holy Maiden's breakthrough can also be spread out. At the very least, the Holy Maiden is truly considered to be a member of our Sacred Sword sect, and this time, with the help of the Holy Maiden's popularity, it's very likely that we'll become a Sword Dao Holy Land. This is something that must be done well. Back at the mansion, the three women, Lu Xuan, didn't know what they were chatting about, and their pleasant laughter kept coming until Qin Jiang came back. The three girls seemed to be Lu Xuan and Bai Susu. Their pretty faces were slightly red, while Qin Lianer bared her teeth towards him. What are you talking about? So happy. Qin Jiang smiled and came up. Lu Xuan directly got up and rushed him away. Go, 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 go. What are you doing here in our girls' conversation? Qin Jiang was a bit helpless. So ironclad, can't even add himself one? Luckily, little Leonor felt sorry for him and trotted over to accompany him to relieve his boredom. Brother, are you particularly fond of sister-in-law Wan Air? Qin Leonor asked curiously. Qin Jiang raised his eyebrows in confusion. Why do you say that? Special favorites? I don't think so. What a crush he's had on every woman he's ever met. You were in the Sword Valley for a full month, excluding the 2 days when you entered the 10,000-meter Sword Valley. The rest of the time, you were accompanying sister-in-law Wanner, and it was the first time that you accompanied a woman for such a long period of time. Qin Leonor opened her mouth. At those words, Qin Jiang frowned and thought carefully, as if, it's still true, and, you're very tolerant of sister-in-law Wan Air. Qin Leonor added. As Qin Jiang's most favorite sister, she got along very well with each of Qin Jiang's women, and she knew the experiences of Qin Jiang and all the women very well. In short, she felt that Qin Jiang was just different towards Lu Shuan, not even, by violent means, hard to grind for a month. If not, Lu Shuan finally took the initiative a little bit down. I'm afraid that now are not in hand. Moreover, after getting his hands on her, he would even take care of Lu Shuan's emotions and accompanied her in the Sword Valley for some more time. Hearing Qin Leonor's words, Qin Jiang couldn't help but look at Lu Shuan, just as Lu Shuan appeared to have a slightly shy expression, causing his heart to move slightly. As Lu Shuan voluntarily averted her gaze, Qin Jiang also withdrew his gaze as he stroked his chin. Seems a little biased. It would have been eccentric. Qin Leonor gave him a blank look. Qin Jiang smiled helplessly. This kind of favoritism was not something he could control. It was instinctive, however. If he linger in the other women, too, sensed his partiality, I'm afraid they would feel a bit bad. Sighing slightly, Qin Jiang rubbed his forehead. Too many women didn't seem to be a good thing, and besides, he wasn't the kind of villain who had 6 relatives. He has feelings, each woman he liked, but the degree of liking did make a difference. Qin Leonor could feel it, and the other women, they should be able to detect it as well. Only, none of them would say much, and would not make things difficult for Qin Jiang, but in the heart, it's always bad. Do I need to make some adjustments? Qin Jiang asked. However, Qin Leonor shook her head. And no need. It's a bit biased, but at least you didn't lie to your sister-in-law about how much you like them, maybe a little differently, but it's always the same. You'd be out of place if you deliberately adjusted it. However, there are times when you do need to pay some attention, and I'm sure you can keep a handle on it. Old brother, Qin Leonor said. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang nodded in agreement. Everything was fine as it was, but, Qin Jiang looked at Qin Leonor. You girl, how can you say such a thing? Qin Leonor, her small face was angry as she glared at Qin Jiang. How dare you look down on me? Brother, Qin Jiang stood up, rubbed her head and laughed. Okay, it's time for you to leave. I'm going to exchange feelings with your sisters-in-law. After saying that, he was walking towards Lu Shuan and Bai Susu. Hey, ladies, add me to the list of what to talk about. Day 2. Bai Susu was still asleep. Qin Jiang and Lu Shuan had woken up long ago. Lu Shuan was, after all, a half-emperor powerhouse with a strong physique and superb recovery ability. 2 people in the courtyard. Qin Jiang pulled Lu Shuan's small hand, sitting by the pond, leisurely feeding the fish. The early sun rose, the light sprinkled on the 2 people, but really like a pair of fairy couple. It was a pity that Qin Jiang was too greedy, throwing out a piece of fish food. Qin Jiang looked at Lu Shuan and smiled. Wanner, yesterday little Leonor told me that I was too partial to you. Lu Shuan froze, slightly puzzled. Qin Jiang smiled and pulled Lu Shuan into his arms. Little Leonor didn't remind me. I really didn't realize that my heart was so biased towards you. Yeah? Lu Shuan's beautiful eyes lit up. Qin Jiang sighed bitterly. In fact, I'd like to balance it out. I'm afraid that any of you will be sad, such as Susu, and Linger, Binger, Qinger, Reimer, and Xiet and the others I told you about. Each one of them, a very nice girl. I like them all, and would have thought that I liked all of them the same, all of them evenly, but yesterday, Little Lotus reminded me of that, and I really looked straight inside myself, but was able to realize that the level of liking for each of you is different. Little Lotus told me that I didn't have to make any adjustments, that I should just go with my heart, but that would be very unfair to you all, or rather, it has been unfair since I wanted to have all of you. Perhaps I can fool you, but I can't fool myself. Qin Jiang kept talking. Since he came to this world, this was the first time he felt distressed. He felt as if he, the villain, was a bit unqualified. A little more cold-blooded would be nice. Lu Shuan looked at him and just gently clutched his palm without saying anything. Qin Jiang looked at the early sun and it wasn't that harsh a one air. You said, what should I do? Hearing Qin Jiang inquire about himself, Lu Shuan's beautiful eyes blinked. Particularly biased in my favor. You say? Qin Jiang nodded. I don't have a problem with that then. Lu Shuan simply said. Qin Jiang, just as he was speechless, Lu Shuan snuggled into his arms and whispered, women are selfish, although, I can't have you all to myself. I wish, You could love me a little more. This is from my perspective. As for the other sisters, they should all be thinking the same as me. So you will never be able to avoid jealousy when you have us sisters at the same time. It's just that you have to make us feel that you truly love us, even if it's not the same level of love. And between us, it's just going to be jealousy. Saying that, Lu Shuan smiled playfully. Maybe it'll add some spice to the mix. Do you mean, too, that I should do as I please? That's for sure. You love me the most, so of course I'd prefer to let you do as you please. Lu Shuan looked at Qin Jiang, but the other sisters, they don't always think so. And it's fair to say that I am, right now, just jealous. I want you to love me the most. Gotta. Qin Jiang understood that no matter what, this problem would never be solved. From the time he decided to save all the chirography heroines, the ending was already set. I see. Qin Jiang nodded. Seriously, I'm going to take my love for you and share some of it. Don't you dare. Lu Shuan raised her willow eyebrows and glared angrily at Qin Jiang. Looking at Lu Shuan, the appearance of anger, are so good looking. Qin Jiang has a teasing mind. Rest assured. I'll part with it quietly, without you noticing. Ah, you asshole. No, you're not allowed to share. Lu Shuan's bulging pretty face was kinda cute. Qin Jiang spread his hands innocently. What if we don't share? I feel so sorry for the other girls. I don't care. Anyway, you can't share mine, or else, I'll. Lu Shuan looked at Qin Jiang fiercely. I'll bite you to death. Saying that, he also flashed his neat teeth and threatened Qin Jiang. The corner of Qin Jiang's mouth grinned, and he wanted to continue teasing, but he realized that in Lu Shuan's beautiful eyes, there was a flicker of aggression, and there were even teardrops rolling. You can't share mine, she repeated. Play big. Qin Jiang cursed himself in his heart, and then he tightly hugged Lu Shuan. One air. I'm just kidding. Don't cry. Humph. Lu Shuan hummed, her nose twitching heavily, and Qin Jiang raised his hand, gently wiping away her teardrops. It took a while to coax him into doing so. No way. He made himself. If you promise me, you can't split it, or I'll have to bite you to death. Ryushuan threatened. It's just that it feels a little weird to move and bite the dust. Qin Jiang hugged her and laughed. Even if I wanted to share, I can't control my heart. It's so biased in favor of you that it won't even listen to me. It's master. That's better. Lu Shuan's small hand was placed on Qin Jiang's chest, her head slightly pressed up. Feeling Qin Jiang's heartbeat. A heartfelt smile appeared on her pretty face, soothing Lu Shuan, and waiting for Bai Susu to wake up. They were intimate with each other for a while. Qin Jiang then left the mansion. I wonder how my big brother, Lin Chen, has been doing all this time. Qin Jiang muttered. After inquiring all the way, he found Lin Chen's residence. Only, to his surprise, he didn't see Lin Chen. Instead, he saw Bai Jingyun. Uncle White, why are you here? Qin Jiang stepped forward. Bai Jingyun's face trembled. He was a little flustered in his heart now that he saw Qin Jiang. He took a deep breath and calmed down his sage nephew. You are. Oh, I need to catch up with Linden. Bai Jingyun. The corner of his mouth twitched. Was that your attempt at catching up? I don't even want to tear you down. How can you be so small-minded? You've already beaten up Lin Duan violently, and now you don't want to let go. Ha! Luckily. Ahem. Ah, virtuous nephew. Little Dust left the Sacred Sword sect last night and went out to practice. Bai Jingyun said. He was secretly pleased in his heart. He knew that Qin Jiang wouldn't let Lin Chen go, so last night, he informed Lin Chen and directly let him go out of the sect to practice. Gone? Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow with a skeptical gaze. He surveyed Bai Jingyun. This old husband, his attitude towards himself. There was a shift. He begged to come before, but now he hates to drive himself away. It's really gone. Why don't you go in and take a look? Bai Jingyun pointed towards Lin Chen's residence. Those words. Qin Jiang bristled. Forget it. Since Lin Chen isn't here, I'm ready to leave as well. Really? Bai Jingyun was overjoyed. Qin Jiang's face darkened, and Bai Jingyun also sensed that something was wrong, immediately transforming his expression with a sad face. Oh, virtuous nephew, you've only been in the Sacred Sword sect for a few days. Do you want to stay a little longer? Okay. Bai Jingyun's cheeks trembled and he wanted to slap himself. Qin Jiang, just go. What is the point of retaining yourself? Sinning without staying longer. Since Lin Chen was gone, it was best to go home and accompany his daughter-in-law. Road. Black Dragon. Qin Jiang shouted. And a figure, which appeared in front of the Qin family. It was the Black Dragon. Ever since the ancestral dragon's essence blood had been refined, his advancement had been 1,000 miles a day. All of them are already at the peak of the return to one realm. Young lord. The Black Dragon spoke respectfully. Qin Jiang nodded and spoke. Send someone to check on Lin Chen's trail. Then go back to the Qin family and find a supreme powerhouse to follow him. And whatever he buys, grab it all. And whatever chance he encounters, likewise grab it all. In short, everything he has, all of it is snatched to the Qin family. Understand? Yes, Black Dragon agreed and was just about to leave when Qin Jiang suddenly called out to him again, let's add one more supreme. A man and a woman. If Lin Chen sees any beauties, snatch them for me. Black Dragon. His lips moved, wanting to advise Qin Jiang to exercise restraint. After all, the body is important, but in the end, he just nodded and agreed. No more questions. No more looks. No more advice. It's his code. It was also the reason why he was able to follow Qin Jiang. Otherwise, he would have been replaced a long time ago. After arranging these, Qin Jiang returned to his residence, enjoy life with abandon. As for the Holy Sword sect, they also spread the news of Lu Shuwen's breakthrough to the Sword Heart quickly, and at the same time, sent out many scouts to start guiding public opinion, preparing to turn the Holy Sword sect into a Sword Dao Holy Land. At that time, the strength of the Sacred Sword sect would inevitably increase drastically. Only, no one knew that the Sacred Sword sect, which had been in the ascendant, was now suffering as well. As time passed, everyone sensed that the power of the Sword Valley was getting weaker and weaker, and it wouldn't be long before the Sword Valley would completely disappear. At that time, the Holy Sword sect's heritage would have to be greatly reduced. A group of executives, in their hearts, were bitter. The only way to make up for the loss was to make the Holy Sword sect a holy land of the Sword Dao, but now it seemed that it was equally difficult, and they had thought too simply. At the current rate of progress, it is estimated that it will take several years before it actually succeeds. Beyond that, there's another problem. It's important to say it's important, and it's not really that important to say it's not important. After the news of Lu Shuwen's breakthrough of the Sword Heart spread out, many of the heavenly prides of that year had gotten the news, and among them, many of them had pursued Lu Shuwen. However, at that time, Lu Shuwen had put down her words that she would not consider the issue of feelings until she broke through the realm of the Sword Heart, and now, she had already reached the realm of the Sword Heart. So, these old guys, one by one, came out of the gate, wanted to continue pursuing Lu Shuen. It had to be said that Lu Shuwen's charm was, indeed, too great, and after thousands of years, there were still so many people who couldn't forget it, just like Qin Jiang was amazed by Lu Shuwen's charm. Such a woman, not to chase as a daughter-in-law, a lifetime will not be willing. Fortunately, Qin Jiang succeeded. As for the others, if they know what they're doing, they'll be resigned at best, but if they don't, this life, it's over. Qin Jiang's mind is small, too small to allow for any imperfections, and, moreover, he has the ability to clean up any imperfections. In the mansion, Lu Shuwen's brows were furrowed, her beautiful eyes were filled with distress. She didn't expect that after a few thousand years, a group of dogpiles from back then would still be able to come after her. Qin Jiang, who was on the side, didn't have much of a reaction, but in his eyes, a cold aura flickered. My woman, you can't even think about it. Qin Jiang, I also didn't expect that those guys back then, actually still, no need to say more. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and directly interrupted Lu Shuwen as he held Lu Shuwen's small hand. Leave this matter to me. You. Lu Shuwen was a little hesitant. They are all heavenly prides from 6,000 years ago. All of them are at least supreme strength. And even, there are half-emperors. Don't worry. Qin Jiang didn't care and waved his hand. I'll make them. All of them. Too honest to pester you. Why don't you let me do it? Lu Shuwen said. She looked at Qin Jiang and touched the long sword at her waist. If they come one, I'll chop one. And I can definitely chop them until they don't dare to come. Obviously, she was also sick and tired of these dogskin. Back then, these guys, they were annoying. And now, they even had to come after them. What if Qin Jiang misunderstands? Anyway, she was angry looking at such a domineering daughter-in-law. Qin Jiang was so secure. However, it's best for him to handle this kind of thing. Leave it to me to handle things between men. Qin Jiang wrapped Lu Shuwen in his arms, warmth enveloping Lu Shuwen. Her petite body relaxed, completely relying on Qin Jiang as she gently nodded. Then you'll take care of it, but if there is a problem, you have to tell me and I'll help you chop them up. Good. It was also at this moment that a rumbling laughter spread throughout the entire Sacred Sword sect. Ha ha ha. One Air, congratulations on breaking through the Sword Heart. Could you please reward me and come out to meet me? The voice kept echoing, and it was mixed with majestic spiritual energy. I in the mansion. Lu Shuwen's pretty face was cold. Her jade hand held the long sword, but Qin Jiang was holding her small hand. I'll do it. Qin Jiang gently kissed on Lu Shuwen's forehead, twisted his head to look at the sky. His eyes instantly turned cold and cold. His feet stamped on the ground and rushed up to the sky. The next moment, it appeared in front of that person, before the other party could speak. Qin Jiang was cold-faced, with some anger in his voice. One Air is also something you can call? 4 ancestors, help me kill him. The words fell. A large hand, from the sky down. Simply do not give the other side the opportunity to resist. Fierce grip. The person is turned into a mass of blood mist. Everyone was dumbfounded. That person just now. Many of the powerhouses recognized him. A half-emperor level powerhouse, the pinnacle of existence in Tianxian continent. However, An existence as strong as this was actually slapped to death with a single palm. Even Lu Xuan was slightly stunned. The Great One, she murmured, and in her beautiful eyes, she was filled with shock. The Qin clan actually had a great emperor, and moreover, a great emperor-level powerhouse was actually guarding Qin Jiang closely. Skyrim, killing the other party. Qin Jiang is not satisfied. An old clapper dared to call so close. Fourth ancestor, you know him, don't you? Recognize, then help me exterminate his 10 clans. Disgusting stuff. Not exterminating the clan was not enough to quell Qin Jiang's anger. The fourth ancestor froze. Destroying someone's family because of an epithet. He wanted to persuade him, but looking at Qin Jiang's icy face, the fourth ancestor's heart jumped slightly. He knew Qin Jiang very well and would never change the decision he made. So he nodded. No problem. Qin Jiang's face eased a little, but when he remembered that Lu Xuan had more suitors, he was in a terrible mood. Especially, these old guys, each one of them openly crazy. It's disgusting to have them over. Black Dragon, Qin Jiang shouted, and the Black Dragon immediately appeared, looking toward the Black Dragon. Qin Jiang pondered slightly. I'll give you one day to find out all of Wan Er's suitors 6,000 years ago. Find them one by one, and kill them all for me, so that you don't have to come over and disgust me. As for the ones that are rushing towards the Sacred Sword sect, intercept and slaughter all of them, and don't let them appear in front of me. Young lord, these people, all of them have not small forces behind them. If they resist, extermination. Qin Jiang gave him a cold look. Do I need to teach you that? Go back and tell the old ancestor that this is my decision, and there's no need to hide the strength of the Qin family. Yes, the Black Dragon promised, and immediately left. Qin Jiang rubbed his forehead. When Lu Xuan appeared in front of him, offered to take his palm, Qin Jiang let out a bitter laugh. Am I being too careful? No. Lu Xuan shook her head, and there was actually a hint of delight in her beautiful eyes. I love it. This feeling of being possessed. As for the others, just kill them all if it makes you happy. She's not a nice little girl. In the past, she only had the sword in her eyes, and she would kill whoever disturbed her sword practice. But now, Qin Jiang had entered her heart, and she would likewise kill whoever upset Qin Jiang. Even Qin Jiang's position in her heart was higher than even the sword Dao. When that half-emperor appeared, she clearly sensed that Qin Jiang was very angry, so she was going to draw her sword to kill him. Only, Qin Jiang struck first, and, more so than her, but it didn't matter. As long as Qin Jiang was happy of the others, she didn't give a shit about it. Doesn't matter if they all die anyway. She only wanted to be with Qin Jiang. The two returned to the mansion, and Qin Jiang laughed. No one will be bothered later. Aha. Lu Xuan nodded. She heard that Qin Jiang had arranged for people to go and find people to slaughter one by one. However, she was curious as to what kind of strength the Qin family possessed. After all, her suitors are not weak, and the forces behind them are even top-notch existences, and even, there are ancient clans comparable to the Qin family, but these forces, in Qin Jiang's eyes, didn't seem to pose any threat. Even a great emperor couldn't ignore so many great powers, could he? Or perhaps there were more great emperors in the Qin family. After all, by Qin Jiang's side, there had been great emperors following him all the time, and the entire Qin family, there wouldn't be no great emperors guarding it, would there? Although she was curious, she didn't ask. This should be a secret of the Qin family, and that's when Qin Liana ran over with gusto. Brother, our Qin family is finally going to dominate the Tianxian continent? While running, he also shouted, his tone full of excitement. Bai Susu was also by her side. Hearing her words, she couldn't help but be stunned. Dominating the Tianxian continent? Are you kidding? The two girls came to Qin Jiang's face. Qin Lianer was full of excitement, while Bai Susu was looking at him suspiciously. Qin Jiang was speechless and waved his hand. It's not time yet. Right now. It's just giving the Tianxian continent a little bit of great emperor shock. As for dominating the continent, Qin Jiang pondered for a moment and said seriously, it should take a while. This day, the 6 great emperors of the Qin family came out in unison. That's right, it was exactly 6. And the remaining 4 drops of great emperor essence blood had successfully cultivated 2 great emperors. They walked the earth. The magnificent and domineering aura shook everyone's heart. In the Tianxian continent, all the ancient existences looked at, in horror, those 6 majestic figures. Archon, how is it possible? The great emperor of the Tianxian continent has clearly disappeared for 10,000 years. The Qin family, surprisingly all of them are from the Qin family. 6 great emperors, how deeply hidden. The Qin clan actually has the existence of great emperors. Moreover, a full 6 of them? My goodness, when did they break through? Damn it, the Qin family is so strong? How did they have great emperor powerhouses? And still so many of them. Countless people were shocked, and what they did next was something that made everyone feel horrified. See only the 6 great emperors. Their eyes coldly looked in several directions, and the moment they raised their hands, the heavens and earth changed color, and they seemed to have become the masters of the entire Tianxian continent. A slapdown, countless people were appalled. Qin family, what are you doing? Damn it, you guys are going to take a shot at us? No, mercy, boom, the entire continent was shaken with a bang, and in an instant, several powerful families went up in smoke. Everyone who saw this scene turned pale. The might of the 6 great emperors did not diminish as they slapped out several palms in succession, and in just a few breaths, dozens of clans were destroyed. As for these families, either they were not used to seeing them, or they had had friction with the Qin family. Anyway, this time, they were not going to hide, so they just let go and make a big deal out of it. Alright, go and settle the matter of Jiang'er. After doing so, the 6 great emperor ancestors ordered the Qin clan's strongest members to come out in full force, more than 100 supreme powerhouses, and head towards the various parts of the Tianxian continent, and all they had to solve was the minor problem of Qin Jiang's jealousy. But this one small problem was enough to make the Tianxian continent set off a bloody storm. This, too, is power. A pinnacle existence. A small action at random was enough to cause countless ordinary people to fall into endless despair. Of course, Qin Jiang didn't care. 3 full days the entire Tianxian continent was deathly silent as they saw the supreme ancestor of the Qin clan barging into each and every clan, directly naming people just one request: kill. If the other party did not comply, the next moment, a huge palm would descend from the sky and wipe out the entire clan. It caused countless people to cringe fear of being approached by the Qin family. It wasn't until 3 days later that the supreme ancestor of the Qin family, which gradually returned. But the atmosphere of the entire Tianxian continent was still oppressive to the extreme. After all, no one knew why the Qin family suddenly went on a killing spree, and it seemed that there was no reason for the killings, and even some of the families that they had overthrown were not related to them. No one dared to be sure if the Qin family would kill again until a message, quietly, came out. The Qin family is on a killing spree because the woman of the young master of the Qin family had been courted by members of these families. For a while, countless people were silent, more disbelief. Of course, because of this jealousy, the Qin family was making such a big fuss, with 6 great emperor powerhouses coming out. But, surprisingly, it was just for a junior's jealousy? How is that possible? But more and more news came out, and the crowd was silent once again. This news, it's actually true? Sad. The crowd was lamenting, and most of the ordinary people, even more so, were grieving, but dared not speak out in anger. Many big families, but also immediately declared in the clan, as long as the young master of the Qin family looks at the woman, all away, cannot even look at more than a glance. Even if you look at your wife, you have to be a good boy to send them to the door, and you have to watch the door for them. In short, the young master of the Qin family should never be messed with. Holy Sword sect. The crowd of senior officers, too, were silent. The ins and outs of this matter, they naturally knew best. It was just that no one had expected that the Qin family would be so strong. 6 great emperors. Thinking about it makes one's heart tremble. Even 10,000 years ago, the Qin family didn't have so many great emperors, right? Of course, what was even more fortunate was that although Lu Shuan was a member of the Sacred Sword sect, back then, she was known for being as cold as iron, making the people of the Sacred Sword sect not dare to approach at all. Otherwise, they had no doubt that Qin Jiang would drag out even their Sacred Sword sect's old ancestor and slaughter him. What a redhead. The crowd couldn't help but side-eye in the mansion where Qin Jiang was located. It was probably the calmest place in the entire Tianxian continent. Lu Shuan and Bai Susu, their minds were all on Qin Jiang. As for Qin Lianer, she was constantly acquiring news and chattering excitedly. Qin Jiang grabbed Qin Lianer's little red and was teasing it in boredom. Hey, sister-in-law, is our Qin family great? You won't lose out if you marry into our Qin family, right? Qin Lianer has dominated her 2 sisters-in-law, constantly showing off the Qin family. Before this, she didn't even know that the Qin family was so strong, completely capable of dominating the Tianxian continent. She's proud. Lu Shuan and Bai Susu were both filled with helplessness. Qin Lianer had said it several times. This day, it's still a giddy mess. They were still thinking that after Qin Lianer left, they would do business with Qin Jiang earlier. Fortunately, Qin Lianer was very understanding, also did not stay too long. Is from the hands of Qin Jiang, snatched back Xiaohong, left the mansion. She is living here, but they're Qin Jiang and Lu Shuan, from the Sword Valley out, and she moved. It can't be helped. Older brother and sister-in-law, they're just too much of a tosser. The day started early, so it ended a little early, and at noon the next day, Bai Susu was rested. There was no point in continuing to stay in the Sacred Sword sect. Qin Jiang sent someone to speak with Bai Jingyun, and then he took Lu Shuan and Bai Susu, and directly left the Sacred Sword sect. Looking at the Void Beast, the hidden figure, the Sacred Sword sect's group of executives, It was called a tearful op. Finally gone. Qin Jiang was in the void inside as he saw the scene. Looks like everyone can't leave me alone. Lu Shuan and Bai Susu, who were on the side, couldn't help but roll their eyes and slander in their hearts. You have no self-awareness at all. Qin Lianer was a bit more direct, as she looked blearily at the group of executives of the Sacred Sword sect and opened her mouth. Brother, it's like they can't wait for you to leave. Look, there are lanterns up and firecrackers going off over there. This is supposed to be a celebration, right? Red nodded in agreement. Qin Jiang gave her a blank look and tapped his finger on her head. Don't be ridiculous. They were just smiling, hiding their sadness. Ugh. They are so understanding. Qin Lianer, in the void. The palace traveled at a rapid pace, looking at the scenery receding outside the void. Qin Jiang sighed slightly. This trip, the only pity was that he didn't meet any new Heaven's Destiny sons. Could it be that little Lotus has failed? It wasn't right either. Most likely because little Lianer had come to Holy Sword City and had already triggered it once, so it should be changed. After returning to the Qin family, Qin Jiang was called over by the old ancestor. And there is nothing much, just care about it. And by the way, ask Qin Jiang whether he has recently dreamed of any treasure, not to mention changing some minor plots. The system rewarded a lot of pills, spirit weapons and the like, all of which were of little use to him. Qin Jiang threw out a brain. Is that all? The old grandparents pick at it? All a bit disappointed. There's nothing good about it. Qin Jiang rolled his eyes. The old ancestors were being raised to be difficult. These treasures, although they were not as good as Great Emperor Essence Blood or Great Emperor Laws, most of them, to a supreme powerhouse, had a considerable effect. They are surprisingly smug. Throw it away if you don't want it. I don't have much use for it. Qin Jiang spread his hands. That's garbage. It takes up too much space. The corners of the mouths of the crowd of old ancestors, although they didn't look at them, they were indeed all treasures. After throwing down the garbage, Qin Jiang was directly leaving behind a group of old ancestors, picking and choosing and letting out a few sighs from time to time. In the Qin Jiang residence, Qin Lianer and Bai Susu led Lu Shuan into the Void God's Hall. Looking at the Void God's Hall, ringed with a large group of women, Lu Shuan was a bit confused. Sister-in-law Wan Air. These are all Lianer's sister-in-laws. Qin Lianer introduced herself thoughtfully. Liushuan. She then remembered that when she had asked Qin Jiang how many women he hadn't even been joking. This guy, he's an honest man. Hundreds. Lu Shuan clenched her pink fists and clenched her silver teeth. But in the end, she took a deep breath and a touch of helplessness appeared on her face. What could she do? Hubby likes it, so I have to spoil him. What's more, Qin Jiang's favorite was himself. I can just pick out a house? Ryu Shuan asked. Qin Lianer nodded, smiled cheekily, and pointed at the largest house. Sister-in-law Wan Air, why don't you pick this one? So big. Looking at the most massive house, Lu Shuan's small mouth slightly opened. She felt that this house, at least 1,000 people could live in it. What is Qin Jiang planning to do? Qin Jiang lives here? Ryushuan asked. Qin Lianer smiled, nodding her head. Yeah, most of the time. Old brother lives here. I heard my sisters-in-law say that when old brother sleeps, he doesn't even close the door. Liushuan. In this Void God Temple, Qin Jiang is afraid to fall asleep and have more around him. Well, not hundreds more though. Dozens should be there, right? It's ridiculous. She frowned slightly. Now that Qin Jiang was still young, it was nothing. But if it went on like this, could it really hold up? No way. Gotta get him patched up. Alright, I'll stay with Qin Jiang. Lu Shuan went straight into the big room. On the other hand, Qin Jiang didn't directly enter the Void Goddess Hall when he returned. He came to the town's transportation monument. After a slight contemplation, he flipped his palm, and a milky white crystal, which was more than a person high, appeared in front of Qin Jiang. The surrounding spiritual energy was instantly active. That's immortal marrow. Qin Jiang stroked the milky white crystal, which was the immortal marrow rewarded by the system and was also an immortal item able to give birth to immortal energy. Moreover, it could also enhance the concentration and quality of spiritual energy. By placing it in the Qin family, in the long run, it was not unlikely that it would be able to mold the Qin family into a small immortal realm. Just bury it under the Jinyun monument. Qin Jiang muttered to himself with a wave of his arm. He lifted the Jinyun monument, and a large pit appeared underneath, and Qin Jiang directly threw the immortal marrow in. Subsequently, the town's transport monument was put back. In this short period of time, he was able to feel that the spiritual energy around him had become a bit thicker. As for the immortal aura, he couldn't detect it. At this rate, it won't be long before the effects of the immortal marrow spread outside of the Qin clan, right? Qin Jiang frowned. He was not going to throw out any favors at all. The host can manipulate the Jinyun tablet to control the range of action of the immortal marrow. The system alerts at the right time. Qin Jiang raised his eyebrows. The luck-suppressing tablet still had an effect? He tried, and began to contact the Jinyun Bay, and in a short while, he realized that with the Jin Yunbei, he was actually able to manipulate all the energy. Qin Jiang smiled faintly, and then he began to mobilize his energy, his mansion. Of course, to allocate the most energy, all injected into the Void God Temple, and his parents' mansion, where the old ancestors are in retreat. The young generation of the Qin family is the future, but also need a little bit more. Think about the cliffs is to make a mistake to go to the place. Directly cut the spiritual energy. It was a while before it was finally distributed. Qin Jian was satisfied. At the same time, many people in the Qin family are also suddenly found that the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly skyrocketed a lot. And the Siqiaoi, the old man who was in seclusion, his eyebrows tightly wrinkled just as Qin Jiang was about to return to the Void God's palace. Suddenly, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes as he took out the 7 beauty diagrams, only to see that the 7 beauty diagrams were constantly trembling. Turn it on. Originally, the blurry silhouette of the Holy Sword Sect Patriarch had become completely clear. Success? Qin Jiang's face was delighted as he poked towards the figure above him fiercely. Nanamitsu shuddered. The Holy Sword Sect Patriarch appeared before him. Don't move your hands. The Holy Sword Sect Patriarch glared at him. Qin Jiang was slightly stunned. How did you get out on your own? Humph. The other man grunted softly. You brat. How dare you lie to me? You didn't tell me anything at all about the limitations of the 7 beauties map. Now, she had, sort of, become one of the 7 beauties, and had a deep understanding of what the 7 beauties charts did. This thing actually wanted to make himself, unconditionally, follow Qin Jiang's orders. Qin Jiang. It seems that the effects of the 7 beauties map didn't take effect on the Holy Sword Sect Patriarch. He sized up the Holy Sword Sect Patriarch, his eyes filled with doubt, seeing his appearance. The Holy Sword Sect Patriarch slightly puffed out his chest, proudly displaying himself. Don't look. This diagram of yours, although its effects are heaven-defying, is not of sufficient grade, and you have already consumed too much of its energy by forcibly resurrecting me with it, and right now, it can't control me yet anymore. I'm a great emperor. At those words, Qin Jiang's eyes glazed over. Crikey, a loss. However, although I can't be controlled, there is a limit. I'm too strong. I can come out for up to 1 hour a day. If it's more, I'm afraid the 7 beauties map will collapse. When that happens, I'll dissipate too. Oh, and that little daughter-in-law of yours, the Holy Sword Sect Patriarch sighed. So, you're still needed. So hurry up and raise your strength. And raise the 7 beauty diagrams as well. Though you have pitied me, my old lady has a big heart and won't bother with you. Besides, I promised you that if you resurrect me, I'll be your daughter. Law. It won't backfire. But an hour, is that enough? She blinked and looked at Qin Jiang. At those words, Qin Jiang pondered slightly and shook his head. An hour is a bit rushed. So yeah, my little husband, you'll have to raise the 7 beauties figure quickly so that I can come out for a little while longer. And trust me, I definitely won't let you down. The Holy Sword Sect Patriarch smiled sweetly. His heart was indeed extremely broad. So looking forward to me boosting Nanami too? Qin Jiang asked in surprise. At that time, the Chinito will be able to control you completely. Right now, with the 7 beauty diagrams in effect, it couldn't control the Holy Sword Sect Patriarch, but upgrading at least, controlling the Great Emperor, was absolutely no problem. At those words, the Holy Sword Sect Patriarch sighed quietly. It can't be helped. I don't want to spend all day in Shimizu, and, even though I'll be controlled by you, you're my little husband after all, so it's okay to listen to you. Saying that, she came closer to Qin Jiang and smiled cheekily. Let you feel it first. Hiss. Qin Jiang sucked a mouthful of cool air. Good guy. Looking at the material, this feeling, much more impressive. Well, the Holy Sword Sect Patriarch looked at him expectantly. Qin Jiang took a deep breath. Perfect. Right. The Holy Sword Sect Patriarch's beautiful eyes lit up. It's really cheap for you. This little guy. The old lady has kept her body for tens of thousands of years, but I didn't expect that. In the end, she ate a little tender grass, huh? In that case, it's still me who's taking advantage. Her eyes burned, staring at Qin Jiang, and the greed in them made Qin Jiang soften, which is tens of thousands of years. Lu Xuan was over 6,000 years old, and was already tough. The Sacred Sword Sect Patriarch. I'm afraid that he's even tougher than Lu Xuan. Next, the Sacred Sword Sect Patriarch relied on Qin Jiang, constantly mooching off of him, living as a female hooligan. Fortunately, Qin Jiang was not a good person, and the two were a perfect match. Qin Jiang also knew that her name was Jian Yao. In fact, compared to the lifespan of a great emperor, she wasn't very old, but because of her injuries, this was why she fell early. As for how it was injured, Jian Yao didn't say much. However, Qin Jiang saw that in her eyes. A strong scorn flashed. To be able to make a sword-heart emperor scornful, the opponent's strength was extraordinary. At the very least, the several old ancestors of the Qin clan were not qualified to make her scornful. She didn't want to say more. Qin Jiang also didn't ask more. Anyway, when his strength was raised, no matter what enemy it was, all of them would be suppressed. An hour. Soon enough Jian Yao reluctantly retracted her small hand from Qin Zhang's abs, looking blearily at Qin Zhang's handsome cheeks. I'm going to go back and come out tomorrow. Okay, you can just come out tomorrow whenever you want. Qin Zhang smiled. Jian Yao nodded and transformed into a stream of light, sweeping into the seven beauties diagram. Enter the void temple. A group of warblers and swallows all gathered around, and the 360 singing girls respectfully shouted their masters, and also consciously made way, giving the forefront to Yi Linger and the others. After nearly 2 months of not seeing each other, the crowd also missed Qin Zhang and immediately gathered around him. Can't even hold it. All that could be done was to open his mouth with a big hand. Let's talk about it at home. The home he's talking about, naturally, is the big, 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 big room. Hearing these words, the people's pretty faces flushed, and after glancing at each other, they clustered around Qin Zhang and returned home. Lu Xuan had been waiting at home for a long time. When she saw Qin Zhang return, she was just about to welcome her when Yi Linger and the others appeared, causing her smile to freeze. So much? In the past, she was at most with Bai Su Su, spare, already very shy, and now, Wan Er is there too. Qin Zhang was slightly pleased. The crowd hadn't seen each other for many days, and the miss in their hearts made them uncontrollably want to pester Qin Zhang, and so, for a month and a half the drunken life made Qin Zhang happy. Even when the mood came, he would take the initiative to summon Jian Yao out, and although it was only for an hour, there were other people helping out in this atmosphere. An hour is perfectly adequate, and during this period, the system had reward tips several times. Originally Qin Zhang was a bit confused, but then, he also remembered that he had ordered someone to track down Lin Chen. It seems to be working well now. This day, he walked out of the room and stretched his back. 360 songstresses came up. Qin Zhang smiled helplessly. He had just escaped from the wolf's den. This was another entry into the tiger's den? It can't be helped. It has to go on. After spending a month in the Void God's temple, Qin Zhang finally saw the light of day again. The sun's rays made the already white face look a little pale. Or perhaps, indeed, pale, after all. This month, Qin Zhang was indeed quite tired. Can't stay home all the time, he murmured. If this goes on, the Iron Man can't stand it. Fortunately, the system gives the kidney treasure Dan, which can not only enhance the strength for a short time, but even, if you take it for a long time, you can enhance the strength permanently. He started taking it non-stop a month at Geode. It can't be stopped later. Shortly after Qin Zhang came out, a silhouette also came out from it. Qin Zhang looked back at Cyan. Fire Qinger walked forward and took Qin Zhang's arm. Looking at his slightly pale cheeks, she couldn't help but feel slightly distressed. Qin Zhang, are you tired? Tired? Qin Zhang's back was straightened. How can a man say he's tired? He shook his head firmly. Let alone a month, even a year. I won't get tired. Really? Of course. Upon hearing this, Fire Qinger hesitated slightly, and then, opened her mouth. Will you accompany me back to the Fire Nation? Fire Nation? Is it to get revenge? Qin Zhang looked towards Fire Qinger, although, without seeing the later episodes, he had gated Xiao Fan, but according to the setup, Fire Qinger only had her soul body left, so she must have been backstabbed. He opened his mouth. There's no need to make a special trip. You give me a list and I'll send someone over to slaughter them all. No, however, Fire Qinger shook her head. In the Fire Nation, I do have an enemy, but with you, I've long since left him out of the picture, and this time I'm going back because in the Fire Nation, and one of my girlfriends, BFF? Well, very pretty BFF. Fire Qinger's eyes shone brightly and her voice was full of meaning. The corners of Qin Zhang's mouth twitched. Fire Qinger said this as if she was so horny. I just want to give all the beautiful women in the world a warm home. You haven't seen each other for many years, so you must have missed it as well. In that case, that one will accompany you. Qin Zhang nodded, although she knew Qin Zhang's real purpose. Fire Qinger still smiled cheekily, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed Qin Zhang on the lips. She was now among the women, under quite a bit of pressure. Therefore, this is why she remembered her bosom friend. Perhaps, in the future, the two of them will be able to join forces and occupy a place in Qin Zhang's harem. Qin Zhang, when are we going? Fire Greenie asked. Qin Zhang mused. Let's do it in a couple days. I'll go to the Fire Nation after some rest. Good. Fire Qinger smiled cheekily, and in her heart, she had already begun to calculate how she was going to make her good girlfriend willingly serve Qin Zhang either. Direct drugging? She shouldn't have any defenses against herself, should she? A few days later. I in the palace. Qin Zhang took Fire Qinger and Qin Lianer and headed towards the Fire Clan. Originally, he wanted to bring Lu Xuan along, only, she had directly closed her door. preparing to completely fuse the sword heart and impact the realm of the great Empress. Ye Linger and the other women, after hesitating, also chose to stay at home and cultivate their talent, which was already inferior to Qin Jiang. If they didn't cultivate hard, sooner or later, they would be left behind just like that. Qin Jiang only brought Fire Qinger with him. As for Qin Lianer, it was because Qin Jiang wanted to see if, with a new place, Qin Lianer could come across the Son of Heaven's destiny, and if she could, then maybe in the future, Qin Lianer could be a radar for finding the Son of Heaven's destiny. The location of the Fire Nation is, well, remote. Although it wasn't an ancient clan, because of alchemy, the status of the Fire Clan was still very high, and many ancient clans had to ask the Fire Clan for Dan. It was also for this reason that the Fire Nation's strongest people all had countless friendships and a wide range of connections, so even the powerful ancient clans were unwilling to mess with the Fire Nation. It's just that the Qin family isn't in that range. Along the way, Fire Qinger also recounted how she was victimized back then. She was the holy daughter of the Fire Nation. In the Fire Nation, there is an inheritance flame. The Holy Maiden, as long as she accepts the flame inheritance, she will be able to control the entire Fire Nation. Moreover, it is the kind of saying one thing and not another. However, it was when she was carrying out her inheritance that the Fire Nation's preparatory Saint Sun directly led a siege of the inheritance place, killing the strongest person guarding her inheritance. As for Fire Qinger, she was also disturbed and suffered a backlash from the inherited flames. Under the siege of the other party, she was able to kill her way out strongly with the power of the inheritance flame, but unfortunately, the injuries were too severe to withstand the inheritance flame. In the end, there was no choice but to give up the flame and escape the Fire Nation, but in the end, it didn't carry over. She made a breakthrough, directly destroyed her body, and used a piece of attachment stone that she occasionally obtained to make a ring, in which her Yuan Shan was hidden, and that's how she escaped the pursuit. Going around in circles for hundreds of years, the ring fell into the hands of Xiao Fan, and later, it was snatched by Qin Jiang. Until now, that preparatory Saint Sun at the time, called Fire Flame? Qin Jiang asked. Fire Qinger nodded, but did not have many emotions. She now followed Qin Jiang to see a lot of things, and did not take it to heart at all. Qin Jiang took out a scroll with information about flaming. He is now the Fire Clan's clan chief, and the Fire Clan's inheritance flame from back then has long since been refined by him. However, this inheritance flame was indeed extraordinary. In just 300 years, with the power of the inheritance flame, his realm, from the perfection of returning to the first realm, had actually reached the 9th happening supreme. The current Firelight can be said to be the strongest person in the Fire Clan. The inheritance flame is a token of the Fire Race Patriarch, and, before each generation of patriarchs fall, all of their power will be injected into the inheritance flame. Within a short period of time, it was possible to cultivate the inheritor to the supreme realm. Back then, the realm of the Fire Flame was even weaker than mine, but now it seems that the power in the inheritance flame should have all been refined by him. Fire Greener introduced. She was, right now, only at the early stage of sainthood, and hadn't improved at all in 300 years. Qin Jiang looked at the information, smiled slightly, and swept Fire Qinger into his arms. I'll get it all back for you. Fire Qinger softly nodded her head softly in Qin Jiang's arms. A few days later, Qin Jiang arrives at the fire domain. This fire domain, what a high temperature. Qin Jiang sighed. Fire Qinger looked through the void and into the vast fire domain, and in her beautiful eyes, a touch of emotion was revealed. It had been 300 years. And she didn't think that she would actually come back. The entire fire domain below is a sea of magma. That's why the temperature is so high. It is precisely for this reason that the fire domain gathered the entire continent. More than 90% of the fire attribute cultivators. The fire domain is the fire attribute cultivators' paradise, and we, the Fire Nation, are, in name only, the leaders of the fire domain. Nominally? Qin Jiang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Fire Qinger let out a bitter smile. In the fire domain, there are quite a few forces that are not weaker than the Fire Nation. If it wasn't for our Fire Nation's alchemy, these forces would have already joined forces and overthrown the Fire Nation. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang took out another pair of scrolls and tossed them to Fire Qinger as he opened his mouth. Ever since 1,000 years ago, the major powers of the fire domain have begun to study the Tao of Dan, and even, with the help of various names, have continuously traveled to the Fire Nation to learn now their alchemy. None of them were weak. If one day, these forces of theirs, their alchemy can reach 80% of the Fire Nations, they definitely won't obey the Fire Nation's control anymore. And even, there are already hints of it now. Fire Qinger opened the scroll, and what was recorded on it was all about the Fire Nation. She frowned slightly. Although she had a grudge against Fire Flame, she still had feelings for the Fire Clan. Before her sorrow could dissipate, she was looking at Qin Jiang. She is Qin Jiang. With Qin Jiang around, the major forces of the fire domain, what else was there to fear? You guys are strong? My husband is Qin Jiang. You're learning alchemy? My husband is Qin Jiang. Spell husband. Just ask you guys if you're afraid. Thinking of this, the sadness in Fire Chinger's heart immediately dissipated and she directly threw the scroll away. I'm not afraid of them with my husband. She snuggled into Qin Jiang's arms and smiled tenderly, hearing Fire Chinger's cry of husband. Qin Jiang grinned. A girl's soft voice. It really sounds good, haha. The eye in the field of fire. Traveling for half a day, that's how you arrive at the Fire Nation's location. Ha! Is this a happy occasion for the Fire Nation? Through the void, Qin Jiang looked towards the Fire Nation. Large red lanterns were hung everywhere. A colorful flag was fluttering. And in the Fire Nation, people were coming and going. Fiery Chinger looked over and was also a bit curious of the scene. Someone is marrying, right? But on such a large scale, can't it be that the person who was marrying is the Fire Clan's patriarch? Fire Flame? Just then, a sound of gongs and drums rang out, and following the sound, an 8-carried sedan chair, in the midst of playful sounds, arrived at the Fire Nation. Fire Chinger frowned. The scent in the sedan chair. She vaguely felt a hint of familiarity. In the midst of the clamor, a middle-aged man walked towards the sedan chair, while at the same time, the old crone in front of the sedan chair lifted the door curtain of the sedan chair and stretched out her arm. The bride in the sedan chair, her jade hand on the crone's arm, slowly stepped out under the crone's guidance. As the breeze blew by, the red cover was slightly lifted, and half of her pretty face was revealed. Yinger, in the void, Fire Chinger's beautiful eyes widened, and in the next moment, she was looking at Qin Jiang and immediately opened her mouth. Qin Jiang. She's my best friend. Qin Jiang. A best friend marrying an enemy? Qin Jiang's face was odd. The purpose of Fire Chinger's coming over should be to introduce her best friend to herself. Now, it's been cut off? Can this be tolerated? Qin Jiang. Helping her? She must have been threatened. Back then, the person she hated the most was Flaming. There was absolutely no way she would marry him. Fire Chinger hugged Qin Jiang's arm just as Firebrand, all smiles, wanted to greet his bride. Suddenly, who? A sky-shaking roar interrupted the joyful atmosphere, and immediately afterward, the crowd saw a huge behemoth head that appeared in the sky above the Fire Nation. Demonic beasts? A silhouette that rose up into the sky, carrying an overpowering killing intent. On the day of my Fire Clan's great joy, quickly retreat, or else, don't blame us for being merciless. Cold shouts rang out. An overwhelming might enveloped the Void Beast. The Void Divine Hall's eyes glowed with a ferocious light. Ever since it became Qin Jiang's mount, no one had ever dared to treat it like this. Without the slightest hesitation, it clawed and slapped at a group of Fire Race powerhouses, and at the same time, it also enraged the Fire Race powerhouses. Only, before they could strike. Flame's voice then rang out. Stop! His figure, appearing before the Void Beast, swung his arm and flipped a group of Fire Race powerhouses out. Turning back to the Void Beast, Fiery Flame's face was grave as he bowed slightly. Dare I ask if it's young Lord Qin? The huge body of the Void Beast extruded from the void, huge eyes, staring fiercely at Fire Lie. Its strength is weak, but the background is strong. Not to mention a ninth tribulation supreme. It dared to roar even if it was facing a half-emperor. You do have an eye for it. Qin Jiang walked out from the palace. Qin Lianer followed him. As for Fire Chinger, she didn't show up for the time being. Seeing Qin Jiang, Fire Lie's heart sank, and in the next moment, he violently turned around and grabbed the Fire Race powerhouses from earlier. All of them, and without hesitation, slapped them all to death with a single palm. Young Master Qin, they have rushed you and shall make amends with their lives. I hope that young Master Qin will not implicate the Fire Clan. Firebrand said respectfully. Seeing this scene, the people of the Fire Domain were shocked. The Hall of Fire Domain Overlord was able to talk and laugh with the many ancient clans in power. Yet, in front of Qin Jiang, he was so humble. Has the Qin families might reached such a point? Qin Jiang glanced at the Fire Nation powerhouse that he had decapitated. This fellow was really decisive. No wonder he was able to break through and directly chose to forcefully seize the Fire Nation's inherited flames in the first place. It's a great character to be a great man. It's just a shame that he's not well off even without himself. There was a heaven's destined son to clean him up, and there was no chance of accomplishing anything. Qin Jiang stepped out of the palace and appeared in front of flaming fire, stroking the large head of the Void Beast. My little hollow received a shock that a few lives can't make up for. Qin Jiang said indifferently. Flame's eyes were deep, and his body bowed even lower. Humbling himself, what does young Master Qin require? As long as my Fire Clan can do it, it will definitely satisfy young Master Qin. Yes? Qin Jiang let out a faint smile, looked toward the bride who had just stepped down from the sedan chair, and opened his mouth. Since you're so sincere, I won't make things difficult for you. Just one thing. Your bride. I married for you. There was no negotiation in his tone. It was completely commanding. Fiery looked up violently, his aura roaring, but only for a moment. It was immediately converged. and he hastily apologized, a momentary loss of control of spiritual power. I hope young Lord Qin will not be offended. As for the bride, Flame gritted his teeth and sidestepped halfway out. Young Master Qin is at your service. The conversation between the two was not low enough for many people to hear Qin Zhang's request. For a moment, all of them were stunned. The rumor that young Master Qin liked other people's wives turned out to be true. It's all open robbery, and the Fire Nation Patriarch, surprisingly, agreed. It's really generous. Just as the crowd was lamenting, Qin Zhang glanced deeply at Flame, and swept towards the sedan chair. The people around them, all of them scattered in a hurry. In particular, the men with their families were all looking at Qin Zhang warily, protecting their wives to the death, not daring to let Qin Zhang see them. However, a group of women, deliberately revealed themselves, and even threw winks towards Qin Zhang, in case they could be seen by young Lord Qin. Then they would be flying up to the branches as a phoenix. The scene made quite a few men furious. Of course, for these mediocre girls, Qin Zhang naturally couldn't look at them, and his women, even if they weren't Qi Yun female masters, were all stunning colors among hundreds of millions of people. Qin Zhang walked over to the bride. The old woman on the side hastily lowered her head, her already hunched body even more old. Qin Zhang reached out his hand and squeezed the corner of the cover. I was just about to lift it when I heard the bride speak. The red cover is not to be lifted until the night of the bridal chamber. You're going into a cave with me? Qin Zhang raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, this bride, she didn't marry Firebrand voluntarily. The bride took the initiative to reach out her hand and put it on Qin Zhang's arm, the meaning of which was self-evident. Qin Zhang smiled faintly and directly grabbed his bride's small hand, sweeping a circle towards the surroundings. The guests, the big wedding continues. It's time to eat and drink. All consumption. The Fire Nation is covered. At those words, the crowd's faces twitched. The young master of the Qin family was truly shameless. It's not enough to steal someone's bride, he also borrowed other people's land and went straight to the big wedding. And by the looks of it, getting into the cave was unavoidable. It's a real killer. After saying that, Qin Zhang looked at the Gong team again. Frozen. Do what? Should blow. Should knock. Give this young lively. The big wedding day. All give this young smile. Who dares not smile? Don't blame this young flip. As the words fell, the gongs and drums sounded instantly, and on the faces of all the people, they all squeezed out smiles and tried to smile as brightly as possible to satisfy Qin Zhang. The vibe is coming back. But it's a little weird, after all. Everyone is acting. The big wedding continues. Only, there should have been rituals, all of which were removed by Qin Zhang, omitting everything, directly sent to the cave. At Qin Zhang's command, the man from the Fire Nation who was in charge of hosting the event could only shout. Qin Zhang was all smiles as he held his bride. Where is the cave? Qin Zhang asked. The Fire Nation man's face stiffened, and he looked towards the patriarch, who was not far away and did not say a word, and then, carefully asked, young Lord Qin is going to a cave prepared by the patriarch? Are there other caves? Qin Zhang asked rhetorically. The Fire Nation man gave a dry laugh and could only lead Qin Zhang to the cave. As Qin Zhang left, Flame's face, too, was gloomy. It's a strange shame. Rob their own bride, not to mention, but also with their own setup, to welcome the bride. The most asshole is, even want to go to their own preparation of the cave, and their own bride. His fists clenched tightly and his face twisted out of control. All the guests were looking at him sympathetically. It's pathetic. Qin Zhang's action simply will be his dignity thrown on the ground with the foot friction, and even, in the end, is a kick into the pit. The crowd felt that the person in question, if they had been in their place, would have been afraid of committing suicide. Moreover, after today, the matter of the Fire Clan Patriarch's bride being robbed would spread throughout the entire continent, and at that time, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire continent. Young Lord Qin, this mansion was newly built by the matriarch for the big wedding, and no one has stayed there yet, so I hope you are satisfied and have a good time. Without Fire Flame beside him, the Fire Nation man spoke a bit more boldly. Anyway, it was good to serve this master to be happy. Qin Zhang waved his hand. All right, off you go. With that, he took his bride and walked into the mansion. As for the cave room, it was decorated quite tastefully, and Qin Zhang recognized it at a glance. Entering the bridal chamber, the bride sat on the bed and Qin Zhang quietly surveyed her. Nice body. As for the likeness, he reached out, cupped a corner of the red cover, and slowly lifted it. A stunningly beautiful face appeared in front of Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang's face, however, did not fluctuate much, his vision being raised to be difficult. The bride's beautiful eyes, looking towards Qin Zhang, saw him with such a flat demeanor, her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted. You're not happy with me? That's not true. Qin Zhang shook his head. It's just that I've seen a lot of beautiful women, and every one of them is no worse than you, and to me, looks like yours are just a rarity. At these words, the bride's pretty face stagnated, and her heart sank slightly as what she was most confident in was her own beauty. But in front of Qin Jiang, her beauty seemed worthless. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Qin Jiang took the initiative to speak. You and Flame have always been at odds, and even extremely loathe Flame. So marrying Flame shouldn't be something you volunteered for, right? I volunteered. The Fire Nation is divided into two divisions. One is the Dan Division and the other is the Martial Division. And Firely is the patriarch of the Fire Nation and, at the same time, the one in charge of the Dan Division, while firing heir, that is, this bride, on the other hand, is the one in charge of the Ministry of Martial Arts. 300 years ago, Firely pursued Fireinger, only, was rejected by Fireinger, and later, Fire Chinger mysteriously disappeared, and Firely succeeded the patriarch. The relationship between Flame Inger and Flame Lai was that of fire and water, perhaps. Firing Air was sensing something. But I have my purpose. Fiery Chinger turned her words around and looked at Qin Jiang. Her silver teeth clenched as she said, since you took me by force from Flame Martyr, you must have thoughts about me as well. As long as you can help me, in the future, I'll be your person. Help you? Qin Jiang's eyes flickered, vaguely guessing what she was thinking. Kill Firebrand? In Fire Inger's eyes, a flash of surprise was revealed. And then, she nodded, a flash of sadness on her face. He doesn't even deserve to be the Fire Nation Patriarch. The real Fire Nation Patriarch is someone else. She sighed, her beautiful eyes filled with loss and a strong sense of longing. TSK, hearing her words, Qin Jiang sighed in his heart. This is a true bosom friend only. On Fire Chinger's side, it seemed that she was still considering how to drug Fireinger, and right at this moment, in Qin Jiang's mind, the system's prompt rang out. Frowny face Ding detected that there is currently a son of Heaven's Destiny who has a connection with the host. It can be dramatized once, and the host can view the trajectory of the son of Heaven's Destiny within a year. Is it viewed? Destiny's child? He's in the middle of his cave. How did he make a connection with the chosen one? It's firing air? Not true. Otherwise, the system would have prompted it a long time ago. The other side, after Qin Jiang entered the cave, Qin Lianer quietly left the palace. The fire domain is kinda unique. Qin Lianer curiously strolled around, buying 2 novelty gadgets every now and then. Suddenly, her footsteps lurched as a stream of information came from her brow. Qin Lianer's beautiful eyes were delighted as she scanned the circle. And finally, her gaze settled on a teenager. Or rather, settling on the white jade in the teenager's hand. At this moment, the teenager was bargaining with the stall owner. Obviously, he wanted that white jade very much, but he was so shy that he could only keep on bargaining. Just then, a strong wind attacked the white jade in his hand. Did not wait for the teenager to react. The white jade is out of his hand. By Qin Lianer's steady grasp holding the white jade, Qin Lianer was filled with joy of this piece of white jade. This lady wants it. Saying that, he casually dropped a bag of spirit stones, and the stall owner hurriedly grabbed it and was overjoyed when he saw the amount of spirit stones. The teenager, on the other hand, had a pale face. Seeing that Qin Lianer ignored him, his figure flashed and blocked in front of Qin Lianer. This young lady, this white jade, I saw it first. So, Qin Lianer glanced at him, playing with the white jade in her hands, not putting the teenager in her eyes at all. The teenager blushed hard. There's a first come first served basis for buying things, right? I was here first. This white jade, it should be mine. Did you pay? The young man's face stiffened, secretly regretting in his heart. In the face of this kind of supreme treasure, what price did he return? He should have bought it first. And now, miss, I'm already going to be ready to pay. He's still not happy about it. Even directly taking out a spirit stone, he handed it to the stall owner, who subconsciously took it. Qin Lianer blinked, and after a slight contemplation, she took back her spirit stone and tossed the white jade to the teenager. In that case, count it as your purchase. At those words, the teenager was overjoyed that he had actually let himself go. Good man. But the next moment, now, take the white jade you bought and give it to me. Qin Lianer collected the spirit stones, and with a wave of her arm, a silhouette instantly surrounded the teenager. Junior, after freezing for a moment, he immediately reacted, and a flash of anger appeared on his face. In public, are you going to rob me by force? That's smart. Qin Lianer bared her teeth, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. With a wave of his small hand, he said, break a leg and bring back the white jade. The words fell, a figure swept out. The teenager simply could not see the other party's movements, only to feel a burst of severe pain. The body is soft. The white jade in his hand was also snatched away. The teenager's mournful howl instantly resounded through the streets. Qin Lianer looked at the teenager and frowned. What's all the howling about? If it wasn't for my oldest brother's comment that life is unfamiliar and that I should keep a low profile, my lady would have killed you long ago. Speaking of which, you got your life back thanks to my oldest brother. You know? After saying that, Qin Lianer took the white jade in with a group of guards. She was heading towards other places. On the spot, only the chilled crowd was left behind. as well as the miserable howling teenager. The teenager's eyes widened as he stared at Qin Lianer's back, his heart filled with hatred. Revenge. He must have his revenge. Also, that piece of white jade must be snatched back. After all, inside is an imperial law. For a while, no one dared to take the initiative to help him up, and the teenager could only get up with difficulty on his own, forcing himself to endure the pain and limping away. And on the other side, the Fire Nation. In the cave, Qin Jiang had already begun to view the plot, and after a cursory glance, Qin Jiang was slightly surprised and murmured in his heart this time, "It's actually a reborn son of heaven's destiny. However, it's only just returned from rebirth, so it hasn't developed yet, has it?" Watching Qin Jiang freeze, Fire Inger thought that Qin Jiang was considering. Only, after a long period of time without an answer, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The reason why Fire Inger married Fire Lai was, on the one hand, because of Fire Lai's oppression of the Fire Clan's martial division, and on the other hand, because she wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to assassinate Fire Lai. And now, because of Qin Jiang, she had a better choice. As long as Qin Jiang agrees, Firebrand will die for sure. If she didn't agree, her chances of success would be slim to none. "Young Master Qin, how's the consideration going?" Firing Air couldn't help but ask. Qin Jiang looked back from the episode to Fire Qinger and laughed. "Flame. It's just a small person. It's simple to want him dead." Hearing, Firing Air heart happy, but immediately after, is tangled up. She understands the meaning of Qin Jiang. He can get dead Fire Martyr at any time, but as for when to get dead, it's up to her. Fiery Inger bit her red lips slightly, although, just now, she said that she would be willing to become Qin Jiang's woman as long as she killed Fiery. She still couldn't help but feel a little nervous when she really had to pay. "You should know what to do after the cave, right?" Qin Jiang walked towards the wedding bed. The decoration was very good. Fire Lai had really taken the trouble. It seemed that he also really liked firing As Qin Jiang approached, Fire Inger's pink fists clenched slightly, her eyes drooping slightly, and although she didn't say anything, she clearly looked as if she was at the mercy of the king. Sitting next to Firing Air, her delicate body immediately tightened. I haven't experienced such a thing. If young Master Qin, if he wants to, I will cooperate." Firing Air's voice was small, and finally, with her pretty face slightly red, she added, "I'm a little afraid of pain. Young Master Qin, can you be gentle?" A pair of small white hands, tightly stirred together, showed how nervous she was inside. "For the sake of Fire Greenie?" At that moment, Qin Jiang opened his mouth and asked. Fiery Inger's head snapped up and looked at Qin Jiang in shock. "How do you know?" "Cyan told me." Qin Jiang smiled slightly. Fiery Inger's expression was stunned, and then, she was overjoyed and excited. "You know Sister Qinger? Sister Qinger is still alive? Want to see her?" "Aha." Fire Inger nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes full of anticipation, and even, without realizing it, took the initiative to grab Qin Jiang's arm. Qin Jiang smiled slightly and reached out to grab her small hand. Only then did Fire Inger come back to her senses. Her pretty face slightly reddened. Only, she didn't break free after all. Whether it was to kill Flame Lai or to meet Flame Qinger, he had to rely on Qin Jiang. Yet, "Let's get through today, and in a few days, we'll take you to see Qinger again, lest you can't carry it off by then." As soon as he pulled Fire Inger into his arms, Qin Jiang softly said. Firing Air's delicate body trembled slightly and asked with a red face, "How to pass?" The new room prepared by Flame was directly occupied by Qin Jiang, and no one was allowed to approach it until the next day. Qin Jiang walked out of the new room, refreshed and stretched. The Flame, who had long been waiting in the distance, immediately bowed and trotted over. "Young Master Qin." Firebrand bowed respectfully, his eyes stealing a glance at the new room behind him. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and patted his shoulder, praising him. "The room you decorated, it's nice and moody." Flame's cheeks trembled, and he hurriedly lowered his head, hiding the gloominess under his eyes, and opened his mouth. "It's good that young Master Qin likes it." "Sure like it. I've heard that Inger is the Fire Nation's #1 beauty." As he spoke, the door to the room opened, and Fire Inger walked out from it, slightly reddening her cheeks as she walked over to Qin Jiang and took his arm, directly ignoring Fire Lai. Ferenza's eyelids fluttered. It was clear that he had married his own daughter-in-law, but he had to personally send her to cavort with another man, and even, to let them have fun. Suffocating. Shame, but there's nothing to be done about it. As if no one else was there, Qin Jiang lowered his head and kissed Firing Air's forehead, and then, looked up at Fire Lai. "This mansion, from now on, is mine, and no one is allowed to enter. If you're strong enough, you're at home anywhere," Firebrand promised. Only then did Qin Jiang nod his head in satisfaction, and then the head of the Void Beast appeared beside the Qin family, taking Fire Inger with him. He stepped onto the Void Beast and entered the palace. Fire Inger's gaze, at the first moment, noticed Fire Qinger in the palace. That familiar face caused Fire Inger's beautiful eyes to instantly redden. Fire Qinger smiled gently and stood up. "Inger, long time no see, Sister Chinger. There was a sobbing tone in Fire Chinger's voice as she directly pounced towards Fire Chinger. The two women hugged each other tightly. Fire Chinger's eyes also flickered with a flash of tears. Sister Chinger, I thought you. Fire Inger sobbed, her beautiful eyes hazy, almost sobbing uncontrollably. Fire Chinger gently patted her back, whispering soothingly, and not far away, Qin Lianer grabbed a handful of melon seeds and whispered with Xiaohong, her eyes constantly glancing at Fire Chinger and Fire Inger, filled with curiosity. At that moment, Qin Jiang walked over. Older brother. Qin Lianer smiled cheekily and shouted. Qin Jiang nodded, sizing up Qin Lianer and asking, you went out yesterday? Ha! Qin Lianer's pretty face stiffened, and she said somewhat sheepishly, I brought escorts. Did you meet anyone special? Or, for that matter, anything special? Qin Jiang continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Qin Lianer nodded and pulled out a piece of white jade from her bosom, whispering, I'm telling you, old man, this must be good. I'm the one who grabbed to buy it back and definitely picked it up. Seeing the white jade, Qin Jiang's eyes lit up. This thing, he had seen it in the plot. He nodded and said, and not bad. In here, there is an imperial law. Imperial law? Qin Lianer was slightly startled. Then her face was filled with joy as she handed the white jade to Qin Jiang as if offering it as a treasure for you, old man. However, Qin Jiang shook his head. Fire attribute Empyrean law. Keep it for yourself. I'm too lazy to practice it. The feats given by the system, he was able to learn them all quickly. As for the others, trying to learn them took too much time. He was too lazy to learn them. Fire properties? Qin Lianer muttered that it really didn't suit her oldest brother as she fiddled with the white jade. Brother, where is Daifa? You don't know? I don't. How? Then how do you know it's good? Qin Lianer pointed to her brow. It told me. It turned out to be that immortal flame. It was hard to believe that it was still a flame with a spirit. If so, it could not help but threaten Qin Lianer. After taking a deep look, Qin Jiang withdrew his gaze and looked at Baiyu Dao. Birded with fire in the Daifa will naturally appear. However, at your current realm, you have to be careful when cultivating the Emperor's law. I'll be careful. Qin Lianer smiled cheekily, but instead of immediately obtaining the Emperor law, he instead looked at Fire Chinger and Fire Inger. Emperor laws could be obtained at any time, but melons were not necessarily available every day. The two women had been catching up for quite a while, and in the end, with slightly reddened pretty faces, they were both looking towards Qin Jiang. Seeing this, Qin Jiang patted Qin Lianer's little head and spoke, go to your room. Qin Lianer, her small mouth pouted as she gave Qin Jiang a blank look, but she still returned to her room with good sense. Qin Jiang walked towards Fire Chinger and Fire Inger. The two women stood together. There are still a few similarities. After all, are the people of the Fire tribe, or a little blood relations, finished catching up? Qin Jiang asked with a smile, close to Qin Jiang. Fire Inger was still a bit shy, but Fire Chinger had long since gotten used to it. She placed her small hand on Qin Jiang's chest. I was going to help you take down Inger's sister, but I didn't expect that you would do it so quickly. She had all the medicine ready to go and, as a result, it didn't work. Qin Jiang gave a bad smile and said together, you two are an added offense. If I don't get through ahead of time, Inger can't be pitted. Even though she was an old married couple, Fire Chinger still blushed when she heard Qin Jiang's words. Hooligans, why don't you watch then, and I'll come with Inger? Put. Fire Chinger blankly glanced at him, her rosy lips pouting slightly as she lightly hummed, when you have a new man, you forget the old. In the palace, Qin Jiang, Fire Chinger, and Fire Inger discussed what to do with Firelight Death. For sure, but it's still something to think about, how to torture before you die. After all, it was because of the fire flames that Fire Chinger suffered, but it was hellish. First the flames backfired, then the flesh collapsed, and the Yuanshan was muddled for 300 years. Any one of these would be enough to drive the average person crazy. Dispose of it as such, as you two decide, and I'm all for it. Qin Jiang opened his mouth. Obviously, the two sisters reuniting together made Qin Jiang very happy, and the matter of disposing of flame was completely left to the two. With his full support, Fire Chinger and Fire Inger glanced at each other, their pretty faces slightly pale and somewhat helpless. It's better if you take care of it. We, the two of them, too lazy to move a finger, just wanted to rest now. Fire Inger also finally understood why Qin Jiang had said that she wouldn't be able to bear it if she didn't get through in advance. Even with early access, it's still dangerous, especially when it mattered. Sister Chinger sold herself and pushed herself forward. Looking at the two of them, Qin Jiang was secretly pleased with himself. He was getting stronger and stronger. In these 2 days, you guys take a break and also think about what to do with flame. Qin Jiang bent down on the two men's faces, gently kissed them, and left the room. Take Qin Lianer and leave the palace. Walking down the street, Qin Jiang had already learned how Qin Lianer had come into contact with the divine fate. All he could say was, well done, brother. You're interested in that guy? Qin Lianer asked. Qin Jiang smiled and nodded, saying, boring, find someone to play with. Qin Jiang brought Qin Lianer and arrived at an underground fighting arena, and just as he entered it, Deafening shouts caused Qin Jiang to frown slightly. It's a specialty of the underground fighting scene. It's a place to be reckless and unleash yourself in a frenzy. It's exciting, bloody, and keeps the hormones pumping. Qin Jiang looked over to the underground fighting arena, where dozens of huge cages with people and beasts inside were fighting frantically. In the audience, the crowd was equally frantic, their eyes fixed on the man or beast they favored, shouting with vigor, sometimes happy, sometimes chagrined. Excited roars, sad cries, and venting roars filled the entire underground fighting arena. Qin Jiang's gaze swept around, and eventually, in a corner, he saw a figure shrouded in black robes, and compared to the others, this black-robed man appeared somewhat out of place. That he was calm and nervous. In addition to fighting people and beasts, in the underground fighting arena, there will also be open pots and gather gambling, with the people or beasts in the cage as a bet. Almost all the spectators will place bets. All of them had at least a 50% chance of winning, and even if they were familiar with these fighting men and beasts, the chance of winning could be higher, and the odds simpler. In addition to the share taken by the underground fighting arena, the remaining bets are the amount of money they divide. The more they bet, the more they can divide. This is precisely why many gamblers, even if they lose all their money, want to bet more. That black-robed man was one of them. Brother, it's so noisy here. Qin Lianer's small face was tightly wrinkled, uncomfortable with the environment of the underground fighting arena. At those words, Qin Jiang smiled slightly and rubbed her head. I told them to be quiet. Black Dragon. The black dragon that followed behind him violently leapt into mid-air, its massive body appearing with a roar. All be quiet. If you affect the young master and miss, I'll tear you all apart alive. A roar that echoed through the underground fighting arena. Qin Jiang covered Qin Lianer's ears and frowned slightly. This guy, he was noisier than everyone combined. There was a short silence as everyone stared angrily at the black dragon, and a furious curse continued to ring out from all directions. The black dragon snorted coldly, and with a furious force, it slammed into the audience. No one expected that the black dragon would actually dare to make a move of this underground fighting arena, with an unusual background. Has never had anyone who dared to cause trouble here. For a while, screams rose and fell, and there were even some unlucky people who were directly sent away. Meanwhile, in the underground fighting arena, a figure swept up and surrounded the black dragon. Unlike the void beast, the black dragon had little visibility. Most of the time, he was helping Qin Jiang deal with some dirty work. Almost no one knew that he was Qin Jiang's guard. So, naturally, they won't give face. The people from the underground fighting arena were also decisive and ruthless, not even asking questions and directly striking out. However, their attacks, before touching the black dragon, were all collapsing. An invisible force, in a flash, was to wipe out the person who made the attack. The black dragon also ignored these people and continued to smash into the audience, roaring as he did so, quiet, be quiet. Qin Jiang had a black line on his face, and in the end, he couldn't help but call out to Black Dragon that this kind of thing was not suitable for Black Dragon to do. Turning back into his human form, wailing in the underground fighting arena, the Black Dragon scratched his head and lowered his head in front of Qin Jiang's face. Young lord, they won't be quiet. Qin Jiang rolled his eyes, and with a wave of his arm, a supreme might enveloped the entire fighting arena. Instantly, the arena fell silent. The Black Dragon's eyes glared. He had gone through so much effort without any effect, and as a result, a single pressure had suppressed it? Alas, I am not strong enough. The Black Dragon muttered. The pressure could only be effective if it was strong enough, and he was, obviously, not strong enough. Sighing, he looked at the cluttered audience and his eyes lit up. Young lord, wait a moment. I'll go and clear a clean area for you. There's life in the eyes of the Black Dragon. Didn't get the first mission right. Now it's time to behave. The Black Dragon swept up to the audience, looking directly at the black-robed man, quickly beside him, clearing out a clean area. He knew that Qin Jiang's target was this black-robed man. Young lord, please. The Black Dragon grinned and cleared a pathway. This time, it was to Qin Jiang's satisfaction. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Jiang and Qin Lianer came to the black-robed man's side, looking downwards. The fighting men and beasts in their cages were shivering. Qin Jiang waved his hand, and the pressure that enveloped the underground fighting arena immediately dispersed, but still no one dared to make a sound. A figure, in a hurry, came beside Qin Jiang, his face full of apprehension. Young Master Qin, I didn't know it was you who came to visit. The fighting arena was not well entertained. I hope young Master Qin can rest his anger. The visitor was a supreme powerhouse and the head of the underground fighting arena. In the past, it was also overbearing and cruel, and I don't know how many people who were afraid of his prestige. But in front of Qin Jiang, they could only grovel. Qin Jiang glanced at him and pointed to the cage below. Let them keep fighting. The arena is running normally. Oh yeah, my sister doesn't like noise. Keep these gamblers quiet. Yes, the person in charge agreed respectfully. As if he was Qin Jiang's subordinate. He immediately retreated to make arrangements, and the fighting men and beasts in the cage resumed their fight. But the fierce roaring and roaring was completely gone. The many spectators, too, pursed their lips tightly, not daring to make a single sound. Arranging everything, the person in charge rejoined Qin Jiang. Young Lord Qin, I have specially arranged a box for you. The viewing position is excellent. You see. No. In fact, the underground fighting arena is no box. No matter what kind of person come here is want to experience the feeling of hormone explosion. The person in charge has specially cleaned up his office, provided to Qin Jiang only. Qin Jiang's purpose, which was the black-robed man, naturally would not go. The person in charge didn't dare to say more and honestly stood behind Qin Jiang. At that moment, Qin Jiang looked at the black-robed man and spoke. Place your bets, right? The black-robed man stiffened. He had also guessed Qin Jiang's identity through the name of the person in charge of the arena, and more importantly, he had also recognized Qin Lianer, the woman who stole her own Daifa, young Master Qin's sister, the young princess of the Qin family. She couldn't afford to mess with herself. As much as he could, he minimized his presence. Nevertheless, it was still targeted. He answered with a hoarse, altered voice, down, rebirth returned. He knows a lot of treasure, only, he is now very weak, some secret realm and so on, he is still afraid to go, so, can only pick up first, build up a little strength, but he has no money. 3 days ago, the only spirit stone left on his body, he bought the white jade, and was also snatched away by Qin Lianer. So, to get money, he came to the underground fighting ring. He knew about the underground fighting arena, the powerful future fighters and beasts, and betting on them, he would almost never lose. As long as there is money, he can be powerful quickly. Which one is the bet? Qin Jiang asked. The black-robed man's fists clenched, but he just didn't dare to resist and could only answer honestly. The person in charge was also introducing Qin Jiang to the fighter that the black-robed man had bet on, a newcomer. But the black-robed man knew that this was the future king fighter right now. Not many people are paying attention to him, and betting on him is a big moneymaker. Qin Jiang smiled faintly and snapped his fingers, only to see that, in the cage, the black-robed man betting on the fighting man. His body stiffened violently and was directly torn apart by his opponent. The black-robed man's pupils shrunk as he suddenly looked at Qin Jiang. Oh, looks like you're out of luck. Qin Jiang looked toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man averted his gaze, his eyes full of anger. Anyone could tell that it was obviously Qin Jiang who had interfered just now. Who else did you bet on? Qin Jiang continued to ask. The black-robed man's face was ugly and dry. Nope. Qin Lianer, who was on the side, looked at the black-robed man with some curiosity, although she didn't know why Qin Jiang was targeting him. But this guy, he was definitely not a good person. The person in charge looked at the black-robed man, his face slightly strange. How did such a weakling provoke young Lord Qin? Moreover, looking at young Lord Qin's posture, he came to the underground fighting arena just for this guy. Damn it. Almost scared myself. He wanted to directly get the black-robed man killed. Only, if Qin Jiang didn't open his mouth, he didn't dare to make a move. Even if he was Qin Jiang's enemy, not everyone could make a move against him. Lianer, remember 2 days ago, you broke a man's leg? Qin Jiang looked at Qin Lianer again, seemingly uninterested in the black-robed man, but in reality, it's in the face and open wide. Qin Lianer nodded to that guy. He's so hateful. He's robbing everything I look at. Black-robed man. Who's robbing who? The person in question said he was wronged. Qin Jiang rubbed Qin Lianer's little head. I investigated. That person's name is Chu Yuan. His parents are dead, and he was raised by his sister. Is his sister good-looking? Qin Lianer's beautiful eyes lit up. At those words, Qin Jiang smiled. To come along for the ride? Yeah. If you're good-looking, capture it and give it to Lao as a daughter-in-law, as compensation for what he gave me. Qin Lianer smiled cheekily. The black-robed man, that is, Chu Yuan, listening to the two men talk, his face was blue, not only defaming himself, but also thinking of his sister. No way. You have to take your sister away immediately, otherwise, she will definitely go into the tiger's mouth. For his sister's appearance, he was still very confident. Moreover, Qin Jiang was rumored to be a great sex fiend, and a few days ago, he directly snatched the wife of the Fire Clan's patriarch. Chu Yuan did not dare to hesitate and immediately turned around. Wanting to leave the underground fighting arena, the man in charge tried to stop it, but Qin Jiang stopped him. Chu Yuan left, and Qin Jiang followed suit, heading towards Chu Yuan's residence. On the other side, Chu Yuan was filled with anxiety and limped towards his home, but along the way, there were constantly people blocking him and even directly looking for trouble. A lot of time has been wasted. It was only after half an hour that Chu Yuan returned home. Only, from afar he saw that Qin Jiang and Qin Lianer were already in the courtyard, talking to his sister. Chu Yuan's face was ugly, but he didn't dare to rush in. One can only hide in the shadows, secretly observing Chu Yuan's home. The sudden appearance of the two people let Chu Han Yan a little nervous. A few days ago, Chu Yuan dragged the injured leg back. She is a little worried now. Looking at Qin Jiang and Qin Lianer, Chu Hanyan didn't dare to slack off. The two of them were not ordinary people at a glance. Are you two here to see Yuan heir? She asked carefully. Qin Lianer carefully surveyed Chu Hanyan, dressed in simple clothes, without powder, all over her body, revealing a sense of softness, a trace of nervousness and timidity on her face. Even more so, she appeared to be delicate and lovely. She nodded in satisfaction and looked to Qin Jiang. Brother. She's pretty good then, however. Placed in your harem. I have a feeling she might be bullied. Hearing Qin Lianer's words, Chu Hanyan's expression was stunned. Subconsciously, he looked at Qin Jiang. These two, they're coming for themselves? Her heart tightened slightly and she was immediately on guard. But on the surface, she still had a soft appearance. Looking at Chu Hanyan, Qin Jiang faintly smiled and said, a stunning woman with a punk of a brother can survive in this world and not be harmed in any way. With that, he looked at Qin Lianer. Lianer, do you think that such a woman would be soft? At those words, Qin Lianer looked at Chu Hanyan in shock. Her small brain was very smart and immediately understood what Qin Jiang meant. This Chu Hanyan, she's not simple? Chu Hanyan's heart was shocked, just as Qin Jiang said. When Chu Hanyan was 8 or 9 years old, her parents were gone, leaving only her sister and brother. As Chu Hanyan continued to grow up, even if she deliberately played ugly, her appearance still attracted a lot of lustful people. The crisis was naturally quite a lot, and to be able to settle down, and even also pull the younger brother to grow up. Chu Hanyan is not like the surface of this soft and weak. Ms. Chu, am I right? Qin Jiang smiled slightly after glancing at Qin Jiang. She then hastily averted her gaze, still softly saying, I don't understand you. After saying that, she seemed to be gathering courage and looked at Qin Jiang. I'm just an ordinary person, while the gentleman looks to be from a famous family, so I hope that the gentleman won't make things difficult for the young lady. Ordinary people? Qin Jiang sighed with a light laugh as he walked towards a peach tree in the courtyard. It's growing quite luxuriantly. I wonder what kind of fertilizer it's on. Chu Hanyan's pupils suddenly shrunk. Her small hands clenched tightly, and deep in her eyes, a flash of stern color swept through. Buried a lot of people, right? Qin Jiang turned around and said softly. Chu Hanyan stared closely at Qin Jiang, the softness on her face gradually dispersing. I don't like killing people. If you retreat of your own accord, I will not take into account what happened before. Looking at the Chu Hanyan who changed her face, Qin Lianer slightly opened her small mouth. This woman is really not simple, but it's good that it's not easy. How can a simple woman be qualified to be my brother's woman? A smile appeared on Qin Lianer's face. Brother, now she is qualified to be my sister-in-law. Chu Hanyan frowned as she felt that Qin Lianer seemed to be even more excited. It's like seeing better prey, and that prey was none other than himself. Chu Hanyan took a deep breath and was just about to make her move when Qin Lianer went on to say, a sister-in-law. If you follow my brother, the Qin family will definitely not treat you poorly. You're calling me your sister-in-law? Chu Hanyan's heart jumped. Of course. More importantly, the Qin family? They're from the Qin family? She suddenly remembered that the young master of the Qin family seemed to be in the fire domain, and having just robbed the wife of the Fire Clan patriarch. You're the young master of the Qin family? Chu Hanyan looked at Qin Jiang and said in a shocked voice. Qin Jiang let out a faint smile and teased, what? If I'm the young master of the Qin family, you'll let me go? Chu Hanyan pretty face stagnation. The other party, if it really is the Qin family young master, which still need to use their own put. She is sure that now the courtyard around have been surrounded by Qin family strong. If she dared to make a move, she would be taken down in the first place, and the likelihood of getting killed outright was even higher. She gave up trying to make a move. There was no way around it. The Qin family's strength was just too strong. Just now, it was my daughter who was reckless. Young Lord Qin should not be blamed. It's just that my daughter has never offended young Lord Qin, and I still hope that young Lord Qin will spare my daughter. Chu Hanyan bowed slightly. She had been begging for a living with her brother since she was a little girl, and she knew that when it was time to be soft, it was time to be soft. At those words, Qin Jiang walked over to her and picked up her chin. It's true that you haven't offended me. It's just that brother of yours, he's a bit of a pain in the ass. Yuan. Chu Hanyan's heart tightened. Could it be that Chu Yuan's injuries a few days ago were due to offending the young master of the Qin family? As her mind turned, she immediately spoke. If Yuan is offended, I, as a sister, I'm willing to make amends for Yuan heir. And that's when a figure hurriedly ran over. It was Chu Yuan who was hiding in the dark. He finally couldn't help himself when he saw Qin Jiang making a move on his sister. Let go of my sister. Chu Yuan roared. Qin Jiang twisted his head and pinched Chu Hanyan's chin. You're willing, but some people, it seems, aren't. Yuan, don't be rude. As the words fell, Chu Hanyan gave a rebuke. Chu Yuan's body stiffened, but looking at his sister's chin being pinched by the Qin family in such a humiliating position made his eyes cold. But the Qin family was strong. Can't fight hard. He forced himself to hold back his anger and looked at Qin Jiang. Young Master Qin, May I borrow a step to speak? You're not qualified. Qin Jiang said indifferently. Chu Yuan. She was furious in her heart, but in order to save her sister, she could only endure it. And after a slight hesitation, he said in a low voice, I know some news that has something to do with your Qin family. Perhaps it's a matter of life and death for your Qin family. Oh, Qin Jian raised an eyebrow. This Chu Yuan, who was reborn and returned from 10 years later. That is to say, he was able to predict things in the next 10 years. Only, the things he predicted, it seems to be from before the plot was changed. Talk. On Qin Jian's face, a flash of interest appeared. Chu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was able to talk, he was certain that he would be able to convince Qin Jiang. If the things I say are useful to the Qin family, the misunderstanding from the other day will be treated as if it never happened. And you can't take my sister away. Chu Yuan opened his mouth, however. Qin Jiang shook his head and let go of Chu Hanyan's chin. But before she could relax, he wrapped his arm around her waist again and pulled her into his arms. Your sister. I must take you. You're in no position to bargain. Qin Jiang said indifferently. Chu Yuan stared angrily at Qin Jiang, the anger in his heart unable to be vented, causing his chest to continuously rise and fall. I'll tell you, what he had to do now was to show his value, and he believed that as long as his value was big enough, Qin Jiang wouldn't offend him for the sake of a woman. Chu Yuan looked at Qin Lianer and opened his mouth. If I didn't guess correctly, this young lady is the young princess of the Qin family? Qin Lianer, right? Cut the crap and get to the point. I know that Miss Qin once had a fiancé, and although he withdrew from the marriage, he made a 3-year pact with Miss Qin, and this 3-year pact will be the beginning of the decline of your Qin family. Oh, Miss Qin's fiancé is not a simple person. Chu Yuan let out a cold smile. Reborn back. The Qin family's strength, much stronger than in the previous life. Also happened some things that did not happen in the previous life, but the general direction of the future did not change much. Therefore, Chu Yuan believed that the Qin family's future would still continue to decline, and everything he knew was bound to attract Qin Jian's attention.